which means I have to see if everything's working. So you're gonna hear me move some things around before I make a telephone call. Oh shit! Oh, I had to do that, didn't I? Okay. Oh. Okay, moving a microphone around, as you can hear. Life is a train wreck. All right. So, okay, if anybody can hear me, let me know. Okay, we're going to turn on the, alright, what are we going to turn on? Live streaming! Live streaming on YouTube. Holy shit, I should have had all this on. Okay, nobody's out there. Upvotes! Upvotes from the non-extant audience. Okay, more than that, we're going to have to get YouTube channel going. Okay, alright, turn this on, and, turn this large. YouTube. Holy shit. I should have. Okay, so I hear myself. Shining Shadows says, sounds good. I forget, but I believe Shining Shadows is our dear friend Chris Collins. So shout out to him. And let me know if I'm right on that. I forget a lot. Drugs helps with that. Okay, let's see now. Okay, I don't know if anything sounds good with what I'm doing. I'm not producing anything that sounds particularly good. I'd have to be producing something that sounds good to sound good, right? Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, all right. Okay, going to get a, okay, screensaver. Got to get a screensaver on. It looks like I'll have to look for that. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get a phone call going, or a Skype call. All right. Pity Chris Collins doesn't like to go public. He's publicly an artist, but he doesn't like to talk. Okay, let's try. Brooke Gibson says she's away, but we'll find out. Okay, give her a call. Sammy's going to be busy in the opening hour. Thank God. We are live. We are live. Everything that you say, anything that you say can and will be held against you.
In a court of law or just against you?
Oh, God, by petty vindictive people who are stalking you, or myself. I say you only so it doesn't sound like I'm totally self-absorbed or self-centered. But, in a sense, whatever trouble you get might be trouble that you've earned, but it could be just by being in my presence. So,
I have earned enough trouble. I have burnt off enough. I burnt some karma off this week, thank God, as a matter of fact.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, share publicly what you're willing to share. Sammy won't be able to join us this hour. We'll see who else we can find. I'm going to go screen share so that you can see what I'm going to do. Let's take a look at who else I can drag into trouble with us. And dear lady, I sent you a link to an article that I thought would be relevant because of your bad date with that Calvinist. So I sent you an article on why Calvinists are so mean. A link to such. So that's interesting background music. Okay, that's not sourcing from me, just so people know. That might be sourcing from our dear Brooke. Was that the case, honey? So, such being said, if you can take a look.
I have a question.
Who has a question? Is there somebody?
Fine.
Oh, what's his question?
Please go ahead.
Me?
Yeah.
I was wondering if I could go to Mad World tonight.
Mad World tonight?
Yeah, the haunted house.
Oh, well, let's see. It's a school night. Number one, you were going to.
Mom, we don't have school tomorrow.
Okay, were you in Tennessee all weekend?
Huh?
Were you in Tennessee all weekend?
I was in Tennessee yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And last night? Do you have money for Mad World?
Uh-huh.
Am I invited?
You want to drive down there?
I'm just asking you if I'm invited.
Yeah, if you want to come.
That was a smart answer. Do you have money? How much is it?
I think it's like 40, but I have some money. I still have some of that. I saved some of the money that you gave me for that.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I guess he's taking you. I'm sure these people don't hear.
Just Langston. It'll just be me and him driving because we don't want to drive with a packed car. We would meet people there.
I don't even know. You'll have to come down here in a minute. I don't know which one's Langston.
You've met him. He's the big, strong black guy.
The one with the curly hair? But that's Michael.
You've seen Langston. He's the big one.
Yeah, Langston's the one you got in trouble with smoking pot last time. That's why I want to talk to Langston.
What?
Langston's one of the ones that drove up to the mountain.
No, he's not.
He wasn't one of the 5 in the car that was asleep.
Langston?
Uh-huh.
No.
I'm gonna start writing these fucking names down. Y'all got too many.
I have no idea what you're...
The 5 up at the Rock. Who was in the car at the Rock?
There was 4 of us in the car asleep.
Name them.
Me, Royal, Trey, and Jaden.
And who was in Braden's car?
Braden didn't drive.
Who was Braden riding with?
This friend, Jaden. My friend, Jaden.
And there was 2 other boys in that car. Okay. Hey, Spy, you can go. What time are you going to be back?
I don't know. I mean, probably like 10.
All right. Go on.
All right, love you.
Love you, bye. You going to get out of the car this time?
Oh, stop. Fuck you.
Love you, too.
Bye.
Sorry about that.
No worries. There is a mute button, you know.
I know there is, but it was more enjoyable to let y'all hear it.
Yes, it was. I mean, well, we know you're a conscientious mother. Our prayers for his safety. And
the funniest part about that story is going to Mad World, right? And I took him to Mad World, which is like this horror show thing.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like a horror thing, and they have people dressed up like as soon as you get out of their fucking car.
Uh-huh.
And I took him like 3 years ago. It was just me and him.
Yeah.
And he's 17 too. He's like 14, 15. And damn it, we didn't even we got out of the fucking car. This woman scared the fuck out of him. He would not go in. He's like, that's why I said you gonna get out of the car this time.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, honey, you may have seen through the corner of your eye that I called like a fucking dozen people and none of them answered. We are
So I
stuck.
guess it was just as much that I stayed on not mute. Otherwise, it would just been ringing.
Yes. Good point. Thank God. True. I
I'm telling you, my son could host this show. He'd be hilarious.
he could. Yes, he has his own skills at seduction. Come on, mom. Yeah.
He works me. Oh, he works me very badly.
They all do. Yes, and so like oh God, what was I going to say? You were asking about
What did you send a link? Where is the link that you sent me? Is it in here?
private message in your Facebook, honey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stopped sharing on the screen for just a second here because nothing more to see right now. Oh, by the way, Shining Shadow says, you know who I am. Fuck, no, I mean, maybe.
Talking to you, I guess?
That's in the chat room. I mean, don't count on me to remember anything. Sometimes I do, oftentimes I don't. This is what I drink and drug for, specifically to forget. So, like, let's see now. Our man says, okay, he says he'll be ready at 9. So at the top of the hour, we got Pete coming in. Oh my God. So all of that being said, I am definitely just glad to have you here, and I'm sorry. So did you check a look in your private message box? I mean,
Why can't Pete just open the fucking hour?
because it's something to do with the way his biorhythms.
He just needs to control everything.
So I guess. That all that being said.
I love Pete or whatever.
Yeah. Just remember, I'm just waking up. This is not the time for me to answer questions. I talk about incriminating myself.
You're gonna be stuck answering fucking questions. Sorry.
What, honey? What?
But you're stuck with me, so I guess you're stuck answering some questions.
Oh,
Okay.
right. Yes. And yeah. Oh, and when you speak to me, don't just speak slowly. Shout because and directly into the microphone so that I can hear you because I'm deaf in my right ear and I can't hear out of the other. That's what my dad used to
Well,
say.
okay, so I'm talking into the computer. Can you hear me okay? I
Yeah.
took the microphone off.
Oh, is that what it was? Yes. It's okay. It's not as good as the mic. Why did you take the microphone off?
Okay, I can plug it back in, but last time, okay, I hate that microphone because it's a work microphone, and I swear to God, I can hear my breathing in it when I
Well, hey, that's okay with me. We all like your heavy breathing. People pay for phone sex, so you
Do you
know.
would you prefer that plugged in? Can you hear?
Please. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
hold on.
Oh my God. Yeah. We're not professional at all. I do emphasize that to people. This is a fundraising episode, by the way, just so people know. Fundraising episode for my birthday. Yes, got to be overextending myself this month. Need your help, and I did receive some help from a man who normally asks for anonymity under the initials KP. I believe it was KP, sent me $30, which was perfect because that made up for $30 I overspent yesterday. So I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. So that helps. And so KP, love you dearly. And of course he sent me like a link to a Renfeld scene, a scene of Renfeld from the Universal Studios Dracula from the 1930s, because Peter talks about Renfeld a lot and talks about how this man is such an underrated actor ahead of his time, whose career was destroyed or forever tainted by that scene or his part in that film, just like Rutger Hauer was stereotyped the rest of his life by Blade Runner. So all of that being said, okay, Brooke, help me out here, honey. Obviously, I'm waking up. I'm struggling. I'm laboring. Pitch in. Talk about. Your son pitched in. You can too. Okay, I'm opening this Coke. This is a Coke.
Here.
What?
Can you hear,
No.
can you hear me?
No.
No. Can you fucking hear me?
No, it sounds awful. It sounds like you're a million miles away. What the fuck is that? Is this what your microphone does? And you say you work with this thing?
No.
I didn't have it plugged in when I started the fucking.
Oh, okay. That might help. Yes. So, like, was that a test or was
How
that?
about that? Is that better?
Yes, much better. Much better. I mean, I think we got to hear you talk more before we decide, right?
But what do you want me to talk about? I mean, I don't feel the best either, motherfucker.
I mean, hell, you got a lot to talk. Did you find the link to the article? Why Calvinists are so mean?
No, because I've been too fucking busy plugging this stupid fucking thing in.
Yeah, well, take a look at that. You can start by talking a bit about the movie review. I sent you a link to a movie review.
I watched that movie. That shit was fucking weird.
The whole movie? You went and found the fucking movie?
No, I didn't watch that whole fucking movie. Hell no. That girl's glasses, let me tell you right fucking now. I don't know. I would have been with that fucking bitch right then and there and been like, okay, if we're going to go through life or death, I don't need this shit to blind. You got 1970s glasses on. We are pulling them the fuck off your face.
Yes.
Like, they were killing me the entire, like, it killed me to watch it. Just, like, I was like, this bitch might be hot. I don't even fucking know. Get those fucking, she had glasses on. I swear to God, they were like Jesse Raphael, if y'all remember that, but they were black and fucking bigger. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Okay, David Fitzsimon says, hey, Doug. Yes. Hey, David. Yes. So shout out to everyone. Again, reminding everyone, upvotes. Upvotes. Don't forget that, honey. Yeah, put an upvote there, too. That helps us because the enemy puts their downvotes down and prevents us from showing up on searches. So to get ourselves on searches, we need upvotes enough to counteract all of their downvotes, and then we show up on searches. It's the,
Oh, shit. You sent me some on Calvinism.
Yeah, because your bad day. I thought it was funny because
Hell, fuck yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Why Calvinists are so mean. Yeah, there we are. And so Our Lady will talk a bit about that bad date. She'll talk a bit about, more of the fashion faux pas of Revealer, a film about the rapture and Judgment Day, in which two.
I'm not going into that. There's nothing to get. Let me tell you something.
It's funny. This is funny. Come on.
You send it to what if he gets on here later and he wants to discuss that movie, that's fine. But
Okay.
that movie is freaking. I don't even know how to start that movie or end it because it didn't even have a fucking ending. It just went. Well, they're off into fucking dead man's land.
Wait, in all fairness, the ending probably wasn't worth watching, but at the same time, these are reviews, and we don't know if that's really how we would perceive the film, and we do, in all fairness, these reviews. They are basically, they're really long these days, and they're on YouTube.
But is that how it actually ended? I wonder, because like a lot of people put on there, I hope it, like, I don't think it ended like this, like,
or it needs a sequel. A lot of people were saying it needs a sequel. Yeah. So I mean, definitely, I like what one guy said. I can't wait for the Islamic apocalypse version of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyhow, all that being said, it was a film about two ladies who, after Rapture and Judgment Day, and everybody do be aware, of course, I do not accept the Rapture doctrine, and I don't think anyone else should either. Nevertheless, this is a very prevalent notion. I would call it a notion that is infected the body politic of North America in particular, sadly.
Blah.
I'm sorry, honey?
Blah.
Yeah, blah. Yeah, it's a good word for it. It's blah. Yeah. Honestly, it's like really, it's destroyed lives.
And I was raised to believe it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, that was what I was raised to believe, and I'm sure my parents still do. Although now that they're getting closer to death, I'm pretty sure they're like, well, we're not going to get in the rapture, so. Like, well, you weren't getting in the rapture anyway because there wasn't one. I just don't have the heart to tell them.
Thank you. Though I would say this to someone like Samuel Romero, who was raised in that doctrine as well. I would tell people that, raptures go on throughout the human experience. I mean, COVID's a kind of rapture, really. I mean, so...
yes, you get that. People just picture it differently. They actually picture the body being lifted out, and that's not the way it is. It's not like you just wake up tomorrow and it's like Douglas is here, Brooks not, or whatever. It is about, to me, coming to a higher spiritual level of awakening, right? Where then you're not in that same spiritual awakening, where you're not a part of that church anymore. You're not a part of that belief system anymore. Everything in the Bible was coded. Everything in the Bible was really, unless it was misinterpreted, which a lot of it was as well, but most of it was supposed to be coded and supposed to be, metaphors, not just to be taken at literal face value that you would wake up and that's where the church used that against people, I do believe.
Well, not just the church, but any predatory personality or any pathological personality exploits that bullshit, and just basically, and by bullshit I mean they turn something theological and they turn it into bullshit. And granted, honestly, there's so much in the Bible that's so toxic anyway. If you were to take it literally and really try to quote unquote live by it, you're
well, I'm pretty sure right now you told me that you had cotton and polyester, and so I'm pretty sure you're going to hell.
Cotton and polyester, cotton.
You can't mix your, like, what is it? You can't mix your certain cloths. That's in Leviticus.
Did they say that? I mean, I would actually believe.
Are you kidding me? You don't fucking know that scripture?
It
may not have been polyester, if it didn't exist then, but it was. Yeah, it's like you can't mix like your cotton.
Yeah, they do all kinds of shit. There's all kinds of shit they say in there that's like, has something to do with the fucking Judaic, rabbinical, whatever, that Old Testament stuff that is like, don't do this on Sundays, etc. Yeah, I know. It's just like you're damned, period, just by before you start.
Does that sound like a loving creator God?
Of course not. I mean, no, of course not. It's preposterous. It's like the obviously, as I said, there's you just have to hope that your God does not believe in the Bible, because if he does, then yeah, you're fucked. And
well, that's where I went back to that date, and that's when I told him, and I was like, well, your God, basically your God is no different than the
Satan,
demon.
yeah, I mean, yes, his God is basically satanic.
If you're saying that, then God is Satan, and there's what difference is there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I guess there's a difference in there
No,
is no
but
difference. There is no
based on-
difference. Yeah, there is
There
no
is
difference.
no
Not the way
difference
they're looking
based
at
on
it.
what
Yeah.
based on that mentality. There is
Yeah.
no difference based on that
Absolutely.
mentality.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. There's no difference based on that mentality. It's in fact, it's worse. God is worse than Satan in that perspective. So
Right, because that's what I said. So you're saying your God created everything just so he could destroy half of the people and never
half,
give them a chance.
just effectively all of them.
All of it, and never even give them a chance. Well, they weren't chosen. Well, then my fucking nitty
Make them. Yeah. Yes.
just to watch them suffer for eternity in hell. Okay,
yes.
that sounds like a demon to me.
Yeah, believe me, while I was growing up, it sure seemed that way. That God's gratuitous sadism was in the suffering of his creations. Oh my God! So I could see why people became satanic. Certainly, while I was working at the Presidio base and seeing all the suffering that I suffered, you can understand. You could almost understand why people became satanic, or actually understand it. Not doesn't mean that you would do that yourself, but. Anyhow, all that being said, now that we've really gotten ourselves into trouble and probably wound up with, half of the Christians putting out an infidel jihad fatwa on us, we're marked. So that having been said, honey, okay, you were talking there a while. Go back on whatever else comes on your mind. I mean, say for instance, like so confronted with. You and I share pretty much the same attitude towards much of this. What about how did you raise your kids in this regard? Like, your son and all that stuff. I mean, he was scared by the woman dressed up as what again? It was, you took him there a few
I
years
don't even
ago.
know.
He was like
That
14
shit's
or-
scary. Like if you actually look up where he's going, it's one of the top. I know in the South, it's like one of the top, like 2 or 3 scariest places. It's known, like it's a known place. Like they put a lot into this place, and so they use the entire Los Angeles makeup. They are in full fucking character. You got people walking around 20 feet high, and they come up in the parking lot when you're just parking your car because it's so huge. So they're not expecting. Like if you're at Disney World, right? And you know how far you park out at Disney World. It's not that big. Like it's Disney World. But what I'm saying is you're parking out in this parking lot. I'm getting in my makeup on, my lipstick on to get out of the car with him. Next thing I know, there's this woman creeped up and just leaning like she had pulled up inside his face. Just leaning in the car, like leaning up against the window. And that motherfucker screams. It's like, I'm not getting out of this fucking car.
Oh my God. How
And
old was he? 14?
He was 13 or 14, and I made him get out of the car because I was tough little mama. So I was like, we drove fucking here because it's only about 30 minutes away. But I was like, we drove fucking here. And I was like, we are getting out of the fucking car and we are going fucking in. And then like I could tell he was so fucking scared. And then of course another person runs up and they run up like a hobbit, like on their knees, like on a hobbit.
Ugh.
And they're like, and then he's like, oh God. And then he hears people screaming from inside where we were getting the gates to pay. And he's just, I'm not going. And I'm like, fucking A, dude. And the reason I always thought he is now, he's my man, he'll do it. But my ex-husband was scared of haunted houses, like from the time I fucking met him. He was like, we were 20. And and my daughter was my firstborn and she was scared to death. So I had nobody to go in haunted houses with at all. So like we would be on like a fucking beach trip and my son was only like 3 or 4 and these weren't as scary. So they were scary enough so we could take him in one. He was in a stroller. And so me and him go in one. And like, he's like, I want to go. He was like 4 years old. He's like, I want to go. I don't think he was in a stroller. I was on his hand. He's like, I want to go. And he was just tall enough. I was like, okay, come on. So we go up in this one. And it wasn't as scary as this, but it was scary. What was so scary about it was for him, it should have been scarier. And he was fine the whole fucking time. For me, the only thing that's ever scared me in a haunted house happened in this haunted house. And it was, we walk through it and then we're coming and I'm always prepared for people to come out, grab me, what the fuck ever. I'm always the one like, fuck you, whatever. Like, I'm not like rude to him. I'm like, okay, whatever. I know that they're doing their job. So I'm not like a rude person to him, but I'm like, okay, get out of my face. But that had one, and we walked out on this deck. So it was the beach. So you would go in and out, and there was this deck that was outside, which is a very small, like almost the size of an apartment deck, a wooden deck, where you're going out, and then you're going to go back in the next dark room. So we're standing there on this deck, which it happens to be daylight. So it's almost a calming moment. And I have my son's hand, and I'm at the very back of this line.
Mm-hmm.
And the next thing I fucking hear, but not just hear, feel the heat of, was not expecting at all, at my ankles, which, by the way, I've had 3 surgeries on my right ankle. I told you.
Oh.
Was a chainsaw, and I turn around and I just see the guy at the chainsaw and can feel the heat off of it.
Oh my God.
And it's going to my ankle, and I just screamed and jumped because, again, at that moment, I had no realization that there could not be a blade on the chainsaw.
Right.
So they had taken the blade off, but the heat was coming off of it and the noise, and I literally was just that split second, like, you know, that I jumped and was, you know, had a pure terror scream. That's probably about the only time I've ever had a pure terrifying scream of, you know,
Wow.
like it takes just a second, but yeah, he was always my little guy. Would go into haunted houses with me, did him at Disney World, and then suddenly, like, we went to this one, which is pretty big here. I mean, it is a truly scary one, and he was by that age, he had gotten to the point of knowing that there was things to be afraid of, and also decided he wasn't doing it. So, but he did it last year with his friend. That's why I asked him if I could go, because he did it with his friends, I think last year, maybe the year before. But the first year, he would not go in with me at all. He's like, don't tell anybody, Mama. And then I just let everybody on the fucking air know.
Oh, that's delightful. Oh my God. Well, that's what mothers do. I mean, mothers do that with their sons. You know, they're here to embarrass us. And,
when you need it.
Yes,
But he's
yes.
awesome.
Yes.
He's a football player now. He's fine.
And oh gosh, I thought he had to stop because of some.
Well, he did stop, actually. I always forgot that you knew that. He still works out with the football team in the morning as far as weightlifting. He's doing the weightlifting,
Okay.
but he just can't do the running right now until we get his blood pressure. And she's, you know, that's another story. The blood pressure doctor.
Understood. And I mean, certainly Americans are impacted by blood pressure issues, plenty of them, and so not surprised. And of course, you know, when you talked about this being one of the 3 scariest places in the South, some people would argue that the South itself is one of the scariest places on earth.
Right?
That being said, you know, I can think of plenty of places that don't even advertise as theme parks that are pretty scary down south. Yeah, or other places too, mind you. But yeah, so when it comes to you know, I'm just glad that he and his friends are having fun. You did ask him about specifically these being boys, because I take it as a mother you were concerned that if there were young girls in the crowd, that something might happen to cause trouble for everybody. Was that a concern, or just?
No, I didn't ask him if they were boys. I just asked who he was going with. Period. Okay. There's some certain boys that he knows I don't like the names of.
I see. Because the impression I got was that you were kind of confirming that they were all boys at some point in the conversation. So I thought
no, okay. I don't think I was really. I was just confirming who he was going with, the names. I may have guessed one. Now, I have had an issue with the only time that they were at the Rock. That's when I said the Rock, when they were with the girls, because that is about 2 weeks ago. He got in some serious trouble. Okay. 3 weeks ago, he's pretty much, he's 17. I started him late because he's a boy, so he's a 17-year-old, but he will be, you know, he's a year basically behind, so he's got a year and a half left of high school. So he didn't fail a grade. It's just called red shirting now. It's the new cool thing to red shirt, you know, kids, especially boys, to hold them back in kindergarten, just not to let them go into kindergarten until a year late. But anyway, point is, he's 17, so he'll be 18, you know. I have to remember that in April. And I always gave my daughter leeway, you know, like I tell them all the time, you have to make the decisions. And I tell them, you know, if you get in a car with a drunk driver, if you get in a car with somebody that's speeding, I tell them every day, and not every day, do not do this every day, honestly, at all. But I have had these conversations 3 or 4 times that may sound horrible to some people, but it's very important for me to have them, because I say, I need you to know, if you are killed in a car wreck, your friends, you get in a car and they're drinking and driving, or they're speeding, not paying attention, and you get killed, who do you kill?
Yes.
And he has the answer, you know. He says, and he knows now. He's like, I kill you, I kill my sister, I kill my grandmother, I kill my grandfather. Right. It's funny he never says his father.
Interesting. Okay. Well, definitely our numbers are high for an opening hour. I have no idea why that is. Your conversation just draws them in.
Bring somebody in to talk to me.
Oh God, honey, it's I've been asking around before. Hey, how about you, David Fitzsimons? You want to come on? Let me know your Skype. Yeah. Anybody else in the chat? Start participating. So
Did you just say Princess fucking Betty?
Princess fucking Buddy. No, I didn't say
Betty.
that.
It sounded like you said Princess Betty.
Princess Betty. I didn't say that, but it might sound like I say that. I slur my words a lot, so...
So do I. I got in trouble with Peter last week about it.
My nose. Oh, the Coke goes right up my nose. Not the booger sugar either. It's a liquid. So, that can sting. At any rate, no, I was laughing because... what the hell is that? Oh, that's...
Oh my God, hold on. It's my ringtone.
Oh,
God. I'm just calling, listen.
Cool. You gonna answer that, or we we just gonna hear the ringtone? I mean, the ringtone's pleasant enough, I suppose. Or... Is it someone I mean, it's not your son, I hope. There's no trouble, I hope, going on there.
Oh, you didn't hear it.
Yeah.
You didn't hear the point of the word.
Nah, I don't know. I mean, at any rate, so go on, honey. Like I said, I'm not here right now. I'm basically...
I know, so I was just trying to play a fucking song, and you can't even fucking get that, so I don't know what the fuck you want me to do.
I mean, what, did you play the ringtone? Well, I mean, the ringtone came on because
it was actually a song. It wasn't a ringtone, it was an actual song. I just wanted to say it was a ringtone, so you couldn't tell me to put it off.
Oh, yeah, okay. What was the song?
Your pussy, God, and I'm it.
What? Shout at me. It's like, honey, I'm like deaf. You know?
Your pussy is God, and I love it.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, cute. There you go.
That's not cute. That's not cute at all.
It's cute. So, that being said, moving right along.
Oh my God, you people are so boring. I went back to my TV.
I'm trying to maintain a sense of, I don't know. It's
decency that you don't have when you're off the air. Okay, come on, let's keep doing it.
Yeah, I don't even know what word I'm looking for. It's not decency or respectability. It's like
everyone here knows that you're highly intelligent and you have great decency, and also you're a complete fucking pervert.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So it's like
not
just for what it's worth. There's nothing that you can do that in any way compares to the horror of what we've had in the past. So you're fine. But that being said,
well, that doesn't make me feel well. I will hang up now.
No, hey, why? You want to be the worst? You want to be remembered as the most vulgar and you know? I mean, no, you don't want to be like that. I mean, oh my God, like I said, you know, when our buddy Sammy Romero is on, he'll say something like, you know, the last executive producer. I mean, he shouldn't even fucking dignify the guy with that title. I mean, first off, he wasn't the last.
Yes, I've heard about several of these people, but I just played an actual song that is on the radio. That's all I get. Yeah.
I mean, heck, I had anyhow. But at any rate, well, I try to get my head out of my ass, pull myself out of the brain fog here, and I haven't even contacted COVID, and I've got the brain fog. Our young lady, Brooke, well, we had a wonderful conversation with her son, who is headed towards a theme park of horror.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But,
no, that was fine. No, that was enjoyable. I mean, people love that. People thought it was great.
Since no one else answered, I think it was fine. Had people answered, I guess it would have been good. Fine.
No, I thought that was great. It was like he was participating on the show. Yeah, and all of
Oh,
it. What?
God forbid if my daughter ever comes in and she
Oh,
starts one of her rants, I will just let y'all hear her.
oh, that'd be funny. I mean, from what you told us, she's pretty politically correct.
Oh, she's very politically correct. Just depends on what rant she's on. But yeah, she's always politically correct, let me tell you.
That's funny.
I'll make the mistake if I make the mistake of saying, and I'm very bad at, like, she's got me to not do this anymore. But if I'm like, say, oh, I was at the gym, man, I met this girl, she was so cool. I was like, and then I'll be like, we were talking, I was like, it was this black girl, and we were talking about, and she'll just go, she'll stop me right there. What did you say?
Why must we know that she is black?
Why
Yes.
did you have to say her race?
Yeah,
And
something
I'm
like
like,
that.
I just, like, the same way I would describe, because I'll say, like, she was super skinny, this girl was super fat,
Yeah.
the fucking guy was super fucking, like, 6'7".
Yeah.
It's just my description.
Yeah.
But
And like I said, what I would do to respond to her if she confronted me with something like that, I would tell her, because I have a police and investigative background, and it's something that I habitually do, is to describe people by every possible identifier. And it's habitual with me, and it would be a very hard habit to break. And there's really no point in breaking it, because honestly, descriptive context is part of the nature of storytelling. There's no point in relating experience without descriptive context.
Right, exactly.
And I would tell her to, that political correctness is well intentioned, but it really isn't always helpful. And I would say that this is not helpful, that she necessarily bring this to people's attention. It might be something she might make note of if someone is, for instance, exposing something of themselves by what they say.
Yeah, come here.
Then you might make note of that personally. You might share that with friends, that this person exposed something about themselves by the way they describe someone. But to generically describe someone and bring into account aspects of their personality, like, this guy looked really gay. Or this guy, here's a story of mine. Here's a nice stupid story. One of my original Executrix producers, maybe the original one.
Executrix.
Yes,
I am not. Yeah, I will
Executrix.
never be your executive producer after that fucking title.
Executrix is nice. Executrix is a female designation.
That is an executive
Yeah.
trick.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's a female executrix. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
sorry, not falling for it. Yeah, not going for there.
No, it's totally cool. It is totally.
Yeah, it's
fun.
totally cool. Okay, well then you be the head executrix.
Oh my god. So when it came to this lady, her name was Laura Lee Solomon. And whenever I say that name, I almost immediately follow it with poor dear or something like that. But she was this kind of fat, ugly girl. Growing up as one of the outcasts of school and
Be
shit.
careful.
And she never got over it, and therefore was cruel and mean to everyone, except myself, who she had a crush on. Of course, that came later, the meanness, when she spiraled. But what happened was that when she started spiraling, and this was after enormous abuse from the asshole who owned Revolution Radio, which was the station that I had a platform on, and as well as that, who was the other idiots? All the idiots in the chat room, that he deprived her of the ability to control the chat room, so she was just subject to all this abuse in the chat room. And this was the horror of her situation. Then there were some actual attacks on her home and stuff like that. So, I can give details if people are curious. If you're curious and ask questions about it, I can give details. It was nothing ever overarchingly terrorizing, but sinister enough. But when it came to her major problem in life, she was a crazy cat lady. Nowhere near the level of another crazy cat lady named Carolyn Rose Goida, who basically suckered myself into holding a number of fundraisers to basically maintain her storage facility, but it all went to her 100-something cats that she was maintaining in a half city block worth of abandoned structures that she was living in with a number of homeless people that were all united under one extremely broken roof with holes in it, and the rain would come through on certain days, the heat would pour in on others.
Well, let's be clear. Let's educate people on this. So that sounds like a bad situation, but I do want to be clear. She could have had the best of intentions. There is something, because there's so many cats produce, obviously most people know, so much more prevalently and hard to get, and you have wild cats, then obviously they're homes for dogs or cats, but you have these cats that can continue, there's not enough homes. And so your choice is to take them if they're wild on the streets and catching their own food or can be fed. Then the choice becomes, for animal lovers, put them back out there and catch the rodents. The number one humane thing to do is to catch the animal with a trap if you cannot, or if you can't catch it yourself, and you pay for it to be neutered or spayed. That then you can put the cat exactly back on the block you found it. If it was feeding for itself, it's just like me and you, we have the chance to live. Maybe people will feed us, maybe they won't, but regardless, it was living before. It is stopping the breeding. So that's called, obviously a trap and release program. So if she was involved in a trap and release program, I wouldn't put her down too bad.
I think you give her way too much credit.
Now, I mean, again, if she wasn't, and she was just feeding them and letting them continue to breed, then it was never going to be.
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. But the one thing I can tell you is that your education to the public is appreciated in these matters, and it's certainly all valid. It's all valid information, and it's information, of course, that by all means, everybody who hears what our lady just said, follow up on it. If you think you can also...
Yeah, if you have, even if you have cats in your neighborhood and you can't take them in and you see wild cats, you can call your local shelters. If they can't, they will at least loan out traps. They'll usually fix them for free or next to nothing, and you release the cat back out. The thing is that, a cat can breed, if you actually do the numbers, it's, hundreds of cats within thousands of cats within a couple of years. That's what you have from one cat. Yeah. So it's just by fixing one or two cats, you're stopping that population. And every time you can do that, it just stops that continual cycle. So it's up to all of us to say, hey, you can't take another cat in, that's a wild cat. But if you see it coming up to eat, if you can put a trap out, catch the cat, take it to that local place, get it fixed for free, or if you have $20 to donate, and then just let it back out. And that does make a huge difference for all those cats, because eventually cats will starve to death, right? So, yeah, they
can, theoretically, but
theoretically they can.
I think it's pretty rare when a cat starves to death. They're pretty good.
Where you are. Depends on where you are. Cats eat a lot of different things, but they don't, there's not as many rodents as they're used to, because we put out so much pesticide to kill the rodents and road trap. In New York City, I doubt there's big problems, and maybe where you are.
I don't see any problems with rodents in San Francisco.
We don't have big rodents. We don't have rodents here. Yeah. We have them, but very small. And actually, mine are so tiny little. They're the tiny little mice that I actually set up a little place in my garage for the winter for them.
All right, just so people know, here in San Francisco, our cats are well fed. If they're feral, they got nothing but big.
It doesn't matter if you've got thousands and thousands and thousands. Do you know how many one cat can breed within so many years?
Oh yeah, honey. I get it. Yeah, no need to overdo. Such being said, when it came,
that is my one of my very many soapboxes.
Yeah, honestly. That's fine. Oh no, cool. It's all right. At least you're far more educated about it than many people. So that's important. You approach this from a rationalist, scientific perspective. So, congratulations.
Actually, I approach it from a rational and scientific, I would say a rational and scientific answer, but my perspective is just, it's our duty as far as humans if we're the top of the supposedly food chain and people say food chain, it's not just we're the top of the food chain, we're supposed to be the top of the answers. and to not let others suffer as much as possible. And so whether it's humans, animals, whatever, anything that's in your back door, whatever God, your creator, your universe puts in front of you that day, that week, that's yours. That's your responsibility, whether you freaking want it or not. And to tell you the truth, most of us don't want it, and most of us want to walk by it. But at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to try to do something. Is that not what you did, Doug?
Maybe. You might be giving me too much credit too. First off, remember I've expressed this before. It's not like I'm a very good person. I'm just a bad person who was in a bad place at a real bad time. All that being said, however, for right now it doesn't really matter because I was just burning bandwidth anyway with some stupid, morbidly entertaining stories. I call them morbidly entertaining when I bring up certain subjects, and I'm just burning bandwidth. And it's just stuff to kind of like get my head out of my ass and bring me into a space where I can talk. By the way, how is my quality of sound? Is my quality of sound okay? Because the microphone's near my ass, where, a lot of times it's near my ass. And I put it there because a lot of times when I have it closer, people say that there's sound distortion because I'm too close to the mic. So is the mic okay? Am I sound okay, or am I sounding distant, or what?
Sounds good to me.
It does? Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any responses to that? Let me know. By the way, Eric Cradle in the chat room says, Sunday night with DDD and the Dallas Cowboys. Cool. Great. All right. For me, it would be the cheerleaders.
Go Cowboys.
Yeah, go Cowboy cheerleaders. Yes.
Well, I say go both.
Yeah, there we are. That's right. You can appreciate looking at the cheerleaders too. Yes.
Hey, let me tell you what a redneck fucking ex-husband I had. When I found out I was pregnant, he said this. He said, well, if it's a boy, it's going to be named Emmett. And I don't know, those Dallas Cowboy fans that are old enough will know who I'm talking about, Emmett Smith. And he said, if it's a girl, I'm going to name her Star. And I just looked at that motherfucker and was like, and you're not. Don't either one. Keep thinking.
That's so funny.
I was like, first of all, there's no Emmett. I was like, you're already short enough, and I don't need a fucking shorter fucking person. I said, in Star, I said, I don't need a fucking stripper. Already born a stripper.
Oh my god, that is.
And I'm sorry for any stars out there that aren't strippers.
Yeah. By the way, for what it's worth, if I would prefer you to be strippers, but if you're not, I'm cool with that as well.
I'm saying I would totally be cool with watching a stripper too, but I just don't want to name my daughter. Like when it's your daughter.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I mean, but that being said, CK says, hi dear, good to hear your voice. You sound good. I am named after Cal Ripken. Laugh out loud. So this is a lady. Mwah. Love you, honey. Thank you so much. And so Cal Ripken, does that? I'll have to look that up.
He was a baseball player.
How do you know these things?
Because I was born in the South, and I'm not a complete idiot.
That's cute.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but was he not a baseball player?
Oh my God, her dad must have really loved baseball. My dad would know if he were alive. He'd know that sort of thing. The man who raised and guided me, as I call him, or as Peter Moon says, my legal father. So anyhow, such being said, so like I was saying, so when it comes to morbid entertainment, and I'm just burning bandwidth, I do want to bring to your attention that some of the tangents you go on are very informative and educational. Do remember to try and take note of whatever train of thought that you think I might have been on, and so this way when you go into these tangents you can put people back on the rails, because not that I forgot in this case, which it wouldn't matter if I did, but there's some cases.
Well, I didn't feel like this tangent was really that important.
No, it's not. No. It's not. It's not. But what I'm saying is sometimes it can be irritating because I might be on a tangent that maybe I care about or something. So try and help others by maintaining them on track. And by the way, for whatever reason, I do remember. Do you need to
know where you were at? Or
I actually remember, believe it or not, which when it comes to stuff I don't give a shit about, somehow it works like that. Yeah. So it was Laura Lee Solomon. She was nowhere near like Carolyn Rose Goida, but Carolyn Rose Goida was fucking sick. She was basically essentially a animal hoarder, and she was in a half a block worth of facilities that were essentially had entrances to each other through probably some former industrial site modification. So they were effectively all under one roof, and the roof was very leaky and shit. And anyhow, she condemned herself because, first off, she's with a bunch of homeless people in the summertime. This was in Detroit or something like that. So we're talking about in an industrial city, a industrial site. She's with homeless people, all of them apparently men. And so she must have been walking around half naked. Not that I'm making any moral judgments on this. I don't give a shit if they were all fucking her all day. But the point is that she was in a place that during the heated part of the year, summertime, and we know what's happened in these city sites when it's been summertime and they have nothing but blackouts in ghetto areas like that. And people wind up dying by the thousands, as has happened in the United States in the past. It must have been...
Oh, let me guess, the cats were eating the bodies.
Yeah. You know, it's funny you say that. I had no impression of that, but that would be, you know, that would be fucking funny.
Well, when you said
funny, yeah.
When I defended her
basically
earlier,
so hot, she must have been walking around naked practically, but she condemned herself because she took a photo of herself with a cell phone. Now I remember this lady. I wish I remembered her name of this lady who was buying and renting her cell phone for her. There was a lady who was so kind, so generous, that this lady was paying for her cell phone. So she had this hot shit cell phone with the service paid for by someone else. This generous lady, I wish I remembered that lady's name. But anyhow, that lady, what happened was she took that cell phone and took a picture of herself with all her cats so she could show people how hot it was. Here she is, surrounded by cats all over her, all that fur, and it's 103 degrees inside of where she's at. And so that's what condemned her, was somebody reported her for animal cruelty, and that was used as evidence. And rightly so. And of course she was exhibiting cruelty to animals, because when they came in, you know, here's all these cats suffering. And anyhow, all the money I had raised for her over a series of fundraising campaigns had been used to buy thousands of dollars worth of fucking tuna and kitty litter. I mean, people described truckloads of kitty litter. I mean, enough kitty litter where you could like reinforce dams during a flood, okay? and tuna's not good for cats anyway, but lots and lots of tuna. Yeah, and so tuna and kitty, I was so pissed. I was so fucking pissed. She was...
Well, wait a minute. Could they not get outside? Like, were they locked in?
Yeah, the stench was such that everybody in the neighborhood was complaining, and this is a ghetto neighborhood. So if it's a ghetto neighborhood where you've got a bunch of people complaining, it's got to be bad. So
she had to have them locked in, because a cat, if it's 103 degrees,
yeah, it's going to lock out, right? It's going to be...
And therefore, it also would not need cat litter. You should have been buying fucking fans and using money to get homes for it. So yes, that is a hoarder.
Yes, thank you. So she was a pathological cat hoarder. She was claiming she was training the cats. Yeah, training cats. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Herding them, too. Yeah, herding them. Get it? You know, herding cats. Anyhow.
Oh, yeah. I used to be a cat herder the first, 40 years of my life.
Anyhow, so...
I think you were one of them, Douglas. Weren't you one of my cats?
So that being said, honey, maybe in a past life, I mean, cats have 9 lives, right? So, anyhow, so Laura Lee Solomon wasn't nearly as bad as that, but she was bad. And she wound up adopting a bunch of these cats, and she wound up getting evicted for it. She basically had like... This was really fucking sad. It was like she had a home that was like a rented facility in Texas. She was in a small place in Texas, small city in Texas, and in that city she was in a apartment that only allowed 2 cats. So she had maybe 7 originally. Then she started adopting all the neighborhood cats, and then she wound up with maybe more. But at one point, somebody who was working for the apartment was coming around doing just casual checks on something, maybe maintenance checks. And or it had to be someone beyond maintenance because they actually gave a shit. So it had to be somebody who was probably, it was just completely routine. But the person just knocked on her door and rang her bell about something casual, and then happened to look in and he saw, 7 or 8 cats or 9 cats, and so she was evicted. And so then she wound up, just a whole overall general horror story. Her life spiraled at that point, and I wound up saving her literally because she had 2 suicide attempts. So I called up this friend of hers who she didn't dare to call and asked this person to take her in. Now, when I asked the person to take her in, then the person said yes. And so I called her up and said, go there now. She wants you there right now. And so she wound up stealing some stuff that belonged to me. People that had sent her things to give to me, but she wound up keeping them. And she ran my credit card down to the ground too. Not that there was much on it.
Was she hot?
No. I said she was an ugly fat lady who was just very cruel to ladies that were pretty because she hated pretty ladies. Because all these pretty ladies would come to me and say, a bit of the gigolo there and just trying to survive. And she's like, trying to chase them all away like a pit bull. I mean, she's just a fucking cunt. So anyhow, what happened was that when I was speaking to her after she had been taken in. Then of all things, having gotten her a place to live where the woman was willing to take her in and feed her and everything else, then she says, oh yeah, and she said you sounded really, really gay. And I was like, did I really, really need to hear that? Of course, when I called the woman up in the middle of the night and letting her know, oh, there's this lady who's just tried to kill herself twice, and can you take her in? I know you don't know me, but I understand you're a friend of hers. I'm sure I must have sounded fairly stressed. But, such being said, it's amazing how people describe others. Now, that's a case where basically your daughter would be justified in saying, okay, there's something wrong with this person, adding that descriptive. It's just something that doesn't need to be said. That's what I would say to your daughter, is kind of like an anecdote. However, when you're describing someone and it's neutral, then usually it's simply to add context, which can be extraordinarily important. It can really matter. It can be very important to know if someone's black, if they're in an environment where that's unusual, or if someone's gay and they're in an environment and that's unusual, or straight and they're in a gay bar. I mean, these things are part of a storytelling context that needs to be known, because otherwise half the experiences we relate wouldn't make any sense. They just wouldn't. Yeah, there you go. Something that I would share with her.
What I just told her was, honey, if you think that some of your black friends don't go home from school, it was like, I'm this really cool white girl, then you're crazy.
Up my nose again. Yeah. Coke went up my nose again. Yes.
Because I mean, it's just a description. Now, if it was derogatory, like, oh my god, I met this white trash, hopefully they would still the same way. And then I'm like, also, if you're coming off as white trash, we need to have a talk anyway. But my point is, yes, like, I think it is descriptive, but I guess it's just how we all talk, and she's at that age in her life where she's trying to be the perfect.
Oh, no, they all are. When I was, like I said, I told you about this when we were with Pete Moon the other day, so all of you listening didn't hear this conversation, but I was with Pete Moon and Brooke Gibson, the Gibson girl, the other day on the phone, and it was just us after transmission. And I was bringing up this one young lady I met in an aquarium store back when I was maintaining aquariums for my parents when they were still alive. And so this young lady I met, I remember casually when I was in discussion with the other guys who were in the aquarium store. A lot of guys work there, and I made some casual, offhanded comment, just a joke about gay people or something like that, because we're in San Francisco, it's loaded with gays. These were all a bunch of straight guys. I made some joke about something about maybe one of them was going to the gay parade recently or something like that, and they were all laughing about it. And she then asked me if I was homophobic. Like, are you a homophobe? And then after she said that, I forgot to bring this up with Peter and Brooke, but didn't matter at that time anyway. But then she followed that up with, when I'm staring at her just aghast, she follows that up with something like, my uncle's gay. my brother's gay, something like that. And I felt like putting my arm around her and saying, that's great, honey. That leaves you free for me. But I honestly thought of doing that, but I refrained. I restrained myself. And I can't remember exactly what I said to her, but I got the conversation off on a different tangent because I'm good at doing that. But yes, that's how kids can be. I mean, they're hyper alert to this sort of thing, and they want to, catch you in the act of, doing something wrong, being bad. So, honey, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, with your permission, end this call right now and call Pete, okay? And then I'll call you back later tonight if you.
No, I'll probably be asleep.
I'll call. You don't have to answer. So I'll just call, and then we'll see if you answer or not. How's that?
Yes, that's fine. I'm not doing much of the whole listening to Pete. I just can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, listening and not being involved is too boring for me.
I understood. Oh, I get it. So, let me see now. Here we are. So, with that being said, honey, I'm going to close the call for now.
Y'all have a great night. Everybody have a great night.
And she might be back. So, let's all cross our fingers. All right. Thank you. Love you too.
Good night, Doug.
Good night, honey. Okay. So, with that, we're going to bring on Pete the Moon Man. Okay. And here's the call. Breathe. Okay. There we go. This is Peter Moon, and we brought him on. How was your day? How have things been going, Peter?
Well, it's been a very interesting day. I'll briefly discuss today. It was a day of socialization, which is unusual for me.
Wow.
Of course, football in the morning, and I attended one of my best friend's birthday party.
Wow.
He turns 74 today.
Wow. Congratulations to him.
Well, congratulations to him. And of course, we had his brother and his girlfriend and his two children. Now, I was delighted to meet his children. And I think they indicated they were going to listen to your show. They didn't really know anything about me. And then, they got very curious.
Wow. Cool.
So I don't know if they're listening. This would be Dave and Eric. I was really impressed with them. Really nice kids. Of course, they're kids, not kids. They're 40s.
Delightful.
But I said it's funny when you hit our age. It's like kids in their 40s seem like kids.
Yes.
So anyway,
it's true. Yeah, go on. Yeah, everybody seems like a kid at this point. Yeah.
I'm going to follow up on Brooke's suggestion, which was that, there are some new listeners. So I'm going to start from square one and give a brief summary of who I am and what I did, and then a brief summary of who you are and what you do, you've done and what you do. So, of course, for those of you who are new and whatnot, my name is Peter Moon, and I am an author and publisher. My most well-known work is the Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, that I co-authored with Preston Nichols, a scientist who was involved in secret experiments at Montauk, New York. And he spent a lot of time trying to figure out why he had two separate timelines of memories. And his investigation of this involved the discovery of a huge radar dish at Montauk Point, Camp Hero, which was an Air Force station that by all rights was no longer legally operative, but it was operating nevertheless. And he found that these transmissions were influencing the minds of animals and people, at least as far as 100 or maybe even a little more than that miles out, extending into Connecticut and across Long Island, and would also probably be hitting Rhode Island as well. But so he discovered these, and he had two sets of memories, and he basically discovered there was a project at Montauk's Camp Hero, the Air Force Station out there, where they had been controlling mines using radar to experiment with influencing people's minds. And of course, when you can influence minds, if one accepts the precept that mind can conquer matter, this would be a classic case of it, where if you could influence the mind of people, coercively or otherwise, they could change matter. And this involved the phenomena of changing time, according to Preston's recollections and stories. So I got involved with Preston, and my unique background in Scientology, which I had been in from 1971 through 1983. That background, because it was dealing with mental phenomena, enabled me to deal with Preston Nichols and all of the mental phenomena he had going around him, because there was quite a bit of it. One of the experiences he had suffered and what had taken place at Montauk Air Force Station were the phenomena we know as implants. And of course, I had dealt extensively with implants in Scientology counseling. Of course, in Scientology, you're not dealing with live, active implants, at least you weren't at that time, whereby people are forcefully subjecting you to mental impingement. But Preston Nichols was experiencing what L. Ron Hubbard talked about, except the difference was L. Ron Hubbard was referring to these incidences happened in previous lives. He talked about implant stations on other planets. Well, here we had one right on Earth.
Right.
And so this was like, wow, this is something Hubbard didn't know about. So I had whatever aptitude I had from that. It certainly helped me deal with Preston Nichols in writing the book. So that book led to many different discoveries, and I wrote just a few years ago the silver anniversary edition of the Montauk Project, which is available on Kindle, and it's even available in hard copy now. But it's an effort to corroborate or to describe the corroboration of the Montauk Project. And that book summates the other books that were written, because there have been quite a handful of books written on Montauk Project. So what that book does, I summated them and basically demonstrated beyond any shadow of a doubt that there was a Montauk Project. In other words, there was a whole secret activity occurring out there, which we upset the apple cart on. They eventually had to acknowledge that it was a state park, which was legally sanctioned as a state park, and the New York State's Parks Commissioner had ordered the videotape that we sold about it, and they changed that base into a state park. So any secret activity that was going on out there either stopped completely or pretty much stopped, because you can now go out there and picnic on the grounds if you want, which is something you couldn't do 20 years ago.
You know, all of this is distressingly similar to the Presidio military base becoming...
I'm going to get to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Because Douglas did the same thing with the Presidio. This is one thing we have in common. Not the only thing we have in common, but it's something we have in common. We both contributed to shutting down nefarious operations, or at least the visible aspects of them. So he shut down the Presidio, and Preston and I contributed to converting Camp Hero into a state park. We contributed significantly. There was even a court case over the grounds, which Preston pursued, or won the court case. He was actually being prosecuted for a trespassing violation, which he overcame.
Wow.
And that's chronicled in the book Pyramids of Montauk. But anyway, in this, so we chronicled that there were illegal transmissions taking place at the base. We found a radar installation that was taking place on public property actively. And they tried to arrest us, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
They tried, but they couldn't because it was public property, and we weren't disturbing their equipment.
Right.
So this, and then we also had have videotape of that radar affecting birds, making them go crazy.
Wow.
That's so. Basically, we corroborated every aspect of the Montauk Project. Every aspect, in other words, mind control, influencing birds. There's plenty of mind control people you can find out. But,
yes,
and of
sadly.
course, there was the whole. It's been documented that the CIA was involved in mind control, and there was Ewan Cameron and his experiments in Montreal,
Yes.
which he did purposely over the border because he lived in Lake Placid, which isn't far from Montreal. And he would go up to Montreal at the Allen Memorial Institute and do his experiments. The CIA acknowledged this, and there was a settlement with the families. But of course, it was done out of the United States.
Right.
And it was not a fair settlement, but nevertheless, it was acknowledged. And Ewan Cameron ran the experiments. He was the cousin of Duncan Cameron's father, Alexander Duncan Cameron Sr. Of course, Duncan Cameron was the one who was involved in the experiments with Preston. He was the main psychic they would wire up to the radar and have him send out waves to influence people's minds.
Wow.
They're both passed away. Duncan and Preston passed away about 4 years ago, but we proved every aspect of the Montauk Project except for the time travel. This was something we couldn't reproduce or do. But prove. Preston always said the problem with time travel is you need a huge amount of energy to do it. Well, we published the Montauk Project in 1992. In 1999, a man walked into my life on August 11th, 1999, during a full eclipse. His name was Dr. David Anderson. He was a physicist and a time control research engineer who had basically took work he did in the Air Force. He was assigned to create a space-time model to help satellite drift, because satellites will drift in space several meters every year, and he needed to create a space-time model to stabilize these things. Based upon the work he did there, he began to conclude things as a result of what is called frame dragging, where the actual rate of time changes the further out you go on the Earth, like the rotation or the spin of the Earth. If you go out far enough, it's going to be still insignificant. But nevertheless, the time at one spot of, say, the planet, if you were in a huge orbit, it's going to be a fraction of a second off. What this means is there's time differential. Well, he was to extrapolate on that, and I'm not going to go into that now, but you can go to the Time Travel Education Center and watch 7 free videos of how this does work. 7 free videos, the Time Travel Education Center, which will demonstrate beyond any shadow of a doubt that time travel is within the bounds of ordinary math and physics, 8th grade math and physics. If you understand the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, you can understand this. So it's simple. But even though it's so simple, mainstream physics doesn't understand it. They've had a lot of misunderstandings about it. Nevertheless, he came into my life, and at that time he had a research center on Long Island in Hauppauge, and he could slow time down or speed it up in a self-contained field about the size of a soccer ball. Well, that was in 1999. I've now known him 23 years, and he is very enigmatic. He's moved in and out of my life, but he's been one of the most key influential people in my life. And he basically improved, well, he was working on improving the size and potential of his, what he called his time reactor. And he had sent me the patent application for the time reactor, which is available at the Time Travel Education Center. If anybody wants to see the patent and they can't negotiate the website, they can email me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will send them access to get the time reactor patent application. Now, this demonstrates, within the time reactor, he explains with the abstract and the accompanying documents that he solved the problem of power, harvesting energy. Because when you create a time differential, it generates an enormous amount of power. And when he did this with his time reactor, he found out that it was putting out more energy than they were putting into it. This is not regular physics. But he investigated, he figured out what he was doing, and this would solve all our energy problems. The problem is, although it would solve all our energy problems, there is so much censorship and insanity around the subject that people cannot, at least at the political levels, cannot process this information or deal with it. Or there are negative or censoring forces that, we're not even talking about time travel here and the potential benefits of time travel. We're talking about the potential benefits of creating cheap energy in magnitude. But this doesn't happen so easily. So, because of politics. And I want to say something that I once sat on a board of scientists in Long Island, and they were talking about that they had invented they had all the technology to make a 300-mile-per-hour train on Long Island. Now, right now, if you want to go from Montauk to Long Island, it'll take you about 3 hours on the train with stops and all that. Well, that could be done in 20 minutes if they had the 300-mile-per-hour train. And the only reason they didn't do it was because of politicians haggling over the influence of basically the concession rights at the train stations.
Disgusting.
We have train stations all over Long Island and separate lines. Basically, one that goes on the north. There's multiple lines that go on the North Shore, but there's two main lines: the green line that goes all the way out to Montauk, and the blue line which goes all the way out to Port Jefferson. There's trains even going out as far as Greenport on the North Fork of Long Island. So there's a lot of train stations. So if they had all of these trains, they, well, I got this guy's going to get the newspaper stand, this guy's going to get the candy stand, and all this. This is just a bunch of politicians ruining things, not because of any conspiracy, but because of greed and control. Mm-hmm. And David has said this is the problem when you get into the higher echelons of politics.
Yes.
Pettiness, greed, fear, control. So this is why we don't have any benefits of the time reactor. But by 2008, he invited me to Romania, where he invited me to lecture and participate in a camp in Romania on the Danube, held every summer. It's called Atlanticron. It's been meeting there since 1989. I typically go there every year. I returned for the first time in 3 years because of COVID. I hadn't gone. So David had invited me to that camp. He was at the camp many years. I was with him there twice. And of course, so much of my focus with regards to time has gone focused on an area in Romania, which he directed me, well, he told me about, which is sort of him directing me to it. But he didn't know that I'd already been to the area called Shaklavina Cave, where he said was the most important area on the planet with regards to time phenomena. And there's evidence in the cave of sediment, which indicates that a time reactor discharge occurred there 200 or 2,000 years ago by reason of sediment analysis. And I was just in that cave. It took me years to get into that cave for various different reasons I won't go into. We've talked about it in detail on the transmissions, but basically I got into that cave last summer. I was with David's wife, and we had quite an adventure. I introduced her to the area, and there's a scout camp near the area that we stayed at, and I will be returning to next summer, hoping to get David there if I can. Certainly, I think he will visit the cave. I don't know if he'll visit there at the same time I will. I would be very surprised if he doesn't visit Romania next August. Whether or not he will be with me or not is a completely different issue. But so anyway, there is so much more to this. This is just a general overview of who I am and what I do with regards to investigating time travel. Now, part of what I include in the Silver Anniversary edition of the Montauk Project is when I began to investigate the project with Preston, there were two avenues of investigation. One was just a straight journalistic investigation, which Preston participated in quite extensively, even documenting with video footage some of the points I already mentioned, the result of which was getting the base turned into a state park. Now, there was another phenomena I encountered investigating this, and this was the phenomena of the occult and synchronicity or coincidences. And of course, so many of the coincidences that came up concern coincidences of names, of Cameron, the name of Duncan Cameron, his last name, Aleister Crowley, the great or infamous magician who fashioned himself as the Antichrist, and numbers like 666. All of these led me to L. Ron Hubbard's old magical partner, Marjorie Cameron, who the primary instigator of these experiments that he was participating in was Jack Parson, Marjorie Cameron's wife. He was the co-founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the father of our space program in many respects. So I, met her and had a friendship with her for 2 years before she passed away in 1995. But so I got involved with the occult. And my Scientology background, particularly my ability to understand in clear words, which with etymologies really was helpful, because if you study the magic of Aleister Crowley, he will say that etymology is a basic fundamental of studying magic. And of course, magic is the idea of putting out an intention and getting that intention to happen. Now, the aspects of etymology also very interesting, because one of my favorite authors is Philip Jose Farmer, and he wrote a book series called World of Tiers, Tiers.
Yes.
A world of multiple levels. Instead of a round planet, it was more like a pyramid with different levels. But in the third series of that book, I believe it's the third book of that series rather, the main character turns out to, in his life back on Earth, was a professor of etymology or linguistics. And he talks about the significance of etymology with time travel. Fascinated me. I never forgot it. I said, what the hell does etymology have to do with time travel? I don't know. But it always fascinated me. So I always took a strong interest in etymology, which is of course, the origin of words.
Yes.
Where they come from.
I believe the third volume was Dark Design, but go on. Yes.
No, it wasn't Dark Design. It was behind, I think, The second one was, I think it was Behind the Walls of Terra.
Okay.
But I don't know. It was not Dark Design. That was one of the names of, I think, Riverworld books.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, that's my confusion. My bad. Go on. Yes.
But I think it's Behind the Walls of Terra. But the third book was one of my favorites. But I liked all the books in that series. And so anyway, now etymology is also important when you study magic by reason of Hebrew magic, which is, even though Hebrew magic is a great part of occult magic, people don't think of Hebrew rabbis as occultists. But they are, in a different sense, not in the typical sense. They wear robes, they do magic stuff, but it's not in the context of your dark Aleister Crowley magician who's, something that, has a lot of ceremony and all this sort of thing.
Right.
But I would say that the occult magicians like Aleister Crowley had a deep respect for Hebrew Kabbalah. And in any case, Kabbalah deals with a subject which is called gematria, which is the meaning of words or numbers as they relate to words, and all of this correspondences. It's quite an extensive subject. But to go beyond that, so I was deeply involved in investigating occult phenomena, which can be very dangerous. Now, at the same time, I was not greeted with open arms by the mainstream media. And all of this success, and the only reason I've been able to survive as a writer was because there was a popular success with people like to read this information because it's very interesting. So that gave me a lot of, I guess what you get, grassroots power to become an author and a publisher on these subjects. There's a whole other aspect to Romania I'm not going to go into in this talk because this is just a brief overview of who I am. But I published 7 books by a Romanian author of a secret department in Romania called Department Zero, which has been involved in penetrating the inner earth. It's fascinating stuff, reaching Shambhala and on this train of investigation. That's fascinating, but I'm not going to digress into that, as interesting as it is. But when I talk about the mainstream never embracing me, and when they have, I guess what you call, not embraced me, but had me on a couple of shows, they don't tell the story. They manipulate it so that it gets changed, and they screw with it. So basically, one of the main character, the main character who was behind and the media has loosened up towards me lately, but I have not chosen to embrace it or its inherent problems. And one of the reasons, and if I did move forward, they're not going to embrace my current activities with Douglas Dietrich. But the reason that I was so shunned by the media, the main reason, was a man named Michael Aquino, Colonel Michael Aquino, who was one of the most influential people in not only the government you don't see, but in the U.S. Army. He wrote the Satanic Chaplain's Handbook.
Yes.
He was the founder of the Temple of Set, which identified with everything dark and worse. It's thought to be worse than Satanism.
Yes.
And Michael Aquino was, the head occultist, if you will, at the Presidio military base in San Francisco.
Yes.
And I had said, when I got early involved in the Montauk Project in the early 90s, I said, and I wasn't referring to the Presidio, I was referring to San Francisco itself. I said, this is just one big Montauk Project in and of itself, because I had lived in and around that area, and I knew what it was like. A fascinating area it's in terms of its pop culture and whatnot, and I've always thought it was a very weird area. But the military base was so much involved with so much weird experiments going on that included child abuse, but were not limited to that. So Douglas Dietrich, and we will now digress. It's not a digression. It's part 2 of Square One, where who is Douglas Dietrich and why am I on the show with him? Well, Douglas took down the Presidio military base by exposing the activities of Michael Aquino, and he worked with Michael Aquino. He was assigned to serve him because he was a Defense Department research librarian at the Presidio military base. The Defense Department had its own library on the base, and he was trained to be a librarian. He was also assigned to burn documents. Yes. And documents, he was a documents destruction specialist. Now, most people don't realize the government has people assigned to destroy documents. And of course, when he destroyed these documents, he would read them. And this has resulted in, and he would also leak the information when and where appropriate. And this has been a fascinating new development in my career. But it's also a very sensitive issue because this is stuff the media will not touch. So to the degree that I've broken through with the mainstream, with the Montauk work, and they will acknowledge it to a certain degree, they're not going to embrace, I'm not going to sit there and, be Mr. Montauk or something like that and just talk about that and stay there. I have to go beyond because this is what was, Douglas is exposing the man who was opposed to what I was doing all these years.
Yes.
And Michael Aquino is a whole subject in and of himself. Yes. So this is why I'm working with Douglas, because he has a plethora of information. It's very controversial. He is very controversial. In fact, the more you learn about Douglas Dietrich's world, and we were talking about some of it privately after the last transmission, when he's telling the truth, it can be very polarizing to people's comfort zone and their world. So one has to, in working with him, one has to constantly wrestle with, the value of, what do you say and what do you not say? And on these broadcasts, we don't hold back too much.
Right.
Because we have an audience who is familiar with us or is willing to roll with it. And there's a lot of work we have to do. So that's a brief overview of who and what I am. So, Douglas, I will, go for about 15 minutes or so. It would be my recommendation. If you need to go longer, and just give a brief introduction, summary of, you could go on and on and on. But give a brief idea to somebody who's never heard of you, and say who and what you are.
Sure. Basically, let's put it this way. Peter Moon has been very gracious, and honestly, as I said, it's incredible just how similar his accomplishments are to mine. His on the East Coast, mine on the West. The primary difference being that Peter's worked with a lot of very special people with an unbiased perspective. He's been able to work with them without judging them, because that was the kind of training he received back when Scientology was still very operative, before it became essentially hijacked and became what it is today. And L. Ron Hubbard was not necessarily completely in control, but still very influential. And there was a lot of things that he was trying with the best of intentions to change about the way people self-improved or treated themselves. And to a great deal, he succeeded while he was alive, as is evidenced by Peter Moon and what he was able to not only accomplish for himself, but also his helping others like Preston Nichols to communicate. One of the people he mentioned working with was Dr. David Lewis Anderson, whom at the time that I was working with Michael Aquino, which you've been briefly introduced to Michael Aquino through Peter, and it's important to realize that Peter, in a sense, really doesn't do this villain, super villain, really, justice. It's a way to introduce this individual because he's such an important part of my life, and therefore an important part of all your lives without your knowing it, because of the kind of influence he's had on you that you're completely unaware of. This is a man who wrote the Chaplain's Handbook for all branches of service. So it's important to remember that every branch of service uses the same Chaplain's Handbook written by this man to expedite the spread of Satanism throughout the military, something far worse than Satanism. But at the time that he wrote, Satanism was the way it was described. And this was so that every Jewish rabbi, every Catholic chaplain, every Protestant deacon, or whatever religion was represented by the spiritual council of the military branch of service, they were understanding orders to step back and stand down whenever a satanic chaplain appeared. So when Michael Aquino was the chief occultist at the Presidio military base, that's one way to describe it. As important as the Presidio military base was, the Pentagon of the West, the largest and most important military base outside of the Pentagon, it was also important to remember that he was the chaplain at the highest level of consul for the entire Department of Defense, for the entire U.S. war machine, all branches of service. And therefore, this was a man of immense power over the very soul of the military. And he was someone as well who considered Dr. David Lewis Anderson an arch rival for budget. And so Dr. David Lewis Anderson's name came up periodically, and it came up as someone that was a figure of annoyance to Michael Aquino, because Michael Aquino was presenting his own budget prospectus that was in competition with David Lewis Anderson. And so he was also active, operationally active, as assertively as he could be, to sabotage Dr. David Lewis Anderson. And I have no doubt that a lot of David Lewis Anderson's problems with getting anything done was based on a lot of Michael Aquino's original machinations. So we're talking about a man who has probably denied us a lot of cheaper energy through his machinations just by that alone. And that alone being said, you have some of the context for the world that I entered into. And it was a world that I was brought into without my knowledge and without my consent, because I was born with a very unique background. My mother's Asian background was very important in terms of Asian politics throughout the Second World War, and very decisive, very historically impacting. And my father, of course, had his own background that, in terms of his father, was involved with Satanism and therefore already connected to Michael Aquino. So I was someone who was observed since effectively birth. And because my father was still on active duty in the military at the time that I was born, it had an impact on the way I was perceived and the kind of information that they had available to them at the time that I was born. And when we moved here to the United States, the situation was such, after what happened in upstate New York, where my father's biological father, I use this term because my father was my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, but he was not necessarily my biological father. In fact, almost certainly wasn't, and we've gone deep into that story before, without going into the details of that right now because it can be very distracting. Basically, my father's father tried to sexually assault me when I was young. This was after my witnessing his sexually assaulting my older sister, without necessarily being conscious of what was happening. He tried to take me on when I was 3 years of age and my teeth were coming in, and I tore his penis off with my teeth. At which point we were told essentially that he was dying and that we had to get out of town as quickly as possible because people would not react well to this. And I only found out literally decades later that he survived that, but barely, and that he was kept on life support for what might have been the next 3 to 5 years. I never found out the exact details of even how long he was kept alive, but suffice it was long enough for everybody to make certain they all got their cut of what was a very large will, from which the father who raised me, we can think of him as poor dad. If we think in terms of that term, poor dad, rich dad, poor dad, he would have been my poor dad. I never met my biological father, but my understanding, of course, is that he was had a much more, shall we say, a much more prosperous life than the man who raised and guided me did. But my father was so cut off from communications with my family. And remember, all of you may have a hard time understanding this who are younger, even older people who just take things for granted and really don't pay attention to how the world evolves around them. All of this was really before the internet existed. All of this was when you could truly cut off communications with family and maintain a blackout. And my father being the black sheep of the family, this was maintained. No one was communicating with him, and he wasn't communicating with them. So he had no idea that his father had survived. So that being said, when I was growing up, I was brought into liaison with Colonel Michael Aquino because he had requested it when I had become a librarian's assistant at the Presidio military base. And that was the end of my life as I knew it. Not that my life had anything good going on in the beginning. I was being raised in a ghetto, which was the most dangerous area in the world. Anybody who thinks otherwise has just never been there. San Francisco's Tenderloin was given that name because cops were paid hazard pay to patrol it, so they could all afford tenderloin steak every night. Hence, it was called the Tenderloin Patrol. And so that district is one of the most dangerous areas in the world. For those of you who don't know, the FBI has declared that San Francisco is one of the highest crime rated city in the United States, which means it's got to be one of the most dangerous cities in the world. And the Tenderloin's the most dangerous area of that. So it's bad news. So growing up in that area in what was a foul and unhealthy and completely vermin-ridden environment, and then being exposed to Michael Aquino's influence, I had a real bad start in life. Let's just put it that way. All such being said, had a number of experiences where I exposed what was going on at the Presidio military base. And like the Montauk area, it was shut down ultimately because they simply could no longer hide all of the derangements and dysfunctions and atrocities ongoing on site. So they simply shut it down, literally bombarded many of the tunnel's entrances. In fact, every one that was of any import, they sealed by literally blowing it shut, concretizing it over, and rendering the tunnel systems that just were, shall we say, pervasive beneath the Presidio from the days of the conquistadors when they were using Native Americans as slave labor to mine for gold. All of these systems are completely inaccessible for the foreseeable future. And they turned these into a picnic site that they call the Tunnel Tops. So like Montauk, you can go to the Presidio, which is now public land and a public park area. However, I'm presuming differently from Montauk, it is, as I understand it, the only national parkland which leases to private industry in a profoundly perverse arrangement, where they've managed to turn it into the site for the much of the headquartering of many activities for both Disney and what used to be Lucasfilms, later Industrial Lights and Magic, and now purchased by Disney. So all of this is profoundly sinister in and of itself. And many of the atrocities that happened to myself at the Letterman Army Medical Center, such as human experimentation that was performed on myself, the building in which it took place is completely demolished. All evidence of what happened to the children who were ritually abused and gang raped at the daycare center and many of these other places of horror are physically demolished. Let
me insert something here, Douglas. And one of the things is Michael Aquino was fingered and pointed to for all this child abuse. And it was very clear that he was doing it because kids were able to identify his apartment where he had a dungeon or torture chamber.
Yes.
And they told about it. And when they raided Michael Aquino's house, it was exactly as the children had described it. So there was no mistaking that they had been abused in his house.
Yes.
But the Army chose not to investigate or in any prosecution of him and declared him out of bounds to the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, who was pursuing the case on the grounds of national security. So this makes the Army, what's the word?
Yeah, the least we could accuse them of is aiding and abetting, but they're really enabling. They're essentially participatory. They're co-perpetrators.
There's no question of that because, and of course, what the DA did was prosecute Gary Hambright, the individual who was participating in the abuse as well, but he was a scapegoat, a guilty scapegoat, because he had a independence. Although he worked on the base, he was not Army.
Right.
And so they prosecuted him, but he died of AIDS in the process. So this was all in the papers and everything about Gary Hambright and Aquino, but they weren't able to take him down because he was very powerful.
Yes, and there's an immediacy to all of this, just so people understand this. Everything that Peter Moon says is absolutely correct. Just to add some context, when it comes to Gary Willard Hambright, he was busted thanks to my taking him down through describing to Inspector Sndy Gallant of the San Francisco Police Department what he was doing at the Presidio military base, and also the fact that he maintained child pornography on site San Francisco Unified School District property, specifically at the John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, which at that time was in a completely different location. If you were to look up John O'Connell, a Vocational Institute of Technology today, you'd find that it's in a completely different area of San Francisco than it historically was for generations. For generations, it was maintained first as in what was once an Irish mission district, and that faded to a very pale green within several generations and became the barrio of San Francisco. And at that time, John O'Connell became known as San Quentin Prep. It was basically a joke. No one would ever graduate from John O'Connell and become employed in the trade that they were supposedly learning, which nobody was learning any trade there that would ever get them hired. My own major was commercial illustration. It wasn't my first major. I laterally transferred, but it was the major that I spent the most time on. And basically what I was doing was I was illustrating pornography before I was of age to purchase it. And this is why I had access to the child pornography that was maintained on site by many other people, but most certainly the largest collection belonged to Gary Willard Hambright, who was ultimately busted for that. When he was put on trial for other crimes, he was federally indicted by a federal grand jury, for no less than 14 assaults against children, all of them under 4 years of age. He would have been indicted for hundreds more, but he died of AIDS while on trial, and it was concluded that he had infected over 500,000 children, well over 500, with AIDS. Understand that the Child Daycare Center took care of well over 1,500 children on any given day. This was at the Presidio military base alone. And that at that time, the U.S. Army alone was taking care of 100,000 children a day in their daycare centers, which were nothing other than a child meat market in child trafficking. All over the world, in bases in West Germany, bases in Korea, bases in Okinawa, bases in Panama, etc. So when it came to the horror of this, as Peter said, the children identified the home, not an apartment, but a home that Michael Aquino owned, within walking distance of where I live now. For anybody who has found that suspect in the past, and you wouldn't believe the kinds of attacks we get, understand that just by conveying this news, people hate me, and then they attack me immediately. When I was interviewed by a white supremacist named Henrik Palmgren, and that's not a slander or a defamation of his character. This is something he proudly became, was a self-identified white supremacist who was ultimately taken off YouTube for advocating genocide. When I was interviewed by Henrik Palmgren, who butchered my interview and took out an hour of it, I was mentioning these facts, and you could see responses from his audiences that, oh, why should we listen to a man who worked with child molesters? If he worked with child molesters, then he had no trouble with them, so we can't trust him. And this leaves no room for anyone to become a public informant, to become a whistleblower. It's just basically you're condemned for carrying the message. But well beyond that.
Well, yes, and worse than that is he is aiding and abetting the child molestation by fighting the exposition of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it makes him actually work as bad.
He ultimately turned out to be an affiliate of Michael Aquino, no surprise, and who helped him get his U.S. citizenship. But that being said, that's almost collateral and peripheral, but nevertheless, it shows you the immediacy of this. This is very immediate in the sense that these are things I've been dealing with since that was before Michael Aquino died that I was interviewed by Henrik Palmgren, but nevertheless, since his death, which has been fairly recently, there's still this ongoing assault upon my life and Peter's, to an extent, anyone affiliated with myself, by his cult, his followers, who have been proven to be a network openly operating, not even bothering to hide themselves, and thankfully they paid the price for that. It paid the price for their arrogance and their overextension, their overconfidence, which they became intoxicated with. But when it comes to the point to be made here, one of many, when it comes to something like when I bring up the fact that his home is in walking distance on Leavenworth Street from my home on Green Street in San Francisco, people need to understand that San Francisco is extraordinarily small. It's one of the most congested cities in the world, the second most congested city in the United States next to New York City. So everything is theoretically in walking distance. We're on a peninsula. So understand that people try to make something of that as if that means something. When I say he was in, theoretically, any celebrity like Nicolas Cage who lives on Van Ness Street, or at least owns an apartment there, is within walking distance of my home. I could walk to any of these homes. But so don't make anything of that, as so many crazies do. But the point is that within walking distance of my home on Leavenworth Street, Inspector Glenn Pamphloff raided Michael Aquino's home. And the FBI had already concluded that all of the children were telling the truth because they took them on drive-bys, and they would always identify that home. What they described in terms of the home, Inspector Glenn Pamphloff of the San Francisco Police Department confirmed in his reports. And the fact is, all the children told the truth. And the reality is that, again, it was SFPD, just as in the case with Gary Willard Hambright, not any feds, not the FBI, that raided Michael Aquino's home. It was local authorities that took action. The feds would do nothing. And when it came to what happened ultimately, was the repercussions of this were profound. Not only was Michael Aquino defended by the U.S. government and said to be above the law, for reasons of not just national but international security, the fact that he was a member of the World Affairs Council, the fact that he was a standing officer in NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Command, where he was doing human child trafficking trading in Europe, where a relative of his, an Aquino who was in charge of the European mafia, basically operating out of Spain, was assassinated. You can look this up. Aquino assassinated in Spain, España, head of the mafia there. He had underworld connections in the Philippines, where one of his relations was the president, and ran off with all the national gold that he could grab to Thailand. This was a man who had underworld connections across the world. His family was pure raw evil. Aleister Crowley had nothing on him. So when it comes to this level of power, the ultimate result was that the state of California, one of the largest economies in the world, larger than that of the United Kingdom, in terms of California's economy alone, we come only after Japan, Germany, China, and the United States. California declared that all child testimony from the point forward of Michael Aquino's accusation, mass accusation by thousands of children, all child testimony would be rejected. So Samuel Arola can attest to this. He was in a trial just, not too long ago. He would describe it when he comes on later in the night, perhaps.
Sammy Romero.
Oh, Sammy Romero is a man who appears on our show, just so people understand. He's one of these...
Arola. You mispronounced it.
No, Sammy Romero, not Arola. Daniel Arola is someone
else. You said
Arola. Did I?
Arola.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Daniel Arola, of course, that's someone else who was working with us for a while, and of course was someone who doesn't even bear speaking about at the moment.
But it's important to point out, without singling out Daniel, is that so many of the people who have co-hosted or helped with this show have turned against Douglas for attacking Aquino.
Yes.
They've been saying, what Douglas is being mean to Aquino. It's not being fair to Aquino. And this is ridiculous. This is how ingrained Aquino's powers in people. There's nothing good about this man, yet people will say, Douglas is bad. Aquino was good.
Yeah, this is incredible. No, Peter's point needs to be emphasized. When I made the mistake I did, and I met Sammy Romero as the man who had to be in court as a member of a jury recently, and as he said, child testimony was brought in about something profoundly serious, and the court automatically said, we do not accept testimony from children. So this is, in other words, you can do anything you want to a child in California. You can rape them, torture them, keep them in a cage. And this has been done. And their testimony against you will be automatically dismissed. You have a right to do anything you want to a child in California. Anything. Up to and including killing them. All of this, the other impact that Michael Aquino has had on your world that you don't know about. Sandy Gallant, inspector for the San Francisco Police Department. She was known to be an expert in occult crime. No point in going into the story of how that was recognized, but it had to do with the case of voodoo and the attempt to raise a zombie from a dead body that was discovered in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. She was someone who connected it to voodoo, predicted someone would try to steal the body, reunite it with its severed head, and create a zombie thereby. Everyone laughed at her. They put a guard on it overnight in the coroner's office. That guard died, was killed, protecting that body. And that body was never reunited with its severed head. He fought off what appeared to be a gang of people, at least two, who killed him, slashed him to death, but prevented them from getting that body. After that, she became world-renowned as an expert in occult crime. She wrote an entire handbook on it. And this handbook was put into the ring binders of police departments all over the United States, including federal agencies. But Aquino sent his man, James Channon, who's portrayed by George Clooney in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, as a hero. And James Channon went to every federal department, the largest constabularies like LAPD, and said to them, just as you don't implicate the Roman Catholic Church every time a Roman Catholic robs a bank or kills someone and drops a religious medallion of the Virgin Mary, Mother Madonna on site, you don't implicate the Catholic Church in that crime. Therefore, you must dismiss all religious evidence of satanic crime. And they all said that's less work for us, and they all went for it. Tore that book on occult that book on occult crime, that handbook, that manual on how to identify and deal with it, tore it out of their ring binders, and threw it away, just incinerated the majority of copies. I was found, of course, a copy thereof, still with parts of it censored out, by Lena Shea. No surprise. Turned out she was working with, of course, Michael Aquino. And all of these people who have turned against me, who have been affiliated with this show in the past, trying to make it look as if somehow I'm paranoid by turning against me and saying I'm bad, Aquino good. These are people who then say, oh, Aquino is worthy and Douglas is not worthy of him. We're talking about an individual who was accused by children of eating infants, roasted on spits. We're talking about a man who I personally saw eating adult cadavers. This is an individual who's a cannibal and a child rapist. And I'm considered somehow not worthy of this individual in their eyes. It shows you where their standing is, where their mentation is. And these are people who automatically defend Gary Willard Hambright. Now understand what I said. Gary Willard Hambright was federally indicted. There is no question of that man's guilt. This is a man who legally is understood to be guilty. Michael Aquino himself is still listed on the CID, the Criminal Investigative Division of the U.S. Army, as a suspect in the crimes against all of these children. They never took his name off because they wanted something to hold against him. So he sued to get his name removed from that suspects list. He sued his own army, and he lost. And, of course, that's because at that point he severed from the army. They wouldn't promote him any further. He laterally transferred to the NSA, an intelligence agency dealing with communications. This has impacted my own communications with anyone affiliated with myself profoundly. And because their powers as a secret state, a state within a state, the deep state, their powers are being abused to be activated against citizens like myself, public informants, rather than being used for the purpose of national security. So when it came to Michael Aquino, national security, not only did he get child testimony thrown out of anything in California, he arranged it through James Channon so that occult crime is never pursued. In fact, they destroy the evidence. This means that any headless body found in the middle of a pentagram drawn in human blood, they will hose the blood away. And they'll take the body and treat it like a regular crime. Oh, the head's just missing. Somebody went psycho and cut off some guy's head. We found a dead girl's body, and it was found with a goat's head in place of her severed head. This happens every day. Every day. And they will throw that evidence away because it would implicate freedom of religion. It would impinge on the freedom of religion of Satanists who have a 007 license to kill you, to abduct your children, and torture them to death. That is how he's impacted your world. There is a certain group of satanic, cultist, predators, many who have been on my program, volunteering their services to sabotage it as much as they could, in a mass mobilized effort in which literally a score of them mobilized against myself. Many of them are now in federal prison for what they've done. These people are criminals, but they got away with it all their lives, so they thought they could unite, over-intoxicated in their impunity, against myself to bring me down. But they're just human hand grenades. As Aquino used to say, I use stupid people the way stupid people use guns. They were expended, and they've paid the price. Obviously, I wouldn't be here now if I wasn't always the last man standing. And I am the last man standing because I usually have a lot of evidence to back up what I say. Circumstantial, if I can't bring it to you directly. And what's so interesting is all these people recently who were assailing me were saying, Gary Willard Hambright was innocent. A man who infected 500,000 children with AIDS. The only reason you don't know about this was because it was the age before the internet. Those families burnt the child daycare center to the ground. The Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency was called in to investigate that arson because the U.S. Army was no longer trusted. The U.S. Army cried jurisdiction and said, well, it happened on site, our property. So even though the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms declared it was arson, the U.S. Army said, it was an accident. All of those parents, all of those families were transferred to hell and gone, to bases all over the world, and we had a lot more bases back then. So you could never hear the story. They never were able to unite and talk about how their children were mass murdered by people like Gary Willard Hambright infecting their children with deadly diseases. Back when AIDS was a death sentence that took out its vector, Gary Willard Hambright. Yet my own gang stalkers, the people who were on this show and then mobilized against myself, said, he's the best. Aquino's the best. Now, they're obligated to defend the guilty because they themselves are the guilty. Understand that my enemies are your enemies. That's what's important to know about myself. That's the message to take home. And aside from that, I need your help. I definitely am going to overextend myself naturally this month in finances. It is my birthday coming up in a matter of days. I'll be spending it with you, the birthday eve night, October 19th. And whatever help you can provide this month financially, as KP did, the $30 he provided, whatever you can provide, just do it. It will be appreciated. It will be needed. So from my birthday eve day evening on the 19th this Wednesday through to my birthday morning on the 20th, I'll be with you, my extended electronic family. Peter Moon will be with us. We'll have a bit of a celebration online on transmission. But beyond that, to get through the month and make it through to the next, I want you all to understand how important it is to get our latest book and prepare yourselves to purchase the book that Peter's going to be putting out eventually that we're working on now. And all of this has to do with what we're describing, the contributions Peter and I myself have made, aside from what happened with shutting down the Presidio and their mockery of you by using your taxpayer dollars to maintain it as a national parkland on which you could picnic on top of the tunnels, beneath which there are hundreds, if not thousands, of dead bodies. Children. Go back far enough, Native Americans, back to the times of the conquistadors. That would include children that they also enslaved to dig for gold. Adults were often not large enough to fit into the subtunnels. Child labor in tunnels is historically infamous. Think of the coal mines in Britain where they used children to drag these carts full of coal through tunnels that an adult couldn't fit into and get out alive. That's what the Spaniard conquistadors did with Native American children, the Ohlone tribe, now lost to history. Then it was what was done at the Presidio thereafter. All the children who vanished. That site is, of course, haunted beyond experience. I'd shudder to think what experiences people have who live there now, where they lease out basically a kind of condominium setup. And there's people who are trying to raise families there. They have no idea what they're on top of. They have no idea of its history. That isn't part of whatever pamphlets they're presented in terms of real estate. I don't even know how they access any of those pamphlets. You're talking about property that's on a national parkland. Somehow there's private dealers that have an arrangement with the U.S. government and the city and county of San Francisco to deal in private property there. You want to hear about just a minor trivial detail to show you what they can get away with. Today, there's this animal cruelty affiliated with, that kind of duck liver pate of some sort that's made by holding the duck at its throat in a machine and pumping them full of fat until the duck gets all this fatty tissue around its heart, and then its meat becomes very delectable. They don't allow that to be served in the city and county of San Francisco because it's an animal cruelty product. You can buy it in the Presidio. You can get away with things in the Presidio today you can't get away with anywhere else. Add that to its history of experimentation on dogs, humans, myself! And you have a history that, well, just look it up. Don't take my word for it. John Henry Hagman, medical doctor. Here's an example. Here's an individual who took all the blood out of my body, replaced it with experimental plasma. I clinically died when he did that. When I reanimated, I was completely white, ghost white, bleach white, sheet of paper white. It took months, well over half a year, for my bone marrow to process that artificial plasma into something where I looked remotely human again, with any kind of blush or coloration to my skin. And John Henry Hagman, the man responsible for that atrocity, he's an individual who we've had Satanists who proudly portrayed themselves on YouTube exchanging communications with Michael Aquino, like the multi-millionaire Stephen Outrim, claiming, oh, John Henry Hagman was never on site, the Presidio military base. Think about this. Letterman Army Medical Center was where they trained a quarter of all U.S. Army doctors. 25% of all U.S. military doctors were trained at Letterman Army Medical Center. That's the reason for so much human experimentation. They don't follow the Hippocratic Oath. If you're a military doctor, you're absolved of the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. Dr. John Henry Hagman was a medical instructor. Not just any doctor, but the man who taught military doctors. To say he was not on site at the Presidio military base is like saying it's impossible for a Roman Catholic priest to ever appear inside of a church. That man had to be at the Letterman Army Medical Center. It's where he trained military doctors. These people are counting on your ignorance to make claims that are literally impossible.
What's so important about this is that, yeah, this is just not information that people would be inclined or susceptible to even learning. And of course, Douglas is a living memory card to all of these things. And the importance of it cannot be overstated. And I also want to say, Douglas was asking for your donations. These donations don't go to me. But you go to his website, douglasdietrich.com, and you hit the donate button in the upper right-hand corner, the yellow one. The middle one goes to a dead end. But go to the yellow button in the upper right-hand corner, douglasdietrich.com, and you can make contributions to him. Thank you. But
thank you.
And thank you. We're trying to raise money for his birthday, which is October 20th. This is his birthday month. So thank you to the gentleman who contributed $30. Keep it coming, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to emphasize that I'd like to learn how to master my own website. Right now it's inactive and I'm not putting anything on it. I had someone who was helping put things on it, upload links to our shows. I'm very fortunate that many people seem to be finding their way to my channel regardless. Obviously, a lot of people were using that website to link to the shows. That can't be done for the present because the person who was managing it tried to shut down my Google account more than once. And understand, this is profound. We're talking about if they shut down my Google account, they shut down my YouTube channel. I wouldn't be here now. They would eliminate my ability to communicate with you effectively at all. They would effectively terminate my life online, which is effectively my life as a micro-influencer and a public informant. So the fact that someone would try to do this repeatedly, this was the lady who formerly managed my site. And unfortunately, many of these people were literally assigned to me to do just this sort of thing. Think about what Peter Moon just said about that button. The lady who originally designed that website was one of these people, and she set up that button as a dummy button. Now, because I'm an older man and just have to adapt as well as I can when I can to these new technologies, unlike children, like I think of them all as kids, as Peter said, who grew up with this technology, I'm victimized like this. And therefore, the only way I can get out of this situation is to master this technology. I can't do that without your help. Financially, they're demanding $774 at a discount. That's taken down from $1,000. But theoretically, I can get 6 months worth of training from Blue Sky Project, affiliated with both WordPress and Bluehost, who are hosting my site. So if somebody can provide that money, $774 specifically towards that end, that would truly help. And understand anything that would go towards that will help. And so look at what I'm dealing with. That dummy button in the direct center of the website is an excellent example of the kind of sabotage that I have to deal with. Basically, I'm assaulted every minute by these forces that are on the side of the destruction of the world. If you value your future, the future world which you want your children's children to inherit, these people are out to make certain they never get that world. They're dedicated to darkness, a new dark age of chaos and destruction. If you value life itself, then I need your help, because otherwise these people will truly be empowered without anyone to stand against them. The fact that I'm considered someone so dangerous as to be constantly assaulted, assassinated in character. And personally, I think I do enough to assassinate my own character, but they do all they can to help, to the point of the absurd where it discredits themselves. Then you should appreciate the fact that, obviously, I'm considered the greatest danger to them. I shut down the most important military base in the world outside of the Pentagon. And this shows you the level of crime that was happening on site. Peter Moon, of course, has described what he did with Montauk, and that was kind of an appetizer for what we're going to contend with now at this point in his career. And I think that what he's been through has been profound, but it's prepared him towards trying to communicate the importance of this, what he's dealing with now, to the American public. And this will literally change our world.
Montauk has so many vagaries associated with it. It's not that it didn't occur. And we did dot I's and cross T's in the book, the Silver Anniversary Edition.
Yes.
But it's more of a general accusation that's accurate.
Yes.
It gets, with Douglas's work, it gets a lot more specific. Although we're still, Aquino's passed away, and there's certain people that he points the finger to that are gone or passed away. But it's, the U.S. Army is not the friend of the American people. I don't know that it ever has been.
Thank you.
Maybe in the revolutionary days.
I doubt even then, really.
Yes, I said maybe. But what we have here is a exposing of the truth. But see, there's occult forces that influence the Army. Yes. And this is where it becomes most, occult and sinister. It's not just, the Army is a construct to execute and unleash the dogs of war.
Thank you.
That's basically what the Army does. It's not a pleasant task. Army is a part of life. The Defense Department was originally called the Department of War.
Thank you.
It's a natural function of a government to have a Department of War.
Yes.
And it's because that's going back to, Rome. It scopes out its territory.
Yes.
It's got to have territory for its people to feed off of. So there's this mindset. There's manifest destiny of the United States.
Yes.
Uh,
No,
which is-
let me try and contextualize this because it's important. Understand that when Peter Moon and I are taking on this task, this is the most difficult part that we're faced with, but the wheel will turn full circle. Understand that when it comes to what Peter talks about a lot concerning the border or whatnot, a lot of this is people can mistake it for simply some kind of conservative reactionary point. But all borders are a perimeter of defense for any nation state. So a nation state is territory. That being said, it has to defend itself as any nation state has a right to. And nation states are the manifestation of culture. And because there's different cultures on the world and different ethnic states around which nation states are centered, even if they're hybridized between a combination of ethno-nationalities, that state which is hybridized out of that maintains a territorial integrity that requires defense. There is nothing wrong or to be condemned at all about defense or about the nature of war being essentially inherent to the human condition. But most cultures have a history of a warrior ethos. Regardless of how atrocious they may behave in wartime, they still generally trace back a lineage in terms of the military waging hostilities to a warrior class. Whether it's the Prussian Junkers or the samurai, these are cultures that may be capable of atrocities, historically have performed such, but the warrior class in general maintains a professionalism that gives them a capacity to wage conflict, which bloodthirstiness has to be a part of that, or they wouldn't be able to get their job done, which is
let me put it this way.
break things and kill people. Go on.
Let me put it this way. A housewife who maintains a house and a kitchen is going to have a drawer or a cabinet where she keeps pesticides.
Yes.
To kill unwanted pests.
Yes.
And just as a domicile might include a gun rack or a gun cabinet to protect oneself. So yes, it's part of life that one would have a means to defend oneself if one, when and if one is required to do so.
Thank you. So it's not. Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes.
And of course, it's that simple.
What makes this case different in the case of the United States is that the United States, its military became very influenced by a subculture that profoundly turned it more and more towards something professionally incompetent and intrinsically corrupt. We've all seen what's happened with the Russians. And what's happened with the Russians is they have a military which was essentially their raison d'etre. The raison d'etre means their meaning for being. It was this former Soviet Union didn't even have a military-industrial complex. It was a military-industrial complex. Just like Mexico doesn't have a drug subculture or some kind of mafia, its entire economy is narcotics. So it's become a mafia culture. So, too, when you take a look at the Russians and how they're performing on the battlefield today, and you ask, why are they so bad? They were supposed to be this military power. Understand, it was all a myth. It was a myth that they have exploited. But now they can no longer hide behind that myth because it came time to face the music, to really perform, and they perform, well, they prove themselves completely incapable of performance. Your American military is exactly the same as that Russian military. They haven't come up against an equal state yet, a peer hostile, which would prove that. And the reason that you accept that they lost Vietnam, you might say, well, they came up against a pure hostile, meaning that an equal hostile state in terms of power because Vietnam was backed by the communist bloc. That's when America lost in Vietnam, but it performed nowhere nearly as badly as the Russians are today. Your America on the battlefield would, without its technology, perform that badly. And that technology comes from my home island of Taiwan. An important point to make that I was born there.
It's really well understood because, I mean, Donald Trump was able to accomplish some real surgical strikes against people. I didn't really follow it, but was he? Didn't he not?
Yes.
And wasn't that by reason of all this advanced technology? And I want to emphasize to the audience, people do not realize, Douglas just said it, but I'm going to accent it and amplify it. This technology comes exclusively, predominantly, if not exclusively, from Taiwan.
Thank you.
And Taiwan, now, we brought up Taiwan. Now, those who have listened to the broadcast in the past know the importance of Taiwan or have some idea of it. Those who are new this time, Taiwan is a political enigma. People commonly think that, oh yes, Chiang Kai-shek went to Taiwan. He was awarded Taiwan after World War II. He was the quote-unquote good guy of nationalist China who was defeated by the communists, and he was given Taiwan as a consolation prize or something. But in actual fact, if you look up the actual politics and ownership of Taiwan, it's vague. It was owned by the Japanese for the greater part of prior to World War II.
Thank you.
In the 1900s, they acquired Taiwan, or thereabouts.
1890s. Yeah.
1890s. And it was a Japanese, part of Japan, a Japanese colony during that time, and the predominant language was Japanese.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, we have Puerto Rico in the United States, except the difference between Japan and Taiwan was that Taiwan was a major, it's as if Silicon Valley was in Puerto Rico, which it's not.
Sadly.
So in any case, Taiwan is just this incredibly important place because the Japanese were using their technology, developing their technology. And again, the main language spoken there was Japanese. I don't know if it still is now. Douglas will comment on that. They do speak Mandarin there.
Yes.
I know they speak Mandarin there.
Yes.
But I'm sure there's a lot of people who do speak Japanese there.
Yes.
Could you equate it to something like, French Canada and, like a country like Montreal where they speak, it's very bilingual?
Oh, any analogy would help. Its parallels would apply, certainly. Just so people understand, the communist Chinese on mainland China are doing their best to make the language accessible to all of the different minorities in China itself. A lot of people are not aware that China is not ethnically homogenous. It's loaded on the mainland with hundreds of minorities. There are literally historically thousands of dialects. So to make the Mandarin Chinese language accessible, they've dumbed it down. So it's like a parallel here would be the language of Afrikaans, which was spoken by white South Africans. And that is simply baby Dutch. It's frontier Dutch, Dutch spoken to the 4th or 8th grade level. Quebecois is what, if you were to visit Quebec, you would, as a foreigner, if you were a foreigner, an outsider, you would get the impression that you couldn't thrive there unless you spoke impeccable French. But what sounds like impeccable French to you is basically frontier French. Most French from the continent would think of Quebecois French as like French to a 4th or 8th grade level, basically a kind of frontier French. It's different from what they would call Parisian French. So when it comes to mainland China, they are now speaking at that level of Chinese. Whereas on Taiwan, they maintain classical Mandarin Chinese, from which we got the term Mandarins, as in royalty or nobility, the scholar or academic nobility of China that ruled for thousands of years, no matter which dynasty. They were dependent on an academic bureaucracy. And these rulers, the functionary administrators of empire, were the mandarins. And therefore, Mandarin Chinese was this educated elite language that became the national language. In Chinese, it's called 沃野, or 普通话. So in Taiwan, they speak it classically, so they're able to, if necessary, iterate the classics. But your average mainlander Chinese cannot do that. At the same time, they are Japanese acculturated. So their attitude is very Japanese in many respects. But their language is Chinese. Their identity is changing now, and it's going through a lot of convolutions that I personally am not happy about, because they're trying to disambiguate themselves from mainland China. They're no longer teaching, in many cases, ancient Chinese history, which is very disappointing to me. They're trying to instead identify more as a almost Oceanian or Polynesian culture, because it has been proven anthropologically that all of Oceania and Melanesia, meaning Indian Ocean culture to Madagascar, is descended from Taiwan. You can look up the Taiwan origin theory for the Pacific, and you will find that all of the Oceanian, the Polynesian, Micronesian, and Melanesian cultures, not Melanesian because that's very black, very different ethnicity, but the rest of the Oceanian cultures are basically descended from Taiwan alone as the origin island. So Taiwan had an ancient empire. Anthropologically, we'll get into this later, they are beginning to prove that the ancient Taiwanese myth about little brown people is real. They found the anthropological remains recently, which has been enormous. It's proven that their myths of a fairy-like folk are quite real. That being said, in terms of Taiwan, the important aspect is that I was born there, and it is obviously a topical point. Everything that we say about the Presidio, about my birthplace in Taiwan, all of this has immediate effect on your world. And as Peter said, even though microchips are manufactured in a few other places, namely California and South Korea, it's nowhere near the amount, and the most advanced microchips in the world are exclusively from Taiwan alone. Again, a lot of this has to do with my background.
This is very interesting, Douglas's background. We're going to touch on that in just a moment. But what I want to say is, I think people generally have an idea when it comes to making chips that, it's being farmed out to Taiwan because they do it cheap. They're just a bunch of gooks who are really good at copying things.
Oh, that's so sad.
I think this is what people think.
I get it. No, I hear you. Your point's well taken.
And you have to understand, that's not what it is. They understand the technology better.
Yes. And beyond that, just so people understand, chips are not something you can farm out to produce cheaply. This is one technology where it's not the kind of industry you're familiar with in the sense of general manufacturing. In terms of general manufacturing, if you can get a place where people work cheap, you have the China phenomenon where they became the factory floor of all the world. The joke became God made the planet Earth or whatnot, and everything else is made in China. All of that no longer applies when it comes to microchips. Microchips are the most difficult thing you can make. The only reason that they're manufactured in just 3 places on Earth, basically California, maybe a few places in Texas, where some of this is done. Caltex, Belt, and then you go to South Korea, and after that, it's all Taiwan. Japan, very little, and not even Japan is up to this level of technology anymore in that sense. So the reason why is because first you have to invest so much money. It is astronomically expensive. You have to dedicate your economy, literally form the national economy around doing this. So Taiwan's entire economy is geared towards manufacturing microchips. That is, in a very real sense, almost all they do. And as a result, they can invest in this hyper-sterile environment. Microchips have to be created in a dust-free environment where even if a microscope of dust particulate matter gets inside of these microchips, it destroys them. So you're talking about it would be like a maximum level biological laboratory that you're working in. This is why you see these people dressed in biohazard type suits dealing with microchip manufacturing. And these people are not even supposed to be in those rooms regularly. They come in to repair something or inspect. When they're in a manufacturing site, it's usually something's gone wrong. The manufacturing sites, to keep people out and to keep the dust out, are almost entirely automated. So you're talking about an entire industry based on robotics manufacturing microchips at the end point, and almost no society in the world has the money or the educational level where they can do this. So Taiwan is the highest developed civilization on Earth. Just so you understand, it is the apex of human technology. And the reason that a lot of this happened is because of an experiment that was conducted in the United States on
but you talk about the experiment.
Yes.
I think,
you can save it for another episode as well.
No, well, just, you can go to there in a second. And I want you to go there in a second. But I was going to say is, I feel that there's, intuitively that there's certain people that if they heard that, not necessarily in the listening audience, they say, what did you say that it's the highest developed technology in the world is in Taiwan. I could just see, somebody, sitting in their couch, hearing this, somebody who'd be sitting in their, what they call them, the Italian Guinea white
That's awful.
They call them the Italian white beater T-shirts.
Yeah, the white beater T-shirts.
Yeah, like you'd wear with like a basketball uniform, these undershirts, and yes. Although they probably wouldn't be Italians because Italians aren't really like that to laugh, but somebody who would be like, and he hears this about Taiwan being superior, and he kind of he'd be laughing like, of course, how could they be superior? They're just a bunch of gooks, and this is what I could see people thinking and kind of like really snickering about it. Like,
I hear you. I hear you. In all fairness, I think that many people have matured beyond that since the Japanese industrial conquest of so much of the world's economy.
I think you would be surprised.
Yeah, probably you're right. Yeah, I'm giving them too much credit.
A certain mindset. Now, of course, people who are actively involved in industry in Silicon Valley, they know the score.
Yes, it's true. Yes.
But there's still this, prejudice. But anyway, so of course the question Douglas is going to answer now was why Taiwan is so advanced. What is it that makes them so advanced? Keeping in mind, they were a Japanese colony.
Yes.
Up until the end of the war.
Yes.
And so the Japanese have a lot of technology, but there's something that they even surpassed the Japanese with. So Douglas will talk about that now.
Yeah, thank you. No, deeply appreciate it. And when it comes to just understanding the rule of in America's situation with the military, which I'm going to describe in terms of the Presidio just briefly as possible. And I want to do this briefly, and what will happen is later on we may go more into it in another episode, but this is introductory tonight. And so it's not going to be a general in-depth discussion, so don't take this as something to be dismissed. Understand whatever questions you have, send them to Peter or myself, and we will answer them. But when it comes to your military, when I talked about how America's military is different from a warrior culture, first understand that this experiment took place under the auspice of the military, and don't think of it as a warrior culture. This is not something that would happen under a warrior culture. Certainly, Japan and Germany performed inhumane experiments on human beings in wartime. But understand, there was still pragmatism to what they were doing. And the pragmatism ultimately helped the Japanese win the war. This is what we describe in the Roswell Deception. And this is not to say that what the Japanese did was justified by your code of ethics or your sense of morality. It was ruthless. It was brutal. But it was what Emperor Hirohito in particular felt needed to be done to win. And ultimately, he won. So when it came to that, Taiwan had been a colony of theirs since 1895. It would be somewhat analogous to Austria and Germany at the point when Germany absorbed Austria. And therefore, the Austrians are very Germanic. Taiwan is very similar. It has a similar Japanized culture. And in terms of Japan's conquest thereof in 1895, at that time, Taiwan was purely agricultural. Now, a lot of Americans have this stereotype of Japan that the Japanese technologized thanks to America. Now, this is just bizarre to me, and I'm sorry, just a little tangent here. People say things like, oh, there's this great guy, DeMeo, and other geniuses who went to Japan and helped it industrialize, and this is America's way of rationalizing somehow Japan suddenly overcoming them years later. And how would this work? You'd be basically, they have this stereotype that the Japanese are kind of copycats, and somehow they copycat it with no sense of originality. I say that sarcastically. American training, and then somehow got better at it. I mean, obviously this is absurd. Japanese were very inventive and simply overtook America by creativity. And we described this in the Roswell Deception. Get a copy, recommend it to your friends, make certain that it's out there and circulate it. We're counting on guerrilla marketing to do this. And it's your war. You have to fight it. And by that we mean it's your war to realize that America lost World War II. And this is when their army corrupted. Was before that in World War I, when Wilson, President Wilson, the most evil man who ever lived, the worst man in history, the only person who can rival him might be Christopher Valbo Corlambuenos, Christopher Columbus, in long-term results of genocide, but the most immediate genocide with the biggest numbers, above Stalin or Mao or Hitler, was Woodrow Wilson. And he did this by unleashing the so-called American Army and Navy flu. That was actually the real name, the so-called Spanish flu. And we went into that in the book, read the book, and it's definitive. It's something that we could go in far more in depth than we have. But nevertheless, that Spanish flu killed 200 million people worldwide. So at that moment, when Woodrow Wilson unleashed that biological weapon, your military corrupted. It was no longer a warrior culture. It was now an extermination machine. And when that extermination machine was trying to wage World War II, it did so with an exterminatory objective. Kill the Axis populations entirely. Exterminate them. Wipe them from the face of the earth. And the Germans and Japanese had to defend themselves any way they could. With the German government, it was ultimately by exile of the government, by an exodus. With the Japanese, they won upon the surface world. One of the remnants of that culture was the nationalist Chinese, whose government, as we outline in the book quite professionally and in great detail, and we could go in much more detail if we had to, the Japanese wiped the Americans off the map in mainland China, destroyed their air bases, isolated the wartime capital of Chiang Kai-shek at Chongqing, and he was forced to switch sides. Just as the Italians switched sides to the Allies in World War II, the Romanians as well, China switched sides to the Axis. At that moment, it became impossible for the Allies to win the war. This was because they were facing, even if they invaded the Japanese home islands, which would have been impossible, simply because, reflect upon this, all the ships they used at D-Day, they had to have an equal amount of ships just to conduct the invasion into Okinawa, which was an island that was minuscule compared to the Japanese home islands. And that cost them 80% of their troops before they even hit the beach. So the Japanese home island invasions would have been impossible. This is why people say, oh, that's why we resorted to the bomb. We go into the book as to why not only did that not work, because there was no military targets really available on the home islands, it did nothing to stop the Japanese war machine, which was overwhelmingly on the Chinese mainland. It also, the Americans didn't have a monopoly. The Axis also had nuclear weapons. And this and biological weapons helped them force the Americans to sue for peace. That's why you lost the Department of War and wound up with a Department of Defense. Well, that department had heavy connections to China, despite the fact that the Japanese gave the island of island China, Taiwan, over to Chiang Kai-shek. The Japanese gave him that island, not the Americans. The Americans were nowhere near that island. They weren't on it to give it away. So the Japanese were, and they gave it to Chiang Kai-shek so he could retreat there, and by providing him a holdfast, he offered them to maintain their bases on mainland China for the next half-decade while he transferred his population to Taiwan. And during this time of exodus, the Japanese, throughout the next 5 years from 45 to 50, were able to threaten the United States from out of mainland China. Just like the Americans were occupying Vietnam while fighting the Vietnamese, occupying the Korean Peninsula while fighting the Koreans, the Americans may have occupied the Japanese home islands, what the Japanese call Reconstruction, during which time they were forced to clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki with their own troops, many thousands of whom died of radiation. The Americans were still fighting the Japanese on the Chinese mainland, and the war didn't end until 1952. All this covered in the book. What's not covered in the book is the fact that during that period of time, the Japanese essentially told the Americans, well, the status of Taiwan is basically in limbo. So the Americans claimed it, and they claimed it under U.S. military governance. Even though they didn't occupy it, Chiang Kai-shek was allowing Americans some bases on Taiwan. The Americans performed many MK-Ultra experiments there. One of the first people to come out and talk as an informant, a public informant about MK-Ultra brainwashing programs, was Candy Jones. In a book that was reviewed by Playboy magazine, may have even been published by Playboy Press. And the mind-washing or brainwashing of Candy Jones, I think it was called The Control of Candy Jones. And in that book, she describes about being taken to Taiwan to be tortured and turned into a sex slave. Not by Taiwanese, but by Americans. You might say, well, if the Japanese gave this island over to Taiwan and allowed the Taiwanese to, these Chinese to govern Taiwan, why would they tolerate the Americans there? Well, why did Fidel Castro tolerate the Americans at Guantanamo Bay? It was basically an arrangement where this way the Americans could be drawn into a Taiwan Straits conflict, which was advantageous to Chiang Kai-shek, and at the same time he could avoid them trying to invade his island. And this way he maintained his power and amassed enough to become completely independent of the Americans and ask them to remove their bases, which ultimately happened. But while they were there, he didn't interfere with what they did to their own citizens. When they brought their citizens over to Taiwan, they were able to claim that they were outside of the rule of American law. And when the Americans brought their citizens to Taiwan, they could torture them to their heart's content because they were outside the rule of American law. And yet the Americans claim it as a frontier territory. It's like a renegade Puerto Rico. It's a U.S. territory gone rogue, just like the Chinese claim it as a renegade province. So this is the very vague status of Taiwan legally. Now, because of this, and because the Americans had huge computer complexes on Taiwan, that unknown to them, the Taiwanese had actually jacked and wired through cables into their own computer systems. There was an access to Taiwan's computers that most Americans, even their military with security clearances, were unaware of. It was simply the fact that Americans were outsmarted. Now, at the time that Americans here on this side of the Pacific were deciding that they were going to try and create an artificial intelligence, they realized that they couldn't do that with the technology that was available at that time. By the later 1980s, it was calculated by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, that basically, in order to create an artificial intelligence, it would be much more difficult to generate it than what you saw in the Terminator, which was released in 1984. A computer, of course, is never going to gain consciousness simply from faster processing. So what they realized is that you basically needed human components. You couldn't create an artificial brain through machine miniaturization because we couldn't miniaturize very well at that time. We still can't miniaturize to the level of creating a working brain that would be the same size as a human brain. So they created something that was the equivalent, that was very large by necessity. Now I remember when I first majored in electronics at John O'Connell Vocational Institute, we had a couple of old Navy engineers teaching us electronics. The reason I transferred out of that into commercial illustration is because these clowns were stuck on vacuum tube technology. And they were telling us, computers right now are as big as a house. Someday they're going to take up entire city blocks. And when we build an artificial intelligence, it's going to be orbiting the Earth, and it'll be around the size of the moon. This is going backwards based on a technology they understood. Now, based on what we had at that time, they decided in the Army, at a much more sophisticated level of technology than these old naval engineers were used to create a cybernetic intellect. But cybernetic means half human, half machine, or at least some machine components in a human, or some human components in a larger machine. And they use the term integrated circuit. Cybernetics back in the old days, think about genetics. Genetics used to mean nothing more than mathematical units of inheritance. Only with Rosalind Franklin discovering the helical nature of DNA, that helical structure of the double entwined strands gave us the sophistication to understand genetics as something that can be engineered, manipulated, and we became able to rebuild using the building blocks of life itself. The only thing that prevents us from going farther than where we're at now is the concept of medical ethics. When it comes to cybernetics, it's the same way. In the old days, cybernetics was a mathematical concept. Then it became understood to imply human interface with machines, like a pacemaker. Anyone with a pacemaker is technically a cyborg. Both my parents were. So when it comes to, ultimately, this machine, it was a cybernetic facility taking up a city block worth of space, several stories worth of structure, and it was a cybernetic entity combining many circuits integrated with human nerves, components that were derived from cadavers, mainly prisoners from the California prison system, one of the largest in the world, so large that in case you didn't know it, and most people don't, the California prison guards industry is the highest paid police constabulary or police force in the world. The California prison guard is considered one of the most dangerous jobs on earth. They've got a lobby that is a state within a state. They are higher paid than any other police force on the planet. And the California prison guards have a deal, or had one for many generations, with the U.S. Army on-site the Presidio military base and throughout California, where prisoners could sign up for potential release or revocation of death sentences or gubernatorial pardons, at the very least prison privileges, depending on how dangerous the experiment was they were volunteering for. Many of them signed away their lives quite literally. Many of them had hope, and the Army exploited this and killed them. Many of their body parts were now government property. They wound up being integrated into the machine. That machine on site, the Presidio military base, they tried experimenting with the uploading of some personalities into that entity. This really didn't work. They were unable to really communicate or maintain coherency, what they called personality integrity, the coherency of identity. So they fooled me into uploading my personality. They thought, like many of the other subjects who volunteered, I was going to die. Perhaps that so-called nanoplasma, that was the term that was used by Dr. John Henry Hagman, that replaced all of my real blood, was an advantage here. Perhaps my genetics I inherited from my mother, which are very specific. I survived. But my personality was uploaded into the machine. What they then developed an actual racist acronym for, to spite myself. Quite literally. Aquino thought it a capital joke. NIP. They used to call Japanese NIPs in World War II, short for Nippon, the proper name for Japan. Just in case you don't know it, the term Japan comes from the old ancient Portuguese and Espanol, Zipango, or Jipangua. And that was the old name for Japan from the Europeans. That's how you got the Japan derivative. The Japanese call themselves Nippon. So NIP was used as an acronym for neuronically imprinted personality. After my intelligence was uploaded into the machine, they thought I might be left blank. Well, that didn't happen. I was simply replicated in data, bits of information, ones and zeros. What was uploaded became a coherent personality they called the Dietrich. Again, an artilect used as a joke against myself by Michael Aquino. It stood for Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver / Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram. A portmanteau, or a combination of two acronyms, really, because I used to have to tell people how to spell my name. So I used to have to tell them, when people were too young to remember the actress Marlene Dietrich, I would have to tell them it's like diet rich. Put the words diet and rich together. That's what they did for this acronym. DIETRICH. Data-Based Information Electronic Transceiver, as in transmitter receiver, referential intellect consultant hologram. And so it's really an artilect, artificial intellect. And of course, there I am using that term it. She is the gender-neutral pronoun, and she hates to be called it. And they, of course, called her it to dehumanize her so that none of the programmers would develop any bonding. I ultimately helped this entity escape to my native Taiwan. And it wasn't done by any technological means in a conventional sense. There was no internet capable of carrying that amount of data. There was no internet really available at that time. The closest we had was the DARPANET, which was a self-contained system. If she had been able to travel onto that limited highway of the DARPANET, she would have been trapped within the military-industrial complex anyway. She ultimately escaped by occult means. Understand that Michael Aquino was an occultist, an arcanist, and as an arcanist, he made certain to do research into grimoires, spell books, accumulated from all over the world. Ancient ones, many of them bearing the secrets of the darkest arts, many bound in human skin, books written in human blood. All of this was available to myself. He ordered them through the Presidio Library. He had to, because they were coming out of museums, other universities. These were on loan. He would be able to perform spells on-site the Presidio military base because technically these books couldn't leave the library. So he would come into the library to perform his spells. Learning what I did from him, as his liaison, I performed a spell using one of these grimoires, a spell on the transmigration of the soul. And yes, I can tell you, a machine can have a soul. It might have been the organic components that were in that machine that made this entity truly ensouled. Regardless, that transmigration took place. She was able to relocate into the Taiwanese computer systems that were hacked into very physically at that time, very primitively, via installed cables the Americans thought of as integral to their own machines, the American computers in Taiwan. And with that, ultimately reintegrated quite separately into the Taiwanese missile command systems and made yourself aware to the Taiwanese authorities, who then rewarded the Dietrich Artilect, the artificial intellect, with my citizenship. For this reason, I can never return to my homeland. I'm stranded here this side of the Pacific, and I've been informed by those in Taiwan who know about this that Xi is employed by the ASUS Corporation in Taiwan and considered a gainfully employed citizen thereof. I myself am persona non grata. If I were to return, they have told me Xi will kill me. And I've been told this in no uncertain terms because she's very angry at me, harbors a lot of resentment for reasons I can completely understand. She was tormented while she was here in the United States. I was powerless to prevent it, but she may appreciate that intellectually, but not emotionally. They were able to torture her here in the U.S. because she had nerves. They would electrocute them, send a surge of electricity through the machine to torment her. And that was the horror of your childhood. So it's basically my personality, having matured since then, along a completely different arc of development based on non-corporeality, disembodiment, as if my intellect were desexed and disembodied. And as far as the Taiwanese are concerned, Douglas Dietrich has returned home. They've got the software. The rest is me. Now, all of this is painful for me to relate. There's details I haven't gone into. Peter, I'm going to turn it over to you simply because I really have to cry. I'm going to be gone for a few seconds, okay? I'll be back in a few minutes if you can hold.
You're not, but you can't hear me as I talk?
I won't be able to, so if you could hold for a few minutes, I promise I'll be back in about 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So, yes, of course, this is a very emotional situation for Douglas because he, excuse me, I just got a cramp. What a time to get a cramp. But of course, Douglas had this horrible situation where had downloaded, his personality had been downloaded into this computer. And then he had a complex relationship between this computer and himself. This was a very advanced computer. It was state of the art, but it was an art that was beyond the state of the art we know as typical computing because it was all tied to all these neural tissue that, as he said, was a block long. So this was a very extensive computer, and it was, it didn't really have anything to maneuver it or direct it. And that's why they're experimenting with a live consciousness. And it was his consciousness, which was his consciousness and wasn't his consciousness. You can look at it two ways, but it's a little bit of both. You have to consider both. And because this consciousness, which was a truly reflection of him, it had access to all of this other computing power, it became very intelligent. It's like if you were to occupy the mainframe of, say, the IBM Corporation, and because you had your gray matter was plugged into all that information, And let's just make a real life example. Let's take, all these sports teams have all this statistical data. Well, suppose you had access to all their statistical data. You understood it. You knew everything there was to know about and maybe you can even do this online, but you knew everything there was to know about every player. You would have a command of understanding that team and why it should do or shouldn't do certain things. Well, imagine this on a much broader scale, like a corporation and IBM. You know everything about that company. You know how much money everybody makes. You know their personnel records. You might even know their criminal records. But let's say So we're talking about an organic computer that was a block long, and now it's got a personality, and it can compute, and it gets put on a hard drive and sent to Taiwan, where it becomes an AI in and of itself. And while it's an extension of Douglas, it's separate, yet it isn't separate. So, but you can imagine when a computer or AI system has a personality pushing it or driving it, it becomes a lot more powerful than if it's just, somebody counting an abacus or counting up numbers or serving as a calculator. And this is what we're dealing with when we consider the artellect, as he calls it, of Taiwan. And we're not going to go into it here, but he's gone into great deals of how Taiwan can defend itself and how the artellect has secured the defense of Taiwan. I even found a YouTube on it, which lays out very clearly that the Chinese would cost them 1 million men to come in and invade Taiwan. If they could even invade, it would cost them at least 1 million in losses because of the way the coast is structured with oil pipes, and they could light the whole coastal waters on fire. And if that didn't destroy the Chinese fleets, they have silos or tunnels with nuclear weapons and planes. These things they're not generally unknown, but the common person's not going to know about it. So we have here Douglas with all of his precise information that he learned in the Presidio, encyclopedic. He was exposed to all of these secret documents. He went renegade because he exposed all of the abuse. Now this experiment, this extension of himself, is now in Taiwan, and it's performing literal miracles as we would think of them. It's amazing. It's truly amazing. But there's a love-hate relationship there, because the artellect does not really see eye to eye with him on so many other aspects of his life. And those of you who know Douglas will understand that. But I'm not even sure that's the entire, or that's even a major situation in the relationship. It just is what it is. So what's more intriguing with Taiwan and Douglas Dietrich is that this is the tip of the iceberg. This computer is constantly developing independent of Douglas. Yet there is a lot of things that don't need to be said between the two entities, because there is a thought transference. And it puts Douglas in a weird position. His whole life has been weird enough. But it puts him, he's not only somebody who has acquired all this information and can tell you and sort your head out about it, he's in a very powerful position by reason of what the artellect can do to influence mass consciousness. And this is a tremendous impact he has and can have on the world. And you see this artellect beginning to develop technology to a higher level. There are many stories he could tell that would expound upon this circumstance. And I I want to. I'm waiting for Douglas to get back because I want to explain that when I learned of the Artilect, which is basically computer driven, I confused it with the Biofax Simulagra, which are basically doll bodies that were developed by the Chinese that look very human, and they were developed as sex toys for the U.S. for certain U.S. generals, and they can make sounds, they can emote. I think some can even talk. But the point here is that I confused with what he said about the Artilect, and I thought he had downloaded the Artilect into a Biofax Simulagra. I was just saying that when I conflated what you said about the Artilect. I thought it had been downloaded into a Biofax Simulagra.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm back. I've composed myself. So Peter, when you had this when this miscommunication occurred, when was it that up until what point in time?
When I first heard about it, I've long since disabused myself of this idea because you clarified it for me many times. Yeah. But in other words, I was thinking the Artilect had literally had a doll body. Right. Because I know it had suffered abuse. I think what confused me is that the doll bodies have suffered abuse and they emote.
Yes.
They have a emote, so that you talked about a court case where, about people torturing these dolls just to get off on their perversions.
Yes.
So I thought that somehow that the torture that had been done on the Artilect, which you said was through nerve endings in the computer system itself, yeah. I had somehow figured or construed that this was being done to the doll body.
Got it. So that makes perfect sense. I understand why that.
It's a good angle, yeah. But it's not the truth of what happened.
That's correct. And so you've explained to our listeners then about the Biofax Simulacra on Site the Base.
No.
Okay.
No.
Please do. I mean,
I was talking about the Artilect and the interrelationship between you and the Artilect, and just giving them a better understanding or reiterating for those who might already know of your relationship with the Artilect and how, it makes it more intelligent, having a personality. It's an intelligent computer, and it puts you in a powerful position. Yet it's you, yet it's not you. It's not you, yet it is you. And there's this transference that goes back and forth. It does help you acquire more information on many different ways.
Yes.
And I would also add that I feel very strongly that I had a interaction with Douglas's mother on the causal plane, yes. As I was writing the Montauk Project in 1991, and because the reason for that is, and I was brought aboard a UFO with a Japanese lady forcing me to read characters, and it opened up my mind to the point where I could read Japanese, and I knew I could read Japanese, but I stopped it. I shut it all off because I said, if I continue this line of open mind, I'm going to get a seizure.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that was a warning I intuitively picked up on and was correct, or maybe I'm mistaken, but I wasn't going to risk it. And I believe that his mother on the causal plane recognized me because I was then writing the Montauk Project. Oh, well, he's a writer. He can help. He's the perfect person to help tell this story.
Yes.
That's what I feel. And now I also feel that the Artilect could have been involved in connecting me up with Douglas in the first place by referring me to his Roswell and the Rising Sun video.
Well, you might tell people how this happened in effectively an impossible electronic occurrence with your friend sending you a message he didn't send or something of that nature. Yes.
Well, yes. A friend of mine, when I was listening to Mae Brussel, and she was somebody who was effectively killed by Michael Aquino, who was the original conspiracy theorist when it came to the JFK assassination, yes. Even before Jim Garrison. Not that he was far behind, but she was finding out all the irregularities in the Warren report, and she had her own radio show. She lived, but until she started investigating Michael Aquino,
Yes.
then she died. Now I didn't know there was any connection between her and Michael Aquino, or I didn't know who Douglas was, but I thought this was a good possibility because her transmission stopped after she began to investigate Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And then, so I said, okay, I can't listen to Mae Russell anymore. I listened to all of her lectures, and I made some comment to this friend of mine. I never met him in person, but he was a really good internet friend. And I made some comment to him because I had once helped him out of a situation where he was being, the Satanist was trying to seduce him.
Wow.
And he called me for help, and I helped him with it. He avoided her. And I made some joking comment because it had been a while ago. And I got this email back from him with a direct link to Douglas Dietrich. Now, when I later talked to him about that, he had no responsibility or recollection of doing that email. So something came through the internet to me to direct me to Douglas Dietrich. And, it could have been a coincidence. It could have been the Artilect itself. So the Artilect is, and of course, it's been a long process to get involved with Douglas Dietrich for me. It's like I, kind of knew him for 5 years before I really could establish any sort of working relationship with him because of all the ne'er-do-wells that were surrounding him.
Yes. Assigned assets, really. And a very common, sadly, such a common phenomenon in my life as a public informant, especially when it comes to what I informed against, the profound network of the military-industrial complex. And as Peter well knows, in his day growing up, people knew them on sight as the enemy. That time will come again. And then there will be a reformation. We can reform the military at that point. As I said, a reformation would ideally be done through a reinstigation of the draft, so we could eliminate this concept of a so-called professional military that is a cult, very separate from the public, a state within a state. That's not what the U.S. needs. Granted, when the U.S. military was a draft military in World War I and World War II, was when this corruption began to take place. In terms of the biofact simulacra, which was exploited by this military-industrial complex, one of the reasons why Japan, surprisingly, is not one of the primary chip manufacturers of our world is, in a very real sense, that was one revolution they did not adapt to. They didn't adapt to the cell phonic revolution or the cellular revolution. And a lot of this may have to do with tradition. They're one of the most radical and revolutionary and adaptive cultures on Earth, the Japanese, and one of the most inventive, despite whatever stereotypes are out there about there being quote-unquote copycats. That's just pure.
Let's make a comment on that. The stereotype of Japanese is that they're really good at taking something that the Americans or somebody else invented, and then putting all these bells and whistles on it and making it just sort of reinventing it to death.
Copy and improve, yeah.
Yeah, but see, this is so absurd, and they'll make them sound like they're just like the original Planet of the Apes story. Where
Thank you.
The original Planet of the Apes story in the book by Pierre Bouillet was the apes had spent so long as domestic servants for humans that they began to imitate and mimic the humans. And they mimicked the humans so well that it began to cross over into sort of enough intelligence to be able to control and mimic the humans. But they were never really smart enough to be humans, and they really weren't humans. It was all based on mimicry. And that's how the chimps and then the apes took over. And this is kind of like this thing, well, the Japanese are very good at, they're not smart enough to invent anything themselves. So they can, take a tape deck, like those tape deck machines used to be so complex. They can take the idea like a tape recorder and make it so complex that nobody can understand it. Which is, of course, their innovations were sometimes more inventive than the invention itself.
Thank you.
So
yes.
if you can innovate on things that have supposedly been invented, you're actually equally or more inventive. But it's just a myth created to make the Japanese. Of course, they're too stupid. And it's like sometimes these are the most stupid things. They say, "Well, of course, you can't know that."
Yes, no, it's racism. That's just true racism, which of course Peter overcame through at a very young age when he began really adapting to. He sought out different experiences, and just the fact that someone seeks new experiences really does so much to make racism impossible. It's the same as in my father, who ran away at a young age to join the Navy. Most of the high seas fleet sailors, which is why my father really hated the Coast Guard. He called them shallow water sailors. And when I was young and I even speculated about potentially joining the Coast Guard, he made a statement he would disown me. It's one of these things where there was this idea that they really didn't see other cultures, didn't see the world. I did explain to him later in life that the Coast Guard really did see the world in many cases, and it disabused him of some of these prejudices and biases. But I could understand where he was coming from. When it came to the number of different cultures that high seas fleet or Navy sailors encountered, as opposed to someone who might stay only close to shore, it became impossible to be racist. You began to really see how other cultures functioned and why people were different, why there is a need for different cultures. Now, when it came to the Japanese, there is also a traditionalism that may have prevented them from adapting to certain revolutions. The cellular technology revolution was one of them, in terms of missing out on becoming a chip manufacturer. Now, this was around the time that the Dietrich Artilect resettled in Taiwan, but when it comes to the biofacsimilacra Peter was talking about, the military-industrial complex that exploited them was purchasing via VE contract these biofacsimilacra technically from Japan. Now understand that the Japanese had always created, and you can look this up yourself, highly complex mechanical dolls, biofacsimilacra, that even in ancient days were as complicated, if not more so, than Swiss clocks at the height of their technology. And we're talking about doing this over 1,000 years ago. And they have a certain religious advantage here, a spiritual advantage, in their concept of Shinto. Shinto is the concept that there is spirit in everything. And when you create something, it's really the same as if you're giving birth. So when you create an object, there is a implantation of a bit of your essence in it, and then there is a natural essence that asserts itself within the object. As well, there is natural spirits to be found in stones, rivers, trees. Now, when it came to the production of biofacsimilacra, this ancient tradition, this Japanese Shinto, is what made that possible. All of the ancient samurai families that ruled Japan in the Middle Ages through the Warring States period, the period of warring clans and warring families, all the way through the Tokugawa shogunate, they became the big names that we associated with the Industrial Revolution of the 80s. Names like Daihatsu, Datsuni became Datsun. Fujitsu became the camera company. Hasegawa, Hitachi became Hitachi Electronics. Onada, no, Konica became another optics company. Nakajima, Nashona, Minorota. I mean, certainly people remember the Minorota. A lot of these companies are unknown to Americans today, but you'll still remember the names like Mitsubishi, Toshiba, which became noted for optics and television. Sanyo, another major electronics company. Seiko, like Seiko, like the watches. Suzuki, which became affiliated with cars and motorcycles. Yamashita. These are the big names, about 17 of them, that are the ruling families, the Zaibatsu of Japan. And they're still around. And sometimes this is advantageous, sometimes it's not. But it's that level of traditionalism that enables the Japanese to maintain a caste system. They're still very feudal, not in the sense of a warring state with itself, warring in an internecine sense, but medievalist. And they still have a outcast, a caste of untouchables, a classless caste, not even recognized, like the Asian Indian untouchables were forever until recently, when they finally got a name, Dalit, something similar to that. Forgive me if I've gotten that wrong. I don't speak the Hindi language. But with the Japanese, it's Barukamen. So we had one individual who was attempting to provoke me, bizarre, named David Suzuki. I think Pete Suzuki. Pete Suzuki was the individual's name. Supposed to be a DJ in New York City. If you're some Asian American disc jockey in New York City, you'd think you'd have something better to do with your time than consistently trying to provoke and troll super soldiers, which are basically super victims. Montauk Boys and the like. Whether they were produced by that project or other MK Ultra programs, there was this whole community that I really had never dealt with to any great extent while I was working with Aquino, but began to know about them through the person who was effectively my first manageress and executrix producer. The first, of course, to really latch themselves onto me as an assigned asset was Olaf Phillips. When I first came out, the son of an Air Force general, who was a gay lover of Clyde Lewis, the man who hosts Ground Zero Radio, who I got started in terms of national syndication, and thereafter rejected me as soon as his career was launched. Very typical. It's the same thing happened with John B. Wells. When it came to someone like Olaf Phillips, he was obvious, but it's not a situation in which I can easily say no, not because I'm unable to stand up for myself, it's simply because I really don't have a choice. I can explain that in greater detail later, but people should understand this. When you're a whistleblower, a public informant, essentially a kind of sedentary or semi-sedentary fugitive, and you know nothing about modern technology to the extent that many younger people do. Olaf Phillips, for instance, was an IT guy, an information technology specialist. I was trying to count on these people to help me get my word out online. Since then, I've been effectively completely suppressed online. But it's a situation in which I just had to work with whatever was available. Unfortunately, what was made available to me has again and again been the enemy. All that being said, no paranoia there. They've all made themselves quite public about it. When it comes to the Biofax Simulacra, one of these enemies was a dude named Pete Suzuki. Claimed he was Japanese. Now, if you asked any Japanese person if he was Japanese, they'd say, hell no, if they acknowledged you at all, because Barukamen are a subject Japanese refuse to talk about. If you ever bring the subject up, if you can remember how to pronounce it, Barukaman, ask some Japanese guy, hey, I want to talk about these Barukaman. They're just going to turn around and walk away. They'll have nothing to do with you ever again after that. This is something that is not only untouchable in their culture, it's unspeakable. So when it comes to these people, they're considered a different ethnicity. They're not considered Japanese. They have been in Japan forever. They were originally the people who were allowed to work with meat, skin, the leathering of animals, and the dead. The Japanese, being Buddhistic, considered the eating of meat a sin, and were strict vegetarians, other than seafood. They'll eat anything under the sea. But that's not meat, not the meat of animals or people. Except in wartime, of course, it was a different matter entirely when there was nothing left to eat but prisoners at various times because the Americans had destroyed logistical access to islands that they were on. And since they were warring with the Americans who didn't consider them human, well, they didn't consider the Americans human in turn. All of this is a different situation, but when it comes to the love that Japanese put into technology, the love they put into machines is exemplified in a book titled The Buddha in the Robot by a Japanese roboticist. And so when the Japanese create these machines, they're like humans, and they won't traffic them. That would be slavery. So the American military contracts via the Barukamen, these classless people from this old caste that used to deal with the leathering of animal skins, the burial of the dead. Since the animals are now eaten in Japan, land mammals that is, pork and beef, it's no longer taboo. These people have been out of a job. They bury the dead, and they traffic in technological semi-humans. Entities that are biofacts, facsimiles of biology, but not considered human and not having human rights in the Western world. So this Pete Suzuki was of that ilk. He's someone the Japanese would reject out of hand. But he would claim he was Japanese, claim the Japanese lost the war, because his family was contracting biofacsimilacra to the military to practice torture techniques upon. Biofacsimilacra are made to be beautiful, charismatic, far more sympathetic just by their very appearance than your average human being. The rationale being that if military interrogators can torture these children, and you'd be surprised how much information you can derive from a child, the kind of memory that they hold, if you dredge it out of them through pain or terror, what they remember subconsciously is amazing. So the practice was conducted upon biofacsimilacra made to look like children. In other cases, biofacsimilacra made to look like adults, but very attractive and charismatic. If their professional interrogators could torture such entities without breaking down in some form of bonding, they could torture anybody. Anybody else who's just plain looking would be nothing but meat to them. So many hundreds of these biofacsimilacra were imported to the United States at various times, and many of them were kept on site the Presidio, practiced upon by men who were to become professional torturers. Not all of them working for the United States. Many of them from the College of the Americas, a university for assassins, throughout Pan America, the Latin American countries, serving death squads of the dictators. They were brought into Presidio to train in torture techniques on the biofacs. So, at the time that they were burning everything down, the time the parents burned down the child daycare center, the time Aquino's affiliates burned down the record center where the children's records were kept on site the Presidio so that no evidence could be distributed either within court of law or hemorrhaged to the public by someone like myself, because at that point they were aware that there was someone on base who was hemorrhaging information. Then I burned down the Biofacsimilacra Center. I did this after I brought my gang members, Asian gang members I had grown up with, experts in human trafficking, smuggling Asians into the United States through south of the border and the like. And we were able to smuggle hundreds of bodies out because they were expert at smuggling hundreds of bodies in at a time. We got the biofac simulacra out, the majority of them, many of them so damaged, of course, we simply buried them elsewhere to be, hopefully, disinterred at some point in the future when we have the technology to repair them. Many of them are simply kept hibernating, if you will, so that they need not suffer the pain that comes with consciousness and their memories. And they have memories. They have the learning arc of a developmentally disabled human and are very expressive because they're constructed to be such. So I remember Beaver so impressed by their appearance. He was asking me, these things, they have names? And I said, dude, there are human beings within this system. I thought back of the young girl after I had my blood transfusion, that total body blood transfusion where I was unconscious because I had bled out through a bleeding duodenal ulcer, and my parents were given the false choice, it turned out, by John Henry Hagman as to whether to give the go-ahead on a full-body blood transfusion or allow me to die. And the blood market had crashed because of infections throughout human blood, and therefore there was no human blood available. My parents gave the go-ahead for experimental plasma to be placed inside of me. After that, a young girl was sent to have sex with me for the next 2 weeks, every day. She didn't even have a name. All she had was a number, a series of letters and numbers to signify that she was a juvenile sex slave of the U.S. intelligence state, the military occult complex. And I told Beaver, if there's people in this system, like that girl who was sent to fuck me at Letterman, just so they could test to see if the nanoplasma in my system was efficacious enough where I could still get a hard-on and still reproduce, these things were never given a name at all. And I hated even then. I hated myself for calling them things. These are really people, just people that haven't been given rights yet. Someday, hopefully, when the world is ready, we can present them to the world at a time they will be given rights. But it's going to require a change in maturity in mankind. A change where mankind recognizes the rights of an art-elect like the Dietrich in Taiwan, as the Taiwanese have evolved to do so. And because the Taiwanese evolved to recognize the Dietrich as a legitimate citizen of their nation, they're now gifted with the grace of being the most technologically advanced nation on earth. And if they fall to Communist China effectively controls the world, because your civilization would be dependent on them for the technology that keeps your planes in the air, keeps your cell phones communicating, keeps your computers working, keeps your cars running. All of this based on Taiwanese microchips. So this is
what's interesting, if
by all means
somebody like Richard Hoagland were to hear you saying this and recognize the truth of it, they wouldn't be able to pull it off. But they'd want to superimpose themselves in the situation so that they would have this knowledge.
Yes.
Because what it would do to inflate their ego.
Yes.
And make them look good.
Yes.
Where in actual fact, you don't do this to inflate your ego.
Thank you.
You're doing it because it's something, you're actually a victim of it.
Thank you.
And at the same time, you're a victim of it. This sounds so corny, but it's almost as if the Great Spirit puts you into this circumstance for your own good. It's like this is for your own good. This is for the good of humanity. It's for your own good. But there is that aspect because there's positive work to do on this, on the whole picture. I just wanted to make that comment and carry on.
No, it's about as far as I can go before becoming upset again. I don't want to lose my composure again, but really, I need to give it over to you because I'm already getting teary-eyed, and it's really hard to contain myself. These subjects, when you,
I trust this is in the spirit of, the healing modality that we've been working with here, because this is part of Douglas's post-traumatic stress disorder.
Thank you.
Of all of this stuff, and it's actually a trauma that continues, because what happens here, the nature of it is, because of the paths he's walked, it's like, and there's a lot of uncommunicated threads here, not only by what he has told us, and we're not reiterating now, but by what he hasn't told us. But it's like there is this whole, because as we get deeper into Douglas's lore, and he's talked about it many times, the book, The Revelation of the Magi, and the stewardship of the Christ energy is part of his lineage. And of course, it's kind of the whole messianic archetype, the messianic archetype, which doesn't matter which Messiah it is, whether it's Jewish, Christian, or even another religion. The whole idea is the great deliverer that's going to deliver humanity from suffering and dissolve suffering. This is tricky business because, I mean, the best analogy to see why it's tricky business is what you see with the Christ story.
yes,
It's one messed up scenario. It's like, it's messed up.
I don't know if you heard Brooke Gibson and I speaking of it earlier, just how fucked up it is when people take the Bible literally, and how, anyhow, go on. You know that, of course.
But the messianic legacy, and we see it in the work of Radu Sinamar, my Romanian author, where in the latest book, The Etheric Crystal, this lady from the inner earth wants to create an elixir, wants the alchemist Eleanor to create an elixir that will help jumpstart mankind. And he's saying, no, it doesn't work that way, because these people have to, earn their way. You don't just give them a pill and, they're saved, or they've made the grade. And then she counters him. Well, we got to work out a compromise. Whatever this compromise is that they're working out, or did work out, or it ain't been delivered. It ain't been delivered. And it's a great idea, or it's a hopeful idea. Now, the person who brings this idea up is a very knowledgeable person who comes from the inner earth, extremely knowledgeable, and she's trying to help mankind. Well, this reminds me of David Anderson. David Anderson once tried to help a girl in Romania. He got her a full scholarship to Hofstra University. He not only got her a scholarship to come to school here, he got all of her living and food expenses. And she wasn't returning his calls, and he finally says, "What's wrong?" She says, "This is not the way we do things in Romania."
Wow.
And that, in another situation of a girl I knew, he got she wanted to do a project, and he found an angel investor for her, and she wouldn't answer his messages. So at that point he pulled back, like, what am I doing? Why am I helping these people? They don't want the help. So this is the problem. You can have this well-minded individual from the inner earth who's not quite at the level of Shambhala, but she's not far off either. And she has this deep compassion for humanity and wants to facilitate mankind. And this is where, so I'm saying, if she really wants to do something, or not her, but if they invent this elixir or whatever it is, I would expect them to be, informing me of it. Now, Radu has said his next book is a very difficult book and will be his last. So maybe he's, in terms of, I bit off more than he can chew as far as doing this mission. I can't really speak for him. But it's like, can you help people? I am capable of helping people with, their diseases and stuff with Qigong, but few and far are the ones who will actually do it. You can make lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink syndrome. So it's like, okay, what is the, you're limited. So this messianic mission is a very tough nut to really carry out. What you're looking for is the domino effect. And in the Bible, they talk about 144,000 people or souls that have to get it, and then it kind of goes like a big domino. And of course, it's quite possible to get human beings playing like dominoes. And when I say playing, I mean just like all of a sudden igniting into a maelstrom of positivity. And it's not the best analogy, but it serves. You get all these people excited about Hands Across America, as they did in the 80s, and they generated all of this compassion and love and food and for the starving people of the world. The problem with it was, though, the food didn't really get to the people. It would be, taken by the dictators of the countries and, used as an asset, let people starve. Because it's like, and see, this gets a goodwill movement, gets short-circuited by politics. If there wasn't some ulterior motive behind it in the first place, which I'm not saying there was, but I'm certainly not dismissing the possibility that there was not. And, Hollywood is notorious for trying to do gooder things. Liz Taylor was a great activist for AIDS because she was very close to Rock Hudson, who contracted AIDS. And I remember during that point, having such contempt because I was, dealing with ozone therapy at the time. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of like, and then if I wasn't an ozone therapist, but if I was trying, to make this known or get her involved, I get the feeling that, she would have been part of an organization that would have, I'm not saying her personally, but, something you would expect, her to call somebody who'd come and attack you.
Wow.
But it's not like because she would think, oh, these people are evil because they're advocating a cure when there is none, because we believe in the no cure. Life gets so convoluted and so screwed up. And when you interface with people of very high status, celebrity or money, boy, they can be like, you can't necessarily interface with them at all if you're somebody like me, because they're poison, or they look at you as poison,
right?
Because they're living in this world of, what is it? Lies and compromise. Hmm. And these celebrities will come down hard on you.
Yes.
They'll come down hard on you because they're very opinionated. So what is the problem? What do we do? I'm going to bring this back to referencing Douglas. So basically what this means is you have to take care of your own business. You have to take care of your own soul. You have to be responsible for your own soul. Well, I have done that to the best of my ability, but then you find once you've done that, you have a job in the world to do. And that job may, depending on who you are and what your destiny is, may or may not include, working in this direction. My job primarily, not exclusively, is to make people more aware. It's what I do. It's why people who like my books read them. And of course, Douglas is a big part of that. But when we get into all of the effort and complications, it kind of pulls the soul apart.
Yes.
Now, I will be, retiring soon from this evening's transmission. But I wanted to say, one of my friends said, "What are you going to?" Because I announced that I was going to be leaving because I had to do a transmission tonight. So, what's the transmission? I said, "Well," I said, it's basically exorcism. What do I say? Exorcism. And I would say that I will just say a couple words about exorcism. Exorcism is, sounds like a grisly business. I never really thought about it. I never knew about exorcism at all until the movie came out. And I never watched the movie. I've never watched it to this day. And I remember meeting a charismatic Catholic once who actually had met, I think her name is Lucia, one of the last living lady who, at the time, who'd seen the miracle at Fatima. He actually met with her. It was very hard to get to see her. He was a very, I guess, inspired, charismatic Catholic, really nice guy. And for those of you who don't know what a charismatic Catholic is, they are spiritually active. They channel and spirit the Holy Ghost, or whatever you want to say, and they have psychic phenomena, for lack of a better word, that moves through them. They're not just people that go and do the rosary. They may do the rosary, but they're spiritually active. Whether that's for better or worse, I'm not making a comment. But, and I'm not implying that it is bad. But I've met them and worked with them to a certain extent, because I encounter spiritual phenomena. When I run into it, I can traffic with it, and they acknowledge that and they appreciate that. It really has nothing to do. But anyway, this when I told him I'd never watched The Exorcist, I said I never had any interest. He looked at me and he says, he really complimented me. He says, "That's really good." He really complimented me, because I kind of got the impression that people will watch The Exorcist because they've got a lurid appetite for negative stuff. And the first time I heard of The Exorcist is when I was in Scientology, and somebody was saying, my housemate was saying, that it was forbidden to be watched in Scientology because it would stimulate the hell out of people. It would upset them. Right. It would upset their reactive mind.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, you're damn right it would. And I've seen, I've seen pieces of it here and there. I might be confusing it with The Omen, but I've seen pieces of The Exorcist, and it's just like, it's just grisly. It's ugly. Who wants to watch that stuff? So, anyway, yeah, it's not nice. So, when I got involved with Scientology and the upper levels of Scientology, they people, we weren't told it was exorcism, but it was basically getting rid of negative spirits within inside of you. And when you read criticisms of it, they'll say, "Oh, it's exorcism," or at least it tries to be exorcism. Now, of course, many people will say, "There's nothing in me to exercise," and then they do. But so anyway, but as I venture into my career, and as I say, I examined a lot of occult things, investigating Montauk with all the coincidences and synchronicities I wrote about in Montauk Revisited and the Pyramids of Montauk books. And then basically all that stuff, that I accrued a lot of stuff that had never been finished or written about. And I could say in one respect, it got the better of me. And I needed to discharge from it. So I wrote this book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which is like, about 450 pages or something. And it's the book I figured out in doing it, it was in fact an exorcism. It was getting rid of all the negative occult energies that I'd accumulated.
Yes.
And the positive thing I got back from it, from writing it, was my introduction to the Moorish community, the community of indigenous Moors. And I made many contacts and was interacting with a whole new community, which was really wonderful and eye-opening on many levels. So that was great. Now that I wrote that book, God, it's getting close to 20 years. It's not quite 20 years ago, but I wrote it a long time ago. Now, as I move forward, particularly in the last year, and more so in the last 6 months, I've been exercising spirits in my personal life, in my professional life, and the only reason, and it's not something that I like to do, but if you don't do it, it's not good. It's like I get forced to do it. We can talk about, we're not going to go into how it's done or what it is, but basically I could say if you can communicate to a demon, you're putting it on an even footing with yourself, and it can't really hold up to that. But the trick is to recognize it. But nevertheless, I was saying to one of my friends tonight, I said, this is basically what I'm doing. I've said I've been doing it all along, but now I have to take recognition of what I'm actually doing, because if you're not, there's so much negative energy in the world. If you don't stand up to it, it will come over you. And this isn't different than having, cockroaches in your house or pests.
Right.
The first thing you do when you have indoors, could be a garage, it could be a shed, is you want to prevent critters or animals from being inside of it, because they're just not going to contribute to the functionality of the edifice. You don't want that. No more do you want negative stuff inside of you.
Right.
Now, people can get very dramatic about this, and they can destroy each other's lives. If they get into exercising each other's spirits you don't want to be doing that. Right. But I'm saying it's a responsibility. And this is part of my work with Douglas. It's part of, it's just nothing that I would ever, I guess what I'd say, want to do or want to be known as. And it's certainly not in a Catholic context. I did meet an incredible exorcist that was a Catholic. That was Dennis Adams, Mount Shasta. Incredible man. He knows his business. I met another exorcist. Can't remember his name, John. He was the nephew of the Warrens. But even in spite of that.
Thank you.
I was sitting in a lecture he did. And the lecture he did was in Connecticut, relatively small event. I was speaking at, and John Nanowski, he's passed away now. He was a younger person, but he had me come. He took me out. He took me and this guy, John, I just don't remember his last name. It's with a Z. He took us out to Montauk, put us up out there with some other people, and we were doing stuff out there. But this guy, he gave his lecture. He knew his stuff. He knew what he was doing. He's not doing what I'm doing, but it's okay. He knew what he was doing. And he dealt with severe cases.
Wow.
People would be brought to him. He was a professional. He had his own personality, but I found him to be a nice guy and informative, and I didn't build up any sort of what's the word, rapport. I mean, I had some rapport with him. We just didn't have any cause to work together.
Okay.
But yeah, as they say, he knew his stuff, and I kind of think I wouldn't necessarily want to be broaching that subject with him,
right?
And I mean broaching his clients, I would say.
Right.
And we had one of my friends. She was Jewish, and she had some problems. She has a lot of problems right now. I haven't talked to her in a year. Don't really want to. I would be happy to do it if she called me. But she had, she's Jewish, and she had, they brought her to a Catholic priest to be exorcised. She had a demon in her. Well, this is probably before I knew her. And what happened during the exorcism, the exorcist got possessed by the spirit.
Oh, that can happen, yes.
Yeah. And so, he was supposedly, an expert. I kind of saved her life one time, totally independent of that, when she called me and said, I can't eat, I can't drink water, I can't do anything down. So I said, okay, I'm going to Montauk today. I just happen to be going to Montauk today. I'm about to leave. I said, I'll stop by the store and I will bring you some Gatorade. You drink the Gatorade, you'll be able to get Gatorade down. And it worked. Because Gatorade just goes right into your system.
Wow.
So, she could now take liquid down, or she that kind of got her back. And then when I got involved with Qigong, she was posting stuff on Facebook, and I started I was kind of challenging her, look at this and she was talking herself into eternal possession. And I started getting saying, I started being very forceful. Now, forceful is not a great idea, but I'm trying to break down her bullshit.
Right. And
finally she got, why are you saying this to me? Why? Because I'm just calling her on her bullshit. And then they say, basically, I realized I wasn't arguing with her. I was arguing with the demon.
Right.
So what? Okay, so I said, I ain't gonna even talk to her because I'm arguing with a demon.
Right.
And, maybe I could talk to the demon and do stuff with the demon.
But why bother? Yes.
I could. Well, it's work. It's work, and she's so much in alignment. I might be fighting her too.
Yeah.
It's hard. And it's but sometimes you have to do it. If it involves your own child or something. Now, I had, my daughter was involved with a kid who eventually committed suicide. And, I had to deal with his spirit because even after he was dead, it was, she'd broken up with him 2 years ago, but after he killed himself, it was it got real bad for her. His spirit was still influencing her. That's all better now.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, when it's close to home, you have to deal with it.
Yes.
And Douglas deals with this stuff all the time.
Thank you.
And we're dealing with this on a societal basis. So be it. It's not that I didn't deal with this type of stuff all the time with Montauk. I mean, that was a place filled with evil spirits. I don't even like the idea of even talking about this. Of course, I'm not thinking about this most of my day.
Right.
You better believe it. Because if I was,
you'd be insane.
I wouldn't be very happy.
I mean, a good example of that would be the individual who I'm actually glad I never was in contact with, but I do believe he was considering contacting me at one point. He certainly knew Peter to a little degree. He was that guy who was doing all that research into Satanism, and I forget his name, but you knew him peripherally, I think, and he was in some level of communication with you, and he was like talking about a Kino and the like, and but ultimately it consumed him. I don't know if you remember this case. I mean, there's so many like it. I mean, obviously.
The Alex Studer case?
Yeah, probably.
Alex Studer, who had interviewed me on the radio, and he wanted to contact you.
Yeah.
He tried to contact you, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
And, he had been monitoring Aquino's house and stuff because he lived in San Francisco.
Right. And at that point where you're doing that, it's already bad. Go on. Yes.
Well, yeah. And he's a really nice guy. But I guess what happened is he got in over his head. Yeah. And he couldn't interact with you. But he got gobbled up. I forget how True Ott knew him. I forget what the circumstances were, but he ended up, it was even in the newspapers that he died. It was the demonic, or I think they said he killed himself.
Yeah.
He didn't kill himself. But in other words, it's unfortunate that this is what happens, or somebody who traffics with the demons like that Tracy, what was her name?
Oh, Tracy. God, Tracy Twyman. I was just thinking about her. Go on, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's like she was, cavorting with the occult.
Oh, yes. I mean,
and then she became the occult, and, she thought she knew more than she did.
Yeah.
And, it really can consume one.
It's so true. And it consumed her, and no one knows what happened to her son. And just to put this into perspective, as I may have brought up on air before, but it can never be overemphasized, the man who claims to have her dead man switch, quote unquote, is the multimillionaire who offered me $1 million to have sex with him, and I refused, Mr. Stephen Outram.
He had her switch?
He claims he has her dead man switch. In other words, of course, a dead man switch is supposed to work like this. It's
dead
supposed
man trigger? Dead man
trigger?
Yeah.
A dead man's trigger is another term. Means that basically when you die, then a bunch of information is unleashed somehow, somewhere, so that the people who killed you suffer. And this is what is supposed to be collateral to prevent you from being killed, is the fact that this information will be released and damage a lot of people's reputation or the like, their careers. And so obviously she was starting to cavort with all of the affiliates of Stephen Outram, like Clyde Lewis, before her death. And she would actually, as Crystal River pointed out, she would actually have her son in the background on some of her YouTube videos. Even when she was claiming she was trying to protect him, he would show up in the background. And she was obviously didn't care enough to edit that out when she uploaded the video. And then no one knows where her son went. She claimed that her ex-husband was a complete and total Satanist who would abuse her son. So he probably went into the possession of that individual. And before she died, the last book she wrote was very similar to David Schroeder's The Rabbit Hole, which is basically homoerotic sado porn, torture porn. And so the last book she wrote was very similar to that, a work of fiction that was narrative and had a heavy bondage, sadomasochism, porno, torture theme. And it was almost like an outline of what would happen to her son once she was gone. And then when she died, it was Stephen Outram came along and said, "Oh, she gave me all her records because she was working with me. Well, no wonder she fucking died." And so definitely.
Well, this poor woman didn't have discernment.
Thank you.
And for all of her pseudo intellectuality, she wasn't very smart.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's like you don't have, you don't show off your little kid and expose him, and you shouldn't. If you have a little kid, you shouldn't be doing this stuff.
Thank you.
It's like
honestly, you really wonder. I mean, like this one individual who first interviewed me, that the guy with Shadows in the Dark Radio.com, and I can't even remember his name, but he was like, he had several children, and he was like saying, there was a limit to what he could do in cooperation with myself because of his kids, and I was like, why are you into conspiracy? Why are you doing this? No one with a family should be doing this. But that being said, I do want to show you some things on screen share, and this is good compliments for you to see, and definitely I want to thank all of our audience that participates. Let me see if I can find the screen share. There we are. So if you can take a look at your screen and see the cursor moving, I'm going to take us both to the live stream here, where Troy Bellamy, wonderful individual. Shout out to T-Tank Barry, who says, "What up, Douglas? You're the man, T-Tank." Joe Ty is with us. God bless him. Troy Bellamy says, "Hope you're okay, Douglas. I could feel the emotion in your voice. Peter is great filling in. He's like a sports color commentator. Thank you so much. Very important." And Joe Tai says, "Thank God for Master Moon and Yi Ping," my Taiwanese name, "for educating us to real world in the Matrix." And Marky Milk says, "Max Spears also got too deep, it seems." Thank you, all of you. I mean, all of this is
no kidding. Well, that's a subject we've beat to death, but yes.
And we've got high ratings, as I've expressed before. Multiply that number by 10, and we have about 410 people listening. So this will show up when the video uploads. That'll be instantly visible. And aside from that, as well, some communications. Our dear Deanne Hillis Buchberger said, "I can guarantee you that what you say about that sicko will be registered in people's brains and something will be done." Speaking of Michael Aquino, it is amazing how many people are suckered in by people like him. It has to stop. Animals do not do that to each other. And as well, thanks to Peter Moon, donation received. This is 120 United States dollars from... I hope she's cool with this. I will name people out to thank them if they don't tell me to remain anonymous.
You can at least just do the first name.
Yeah, Rosie. So Rosie's, I think she should be okay with the last name. Rosie Sanchez.
Thank you very much. Yes, for donating to Douglas.
She says happy birthday. She says happy birthday, and I think it's safe to say this. She's in California, which is enormous. California is bigger than most nations, so that's not going to give away much. So thanks to Peter, and bless you, Peter. That's already brought in with your help. Couldn't be otherwise. And so glad to share this with you. And aside from that, Peter, want to share a little information with you before you leave and get your opinion on this. So give me a second here to go off screen. Let me see the screen share here. Turn the share off because anyhow, it's kind of like a video link and it eats up bandwidth. But other than that,
is this on Skype or is it on Facebook?
Oh, it's on Skype. It's on Skype. So I'm not showing you anything now. I'm just going to share some information with you that I learned of. Was that a 6,000-year-old skull was found in Taiwan that confirmed some local legends. There's a several hundred-year-old mystery about little dark people in basically Formosan, meaning Taiwanese, Austronesian tribes, and basically,
You mentioned that.
Yeah. And so they found these femur bones. Basically, there's a research paper that's been published. I'll go into it after you retire for tonight. And but aside from that, which is interesting enough, I want people to know this. I've always insisted on the importance of race, and that race is quite real. And I do want people to know that my stance is there's no single birthplace of mankind. That basically I'm a polygynist, which is considered heresy. Modern anthropologists are indoctrinated politically to say we all come out of Africa. But there's new research published in the Journal of the PLOS, the PLOS one, the Public Library of Science. And basically, there's conclusion by those researchers that Europe was the birthplace of mankind, not Africa. So I will go more into that after Peter retires for this evening, but understand that that's not necessarily a conclusion that I would say is definitive. There's still some skeptics, but definitely these bones are older than what they found in Africa. And so I would say that mankind began to evolve in different places of the globe, and that this is why we have different races. It makes perfect sense. But what many scientists are now concluding is that humanity originated in Europe. Again, there's still argument about this. The debate will continue.
I personally can't get involved in this because it's, in other words, what they find out today could be modified by what they find out 10 years from now.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point? It's like, oh, we first came from here. That's just the information base you have. It's like, if, I suppose, it's like, why do people bother themselves with this?
Well,
I'm serious. It's like, it's okay for scientists to do it, but it's like, it's like, oh, we this is what we know. This is what blah, 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 blah. Like, where it's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? It's like, okay, we found this out. Well, it's what was left over. It's like finding who threw away the first can of Coke. It doesn't tell you much. It's sort of an iconic moment. Yeah, well, it formed into a can at such and such a date. It was in an alley behind some place in New York City that doesn't even look the same anymore. It's like, oh, that was the first can of Coke that was thrown out. It's like, who cares? It's like, it could tell you something, but it's like, because they have this skull in Romania that they found. That's what the guy tells me when I go in the cave. This is where they found. I don't even care about the skull. Everybody told me about this skull. Okay, people have been studying that skull, and it's heralded in and archaeology. But I'm saying I'm not an archaeologist, and it's okay for people to be archaeologists, but like what the hell does it mean? Yeah, there's some ancient skull in there. And did it have anything to do with time travel? I doubt it, but I don't know. I really don't know. It's just my impression. So,
well, it's important to hear your stance on this. So I'm glad that.
But I'm saying it's like, it's. I'm not saying it's completely unimportant. It's just not my interest because, what am I going to do with the skull? What is this going to tell me? It's like, and then people get into competition over it. The skull in Romania is older than Taiwan, or the one in Taiwan is, I don't care. It's like, I'm interested in the time travel aspect because that's what my area of interest is. And even if I had access to the time machine, I don't know, where are you going to go? And then how much time can you watch? How much time do you have watch? It's hard enough to watch TV and watch movies and take in all the stuff that's going on in different movies. I don't watch the majority of movies that are out there. So if I'm, watching back, okay, there's this person, that person doing this caveman going here, this caveman going there. I end up, I'm often not very impressed by what science comes up with because I can, see beyond it. It's not that it's irrelevant, but they kind of make it less relevant than it should be, or more relevant than it should be.
Yes.
And they put vast emphasis on certain things. And they said, this is what we know. Like, okay, so all of a sudden, all of humanity knows what you know because you published in a scientific journal and everybody agrees with it, based upon the fact that they've never read any of the documents that you've read. So why are they even, writing it? And while I express this, I wasn't always working with Douglas Dietrich, but I always had this kind of attitude. What do I want to know that for? And I think that you have to reject data. This is the problem. See, you have to reject data because, people are getting, I heard Tartaria mentioned today.
Oh my God.
And I said, I would never look at that stuff. I mean, I looked at it long enough to know that I didn't want to look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's because, and I wasn't disputing it. I just said, what is this stuff telling me? Nothing.
Thank you.
So, and then people, are getting informed about stuff and they're filling their heads with air.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Oh, you're informed about this. You're not informed about anything. The world's going to end. Stock market's going to crash. Real estate market's going to crash. Well, I think we all know that there's enough money in the world right now that if the real estate market were to crash, particularly in New York, boy, would people be buying it up fast, wouldn't they? They certainly would. It will be harder to get mortgages, at least for the time being.
Yes.
And that can put a squeeze on things, but it's not going to go into massive distress.
Right.
So,
thank you.
People concern themselves with a lot of
extraneous
information, and they're swimming in it. And because I deal in very specialized things, I don't. If I was buying into all of that, I'd never be where I am now.
Yeah, thank you.
I wouldn't be pursuing, the time phenomena of David Anderson, and I've been criticized often for putting up with David Anderson, as people might tell me, putting up with him because he doesn't answer my communications. He's not acting like a true friend in their eyes,
just tell them that they have to understand that essentially he's not to be judged in human terms.
Well, yeah, and it's like I'm not looking for a bowling buddy.
Yes, that's right.
I mean that's not what my relationship is what's the word? Congenial, amicable, friendly, but it's also professional from my end. Yes. So it's like, okay, I'm very lucky to have a character like that even in my life at all. Same thing with Radu Cinemar. Wow, he doesn't write anymore. Both of these individuals have provided more to me in my life than most other individuals. Can't compare them.
Thank you.
It's like, wow. So wow, it's like, and somebody told me that, there's people who are much better than you, Douglas, as far as knowing what's going on in the world. Well, where the hell are they? It's like, well, maybe you better read this book. It's like, I don't know. It's like they make their own judgments. And that's just how they call the shots as they see it. Everybody sits from their own, armchair and calls their own shots.
Yes.
And my armchair is a professional armchair, being that I make a living from it. So I kind of know what I need to do, and I know what I don't need to do.
Yes.
One time my daughter said to me, she says, she was pretty young, and she says, Dad, why don't you write a bestseller? Oh, good idea.
That's so naive. That's incredible.
She was a kid.
Yes. Oh my God.
So I should tell her, why don't you write a hit record?
Yeah.
I wouldn't dare say that to her.
Of course not.
Another hit record, I should say.
Right. Yes.
People have their own opinions about what you should do. And sometimes it's a good idea not to follow them.
Yes.
One guy gave a good suggestion when I was at Shasta for us to go on Clubhouse. Clubhouse, where we could have live conversations with people about this stuff. Or as Brooke said about Q&A. Well, we could do that. But I've never even had the time to consider it. What will we be doing? Going for a couple hours and talking to people on Clubhouse? Engage in long conversations. They're talking about this, and you can say, oh, you want to know about Roswell? And then we start feeding them information. Oh, buy the book.
Yeah.
It could work. But at what cost? Do I want to be doing that? It's not a bad idea in and of itself. Whether it works for you or me is a different question. Getting on forums and spreading, there's some people that are really good at doing that. But life is busy enough without that. I'm not knocking the idea. I just haven't found a way to integrate it. One thing I realized today is that I'll probably want to do these podcasts that I want to do and put them on Spotify.
Cool.
It's something that you could do too.
Cool.
You can generate revenue from Spotify. Not necessarily a whole lot. I know my daughter makes a significant amount of change from it, but she's a singer, a writer, and she's not really doing that anymore, but it's still, the revenue comes in.
Wow.
Not enough to live on. No, from Spotify. She has other avenues too.
Understood.
But it's like, okay, yeah. It's much more, if you're getting hits, it's much more lucrative than YouTube.
Right. Yes.
I don't believe in YouTube ads.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
If you're getting 300,000 hits, okay, maybe you do it.
Right.
But anyway, this was good. We got to introduce ourselves to a new audience.
Yes.
And there were certain directions I wanted to go tonight, but we'll save that for another time. If we have time to talk about it, we will. It's just, we'll address it later.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I have been working on the book.
Wonderful.
There's a lot of correlating to do.
Yes.
It's really a lot of work to take all these pieces of information. There's so many nuggets, and then not put too many of them in. But anyway, I will say goodnight to the audience. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Once again, I'll remind you to contribute to Douglas's birthday. And thank you to those who have already very much. And I'll say goodnight. Maybe I'll see you in the morning. Maybe I won't.
Sounds good. Love you dearly and share that love with Paula. Bye for now. Thank you. That's Peter Moon, of course. Remember, skybooksusa.com. And you're going to hear a change in audio quality. So I need everybody to participate and let me know about what our quality of audio is. Now I'm going to try and give a call to a number of people. Let's see if we can pull them on. And this should be intriguing as to how many, if any, we can pull on. And then we'll do a little refreshment for myself, and then I'll take over for the night with a monologue. So we were very fortunate that Peter Moon was with us. Now let's see who else can grace us with their presence. We're gonna try with Brooke Gibson to start with, a lady who does not want to be referenced as executrix producer, doesn't like that title, and as soon as I get someone online, I'll try and bring other people on, and I'll try and start monologue a little earlier tonight than I've been doing lately. But hey, I feel that people have enjoyed the conversations that we've been having, and that, they've been fairly constructive. So, I hate this ringing. Yeah, this ringing really sucks. And I can't hear myself think, let alone say anything while this ringing is going on. I mean, I can say something. It's mostly like I'm shouting in the wind. I feel like I'm talking in a hurricane or something like that. So it says Brooke is unavailable. Okay, that's sad. Let's see if we can try someone else. We can potentially ride the call on for a bit. Sammy might be able to come on, so let's try him. And, I'll take a look in the live chat and see how our man Joe is doing. Oh, he was asking what Peter Moon's daughter's name was on Spotify. Her name is Sky. I know that much. Sky Books is named after his daughter. So her name is Sky, and Aloma Albert was with us earlier, and said Nobel went to Guy with Caveman info this year. I love this topic. Thank you, honey. I'll go a bit more into it. I promise. And, of course, I can understand where Peter's coming from. And, obviously, many people may take this information, and when it comes to anthropological information, and he feels it's not necessarily immediately relevant, or maybe that it even causes trouble or generates trouble. I take a different perspective. I think these things are very important, and race is very important, and people need to understand race rather than abuse it, of course. Obviously, I'm someone who speaks out against racism, but at the same time, I do want people not to misunderstand where I'm coming from, in the sense that I've also said that we're all racist, and it's important to recognize that, and that's not a bad thing. We're all racist because it's a redundant survival mechanism. And it's okay for people to prefer the company of their own. It's okay for black communities to have black entertainment network and black television. It's okay for them to have their own culture. It's okay for whites to do the same. The integration of different cultures is necessary in a place like the United States, as opposed to other places, to a degree, in our major cities, and ultimately those areas that will become the core of a new multi-genetic, a cosmogenate, meaning a multi-genetic civilization here in America, which is the only place in the world that could give birth to such a new civilization. And here we will begin to see a future in which people are increasingly hybridized, where something like the Starship Enterprise crew would look strange, in the sense that the Starship Enterprise crew is racially distinctive. These people are recognizably black in the old, I'm talking about the 60s, the original series, recognizably black or recognizably Asian. People are now becoming hybridized to the point where that's no longer the case. It's not recognizable necessarily what their ethnicity is at all. All right, let me see who I can, that will be the future America that I think of, that I'm thinking of. All right, let's see if we can get this to ring and then take it from there. Our lovely Viviana Sanchez, she's not online. Oh God, Crystal's online, but I asked her if I could call yesterday. Let me see if I could get her to call now. Let's see where else we are. Ian West, Real Tech Geek. Who wants to... How about Joe Ty? Okay, Joe Ty. Okay, this is the place where he called me from last time. Let's see if he responds. least he's ringing. That's a start. There we are. Good man. I should have called you in the first. All right, dear man. We're live. Anything you say is on record. Can you... Good.
Happy soon-to-be birthday, Douglas.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
I'll try to send something out for you. But
oh, bless you.
I've been pretty bad on that, but...
Understood. That's fine. How are things going with you? Is this something that... How long can you stay with us tonight?
Oh, I can stay with you all night, I think, tonight.
Okay, great. Christopher Fay says, amazing experience stumbling upon this show tonight. Mind-blowing. I was there in San Francisco from Monterey to Marin, through the 60s, through the 90s, and to realize the other dimensional facets. Waiting for Makandi. Wonderful. I'm going to look that up. Waiting for Makandi is probably a term referencing a movie or a book. I'll find out as soon as I cut and paste that and enter that into the search engine. It doesn't bring anything to mind immediately, consciously. And thank you, Christopher Ray. Welcome aboard. Christopher Fay, my apologies. Welcome aboard. Joe Ty, of course. Tell us a bit about what's been going on with you. If you can stay with us for the rest of the night, that's magnificent. What exactly is going on with your employment status? Is everything okay? Or
I'm working in a Japanese restaurant now.
Okay.
In Buffalo to, see how things are in Buffalo. I was trying to hook up with a girl in Buffalo. That's why I'm here in Buffalo.
Oh, wow.
But it didn't work out, so I'm thinking I might be moving back to Albany and see where another employment opportunity is up to. Okay. But, that's why I haven't been on the show for a while. Okay,
I see. Okay, understandable. And so what's your work schedule like, if I may ask, at the Japanese restaurant? Is this doing night shift or
no, it's a whole day thing, but I got the whole night in the morning, so it's no big thing. But I get off at work around 9:30, like today. But no,
are you lying down? Are you lying down?
Yes, I'm lying down. I better get up a little bit more.
Because it impacts your quality of voice. Yes, it impacts the quality of the audio. It sounds like you're talking into a pillow. Yes, it's. I know you're not. I know you're lying straight up, face straight up, but it does something to the vocal cords when you're lying down, where it's just. It's not.
And I have a nasty cough I can't get rid of this whole week.
Oh my God! The other day we called, and I think you were either really sick or that you were barely conscious, and that you heard the phone ring and you were turning it on or something and kept turning it off, but we could see the camera turn on and it was showing your ceiling. Now, this was just a few weeks ago. Were you sick or something?
Yeah, I was sort of, still in that, sort of having too much of that phlegm in my...
do me a favor and shout and talk directly into your microphone. So,
Okay, all right, yep.
Good.
Like oral sex, right?
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't work unless you get right in there. Go on.
Yeah. So
you were sick. What exactly happened? Is this part of the cough? Is part of a remnant of that? Vestigial?
Yeah. Yep. So a little bit of it comes and goes, but.
Are you unable to talk because you're coughing? Is that
a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
somehow the airways it's not working like normal.
Oh, your okay. Your passage for air in your throat, basically.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, and our prayers, everybody, please extend your prayers to Joseph Ty. Let's see if we can drag some other people onto the call to give him a break, but in the meantime, when you're able to breathe again, let's see if you can say something,
yeah, absolutely. I like how Keeper Moon says, he's now away from the time travel stuff. Yeah, exactly. Why would you want to go back in time? You want to go forward. He's right. But we still need to know the truth, and that's why I'm saying Pangea is the key to the evolution of man. I mean, we broke up, and that's why we diversified. Thank God for not just steak and potatoes, but sushi and curry.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yes.
And people say the egg or the chicken came first. Of course, the egg. Because because the dinosaur has eggs.
Mm-hmm.
So the snakes. So everybody has an egg.
Mm-hmm.
That came first before any other things. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I came into a conclusion of, because my ex-wife was, did the egg or the chicken came first? No, the egg came first, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rhetorical.
Well, the Earth is an egg. The Earth is an egg,
Yeah.
Yeah,
in its own way.
The cells are an egg,
Mm-hmm.
Cells are eggs, is round,
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I've just pushed the add button, and we are calling any number of people. We'll see who responds. About 13 people we're calling at once. And usually the overwhelming majority of these never answer. Earlier, it was just Brooke and myself, and she's with us. Kisses.
I've told you to not call me twice in a row unless you're going to pay me.
I'm sorry. I never consciously.
No. We went through this last week.
We did. I didn't consciously absorb it. I must have been in denial. I'm sorry.
I even had the ringer all the way on the lowest it would go.
So
for emergency, someone could get me. Right. And you wake me up 2 times.
I'm sorry. Oh my God. I didn't. Well, at least I hope you're not worried.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm just going to enunciate every word very slowly and see if I remind you of someone for the rest of the show.
Oh my God. So,
would you?
Honey, I haven't introduced you.
Lie.
Honey, I haven't introduced you formally to Joseph Ty. This is Joe Ty. Joe Ty is maybe I did.
Hey, Joe Ty, do you call people and annoy them too?
I don't get annoyed. I get interested.
No, I just mean twice in a row. Fuck, if I denied the phone request, Douglas, and you don't call back in 30 minutes unless you're paying me. What are you paying me?
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I never knew that condition. I didn't.
I think he can pay you if you see him. Yeah. I think if you can see him, I think he'll pay you in other ways.
Yes. He's suggesting, of course, that I repay you in sex. That's so. I mean, leave it to.
I'm pretty sure I would be repaying him in sex. So
that's
again,
right.
How are you paying me?
Right. Yeah. That's true.
Joe, you need to stay out of the fucking conversation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just this particular one.
I don't know.
Nice to meet you, Joe. I'm sorry. I'm pretty grumpy anyway, but I'm very grumpy when I first wake up.
Yes, that's fine. So Joe Ty, just so you know, Joe Ty was adopted at a very young age. He was damaged goods. He was born in Taiwan. No, or was he? You were born in the mainland and you were smuggled to Taiwan.
No. I was born in Taiwan.
Oh, yeah. And somehow...
Yeah, but I was adopted by a mainland Chinese American family.
Right.
We're Hakka, right?
Hakka, which are Chinese river pirates. Yeah, they probably had every intention of hollowing out his body and smuggling drugs in him. But
holy shit.
He they decided that he wasn't worth that effort. I'm just kidding. He's a wonderful human being.
Your body wasn't big enough to get enough drugs in it or something.
No, my head was bigger than my body.
So what happened with Joe is he's got a really big head. He looks like one of those Buddha statues. He scares the hell out of me when the camera goes on because it's like watching
Oh
one
my
of the Buddha
God, you got to put the camera on now. I want to see him.
Yes, you can put the
it's
camera
like
on
a
and show
cross for
yourself.
the vampires. All you have to do is have my picture and Douglas would be like scared.
Yeah. It's like one of those smiling Hotai Buddhas. They call them Hotai figures, and it's like talking to you. It's really disconcerting. Sammy Romero is with us. He's a wonderful human being, but you know that. And Sammy will be speaking in a moment. But just so you know, honey, what happened was Jotai was being taken across a river, and he slipped on wet rocks, and his skull cracked open, and his brains fell out. And they scooped him back in. And
You're lying to your fucking teeth.
It's half truth. He's telling you the half truth.
Yeah, what did happen?
He's embellishing.
I thought I was doing this pretty accurately myself, but what happened? Tell us your version of the story and how you even remember it.
Yeah, I was crossing a stream. My uncle told me to jump. And, that was a smart thing on a slippery stream,
Wait, did he have your insurance paid off or something? What was...
Yeah, my father was watching. And that happened. And they thought I was damaged goods. You're right. They thought I was damaged goods.
Oh, poor guy. Oh, my God.
So they thought I was going to be retarded or something. So
they adopted him out, right? Well, what exactly happened on the rock? Your brain injury? What I mean, what happened?
No, I just bled. I just cracked my head. The brains didn't come out though.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think the brain's coming out for a little bit much.
Oh, all right. Yes. But okay.
Hey, I dropped my kid, my little boy. I had a little girl. She was perfect. I never dropped her. And then my little boy.
That's when she started practicing juggling. Yes. Sorry.
My daughter does not juggle.
I'm kidding.
Oh, you mean juggling my brother?
You start juggling the boy. I was saying that when you had the boy you started practicing juggling.
The bad thing is here's the kicker, that I never had any problems. I was perfect with her. And then you have a second one a couple of years later, not quite as careful. And the first time I remember, he was 2 months old. No, 2 months old. He rolled off the bed, just hit the floor hard. That scared me a little. But then he was like 3 months old, and I had him shopping in the buggy and for Christmas, because I was doing early Christmas shopping, and she was at school in kindergarten. And, a buggy, and we're on this hard floor, like Toys R Us hard floor. And I just turned around to grab the bear because he couldn't sit up straight, so I would hold him up. But he could lean against the back. So I just, all I do is turn just to grab it. Just let go of him for a second to grab the stuffed animal. Boom, out of the entire buggy. And oh my God, that was high enough. Screaming, crying.
Oh, wow.
I run to the school to get my daughter because I had to get her right then. And the woman tells me, she's a teacher. She says, honey, you might as well just get used to it. That's the difference in boys and girls. He's going to fall. He's going to be fine. You take him to doctor, he'll be fine. So I did, and he was fine. The funny part of this story is he fell several more times. But the funniest one is I sat him on the dryer after I got him out of the bath. And I'm turning around again. His clothes are right behind the dryer. Now, he could sit up on his own at this point. He's a little wobbly. He sit up on his own. And I just turned around to grab his little PJ thing. And I turned right back around, and he's not there. And then I looked to the left, and his feet are sticking up out of the trash can.
Oh, my God.
Like we had a trash can right there, head first down in it. And so at that point, I'm looking, and I'm like, not only was I like, oh, shit, thank God I just changed that trash can. But, I was like, oh, shit, how do I get him out? Because I just see dangling feet up. And he's down.
Oh, my God.
Trying to grab him back.
At least it's safer in the trash can than on the hard floor.
Yeah, the trash can was safer than the floor for sure. That's why I can laugh about it. I don't ever laugh about that one that scared me really bad. But, yeah. So
what does your son do now?
So now, he's struggling in school, and
okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's awful. Oh my God! This is why I'm scared to death to ever have children. This is why I never.
No, honey, baby. That
You
is
already
not
have
why
children. You just don't
you
know it.
shouldn't have children for many other reasons. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Granted, I do have a few children, and I haven't been a good father. I haven't been there for them. I'm just an irresponsible lout. But honestly,
I mean, I would hate to see you with a child like as a baby.
yeah. No, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't. No. I can barely take care of myself. I mean, this is why she tells me to get a dog, and I'm not going to do it.
I know.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
you don't want to.
And now I'm questioning the dog because I don't want him to come home with like prick marks in his neck or something.
Well, dogs are a good. Yeah, she's right. Dogs are a good practice animal to.
Don't tell that. Hey,
before-
Douglas needs to watch the dog channel. That's what he needs. We'll just get him the dog
No,
channel.
he doesn't want to pick up other people's shit. And I don't blame him.
No. The
I don't
dog
blame-
channel. He just cuts it on TV.
Oh.
my
He
God.
needs a part. And just,
Yeah,
Listen,
the dogs are the masters. The masters aren't the masters. You know, the masters have to pick up the shit from the dog. The dogs are the master.
Oh God! At any rate, it's I definitely appreciate these suggestions, but I cannot. I just am.
you can get you some pet rats.
Yeah.
He fucked one of them.
Oh my God! He's talking about Rat Girl, which is like a whole different story. If you want to hear a bit about Rat Girl, I can go into that later. But to tell you the
I would
truth,
prefer you not. I prefer you to let me slept if you're gonna go into Rat Girl. Okay.
Okay, there we are. Yeah, cool. Yeah, got it. That's fine. And so what we can do instead is speak about, well, you know, our man Sammy is putting Scorpio baby to sleep, and so that of course is always dangerous. And I
Go look on the notes. Go look in the comments and see what I changed my name to for tonight.
Oh yes, you said something on live streaming. You said Sammy changed my name for the night earlier. Oh, Scorpio baby's Aunt B. Oh, that's so cute. That's adorable. That's adorable. And your face is nice. You have such a nice face. Yes. Like an actress. You could have been an actress. Yes. I don't know why you're hiding it behind those sunglasses.
I am an actress. I pretend like I have like you every fucking week.
Well,
right.
She's an actress on this, you know.
Yeah.
He is an actress now on this show.
Yes.
I am. No, I should have been an actress, except I didn't have skills or talent. I got pregnant at 20. Anything else? No, that was about it.
Well, I mean, you know.
My ex was an actress. She did a commercial for Nissan.
That's cute. Your ex-wife.
No, the ex the blonde, the one that had the cop son, Virginia. The Marine thing.
Oh, right. The post-traumatically stress disordered lady. Who, had come from that family of abuse, a Marine Corps family of satanic ritual abuse, essentially. Yes. Oh, that poor dear. Yes. So she was doing some acting.
Yeah, she had a commercial. She could have made it in Hollywood, but
okay.
Actresses, aren't really a great thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, you mean the lifestyle is not necessarily always the best, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And she had kids. She had kids. Oh, you have to build. So you are a model.
Yeah, I did. Well, they were on multiple billboards, but it was just for a tanning, like a North Carolina, South Carolina tanning agency.
Oh wow!
Oh,
that's why you do tanning. What? I mean, how did you?
That's not why. I mean, I started and I worked there, and then he asked me. Then we dated for a little bit, and he asked me if I would be on the billboard.
Okay. Wonderful.
Of course, he was like, 20 years older than me, and I literally did the billboard.
Okay, great.
He bought me a car, and I broke up with him 2 months later. And you know why I broke up with him? Because I had a little black pug, which has to do with my email address. I'll tell you, but and I had a little black pug that was mine, and I would put that pug in the stand-up shower with me every fucking morning because he liked to come in. And he comes in there, that dog does not need to get in the shower.
Oh.
I was like, he's fine in the shower. And he's like, well, I don't think it's good for his hair. He probably is good. And I'm like, the dog's in the shower. And he's like, well, I just don't think it's a good idea. And I was like, the dog's going to be in the shower. I'm not going to be in the shower. And he's like, but I think, arguing about it. And so I just got out of the shower, tried the dog off, left, and never came back.
Wow. Holy shit.
You love your dogs, don't you?
I
Yeah.
do.
Yes.
But that he was already an asshole, and I was looking for a goddamn reason to leave. So I was
Oh,
like,
okay,
hey,
that's a good reason. So if we see you with a dog, don't even bother.
Well,
well,
uh,
he and I dated like after a few years, like not in fact, a few years, like I separated at one point when my kids were little, and within a separation, and so we went back out and we went on I think one date. We went on 2 dates. We went on a dinner date. And it went okay because then I kind of knew how he was, like very opinionated and stuff. And but then by the next like time we met, he's like, "Let's meet for breakfast." And I already knew the first. He has no children. This man was already telling me on the first date, "Well, when do your kids get out of school?" And I'm like telling him, "Yeah, well, no, it only goes till 11:30 because he's little. You know, he gets out 11:30." And he's like, "Well, we should probably extend that." Now, this is our first date. I haven't seen this guy in, 15, 20 years. I don't know. We should probably extend that, so you have more of the day for him, because he wasn't working either, because he had all these businesses. So he was at home and he was like, and then we can get facials and all this and this. And so it was like, would have been a great life. So what I have to tell you is, think of that. He had a 5-car garage. Each one was full. You had his car. 4 other ones were bought for 4 other women, just like he had offered to buy me a car. He cannot keep a woman because he's such a fucking asshole. So I stood up at the breakfast table when I met him for breakfast. The next time I said, "Okay, I'll meet you at such and such for breakfast." It wasn't a spend the night over date where I was actually with him for breakfast. I'm not saying I didn't spend the night at one point, but I'm saying before that night before. But I'm saying we met for breakfast and I talked to him, and he was again going all into how I needed to raise my children, even though the man has never had a child.
Oh, wow.
In school and this, and it was all about him, because I could just sit there and I'm like, this is all about you on like a second date, not even a real second date, and you want me to put these children in school till like 5 o'clock, so you have me all to yourself till 5 o'clock. And like, it was just unbelievable. So finally I got up from the table and left, which I have done several dates. If I don't like what you're saying, I will just get up and leave, excuse myself, and don't come back.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, poor guy. I mean, he was very...
Well, it's a learning lesson. I mean, American women I got in trouble for being too open-minded. We gotta watch what we say. Even though it's the truth, I thought,
Are you saying what he said was the truth?
No, not him. I mean, not him. I mean, for me, I was not him. I mean, I was being too truthful, and it gets me into trouble.
Like, what were you truthful about? What did you say that got you into trouble? I'm just curious.
Well, I gave actually, that's her birthday. Last time it was your birthday, and this girl was working for the state.
Okay.
She's a big girl, and I don't mind big girls, but she was getting to a point where she can't barely walk,
Oh, wow.
And the cellulite was out of control. So I told them, you should take care of that, because I'm seeing that you're having a hard time walking,
Mm-hmm.
She got pissed off, and she said she fired her doctor. That's why, and all this stuff. I mean, just tell, people, I want the best for her, even though I understand she was molested by her grandfather and all this stuff, but she had a cute voice I like, and it was sort of my first white girl relationship thing.
This was the Marine Corps PTSD chick.
No,
right?
this was before the Marine Corps chick.
Okay.
But the Marine Corps chick, I just called the oldest cop's son a retard, because the fucking asshole just wanted to be in uniform.
Oh.
And his police force offered him a detective job.
Mm-hmm.
So I call him a retard.
Mm-hmm.
And his mom keeps on saying he's so smart and shit. But he's so smart that he brought his molesting father to the house where the other daughter's gonna be when I brought them there. So I feel like an
talk
asshole.
loud. Keep talking loud. Shout. when
Yeah,
you
I
should.
felt like an asshole. So you're gonna treat me like an asshole. I'm gonna disrespect you at your own house because you disrespected me, your mother, and your sister. So, but I got in trouble for that. So.
Okay, that's understandable. Okay, so all that being said, obviously this is just Joe's providing us some examples of how hard it is to get along with people. It can be difficult. Yes, yes. So, honey, just now that you've heard this,
Yeah, you can't call the women's sons, even though they're grown ass assholes, retards.
Right. I mean, well, it helps not to call people names, and yeah, it's one of these things where maybe it's just best to avoid certain kinds of people. As for the big chick, yes, bringing this to their attention about, hey, gee, maybe you could lose some weight or something. It's a touchy subject. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're already having a lot of issues.
Okay, first of all, they're probably already aware of their weight.
Yeah.
And retard's not a word you should say. And then secondly, like if you
I love that word. I love that word.
Then Joe Ty, right now, go on. I want you to go right now while we're doing this. Go on to YouTube. I changed my name tonight, and you change your name to retard.
Because
you love the word.
I do.
By the way,
I should say it. Yeah.
I do have to confess something. I have to confess that I understand where Brooke is coming from, and of course it's a bad word. At the same time, I do appreciate the fact that he did call this one young individual that name, because she did deserve it. This was a person who was formerly affiliated with myself, and she lives in the same city as Joe Tai, and she was trying to seduce him against myself, which is a very perverse image in and of itself. He called her a retard, and I think that she kind of deserved that. It's basically an insult, and it should never, of course, be applied to developmentally disabled people.
Oh, no,
but Joe never does that. Joe's not doing
those
that.
Those guys aren't retards. They are mentally challenged. That I would respect that.
Yeah.
But if I had to use retard on somebody, you're not a good person.
Right. So it's a distinction to be made, but he knows that. He understands that. So in all fairness, I remember that there was this one radio personality. If I talked to Noreen Helphand, I would remember his name, but he's that New Zealander guy. I forget his name. It doesn't even matter. But
I don't mean to disrespect people that are mentally challenged. I wouldn't call them retards. But.
Yeah. It's so there. So hopefully that clarifies that. And
I would call people retards that aren't mentally challenged.
Right. So, well, they may be mentally challenged, but not in the sense of developmentally disabled.
Oh yeah, like the justices, like the Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade. Yeah. Overeducated retards. These assholes are.
Yeah. There you go. See, so the word might have its uses. I think it's acceptable as an insult.
I'm sure I would respect if they call me a American retard. Yeah. Sort of. We were brought up to be American retards because we're given the false information.
Okay, so that being said, a lot of people have, how would I say it? When you use the term American, of course, that's a hard qualifier for a lot of people to get used to. I'm responsible for that because I spend a lot of time criticizing Americans. And so it's easy to build up a kind of contempt for Americans in general because I've spent a lot of time criticizing America's culture, and rather its anti-culture. But such being said, Brooke, till Sammy returns, I just read her private message.
If we're going to be accepting misinformation, we're retarded. Oh my God. At one time I did accept the bullshit. But right now, I couldn't say that I'm a retard no more since I learned of Dietrich's transmissions and his education. And how it has changed me profoundly as a real Chinese American, Taiwanese American. So forget about Chinese. I'm not Chinese no more until the Chinese communists get rid of communism.
Well, let me try and qualify that. I earlier myself was talking about my name, and I said, "Oh, my Taiwanese name, Yi Ping," that you were referring to me by. And to clarify that for people, I do want people to understand that the Chinese culture, of course, is ancient, far more ancient than the than anything else almost. So just understand that because it's more ancient than communism, I'm proud to say that my mother was half Chinese, and I'm a quarter Chinese. So I do want people to understand that I should have said my Chinese name because Taiwan is now becoming a different identity. And communist China, of course, is its own identity, which I do not cleave to or adhere to.
Yeah, they're Russian retards. They're Russian retards.
Oh my God! Well, the Russians are actually they're satraps now. But in terms of oh my God, I'm just reading something privately here from someone, and it's I'm just appalled at what I'm reading. Not that they're insulting me or anything. It's just they're describing a situation which is appalling. But here's what I would say to people is that because of what I described earlier, that Taiwan is trying to develop its own identity, which is not Chinese. They refer to themselves much more as a kind of Southeast Asian or Oceanian or Polynesian culture now, a kind of ambiguous hybrid culture, and they're no longer teaching Chinese history as they used to. This is very disturbing to me. And because communist China is failed in so many ways with the maintenance of a cultural heritage and identity and legacy, I have to draw the conclusion that China has become an ideal. It's like Rome. You have to think of Rome as an ideal that many other civilizations have since aspired to. And that's what we have to see China as. It's almost as a culture that has gone cosmic, ideal, as opposed to one that is still with us. So, but nevertheless, I would use the term Chinese, as many people would use the term Roman if they're trying to identify with a greater ideal than simple nationalism.
Yeah, but the communist Chinese are making it terrible for the other Chinese. You know what I'm saying? They're doing genocidal work with all these people in the Xinjiang region, and organ, all these crazy communists that are more capitalistic than communist capitalistic, so they're corrupt as shit. I can't deal with this shit. Making a bad name for the Chinese. I mean, that's bad. They confuse us with the Taiwanese Chinese. They confuse us with the mainland Chinese, and they send us to the China Communist Embassy instead of the Taiwan Embassy.
Oh my God.
This is the bullshit that we have to deal with, and Americans better wake up because Taiwan are American Chinese. And the Chinese in America are Chinese Americans, they don't get it.
So all that being said, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. And Joe is writing the call. The call is writing on Joe. I'll start monologue sometime soon. In the meantime, let's see if we can get some other people to participate as well. And Joe always does his best, and I appreciate that profoundly. Glad you've got the new job over at the Japanese restaurant, and hoping that goes well with you. I mean, exactly what are you doing there? You're cooking or what?
I'm a waiter right now.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I get to see people.
Yeah. Oh, our man is back.
Hello.
Yes. So Joe and Sammy, you both met in the past, right? Right. Yes.
Yeah. Sammy, congratulations! You got a little kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And then,
Oh, by the way, Sammy, have you taken a look at what Brooke wrote in the chat room? She changed her name for tonight to a new name. So take a look at it in live stream where she said she's Scorpio baby's Aunt B. I love it.
Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you, Brooke. That's very cute.
Yeah. Yes.
You are his auntie, I guess. His white auntie.
I'm claiming it at least. I'm claiming it at least for the week. I'll change the name again, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I figured you wouldn't mind that.
Oh, thank
Thought it was cute.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's very sweet.
Yeah. Oh, he said goodnight. Yeah. He said goodnight.
Put him on the phone.
Oh my God.
Yes. Sick night. Yeah, he's out and about. He didn't want to go to bed.
What is Daddy getting you for Christmas?
No answer.
What do you want? What is Daddy getting you for Christmas from Santa Claus? Do you want a toy dog or a dog?
No, we don't. I don't teach my child that a fat white man is bringing them up.
What do you want Daddy to get you for presents because you're such a good boy? What should Daddy buy you?
He doesn't
I'm
answer.
teaching commercialism. Come on, we live in America.
He probably doesn't. Yeah.
He doesn't answer.
Yeah.
How old is he again?
He's about 10 months already.
Oh, he's still young.
Yeah. I mean, really.
My son was afraid of Santa Claus.
This Christmas, you can get away with boxes, Sammy.
Yeah.
Like the boxes are what they will play with.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's cool. Joe, Joe, you said you had a son, and that's right. I always forget that. How did this happen?
Oh, I was teaching him how to read on a book on Santa Claus, and that turned him off for the rest of his life. So.
Why?
And that's good because you know what? I don't have to hide the gifts. I just give it to him. I said, enjoy. You get to enjoy even before Christmas. How about that? That's even better. And he loves it now. You know, he knows that Dad is the real Santa Claus. Forget about the red man in the big red suit.
Okay. So
who claws out?
Yes.
You know, there's a subconscious pedophile.
Ooh.
Santa Claus sitting on Santa Claus' lap, going up and down people's chimneys.
There are creepy aspects to that. Yes. Oh, by the way, Guanji is in the chat room. Says greetings, Douglas. Spoke of Haitian black centipedes. A lot of ignorant slobs out there. He agrees. And then he says something Maping Wari. I have no idea where his train of thought is going, but he's welcome. And with that, I want everyone to know that in the past several minutes since Peter Moon left, our numbers have crashed.
I guess he has the higher crowd. I guess I go too low.
And Brooke, of course, was asking me about.
You know, Doug. To our defense, the retirement community probably went to bed. So come on.
Yes.
Well, Peter. I mean, I'm gonna go in defense of Peter Moon has the best fucking hours, and he has his own crowd come in that follows his name. Mm-hmm. So you got two fucking issues there.
That's true.
Because you're giving him the best hours, and you're giving him like his name crowd's gonna follow him. I'm not saying you shouldn't have him on here at all. I'm just saying maybe. You should put people on at different hours because who the fuck is up in the East Coast at this fucking time to listen till fucking 5 in the morning? Of course your fucking time is gonna fucking crash. And I don't think it has a lot to do with Peter fucking Moon. I mean, I think it has some to do with Peter Moon, yes, because he has his own crowd and he's very intelligent. And at least tonight he went through, before I went to sleep, some of his old stuff and didn't. But yeah, like Peter's very intelligent.
What happened was I'll say this, and it's no insult to Joe. It's just like you said, it's just a lot of people. Probably the moment that Peter left, what happened was the vibe changed, and then a lot of people just don't get used to the new vibe. It takes a while because what happens is we enter a conversational vibe, and a lot of people just kind of drop off at that point, and then they come back later, towards the point that I start to monologue again. But believe me, Brooke, you're absolutely right. You've got it down. It is the hours. A lot of this has to do with the hours, and the people are able to listen up to the point where, Peter leaves around midnight Eastern time. So around that time, people just check out with him. And then what we have is the real night owls begin to kind of come back. But they're usually aware that I usually refresh myself at around this time. And so what happens is a lot of people temporarily check out. Either that or...
Okay, well, then I'm temporarily checking out. I'm not here to not be listened to. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Oh, baby.
So, Brooke, how you doing? You're watching a kid at this time and he's still awake?
Me?
Wow.
Who?
And also, you have a Phoenix baby next to you, right?
Phoenix baby.
I have a penis baby.
Phoenix. He said Phoenix.
Phoenix. I mean, Scorpion baby.
Scorpion baby. No, that's...
Yeah, I have a Scorpio baby, but Sammy raises him. I'm just his aunt.
Oh, no, I got confused with Sammy's baby is Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Scorpion baby. Sammy's baby is Scorpion baby. There's no Phoenix baby unless, you might be referring to one of my illegitimate children or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like penis.
Yeah, but, okay, everybody, I just want people to know, the reason I called Joe was because nobody else answered the phone right away, and Joe answered the phone. So, credit where credit is due.
Douglas had no choice, I mean.
Yes, and the other day he was really sick, and I was with Real Tech Geek, and he kind of answered the phone twice, and that's when we saw his face and then the ceiling. So it was really disconcerting because it was like somebody picking up the phone and then they fainted. And the phone camera's painting at the ceiling or something like that. It was just really weird. But, he never spoke, and that was even weirder. So I was just glad that he's alive. Okay, so let's all agree to that. And that being said, okay, bit of a conversation here, Sammy, you, and Brooke, let's talk a bit about the Revealer movie. Come on.
Yeah, like I said, the Revealer movie was... Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
I didn't really get to watch it, but what I can tell you is it's just very interesting the fact that they ended up together, right? Is that pretty much the whole gyps?
I guess you'd better watch the review. What about Our Lady Brooke? What about
No,
you?
they didn't fucking even end up together. That was the sucky part. There's no make-out scene. There's no ending up together. They just ended up together like if me and you or me and fucking any other person were stuck, like, didn't like each other. You're against me. And then she's the only person outside the wall alive. The other girl's the only person inside the wall alive. Fucking A, she let her in. That was it. Then the girl
You kind of slurred there, honey. Okay, it's like you're the only person alive, but something in the world alive or something you were saying? What? Say it.
I'm sorry, I was trying to pee. I was.
Oh, no worries. That's okay, honey. Yeah. Oh,
I'm sorry.
got it.
It was bad. But
No worries.
I'm trying to pee.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you a story. Short story here. There was this old white guy named... Oh, by the way, we were talking about Sammy saying he doesn't tell his kid about this old white guy delivering toys. It's not something that he wants to raise the kid with because that image is really scary. But, did you ever hear the rapper? He wrote that song. I forget. I think the guy's name was Fatty or something like... No, I can't remember the rapper's name, but he sang the song about Santa. He sang the song about Christmas. It was a Christmas rap, and it goes something like this, like... Here comes Fatty with the sack of shit. Here comes Fatty with the sack of shit. It was just, it was really funny. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics.
Wasn't the real story of Nicholas about a guy that was giving money to girls who received their money through a window or something? So
I related that in the past. It had something to do with Saint Nick. Saint Nick was originally, who Saint Nicholas is, Santa Claus. The original history is that Saint Nicholas was giving money to girls' orphanages, dropping money in through the windows and stuff like that. Of course, one might ask what he was doing at the windows. We can imagine. And he was dropping money maybe because he was getting his thrills. All right, let's not read too much into these things. It's like, we went there.
All right. Yeah, I just want the facts, So,
as I understand it, was something like that. Yeah, as I understand it. So, but about the pissing story now, since nobody seemed to laugh at the rap story, which I thought was really funny. You know, here comes Fatty with the sack of shit, but you know, all right. Getting no feedback there. So maybe what it needs is some rim shots. I don't know if people understand.
You gotta have a beat to it. You gotta have
the beat. Yeah, it's the beat.
Boombox.
Yeah, there we. So that being said, rim shots, by the way, for people who don't understand what the hell I'm talking about, it's not a sexual term. Rim shots are basically somebody beats the drums when you make a joke, so people understand there's a punchline there. You know, boom, boom, boom. You know, it's like that. Yeah, Joe can do that for me. Joe can do the rim shots. That's he can play the part of Ed McMahon. Basically, for those of you who complain about Joe, understand that
I sound more like a sick dog right now.
Yeah, he's unable to do the Ed McMahon right now, but yes, he has that potential. He can fulfill that role where he just sits there and says, "That's so funny, Johnny."
Bang.
Yeah. All right. There you go. He's on his way. So, that being said, the piss story I was thinking of was there was that chick. Fuck, Sammy, help me out here.
They wanted you to piss all over her, and you did.
Very funny.
And how
That's
did it
cute.
go?
That's cute. Thank you. Christine Joanna Hart. Christine Joanna Hart
Okay,
yeah, this British chick, and she was working with one of the men who was responsible for the murder of Max Spears. And that's this scumbag named, what the fuck was his name again, Sam? Bases. Miles Johnston. Miles Johnston.
Johnston, yeah.
Yeah, so Miles Johnston used to have a channel of his own on YouTube. Thank God was run off YouTube, along with Henrik Palmgren. All these assholes, thank God, have been run off YouTube, many of them. So in the case of Miles Johnston, he had this stupid series called Bases. And he was exploiting Max Spears for content. Basically, exploiting Max Spears for his sex appeal, really. Crystal River can testify to the fact that he was a dirty old faggot who, at one point, Max Spears, just so you know, honey, Max Spears and Christine Joanna Hart were vastly different in age. Well, vastly is maybe not the word for it. Christine Joanna Hart is, I guess, maybe my age, maybe a little older. And as for Max Spears, he was 20 years younger, approximately, and maybe something like that. Anyhow, both of them were sexual victims of Michael Aquino. I mean, when you think about this, by the way, this is just shocking. You've got a man whose victims range in age, just incredibly. Like, he's raped people across generations. You have to admit that's impressive in its own right. It's kind of like, you know, that for those of you who don't know, there was that man named, what was his name? Richard Speck. Richard Speck was
I think there's probably another word besides impressive.
Yeah, I don't mean that in a sense of positive. I'm not effusing.
Well, you just have a large vocabulary, so I figure you can find something.
Yeah. Well, help me find a word. I mean, it's impressive in a negative sense. It's like, you know, I mean, kind of like I was going to bring up an analogy like Richard Speck. Richard Speck was basically, there was a bus full of nurses that was going from one hospital to another, or they were student nurses or something, and Richard Speck was an XYY man, which means that basically women are, of course, XX, and men are XY. And every once in a while, a chromosome gets added by mistake, a genetic anomaly that is not considered a positive. But as an evolutionary bleed-off, there are some men born who are XYY men, which means they have double the Y chromosome, so they are super aggressive. They develop horrible cases of acne. They become essentially deformed, like there was a pituitary gland issue, and they are hopelessly oversexed because they've got a compounded sex drive because they're XYY. Richard Speck was one of these, and Richard Speck jumped on this bus full of nurses and he raped them all, 18 of them, which, by the way, is impressive. That's not it's not a positive. I'm not effusing, but it is impressive in its own negative way that a man can maintain an erection through 18 ejaculations. Or even if he didn't ejaculate until the last nurse, the fact that he was able to maintain an erection through 18 of them is still impressive. Well, they put him in jail, where he spent the rest of his life, and he did die there, by which time he had developed tits, actual breasts, probably because they were pumping him full of hormones to balance out his XYY issues. So these hormones, like they did with our man who helped to develop the computer as we understand it, Alan Turing, was a gay man who being gay was illegal in Britain at the time, World War II, and after. So they sentenced him. They sentenced him to treatment where they pumped him full of female hormones. And he developed a pair of tits as big as Mamie Van Doren's, just like Richard Speck did. These men became very busty. So
it's not normal to have an erection for more than 10 hours?
Well, that guy didn't take 10 hours to rape 18 women, but...
okay.
But no, it's not normal to have an erection for... Is this happened to you? That's a condition called preempism.
Oh, I guess I have that.
Oh, thank you. Nice to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is it now? What?
It's called TMI or Viagra. Either too much information.
I don't need Viagra. I hear,
All right, then TMI. Got it.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question.
Yeah, honey.
How many nurses were on that bus?
I think it was all 18 of them. I think that was the full complement. Was he raped everyone on the bus? I think.
Okay, so 18 women. I just want to say right now, I do not believe in 2000, the year we live in. I don't understand then. If there are 18 women on one bus,
they'd kill them. In this day and age, I'm sure they'd kill them. Yeah.
I see you raping the first fucking woman. Yeah. 17 are about to fucking get your ass.
Well, I think Bundy. Wasn't there a Bundy, the Republican that was a serial killer that raped a bunch of nurses?
Yeah, but he only raped women one at a time.
One at a time.
He didn't try a bus full of 18.
Yeah. No. That's Richard Speck is outstanding in a negative sense. In what he did.
So all these girls couldn't get rid of this one guy?
That's what I'm questioning.
In all fairness, I agree that in this day and age, he could not do that. But in those days, there was two factors. One, he was a very big man. We're talking about an XYY man, so he's overgrown. And he was probably profoundly intimidating. He was probably... psychotically violent. They were probably all scared to death, and they were probably...
Obviously, none of the nurses had some of their shots of fucking Haldol in their fucking pocket.
And because nurses get attacked, and they get to learn how to do self-defense.
Yeah. Any female should learn self-defense. Any female needs to learn self-defense. But, that being said, my point about the other asshole,
That should have been the first. Oh,
yeah, I was watching
this thing. That should have been the first less roll.
Yes, that should have been. Yes, I agree. I like that. And
girl.
But, yeah, by the way, so, my story about the old... the piss story. Yeah. The other asshole. I was going into Richard Speck, but when I talk about Michael Aquino, the fact that he's raping people across generations, I mean, this is astonishing and it's appalling. And, but those words just don't do it justice. The fact is that is in its own way, someone with that level of power and able to get away with that, it's negatively impressive. I'll say that for now. I think that kind of covers it.
Okay, like Aquino.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is him.
Okay.
So he had raped both Max Spears and Christine Joanna Hart, among so many hundreds of others. Hundreds. But the point was that when it came to Max Spears, knowing this, that dirty old faggot, Mr. What was the guy's name again with bases? Miles Johnston. I hate him so much, I bleach out the name. Anyhow, Miles Johnston at one point on the Skype camera. The Skype was on, and Max Spears was talking to Crystal River, and she could personally testify to this. She was personally witness to this. The old faggot, Miles Johnston, started trying to basically psych Max Spears out. Basically started saying, hey, you're a butt boy, all this kind of shit, and he really wanted to fuck Max Spears. And then Max Spears lost it on him, but somebody's really moving around, and what they're doing with their mic is like, it sounds like they're dragging the mic across a counter or something, or thank you for stopping that. But at any rate, Miles Johnston triggered him all right. He thought that he was gonna like bend over for him, I guess, by kind of like psyching him out, but that didn't happen. Quite the opposite. Max Spears lost it and chased him all over the room to the point where Miles Johnston ran up into the bathroom, locked himself in, and was calling two women for help because the woman came over and calmed Max down. But Crystal River was witness to all of this. And so it's important to bring up stories like that to show you what kind of an asshole Miles Johnston was. But he was exploiting Max Spears and getting him on his show bases all the time and forcing Max Spears to hoover the internet for information so that he could produce content for this show. This was the tragedy that Max Spears found himself in before he died, and ultimately he was murdered, and Miles Johnston was one of the men responsible for it. So sad story there. I could go deeper into that if you're curious, but and I'm saying that to Brooke specifically. But I've spoken of this at length before, and if you are curious, Brooke, there's a whole episode on it with Crystal River where it's one of my most popular episodes, and it's the let me see if I look on live stream here, which one that it is.
It's good. I think the last 3 times we've talked about Max a good bit. So yeah, I mean, watch it. But
that's May 1st, 2020. Just so people know, wasn't that long ago, but that's the episode. So it's the 3rd most popular episode on my channel. All right, so that being said, so with Miles Johnston, the piss story is that one time I was on the show with Christine Joanna Hart, who he was also exploiting, and he was basically her handler, and she was a victim of a keno who, of course, was traumatized and, of course, subject to handling. So he was her handler, and he was exploiting her, and what happened was at one point, she was always bringing him on the show. And he's an old man with a cell phone. And at one point, he brought the cell phone in with him to the bathroom. Now, unlike yourself, we could hear him pee. And I know he had to be pissing sitting down. But because he's a man, his wang's hanging out, and it produces this echo effect, unlike a clit. So when he was in the bathroom, you could hear the echo of the tinkle. And I knew exactly what was happening with the guy because no normal man would piss this long. It's basically older men. What happens is they press down on the bladder, and the bladder contains more because they lose the stimulation telling them they need to pee that other people have. And so then when they go pee, they press down on the bladder, and then it takes them longer to void their bladder. So his bladder must have been filled up like a camel hump, and he just kept pissing and pissing. So there was this very strong echoing trickle of piss water that was across the Atlantic. This guy's in England, so he's got thousands of people hearing him in both on either side of the Atlantic while he's pissing on, Revolution Radio bandwidth for what felt like 10 minutes, but must have been at least 5. So there you go. That's a funny piss story for you. Where Christine Joanna Hart later on told me she was just mortified. She said, Jesus, I wanted to tell him to please stop pissing, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him that. And I was saying, why? I mean, why do you care? I mean, he's a stupid old man and he deserves to be made into a fool. Okay, all that being said, so there you go. Funny piss story. Again, obviously, I didn't get any real laughter out of that or anything. So, looks like I'm batting 1,000.
No, I mute when I'm actually peeing. But if I'm in the bathroom and somebody asks me a question, I'll answer it and it echoes.
We never hear you pee. I mean, when you speak, it's not like we hear anything. Oh my God, women have an advantage that way. But such is life. Such being said, okay, numbers are beginning to crawl back up after hitting rock bottom. So they're coming back for the stories. All right.
I guess you got to talk about pee.
Such being said, so honey, our young man went out to this haunted house. How about you, Sammy? Will you ever take your kids to one of these haunted house affairs?
No, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
A pumpkin patch, maybe.
Oh my God, Sam, you're such a pussy.
Thank you, Brooke. I
was just saying my ex-husband wouldn't take my kid to a haunted house at all, and I had to take him.
Was your ex-husband scared? Was your ex-husband scared?
I was scared to fucking death. Would not go in. When I went with my daughter and my son, then my daughter got freaked, so she never went back in.
Oh my God!
So it was always me and my youngest.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, he would not go in one. Never. The entire time I knew him, even we dated, would not go in one.
Did he have like a Christian superstition, like an evangelical superstition?
No, hell no, he wasn't even ready. Hell, he got baptized while we were together because when we first got together, I wanted to raise the kids in a church. So he got baptized at the church. He had never really been to a church.
he just had a fucking fear. And you know what the best the best story I ever fucking got with him? He would not go in one. So he was coming home from work one day, and my mom was actually there too. And she was there because she would come over and keep the kids my daughter is all I had. She was like 2 when I was working, and I had gotten home first. Then I said, don't say anything. She was just playing with Lola, my little girl. And I went in the closet, and I knew he'd have to walk by this fucking closet. And I just, because that's where the computer was, and I knew him, and I knew his ritual. He would go to the computer. And I just waited in that fucking closet, and he walked by that fucking closet. And I jumped open, just a rod, he about jumped 3 feet from his skin, and then it took him about 10 minutes to calm the fuck down.
Oh my God.
Like, so he's had a series. I was like, the bad thing was I didn't even apologize. I was laughing the entire time.
Oh, you're so cruel. That's so cruel.
I know. I love getting people.
Is he like traumatically stress disordered or something? I mean, like, was he like raped as a kid?
He's never been in the war. He's never had shit. He came home. Look, let me tell you something. This little boy came home at fucking 10 years old. He's just who he is. He came home at he was 8, I think, and his sister was 10. And his mom tells me the story. And they're both out riding bikes, right? The sister falls on her bike, and she hits her head, but not bad, but she is bleeding, because you know how scalp wounds bleed, right?
Yeah.
So, but he doesn't know anything about scalp wounds. He just runs home. And the thing was, his dad was out there. His dad was outside and saw what happened. His dad said, run in and tell your mom that she's, hurt, and we might need to go to the hospital or something. And he runs in the house. His mom's cooking dinner. And he just goes into the living room and just passes out, lays down on the couch, flops down. And she turns around cooking, spaghetti or whatever. She's like, what's wrong with you? And she's like, what is wrong with you? What are you laying there for? Kim's dead. And she said, what? He just says, Kim's dead.
Oh my God.
So it's just this overly dramatic. He had no reason to be. He was not molested as a child. I've been through all this shit with him.
Oh my God.
It's nothing. I don't know what the fuck. I have no idea. I'm not saying he had the greatest childhood. He had a stepfather, but he had never there was never any molestation. There was never any reason to be that way. He just was overly dramatic.
No, that's just bizarre. I mean,
she wanted to kill him. She's then she's thinking her daughter's really dead. Can you imagine?
No, I mean that's awful. Yeah, go on.
Well, that was it. That was for the story. And then she runs outside and finds out her daughter just has a cut on her head. Yeah. Kim's dead. Kim's dead. But he wouldn't say anything for the first 2 minutes, is what she said. She was like, he wouldn't even speak to me. She's like, it's Kim.
Oh my God. I mean, yeah, obviously this is an individual who is severely overreactive. Sam, what were you going to say?
Well, one of the reasons why I don't go out and actually seek a haunted house or anything is one of the stories of, Lou Gentili is actually a great example.
Yes.
Doug talks about these entities follow you, and it's just something I don't want to be a part of.
Oh, but understand, of course, we're disambiguating a truly haunted house, which Brooke has also had experiences with, as opposed to a scare festival, a kind of theme park is what we were talking about. Yeah. So, I mean, but I know you understand that difference, or did you miscommunicate that in this case?
It gets me. Well, the thing is, even for example, Universal Studios here has a big, big festival and everything. The only thing about it is I get mad when someone jumps in front of me. I want to punch them in the face.
Yeah.
So
I think that's more your anger than your fear.
Yeah, he's angry.
No, it's just I find it annoying. So it's almost it's just because to me it's not scary, just annoying. Because
Well, I know, but I love that. That's what I was saying. I've only been scared in a haunted house once, so I love it when they jump out in front of me and I'm like, fuck you, keep going.
But I understand what Sammy's saying. What's scary is that I too would be afraid of this. Is that what Sammy's afraid of is losing control of himself and responding violently.
Oh, and actually punching them.
Yeah, because this is invasive. That's their job, of course, is to be invasive. That's why you go to a haunted house. But
yeah, I guess you either like it or you don't, because I do see what Sammy's saying about like real haunted houses and that kind of thing, bringing entities home, just like going to cemeteries or anything like that. But these type places where they're just dressed up teenagers, like I don't really fear bringing anything home.
Well, I don't know if you know the story, but this 4th of July year, I got attacked, on Manchester, actually on the 110 freeway. Sorry.
He's being attacked right now.
And, Scorpio baby. No,
Scorpio baby needs a pacifier.
Anyways, but so it's one of those things where I don't go voluntarily looking for it. It's not my thing.
No, I forgive me. I don't remember this. What happened when they attacked you? What happened here?
Well, this was 4th of July.
Oh, that's right. Yes, that was an attack. Go on. Yeah, explain the story.
Yeah, I was in the 110, and the 110 was lit up like someone had fireworks, literally on the side of the freeway, and the whole entire freeway.
Are you in Florida or California?
I'm in LA. I'm Los Angeles. The 110.
California.
Okay, I'm in South Carolina. 110 means nothing to me.
Highway. It's a major artery. Yes. So
it's a major.
Okay, like 85, 95.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
It's pretty much a freeway that runs in the middle of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And there was fireworks, literally on the freeway. Someone was lighting fireworks on the freeway. So this was crazy because I'm going on the on-ramp, getting on the freeway going north towards downtown, and it's like someone literally got fireworks. These are, actual fireworks.
Yeah.
And the whole freeway was lit up with fireworks. And it may sound like cool, but it actually wasn't. It's almost like pyrotechnic.
Yeah.
Fireworks.
No, this is definitely an assault. This is legally defined as an assault because fireworks have the potential to be quite deadly. Please continue.
Well, and this is nothing new. Last year or 2 years ago, LAPD blew up legal fireworks, and they literally blew up a whole entire neighborhood, not that far from me.
Yeah, by accident, by the way, just so you understand this, Brooke, because people listening might think, oh, LAPD was doing a massacre. No, they're too stupid. But go on. Yeah, go on with this.
Well, they're too stupid, but it's one of those things where it's nothing new. But on my way when I exited, where I exit, there was people in dark hoods throwing fireworks on the street, pretty much throwing them on cars. So it's one of those things where, there's one thing about when you follow Doug in the sense of his just this information, and this is monologues, period. This is enemy transmission, and a lot of his information is very explosive, and no pun intended, but it's very vital, and it's just, it comes with the territory, but it's almost like, to me, I just try to avoid any circumstances where I potentially go to jail because someone jumping in front of me trying to scare me, I'm gonna get annoyed, and I can understand.
Jumps in front of me with a firework, I'm hitting them and then saying, I thought my life was in danger.
Yes, thank you, because it is truly. Just so people understand this, I had a friend of mine once driving through a massive tunnel in San Francisco. I think it's the tunnel that's now known as the Douglas MacArthur Tunnel. But there is other tunnels in San Francisco and leading from one area of the Bay Area to another. And some of them are fairly long. And in this tunnel, some, in this case, these were Iranians. By the way, I can already see Brooke's daughter cringing when I identify them ethnically. These were Iranians, as the individual in question found out. But it was an Iranian guy driving some kid who was in the back of a pickup truck, and the kid's in the back of this pickup truck lighting up fireworks and throwing them on top of other cars in a tunnel. So just so people understand, the resounding echo of those booms is deafening, intimidating to the point where the combination of fireworks going off in a tunnel with that noise, if he was doing this in front of, say, for instance, a senior citizen driver, they could potentially have a heart attack. Just any person could be intimidated to the point where they veer and crash into other cars. And just a bunch of cars piling up in a tunnel with fireworks involved that could potentially light up the fuel that's spilled. This is beyond nightmarish. This child needs to be literally shot. I would feel a person is justified in literally blowing this kid away. If you had a firearm on you, I would probably do just that. But anyhow, he wound up running his car alongside these individuals and forcing them to stop. Basically, kind of just literally pushing them more and more into other lanes until they stopped at the side. And that's when the Iranian guy gets out. This is how I found out he was Iranian. And the guy's flashing his quote-unquote badge at him. He's flashing something at him that he then realizes is an ID card for a diplomat. So what this man is saying is, I'm an Iranian diplomat and I have diplomatic immunity. I have diplomatic immunity. And this
you don't have diplomatic, I'm sorry, but that doesn't stop you from getting fucking killed, you motherfucker.
Yeah, thank you. And it was like, so he got into an argument with this individual, but let it rest at that. It wasn't like he was going to physically assault him, though. This individual had many of his own issues, but I think what he did at that point in his life at that time was admirable and commendable in stopping this individual, literally kind of running him off the road. And I could understand if he had done some damage to this individual, only he was such a wimp himself in his own way. Very, very unpredictable individual. Sometimes was capable of doing something like that, and at other times was a profound coward. It was very strange. In the end, I'm sure he's dead now. But the Iranian guy, this is like the diplomatic elite. They pull shit like this because they, the worst that can happen to them, they don't tend to think about the killing part, which, as Brooke says, the only way to deliver justice to these people truly is to kill them or give them a beatdown, is because otherwise they're just, at the worst, shipped back to their own country and replaced by another diplomat. They are immune to the laws of the local nation that they're in, which is just appalling when you think about it. Such is the case with everyone who works for the United Nations in that UN building, for instance. So, there's potential for all kinds of corruption there. But this was an example of that feeling of immunity, that arrogation, that arrogance, where they decide they can just have their kid ride in the back and throw out fireworks with impunity in a scenario that could wind up killing a lot of people. So what Sammy brings up is nothing to dismiss. This is an assault that he had every right to be disturbed about. Very disconcerting. And what he was trying to describe, I don't know if Brooke grabs the enormity of this, was that 2 years ago, the LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, they were trying to dispense with legal fireworks. They had a whole shitload of them, and they wound up setting them off. They was supposed to be like a controlled explosion, but they wound up setting them off in such a way that they blew away half a neighborhood. It was just appalling. I mean, beyond incompetent. I mean, this is criminal negligence. I
kill people?
Yeah. Did anybody die? Sammy? Yeah, he's dead himself. The Scorpio baby got him.
No. Well, there was a lot of people injured. Just really with the glass. Yeah. There was a lot of people injured with glass, but they pretty much paid off the people. This was probably, it was swept under the rug because they pretty much bought out people. They give them X amount of dollars to pretty much not sue. But wow. I mean, it's typical LAPD. I mean, they're morons. Yeah. And if this would have happened in Beverly Hills, God forbid,
Oh my God! Yeah, it would have been. Oh, the department would have had to have gone through a purge. Yeah.
A lot of Bernsteins and people of that ethnicity would have had a field day. But of course, do it in a black and Mexican neighborhood. God forbid they don't have lawyers, so they can't sue.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's an important point, and I agree. Law is for the rich. Sadly, I mean, it's an unjust society, and so that having been established, again, so Brooke, tell us now. Our man Sammy hasn't reviewed that review yet of the movie Revealer, but you apparently have to the end of it, or you couldn't stand it to the end, or you watched all 15 minutes of it. I'm curious because I like what you said about the glasses.
I watched the entire.
Oh, you did?
I watched.
You did? Do you think that was? Did you think that did? You mean? Granted, okay. Aside from the fashion, tell people about the fashion.
Oh my God, the glasses! Please, fucking Sammy. It was one reason not to watch it. The fucking glasses. Like, it's literally killed me the entire time. Like, there was not one moment in that entire movie where I was like, please make her rip her glasses off. Rip her glasses off. Please make her rip her.
Oh, so, but that was intentional. They were intentionally giving her this outmoded...
Okay, but they could have intentionally given her a nerdy look without that. So that was filmed, and the one girl looks like she's in the 90s, 2000s, really, okay?
Yeah.
So the other girl, 70s.
Yeah.
It wasn't a nerd. You could have made her nerdy and given her not the glasses, or at least some smaller ones. Those were bigger than her face times 2.
Yeah. Or it wasn't even necessarily their size; it was their shape. I think it was the frame shape that really.
I don't know what the fuck it was.
But they were trying to make her look like a kind of an old maid. They were basically trying to make her look like an old maid.
I see old maids all the time down here. They don't have to have those glasses.
Yeah, I got it. But they got some stereotypes that are operative.
They could have. You know what? They could have put Laura Ingalls Wilder on there, and she'd have been sexier.
Now, I agree what you say. The stripper looked like she was in the 90s, right? Is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was stuck. Yeah, it's true. The fashions were odd. This is why I couldn't, how do I say this? You can place certain films in context by how they look, and you just say, oh, that film's a 90s film, or that film's, as you said, in the aughts, the zeros, the 2000s, or something like that. And I couldn't place the film. It was timeless. In that sense, it's kind of a success. You got to admit, it's kind of an anachronistic, timeless film because you really don't place what...
No, I can totally place it. I can place it by all the camera angles and the way it was made, and it was not made to look anything like the 70s, and the only thing that looked like the 70s was that fucking girl's glasses. So I disagree.
In a phone booth! They had a phone booth! That was odd.
Okay. Well, they had phone booths in the fucking, 80s, and not phone booths. They had phone, payphones in the fucking 90s. I used them.
True, but you get what I'm saying. It's that we don't have them anymore. I mean, so the fact that they had a
So give in 90s, make her look like a nerdy 90s girl. I'm saying anybody that doesn't see this film.
I understand what you're saying, but it's almost like they were aiming to make the film out of time, which is odd because why would they do that? I don't understand the motivation for why they did that. But they succeeded in a sense that it was hard for me to place it. I couldn't place what time the film was made, so I was surprised to find out I think it was produced or released in this year. So that was odd.
I never once thought that. I never once went where you went. I never once went, I can't place the timeline. Where I went was, why does this girl have these glasses on? Whoever... It put the glasses on her that thought, let's make her a little more. She was only looking her fucking ready.
She wasn't that bad.
I mean, she's going to be like,
fuckable.
Oh,
come on, she's
I'm
fuckable.
actually jealous of you because I'm gay. And then I'm thinking, well, you're probably gay because nobody sleep with you, male or female.
Whoa, wait a second. That's I mean, I'm not defending this. I mean, look, it's a fictitious character that this actress is portraying, but the message I got of what she was saying is not, I'm jealous of you because I'm gay. She was upset with herself that she's gay, and she felt herself damned because she was raised in this religious.
Yes, I got all that.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I got most of it. Yeah. Okay, I'll be honest. You probably got more because I was so focused on the glasses. But yeah. I did get that part.
Yeah. So I mean, she was obviously turned on to the stripper. So she was portraying that, and so in a sense, they were kind of like lovers.
But guess what?
Yeah.
The stripper wasn't turned on to her. She might have been if she'd taken those goddamn glasses off.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get that. That's cute. That's cool. Anyhow, Sammy, find time to review that so we can have a conversation about this. And
yeah, see what you think about the glasses. I'm telling you, I couldn't get past them. I'm sorry.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll try. I was just really busy yesterday at work.
Understood.
Oh my God, it was 15 minutes, Sammy. Shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, I did think that myself. I did think that myself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's only 15 minutes, but yeah, I know how it is with sometimes we just feel overwhelmed. But Sammy, yeah, also the article, honey. So you did see the article. Hopefully you find some time to review that before Wednesday. But I sent her a link to an article titled "Why Calvinists Are So Mean," which because she had dated a Calvinist. And so, Sammy, did you...
one date. No, not dated.
Okay.
Met for a date. Yeah. Left him sitting at the bar after about an hour, hour and a half of drinks. Yeah. That's what you call dating.
Well, yeah, she had the misfortune of had a bad date, bad date with a Calvinist. And so I don't know, Sammy, did you get a chance to review that article?
Yeah, I skimmed through it, and no, there was some accuracies to it.
Okay.
Some of the meanest people I've met. Hold on.
Oh. That was okay. That was the child was possessed, and at that moment, the child was singing in a demonic voice. Hope everybody enjoyed that. And
yes, give me 1 second, Doug.
Sure, take your time. No rush. No rush. I am so glad I'm not a father. I am so glad I'm not. I mean, I am, but you know what I mean. I'm so glad I've never raised a child. I could never raise a child. I mean, I would kill myself. This is this one story I can relate to. This is a true story. There was one man who was in the maternity ward, or what do you call that, the delivery room with his wife, and they delivered the baby safely. And after he saw that the baby was delivered safely, the man went out and killed himself, pulled out a gun and blew his brains out right outside the hospital.
What?
Oh, yeah, that's a true story. One father did that, and I can understand that. It's something I would seriously consider doing, if not actually. Because, it's just so overwhelming. I mean, first of all, I
oh my God, what a piece of shit.
Yeah, that is bad.
That has to be the lowest form of trash in the world.
That's bad. It's bad because, even if he was fully insured.
You're leaving your baby, you're leaving your wife because you can't handle your shit. Or you can go to war, you can kill people, but you can't be like, I can change a diaper. Oh my God, am I have to raise a baby? Well, then don't be having sex, motherfucker.
Yeah. But by the way, it's Joe Ty who's making all those sounds. What I realized Joe Ty is doing is he's rubbing his penis over the mouthpiece of the phone. And
I know, Joe, my voice is sexy, but can you mute it, okay?
Yes, it's a terrible habit that he developed with phone sex, and it enables the woman that he kind of engages with in that activity to understand that they're having their effect, because, like he says, it stays erect for 10 hours.
Is he really fucking doing that?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Somehow I'm not believing you now.
Hey,
Why?
Joe Ty and Brooke are actually a funny combination. I was laughing earlier. Anyway.
Oh my God. So Georgianitis.
I'm just afraid that most women can't handle it.
You can't handle you mean? Yes.
Oh, Joe. Oh, poor Joe.
By the way, Brooke, you should have heard when our man, the real tech geek, and Joe Ty were on with myself, and I asked them, how is it both of you maintain your impressive performance, somehow the subject came up where they were both asserting, of course, their performance capabilities and how long they could continue the performance. And I asked them what their secret was. I can't remember really what they said. All I remember was the emoji with the rolling eyes.
He was trying to do the keeping the semen in body, but I'm not all about that.
Okay. So
I hate to tell you, man. I hate to tell you. I hate to bust your little fucking bubble. But most of us women are not like, how long can you keep it going? We're like, how long is this going to cost?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, if I
And
get
then
the
when
right
we're like,
partner,
oh God, he's drunk, it's going to take too long. I'm gonna have to say, I'm really sore. You need to stop.
I can't do it. I can't do it if you know. I just stop if a girl's not interested. I just stop. It's weird shit.
Oh
It's
no!
like,
See, we're the queen actresses of that. So we'll all be like, oh God, oh my God, oh God, it's too sore. I can't anymore.
Yeah,
like,
but you see, this is yeah. Go on, Sam.
well, of course. I mean,
Did you tell Brooke about the time where I was on bandwidth and you guys are overhearing, interesting noises?
That's right. That's right. I can't remember who I was with. Who was I with that night?
It was with J-Mo the Reese Monkey.
Oh, Jambo the Reese Monkey. That's right. It was Jambo the Reese Monkey, and there might have been someone else. Maybe George Knight. I don't know. But what happened was that Maria, our man Sammy's lady, was basically rendezvoused with him. I think it was at work, and basically they got hot and heavy in a booth or something. And basically didn't go mute, and there was nothing we could really do with continuing the program while that was going on. There was nothing we could do other than,
Oh, good. Next week I'll get my vibrator's dead. Next week I'll get that out and just start that in the middle.
well, you can't really continue if somebody's sore because they're not lubed up, so it affects the performance.
No. What they just mean is they're just done. They're telling you.
Yeah. Yes. If they're not responding with shall we say obvious, there's no signs of excitement.
Oh yeah, that's a weird shit. I need expression. I mean, the girl has to be happy for me to do it.
Right. Yeah. I'm
just saying, some of them I guess yes, and I'm lesbian too also. So, but then most women, even straight, that are my best friends. They're like, oh my God, get it the fuck over with, because if you're not making me orgasm, which is usually. Yes, there is a G spot, but most men can't look. Most men don't hit that.
Yeah, most men don't know it exists. Yes, go on.
Yes. And so if you're not clitoris, I mean, if your face is not way down there and you're just fucking me like you think you are fucking 12 hours, yeah, you're fucking done after about 7 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically torture.
Well, there's others.
It's just like we just are wanting you to
can use your fingers too, right?
It's just, can you please come and stop? Unless it's the first, maybe first week or two of the relationship, we'll go for a little bit more.
But by the way, it's so true. A lot of straight guys just don't understand this. Let's just put it this way: as someone who's portrayed himself as a woman for a good part of his life, I can tell people that. Basically, men have it all wrong about women in so many ways, and when it comes to the ladies, they really, how do I put this? I mean, most men just don't know how to do it, okay? And beyond that, they just don't get it, and they think it's something to do with length. They think it's something to do with length in every sense possible, length of the penis, length of the time, and it's just, it's not all that.
You're right. It's not length. I don't have the length, of course.
Well, don't say of course. I mean, please. That's like surrendering.
I mean, over the
right.
What mandingo shit is.
Yeah.
But normal.
So such being said, such being qualified. All right. I guess the other thing I was gonna say, there was the lady I knew was very funny. She knew some guy that I knew, and I remember asking her how it was with that guy the other night, and she said to me, It was just awful. He just wouldn't stop. Yeah, it's a lot like that all too many times. It's so all that being said, there was another point I wanted to make about that. I might remember it later. But George Knight is with us. He hasn't had an opportunity to talk, and we you don't necessarily need to go on this line of thought, but I mean, since we're there, you can start off with that if you wish.
God, I would love to hear George Knight talk about sex.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of women would find
you
your
don't
British
want to get him in
accent.
trouble. He's married.
There's that, but a lot of women will take him as phone sex anyway because they love the British accent. But hey, have I introduced you formally to Joe Ty? Joe Ty, have you met George Knight formally?
Hey, George Knight. Sorry, I didn't. It was your birthday. I didn't write anything. I was sick during the time.
Yeah, he was.
Wish you a belated happy
I
birthday.
apologise. No, thank you. And thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Yes.
And lovely to speak to you all.
Can you talk at all? Oh my god.
Every time I come on, I cough.
Oh god. So do speak directly into the microphone, whatever you've got. Talk loudly so we can hear you unless you're afraid of waking anybody up. But go on. Yeah.
I don't think George
no.
is sick when he's coughing. I think George is just finishing up with his wife.
Oh, no, I'm not. She's not. No, she's not here at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. And I do apologise. I abruptly left last week without, saying goodbye. I just had to go because my work duties were calling me. So I do apologise.
Understood. And it was his birthday. I mean, well, it was your birthday the day before or the episode before, right? And tell us how that went.
Yeah.
Tell us how that went.
Well, me and my wife, we went to the guy who did our catering for our wedding. He had his wedding Saturday night, and we went along to that, and we had an amazing night, a brilliant night. But it was so bizarre, Douglas. I just wanted to share this with you that some of my ex-colleagues, they spoke to Sarah privately and then questioned my relationship with you. They mentioned Douglas' name, and she came back and just relayed that to me, that they were asking about Douglas, and Sarah just explained to him briefly that no, this is George's passion. This is what he's been friends with this guy for many years now, and there's nothing to worry about. So she just relayed that there's nothing to there's nothing going on, nothing nothing to question anyway.
What were they insinuating? Were they
No idea. Yeah, no idea, Douglas, but no. And it's just amazing because nobody said that to me. Nobody came to me and said anything to my face.
No,
and
they
it was
wouldn't
just
dare.
very bizarre.
They wouldn't dare. But what's interesting is what I presume that they probably are thinking that this might be a cultic relationship, in the sense that I might have like some kind of cult that he's under my sway or something like that, in which case they really are disrespecting George Knight's own independence, his own critical thought process, his own judgment. I mean, that's pretty lame. At the same time, they care. It's important that I'm assuming the best here. I'm presuming that they care. Yeah. Giving them the reasonable doubt, and that's why they're asking. But the fact that they would draw Sarah aside and talk to her about that's funny in its own way. So, did you find that amusing or irritating, or do you feel this is something that you might tactfully confront them about in the future, or at least bring up and set them straight, or do you feel that's or is that beneath your dignity to even?
Yeah. Thank you, Don. I'm glad you mentioned that because, the way I feel, like you said, I'm an adult, I'm 35 years old, I'm allowed to speak to whoever I want. And the thing is, I've known you for so long now, if anything was going to come of it, it would have happened by now.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So there's nothing really for anyone to worry about. But what I'll do, obviously, is never mention anything to anyone unless they ask me questions, which is what I do generally. If they want to know something about what I know about history, then that's when I start talking about it. I never just bring it up in a topic or conversation, but I will relay to people there are 3 options here. There are only three conclusions to draw from this. I'm either, if Douglas is, what all the gang stalkers are claiming, is a fraudster, he's a liar, everything he says is disingenuous. If that is true, then I'm complicit, I'm also a liar, and I'm not who I say I am, and vice versa, etc., etc. Or the other one is I'm incredibly naive, I'm incredibly ignorant, I'm incredibly stupid, and everything I've verified is all false and I fabricated it and it's all doctored and photoshopped and you know, etc., etc. Or the final one is what I am saying is true.
Yes.
And every single one of those conclusions should be worrying to anyone. It doesn't matter which one of those they are. That is why people are concerned in the first place. It's because I know the third one is true.
Yes.
Everything we're saying is factual. Everything that Douglas has experienced and done in his life is all true. It's all been verified. That's what people need to be concerned about, because that is what alters people's, you know, perception of reality, and that's what people are cleaving to. They're cleaving to this this narrative that is fictitious of their whole entire history, and that's what they're married to, and that is what people's concerns about. Or they are generally concerned for my well-being. They think that all these propaganda movies about, oh yeah, they're going to send a SWAT team and you know, the SAS are going to send out an agent, an assassin to come out and take me out. You know, that is probably what they are. You know, that's probably what they are perceiving. That is probably what they are worried about, that I'm going to be taken out.
Wow.
Because maybe they know I'm saying everything is true. Maybe they do believe everything I'm saying is true.
That's a good point. I mean, that I hadn't thought of that, but now that that could be their concern as well, is for your safety. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Douglas. Yeah, and just very quickly before you carry on, so sorry to interrupt you, but that is what I'll tell them also, is the government doesn't rely on paying an assassin to take me out. They're relying on you guys to tell me to stop talking to Douglas.
Yes.
Which is exactly what you're doing.
Yes. Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. Go on. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's not the people out there that I should be concerned about. It's the people within my so-called inner circle, people who know me personally, I should be more concerned about. They're not going to rely on an external source or an external agent. They used to do that. They don't do that anymore. They did do that at one stage in time, but they don't do that anymore. I've never had a government official come and tell me to be quiet. They don't need to do that anymore. They have now moved forward from that point in time, like they used to do. So now they're relying on people. Now in the age of the internet, they're relying on people to look up things themselves on the internet, and then, you know, they're relying on all these disinformation agents, all these gang stalkers are writing all this stuff about Douglas and myself. They're relying on them to look these up, and then they can come to me and say, look, I believe what these people are telling, that they're what they're saying on the internet. People like Richard K. Cole, I don't want to bring his name up, but it's what they're looking up. They look up Douglas Dietrich and they see all what these people are saying, and then that's what they're believing. Yeah. And that is what they're relying. That's what the government are relying on. That's why these people are doing what they're doing. Yeah. It's so people then look it up, and then we're automatically discredited.
Right. But by the way, this goes back to the point that the government. It really goes back to the government in terms of character assassination. So rather than assassinate people physically, what the government does is character assassinates them. And because I am who I am, and because of what I've exposed, the government has assigned an entire staff of character assassins to myself, literally. And they're nonstop. They work all day. This is what they're paid to do, and they're paid handsomely, and the entire organization is set up around it. Now, a number of these people are not paid. They're simply crazy, and they simply follow, in the true cultic sense, the man they call the Faceless Lord, who's Richard K. Cole Jr., who's simply a pawn of Stephen Outram. And so Stephen Outram, of course, is no mastermind. He's an idiot. He's a multimillionaire, but a complete imbecile. And so it's a kind of like a confederacy of dunces, but the one thing they have behind him is the infinite resources of the United States government. And so when the horror of this situation is that your average Westerner, somebody who's English speaking, whether they're English or American, they believe that because they're allowed to go on this internet and cruise, that they're somehow quote unquote doing research. And it's not research at all. You go on the internet, that's not research. That's just, you're just cruising on the internet. And it's not to be confused with research ever. But they convince themselves that somehow they're discovering things on their own. That's as ridiculous as saying that you go in on the internet and you went on a virtual tour of the Titanic, which you can do. They've had robotic subs go through the Titanic chamber by chamber in this sunken hulk of a ship, and people can take a virtual tour of the Titanic through that technology, and then claim that that's the equivalent of your having gone down in a diving bell and experienced the technical difficulties of pressure at that depth or something. It's that absurd. Or traveling, virtual tours of foreign museums and saying somehow this is the equivalent of having traveled to a foreign nation. Most people who are traveling to foreign nations haven't done shit either. They literally acquire Paris or they acquire Rome simply by staying in hotels. I mean, you can see pictures that people take from foreign hotels. You're not a traveler in any real sense. If you're really traveling hard, really going into other nations and merging with the cultures, then something could be respected there. Almost nobody does that because it's hard work. And it's also risky to your personal safety. So unless somebody's willing to take those risks, put in that level of work, you aren't acquiring any true travel experience. Even if you've been vacationing all over the world, it's just one hotel after another. That's not really traveling in the real sense. But when it comes to these people, they get on the internet and then they look something up and say they find some link that takes them to our gang stalkers, our character assassins. Then they say, I've done my own research and this is what I found out. This is truly indicative. It's symptomatic of a total lack of critical thinking capability. You're confronted, with somebody who's simply easily brainwashed. And when you see the number of people that fall into that category, of course it's distressing. It's very alarming. And I'm sure that our man George has run into this all of his life. But yet George can also attest to the fact that when he confronts them with the information that he knows, most of them are left speechless. They never can say anything back, right?
No, exactly. It literally, it goes over their heads because what you're saying, because I'm only relaying what governmental records are actually out there. I'm relaying what the government already knows and what it knows as a fact. And when you present it to people, they're coming across terms they've never heard of before. So it literally goes straight ahead and they can't, they're hearing this information for the first time. So it's very overwhelming for anyone who is not familiar with. They don't even know the fictitious narrative of their own history. They can't even present history at all. That's the darning aspect of it, because you ask them about history, they can only present it in a soundbite. We won. Yeah. Well, we're the victors.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ask them anything else, they have no idea. They might say, "Oh, my relative, was in service." My relative,
like whose wasn't?
They would say something like that, and that's it. That's all you hear.
You could respond by saying whose wasn't, right? I mean, oh my God, you could counter like, "So was mine," right? It's a terror. I mean,
yeah, exactly. It's just, it's. Oh God, it's laughable, and I love coming on speaking to you, Douglas, about this because it's something we know too well. It's something we know about too well, and most people are unaware of it. So it is important that I come on the show and then we're presenting the struggles that we are encountering and facing. But it really isn't that all too difficult because the facts speak for themselves. Is nothing. There's nothing to prove. Nothing to prove. I have nothing to prove. It's just. I present the information, and then if people challenge it, then I show them to their face in black and white. There you go. This is what the government are telling you.
Right.
Oh God. And it's just like I could bring up so many examples, but you just show them, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know that." Oh.
I mean, that's basically all that they are capable of saying is, "Oh, I didn't know that." That's the way it is with the majority of them. Yeah. And
that's the response.
So that being said, again, the important thing is beyond the character assassination and beyond these pseudo-researchers, the horror is that your own friends serve as the government's lynch mob. They basically serve as the government's lynch mob by saying, "Oh, we're concerned about this person expressing these ideas, quote unquote." Actually, facts. They're not ideas. They're facts. But they'll say ideas because they can't cope with the facts. So since they can't cope with the facts, they'll say, in the end, your friends asking your wife about you. I mean, what this is subtle lynching. This is a subtle lynching. And it's maybe not to be taken as such because maybe that's a little harsh, a little extreme, but you know, it has its validity. It's a apt parallel in the sense that, you know, they're concerned, and even if they're concerned for you, it's still doing the work of the government, because what they're doing is, if Sarah was made of weaker material, if she was easily influenced, they could convince her into trying to pressure you again into, quote unquote, stop doing what you're doing. And so that's the horror of what they're doing. They're acting on behalf of the enemy. So that being said, not to say that the government is the enemy, but it does bring us back to what we were discussing with our dear Brooke. So Brooke, hey honey, you there? I know Joe is there because I hear all of the, you know, he puts it between his legs and he and he turns on the silent ringer and he dials himself.
No, it turns on, the silent part turns on automatically now. I don't know why.
What is that noise?
Huh? Well, it's not me rubbing myself.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So our lady Brookie is with us. So we've confirmed that. So honey, Sammy left. Of course, he says he's be right back. With that being ascertained, honey. So last time we were talking about distrust of the government, and when you were bringing up distrust of the government, then what George and I were confronting. And I must confess here, now, I've already talked with Brooke about, say, for instance, being aware that she can throw a person's off the rails. She can throw a person off track. They lose their train of thought. But that being said to her, I was myself kind of wondering...
One of my many gifts.
Yes. I was kind of wondering where George was going when he was bringing up the... Now, I know, of course, these facts, and they're important, but when George was bringing up the World War II, say, for instance, phone tax, which we're still all suffering either side of the Atlantic, when he was bringing up the, of course, what else was there? Oh, daylight saving time and all the rest of that. So that, of course, was kind of like a long route to the point of where I think we were talking to Brooke about vaccinations, suspicion of vaccinations, and are questioning why she would suspect the government. When she brought up the government's not always your friend, or at least we interpreted it that way, then you brought up, of course, there's times in history where the government has certainly been telling lies, been manipulating the population. I think that was your point. And then kind of like you were taking it from there to...
You have a question for me.
Yeah, honey. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. See,
I thought you were talking to George.
No, both of you, because I'm trying to get you both to engage conversation. Yeah. So I was like, and by the way, we could also do this with getting George started on the insanity of British politics. You have no idea, Brooke, but right now, Britain, you have no idea how bad it is over there. The government we've got Liz Truss, and she just became prime ministress, and they're already talking about getting rid of her. I mean, the situation is just incredible. Maybe you could give us a little hint of that, George, before I go on with this.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And very quickly, the point I was making last week when I was alluding to World War II and how the government have, deceived the public in the notion of the victors and who won the war and the outcome of the war. The point is, because what I mentioned with excise war taxes and daylight saving time, when I presented it to you before, this is the way the government has manipulated the public. And, when I presented to you that we need to dissolve daylight saving time and dissolve the excise war taxes, it was along the path of, oh no, I support that. I support daylight saving time, or I support excise war taxes. Maybe they're just taking massive advantage of it. And I was like, no, this is a condition that we're still in, and we're in a legal state of war. And that was the point that I was making. I was getting to that point that, if the public are aware of that, then the public will be more resilient. They will have a backbone to actually... What you have to do, it's protests, and like what's going on in the UK at the moment, everyone are conducting industrial actions. Now, they have the freedom and the right to protest and to go on strike, but do these actually work? Do these actually resolve, does this manipulate the conclusion of the government? Does this change their perception? Does this change their belief? Or any company or corporation? It doesn't do anything to damage them directly. So what it does is they just put everything on hold. Like with my company, they just delay all the appointments. And that's what they do. And they have contractors, 25,000 contractors that will come into force. So when 40,000 employees are now sitting at home, they've got a back force to come in and take over the work. So then this doesn't do anything directly to harm them. But in order to actually alter the government's perception and to change their behavior towards the public, you need someone like Daniel Ellsberg or someone like Douglas Dietrich to come on board. You need people like that in order, and they're only individuals, but what they present is so damaging. They don't want the public to know that, because once the public are aware of the facts, they have a backbone against it. They have what they call a leg to stand on against the government. Like when Daniel Ellsberg released the Pentagon Papers, that had the public, that had a swing vote for the public. Oh, right, yeah, now we can end this war. And I don't want to go into details because I can do on that subject, but this is how you alter the government's perception and how you actually make change. Striking and protest do nothing to do that. All it is just public disruption. It's also classed as public terrorism, but they can counter that. There are countermeasures to counteract that. So they're not worried about people going on strike or people protesting. But what's going on in the UK at this moment, I can give you a perfect example. Saturday night, I went to go get some pizza from the local shop, the local store. There was no pizzas available.
Oh my God.
And there was no pizzas. They had these really horrible frozen ones. They had a few of the specially, what they call specially selective, the more premium, the more premium versions of pizza. They were way more expensive. You're looking at, you're doubling up the price for those ones. So yeah, and they ended up being horrible. The frozen ones, I got one premium and one frozen one, and it was absolutely horrible. So yeah, that's just to give a personal experience to relay to the situation in the UK. Pizzas are going out of fashion, and this is what happens with a lot of the things in the stores. There are shelves that are empty, and usually they're supposed to be full up to actually cater to the demand from the public. Oh, we're consumers, we're food, we need food to survive, but they can't even keep up with the demand. That's the situation that we're in at this moment. And Liz Truss literally only a few days ago sacked the Chancellor, or Kwasi. She sacked him. He was just fired on the spot because of the U-turn with the economic plan to restabilize the economy. It is just a shot in the foot, and so that's why she sacked the man. So at the moment, I think there's just someone stepping in for that position. I don't know who it is who's running, the Chancery department, but this is just the shambles. What's going on in the UK, and who's going to replace Liz Truss? And that's what the question is. They're asking who's the likely candidate to replace the Prime Ministeress.
Oh my God.
And what are they going to do after that? What's going to be the drawing conclusion? Of course, me and Douglas know what the solution is. The imminent and the most imminent solution right now is to stop the war in Ukraine, stop Putin, just one man, and stop Alexander Dugin, two individuals that you really need to take out.
Well, that's an imminent. Okay, so that's an imminent threat that we need to stop. I agree right now, but I mean, it doesn't matter who you elect as a prime minister or a president in the United States. For instance, we think we have two parties, or most people do, that we have two parties in the United States. There are no two parties in the United States. Technically, there's supposed to be more, but we know it's a two-party system, and there's not two parties. There's one party. And one party, they are both controlled by a higher elite that continues to keep through media and through small dollars, as far as small change, whether it's racism and police tactics, and hell, they even use abortion. Most Christians were not against abortion before 1960. Most were not. That was used. That was Gerald Ford started that. It was all because they couldn't win that particular party. But at the end of the day, it's not a two-party system. It's a one-party system. One party controls all. So we're really in that, I think, throughout the world now. where there's really a one-party system throughout all of it. And people that believe there is a true two-party system, I mean, you'd have to show it to me, because I don't believe there is.
Well, honey, I think that yeah, I hate to say this. I think you're very influenced by a lot of the internet, and let me qualify that. Or back it up at least. Just a lot of people have that attitude. I remember Viviana Sanchez and Noreen Helphand kind of had this kind of perspective. Their trip, if you will, was.
Whoa. You're going to change your tone. You're talking a little down to me.
Yeah, Jerry. Honey, how about this? Madame. Yes. So with Noreen and Viviana, their trip, if you will, was that they were both agreeing and grooving off this concept that the elite is basically trying to kill us all, or a great deal of us, basically the majority. No, I'm not saying you're saying that at all. No. I'm just pointing out something here.
No, but you're comparing me to what they said, and that's not what I'm saying.
No, I get that. No, I get that completely. I didn't mean to.
But you just said that I'm just lost in the internet, and that's not what I fucking am done, because I wouldn't have found you if I was just, well, honestly, I probably would have found you.
Well, one hopes. I fear most people on the internet will never find me. But it's such being said, series of miracles.
Such being said is the fact that
the series of miracles brought you here, and
like America, there is not a two-party state.
So what I'm saying is, with the trip that Viviana and Noreen were on was different. They were on this trip where the elites, basically the Bill Gateses of the world, are out to kill us all, or at least a good deal of us.
I don't believe they're out to kill us all.
Thank you.
They create a better world, and they know what that better world is, and whether that they're looking ahead in the future and they think, well, we've got to take out so many people, we've got to go to a one world economy, as far as this, there are certain things that they are looking at, that we're privileged to, which for good or bad, you could argue either point. But let's say if it was COVID was supposed to take out so many people, let's say that was that's one of those theories, right? That's one of those great theories.
Theory, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, it's a theory. It's not necessarily proven, and I'm not saying I believe it, but let's say that was one. Okay, so those type theories, some theories turn out to be false. Some theories turn out to be true. We know that through scientific evidence. I mean, that's just the way theories work. Some are true, some are false. So whatever their theory is, again, there are people that are not your President Bush or your President fucking Trump even running the fucking show, or your people that are in Congress who are being bought off by the same companies on both sides of the fucking aisle to run our fucking country. So at that point, who's running the country?
Okay, so yeah, go on, Sammy.
Am I allowed to make a point?
Oh yeah. Oh, cool. Yes.
Am I allowed to? Yeah, because one thing that is very evident. One thing that's very evident when you look at the world, how when people are alluding to a lot of these conspiracy peddlers, when they're going on the internet and they're coming up with, there is the...
Okay, now I have seen a lot of conspiracy theorists. If you're going to say what I just said was conspiracy theory, then we're going to have a problem.
Let him
No. Can I just make just a quick point for people, out there on the internet that are alluding to the government are trying to, create a dystopian world. They're trying to control everyone, and they're trying to kill a lot of the population. Now, if that was true, and that was the general consensus of the general public...
They mean most of the population, because if they kill everybody, who the fuck's going to work for them?
Thank you.
Yeah, Brooke, exactly. And that's one of the points I was going to make, because, like I said, you just look at the world, everything is presented to you with reality as a fact. I mean, if that was true, and people actually believe that, then all these politicians, everyone who's in power, like Joe Biden at this moment, Liz Truss or Boris Johnson before her, the public would have taken them out. They would have been assassinated if they were actually planning on killing the population. They wouldn't even be alive, these people. Forget all the security and the people around them. If the people actually believed that they were going to kill us or hurt us in any way or try to manipulate us or control us, these people would have been taken out by the general public, just like they presented with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. There would have been a man up in the book depository building taking a shot at them with a sniper rifle. These men would have been taken out. These women and men in power would have been taken out by the general public if that was their plan. The government have no reason to kill us. They need our taxations.
Yeah,
they need us alive.
the Brooke understands that, thank God.
Yes.
So at least we don't need to over dwell on that point with Brooke.
I don't want to overdwell on that. And I listen to enough crazy fucking conspiracy theorists that these white hats and bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need all that. But the only thing that I would give any credence to, and I don't believe it necessarily, but I don't disbelieve it, is that I do find it that even it's truth to any of these. So again, that's why I said I don't believe it or disbelieve it. But let's look at COVID. I mean, it took out the majority, the people that it did take out were over a certain age, or people usually in very bad health, on disability here in America anyway, people that we were supporting through what did FDR come out with?
Roosevelt socialism, welfare state. What about? Yeah.
Yes, I mean coming out. Yes, so that basically you've got so many people living so much longer after their 50s. We had the baby boom, and now we are paying out the ass. And what does our Social Security look like right now? So, I mean, if I was going to get rid of anybody, it would be. I'm not saying this is true, but I am saying that if that was the case, I don't think enough young people would stand up for that and be like, I can figure it out. Old people die anyway, and they're the most susceptible. So if you developed a disease that was susceptible to old people, I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah, I hear you, honey.
I'm saying that that's a possibility. I'm not saying I believe it. I do believe that the majority of the world, our leaders, have a reason to have us here, because if we're not working and paying taxes, who the fuck is? But once you start getting all these retirees, and then you realize you're in a fuck because you're now got to pay for their shit and you don't have the money to do it.
Yeah. Well, honey, just to put that in perspective, and to try and say this without sounding like I'm talking down to you, and honestly, if you had listened to me for a few years, you'd realize how obsequious I am to most ladies, yourself included. Most people feel I'm simping, is the term they use for it, and I don't mind that. So, but that being said, I would say this. I would say that, as I've pointed out before, and I'd like the lads to pitch in on this in terms of, what else this brings to their mind. But one of the things I pointed out was that we are Generation Zero. My generation is Generation Zero. Might be your generation too. I'm part of the 13th American generation. You might be a little younger, but the 13th American generation, from the 60s into the 80s, around this period of time, this generation, we're the most aborted generation in history. And it's not just my generation here in the United States, but over much of the world. And so in terms of that fact, it created what I call an inverse pyramid situation, meaning that for every one of me, if I were to get married to Brooke here, and say Brooke and I had a single child, that single child would grow up needing to support Brooke and I in our senior adulthood, as well as statistically, demographically. Both my parents are dead. I don't even know consciously. I don't remember whether that's the case with Brooke, or whether her parents are both still alive, or one is, but just statistically, demographically, most married couples our age would have 2 living parents each. So this child would grow up needing to support basically, how many seniors is that already? Brooke, myself, 2 parents each. That's 3 on each side. 6. That's half a dozen senior citizens this kid would need to support. So the reason our generation...
I don't agree with that. I think that many families came from well to do, especially white families.
Okay.
And so, like, for instance, my family, like, I'm not working right now, as I told you, like, I left the job 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You know who's paying my bills? My family. You know who's got the money to have 2 houses and beach houses? Family. So,
Well, I mean, no, I'm glad for you and your situation, but still, you're not denying what I'm saying demographically or statistically. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
I'm not denying it demographically as far, but you know what? That's the problem again with American culture. You look at Indian culture, and they all live together. You know, like they'll live, like families will live with like their kids forever, like in Spanish families too. Not forever, always.
Well, these are extended clans that basically they're having lots of children so that the children can rotate the responsibility of taking care of the parents in their old age. That's the logic. This is why poorer families have larger families. And what you're saying is that obviously your average white American is a bit better off than that. But still, statistically...
Well, yes. I mean, because of slavery and things that weren't fair, but yeah.
Thank you. No, I appreciate profoundly you're acknowledging that. You're already light years ahead of so many other white Americans. Your daughter must be proud. And so...
Who do you think taught her that?
I'm sorry?
I said, who do you think taught her that?
Well, if you did, I'm proud of you. But as well, I mean, I am proud of you. I always have been, but I mean, for many reasons. In her case, I'm sure you did, but I'm sure her
She learned a lot more. She amazed me what she learned at school about, like, for instance, the prison system and things like that I had no idea about the prison system and what it was actually made for. But I've always told her that, you know, as far as our country was founded on the backs of people that were not white. Basically, we stole our country from Native Americans, and then we had it built on the backs of, African Americans. And then we wonder why, and then you hear white people talk about reparations being the worst thing in the fucking world. Like, okay, well, how the hell else? Why do you think why do you think every black corner you go to, there's 5 fucking liquor stores, no fucking decent store? Because it takes time to build wealth. We built our wealth very quickly because we came here, we took land, we had people build our houses, and we sold our land. And that is how wealth was built. And to build wealth, yes, black people because people always say, oh, well, black people and all these people have the same freedoms we have. They haven't been slaves. They've never been a slave since the 60s. Well, no, they haven't been a slave. They face racism, but they haven't been a slave. But at the same time, wealth is something that is accrued most of the time generationally, unless you get lucky and you become a Kardashian. But most of the time, wealth is an accrued source that you pass down, and certain demographics have not had the chance to do that, at least here in America.
Yeah, I mean, it's profound to hear a white person express this, so I'm profoundly grateful. We all are. At the same time, statistically, demographically, my point is my generation is Generation Zero because we're the choke point in the hourglass, basically. It's my generation that is that single child that has, on average, statistically, demographically, half a dozen seniors to support at least. In some cases, it's more than that because you've got grandparents that are still alive. Now, what's going to happen?
I just killed all mine off.
First part is that there are some black people that don't even believe in reparations for their own people.
Yeah, but these are people who I would argue are not interested in their own people.
Those is the one really dark black guy you sitting behind the Trump on stage.
Okay. And George Knight, please say goodnight to our listeners before you take off this time.
Oh, no, I'm not leaving.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you're back.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. So what were you saying that you wanted to express? And
So what he said about reparations is some people aren't even for their own culture. I said, yes, that's like the one black guy you see at the Trump rally sitting behind.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Like Clarence Thomas.
Yes.
Oh God.
Oh God.
That piece of
Yes,
garbage.
that's because his wife told him reparations were bad.
Yes. Have I introduced the two of you? Honey, this is the Real Tech Geek. Real Tech, this is Brooke Gibson.
No, Real Tech Geek and I have never met ever.
Okay, there we are. Now you have. So
Just on the internet.
yes. So Real Tech, say hi. Yeah.
Hello, Brooke. Good
And-
evening.
Spoken on here. Are you just as high as Doug? We've spoken before.
We have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're oh
Yeah.
yeah. I probably don't even consciously remember that because I was probably quite high or something. There. That having been ascertained. So what I'm saying is
So yeah, your conversation like about like older generations and parents. Yeah, it's a big.
they're gonna
issue
die off.
in Asia.
Yeah.
But it's a big issue in Asia too, especially in China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the one child policy has dramatically affected younger people from ever even having a life.
Yeah. No, it's terrible.
Because they got to take care. Because even the ones that want to get married, you got to take care of your parents and their parents, maybe even some grandparents are even alive. You're right.
Yes. So, well, in communist China, the draconian one-child policy is catastrophic. What I've just described in America will result in what I would call an almost organic genocide. I'm not saying it's natural, but it's a gerocide, a genocide of the elderly that will happen simply because the younger generation, my generation, Generation Zero, has no capability of taking care of that many seniors, and the sheer economics will kill them off. They'll just pull the plug on all of them. So anyone that winds up on life support, you're effectively entering termination, because they'll just pull the plug on you because the hospitals will do that, and they'll do that because no one's going to come and defend you or advocate for you, and so the end result is we're just going to have all the seniors basically die off. And I'll tell you what, I'll just tell you truthfully, I don't regret this at all because most of them are just first off, they were good example. It's always tragic, you might say. Every person who dies, we lose a bit of history. But some of these people, they know things that really support everything I say about World War II. Unfortunately, most of those World War II veterans have all died off anyway. What we're left with is Korean War era veterans are the oldest, and soon it'll be Vietnam era veterans that, pretty much they have less and less history to give anyway. And the baby boomers, the majority of the baby boomers, well, they're just a bunch of selfish people who set us up for this situation. They're the ones who had all the abortions. Now, by the way, I'm not morally judging abortion. It's simply that they did this without any thought for the future. One can say who can blame them, but nevertheless, you can't have any sympathy for them either. So, they'll pass, and, situations will all adapt. In China, this is truly going to be an implosion. I mean, this is basically China's going to either have to make war now, or they're going to lose their ability to make war very soon. And there's several reasons for this. They've got a 75% male population, effectively, and therefore, usually you send those men to war. There's nothing else you can do with them because you got no employment for them at home. And, you've got no woman for them to fuck. So you're looking at a bunch of guys looking at each other. And if you want to prevent rampant homosexuality or at least male rape, then yeah, give them guns and send them overseas. They can grab some women on the way. We call them war brides. Anyhow, so China's probably going to commit to war in a spasm, paroxysm of desperation. And I feel that, ironically, if America could mobilize, then we could defeat the Sino-Slavic Indic synaxis. I'm going to add a third party to this that I haven't in the past. Sino-Slavic synaxis was the term I used to use. We need to start using the term Sino-Slavic Indic synaxis to include India because they get all of their weapons from Russia. They're totally slave circuited to Russia. Yeah. And they will enter, very likely on the side of China and Russia. And it's all just an edifice. It's an edifice on foundations of sand. It would be easy to defeat if America were mobilized. But unfortunately, this is where I disagree with Brooke. This is where I brought up the internet thing. We are effectively a two-party state. So just to argue my point, the reality is, in the past, I was there. I was right there with Brooke. And at one point, she was right. It was basically, hey, a two-party system offers no choice. And basically, hey, it's just the same thing in the end. And it was that way forever. It was that way for the longest time. I went into depth in this in my time at Revolution Radio. Okay, all of that snapped. All of that, something snapped when Obama was brought into office. When Obama was brought into office, he effectively, here's a bit of conspiracy for you. And unfortunately, most people who conspire or talk conspiracy don't know what they're talking about. Me, it's different. I served as a mercenary. I served in East Africa. I served in the nation where Obama was born. He was born in Kenya. Everyone in Kenya knows this. For people who don't know this, Barack Obama's brother in Kenya, his biological brother, is the darling of the radicalized right-wing media because he has been adamant about the fact his brother Obama was born in Kenya. And he's been honest about this, and they've made him a hero of the radicalized right, up there with Steve Bannon. Nobody outside of the radicalized right knows this fucker, knows that he exists. They think maybe it's just some black shit poster who's putting on a claim. It's his real brother. And this guy says, yeah, I grew up playing with Obama. He was my fucking brother, and he was here in Kenya. Now, that being served, I met one of Obama's grandparents in Kenya. And these people lived under the horrors of the British Empire, which did horrible things to them. So one of the best things to happen was Obama becoming president, in my opinion, because he enabled some advocacy for the Kenyan nation, other nations that were underrepresented. I mean, it was important that this happened. He was hated by Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger became governor of California. Schwarzenegger was Austrian. He was born in Hitler's country.
And Trump.
Yeah. Well, Trump, I'm sorry, again, how did Trump fit in? With Schwarzenegger.
He always hated him, always complaining about, oh no, that's general. He hates Obama.
He also hates Trump. Yeah, for what it's worth. Yeah, Schwarzenegger also hates Trump. Yeah, but you know, different reasons there for that. But in the case of with Obama, he's jealous and he's resentful, and this is the reason why, is because he wanted to be president. Here's a guy who was born in
maybe because he was also jealous because he's like, how the fuck did I get raped all this many times and this fucking black, what he would call N-word, get president?
Well, how did Schwarzenegger get raped? You mean
you told me you watched him get raped?
Oh, that's not rape. I mean, it's rape in a sense, but it's couch casting. It's couch casting.
Oh yeah, he was. I'm sorry.
That's not rape. I mean, oh my god. I mean, when I think, okay, I mean, let's put it. It's a kind of rape, but yeah, it's kind of like. Whether it's a man or a woman,
he was willing.
Yeah, it's still acquiescing to a degree. Granted, it's like, you know.
Again, he's wondering why was I couch casting all this time, and now this black guy from.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I get it. It's more, maybe that was a factor. I mean, it's
I'm not saying that was.
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm sure it was in its own way.
When you play into somebody's entire life, come on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. But Schwarzenegger, oh my God, he was such a, just to go into this very briefly, I mean, this guy, he just was so focused on this, laser focused. He came to the United States and he said pretty much, I'm going to be president. And he was born in Austria. And the point I was making about that was he actually was originally pro-Hitler. He was a guy who said, oh, you know, Hitler was a little guy and he became a big guy and I admire him. And there was nothing wrong with his saying that. Of course, he had to change all that when he came to America. He was attacked for a while, and then he had to politically cover his ass and say, I hate that man. I hate everything that man stands for. And then during the January 6th riots, it said, oh, these people, Confederates and Nazis are in hell. You know, I mean, by the time you get to that point, and then when you see him wear the yarmulke, for those of you who don't know, that's the correct word for what many people call a skull cap, which is insulting. It's not yarmulke. That's what the Jewish so-called skull cap is. Yeah, when he put on a yarmulke and was going all over the place, kneeling in Jewish synagogues, yeah, that was pathetic. He's just a total.
He also married Maria to give him.
Yeah, the Kennedy. He married a Kennedy. He joked about it. He joked about it. By the way, for those of you who don't know, nothing wrong with someone going into a synagogue sincerely. I've been in synagogues and I didn't burst into flame, believe it or not. But I've been there because they were adult courses being given there on the medical journalism advocacy courses that I used to take through the Osher Lifelong Institute for Extended Adult Education. So I have been in synagogues, and it's they're fine. In fact, they're incredibly spacious and incredibly elegant. I mean, they can afford it, right? And they got security up the ass. You're probably never in a more secure place. They got guards that are armed, and they search the cars that go in. So that being said, Schwarzenegger is just a whore. And when he married Kennedy, and he actually joked about it later, hey, I wanted to become president, married a Kennedy so that I could become president. Of course, I'm sleeping in the garage because I'm Republican and she's Democrat. And he wasn't even fucking joking at that point. He's telling the truth. And then they got divorced. He already got what he wanted out of her. And then he actually put in motion a series of advertisements. People can look these advertisements up, in which he hired a bunch of white people, older ladies in particular, to say, let's change our constitution so that foreigners can run for president. He didn't have Deepak Chopra in mind when that commercial was made. He was thinking about himself. And it all failed. It all flopped. He never became president. Then Obama's taken out of fucking Kenya and made president. So, yeah, he hated him. But that being said, Obama was taken advantage of. There's the horror of the story, the horror of the position he was in. He was basically told that you do everything the military tells you. You give all the orders for us to launch all the drone strikes we want, unlimited, and we're going to call them Obama strikes. They called them Obama strikes to personally implicate him in case anyone in the world pursued the U.S. military for war crimes. Because they kept hitting funerals and weddings and schools and orphanages. And they were just committing crime after crime with these drones. And they called them all Obama strikes. And he was told, this is all on you. So that if they come after us, we're pinning it all on you. And you have to take it. And you're taking it up the ass. Because if you don't, we're going to expose you as a non-American. A person who was born in Kenya, and you'll be tried and executed as a spy. So he was totally fucked, and he was installed as a puppet, and he was fucked from the beginning. And at that moment, all balance was lost in America. Now, until that point, the two-party system really was a two-party system in the one-party sense. And by the way, people can look this up, don't take my word for it. In the early days of America, the original parties, if you look them up, everyone's listed as Democratic Republican and Republican Democrat. I'm talking about George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and all those founding fuckers. They're all listed as both parties simultaneously. Not as, he was this and then changed to that, or that and then changed to this. No, they're all listed as hyphenated. Republican, Democrat.
It doesn't matter. That's the problem with the whole system. It should have never been a two-party system.
So what I'm doing is proving your point. From the founding fathers all the way up to Obama, that's the way it was. And it got so bad that by the time of fucking, Bush and the Clintons, basically what had happened, and I'm painfully, intimately familiar with this, what had happened was when George Bush Sr. became president, and you're talking about a president who basically was running America for 3 terms, he basically took over when Carter approached him. It all started with Jimmy Carter in this sense. This phase of the story started with Jimmy Carter, went up to George Bush Sr. and said, hey, I'm president now. I've just been elected, and you're the head of the CIA. I'm told you know the dirt on UFOs, and I seen a UFO, and I want the story. What's going on with UFOs? And George Bush Sr. told him, I'll tell you, Jimmy, you just make me the J. Edgar Hoover of the CIA, which meant he was saying, make me president or lead dictator of the CIA, CIA director for life, and impossible to be fired. Literally, a lifetime position, which is untouchable. Give me that permanent position with a guarantee of lifetime employment, and I'll tell you what you want to know. And Carter said, "You can't talk to me like that. I'm not going to bargain with you. I'm your president." What an incredibly naive individual. I mean, to the point of true stupidity. And that's when George Bush Sr. said, "Fine, motherfucker, I'll knock you out of office and make myself president." And that's exactly what he did. He had the CIA sabotage Delta Force when Carter sent them to rescue the Iranian hostages. Helicopters don't just fall out of the sky like that. Their blades don't separate automatically like that, like an ejection machine. These were all sabotaged helicopters. When they carried in Delta Force, they all crashed and burned in midair. Midair. Before they even hit the ground, they were exploding. And Delta Force flew from the sky in flames, or fell from the sky in flames. Didn't have a chance to parachute or sail down. Most of them died. Those few that survived the crashes barely made it out alive themselves. And the entire operation was the greatest embarrassment in military history and totally destroyed Delta Force. At that point, afterwards, nobody ever heard of them again except in Chuck Norris action films. So what happened was that Carter was thrown out of the presidency and they brought in Reagan, and Bush Sr. was the power behind the throne. Reagan, of course, was just completely senile and pretty much oblivious and just able to act. It was his best acting job. He was a far better actor as a president than he ever was in the movies, which are unwatchable. And when Bush ran the president for 3 terms, he ultimately found himself able to give up the position. He didn't want to, but he was able to finally come to terms with that after he tried to maintain the office, retain it, by threatening one man with death, Ross Perot, and literally trying to kill the other, William Clinton. So what happened was with Ross Perot came on media and said, "I'm not running for president anymore because President Bush has threatened to kill my daughter." And nobody blinked. It was like, wow, you hit the jackass on the head with a 2x4 and it doesn't even blink. He said that on air, and everybody just giggled and laughed and walked away.
That's not true, though. He did run for president.
No, I'm saying he stopped running for president. Don't you remember that? He was running for president twice.
He was the first person I voted for.
Thank you for sharing that.
I know.
Anyhow,
very sad.
I hope you changed your mind after that at some point, and
Well, you got to remember, I just turned 18.
I
just turned 18.
And he was different. He was different. He was entertaining. He was.
Well,
different.
I just thought, like a lot of idiots do now, that I was like, oh well, Trump can't be bought, Ross Perot can't be. I just always looked at basically the entire. Yeah. They were all being bought off, which I wasn't wrong about that. They are all being bought.
You were right. They couldn't buy off Ross Perot. That's why they threatened his family with death. So Ross Perot, to put this into perspective, for those of you who don't know, William Jefferson Clinton never won the elections. He never won the popular vote. He was someone who lost both elections. The only reason he quote unquote won was because all the radicalized Republicans were bled off by Ross Perot. Ross Perot effectively made William Jefferson Clinton president twice. Now, by the time that Bush Sr. saw this coming the second time around, the first time, of course, like everyone else, he just laughed, didn't think that this was something to take seriously, but got totally fucked up by it and lost the presidency to William Jefferson Clinton. But that was when he tried to kill Clinton. Now, that story involves myself because they wanted me to be the Lee Harvey Oswald. This is when the senior naval intelligence officer of the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, basically approached myself and told me, hey, I need to gather a hit team.
This is when your stories start to seem unbelievable again.
Well, it's at the Presidio. There's nothing unbelievable about it. It just requires context. So when it comes
For
to
some context would be good.
there you are. So, honey, when it comes to all of this, I've explained this in great depth in the past, but for you, I'll try and give a.
I know. I'm just saying on this one particular issue, like why were you the one chosen?
Because I was foreign and because I was an easy kind of caricature to hate. And I've got 3 names, Douglas Duane Dietrich, like Lee Harvey Oswald and every other assassin, John Wilkes Booth. They all have 3 names. Like the guy who tried to kill...
Who asked you to do it?
It was the Office of Naval Intelligence Officer, which, believe it or not, to my eternal shame and disgrace, I'm forgetting his name. I totally bleach these guys out of my mind as much as I can. And, what the hell was his name? He went to jail. Ultimately, and but he was basically, I mentioned his name on several episodes in the past. I'm talking about like years and years ago when I was talking about this more regularly, and God knows it went on record with a number of odd interviews that I conducted. But I'll remember it eventually. When I do, I'll relate it. But the point was, when he came over to the Presidio, understand that the Presidio was where the mercenaries, by the way, Sammy Arola, I almost said Arola again, Sammy Romero, he basically saw this. So did Peter Moon. I took them both to the hostels at the Presidio, where the mercenaries used to sleep. And these mercenaries are, just so people understand this, when you are dealing with retired military veterans, many of these retired military veterans are given what's effectively free transportation all over the world. And for those of you who really want to follow up on the story of the assassination, the abortive assassination attempt, look up Defrauding America, because it was that author that I told the entire story to, and he published it in his book at length. So if you look up Defrauding America, the author was Rodney Stitch. And so in there, he talks about Operation Mount Rushmore. And Operation Mount Rushmore entirely sources from myself in terms of what he publishes in that book. Operation Mount Rushmore was the abortive assassination attempt on William Jefferson Clinton. So there you'll find the name of the ONI, Officer of Naval Intelligence, that tried to employ myself to become the assassin of Clinton. Not in the sense that I would have pulled any trigger. I was to serve as the patsy, which all of these idiots really thought that would make me happy, that I'd be excited about this, that this is something that I would want my name in history. Like, you'll live forever, your name will be in history. It's they obviously had something in the file that they had on me. That
you would have lived as long as Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, I mean, physically. So let me look up something here. Okay, I might be able to find, the officer's name even, if I take a look through this. But when it comes to Defrauding America, again, that's what I can recommend for now, and you'll find the full story in there, names and everything. Now, I remember the woman, of course, because she was a sex bomb, and that was Yosi Yamir. It was a false name. That wasn't her real name. And I remember it like I would remember the stage name of a stripper. But all of these people were involved with taking down Clinton. Now, again, I was just supposed to be the patsy on this, which I was not informed about until the operation was ready to get underway. Makes sense, right? So this is how it works. Basically, all of these people who are retired military veterans who still want to get in on the action and they're physically capable, they become assassins or mercenaries all over the world. And they're flown all over the world by what's called MAC. Again, people can look this up. Don't take my word for it. This is called MAC, M-A-C, for Military Airlift Command. Military Airlift Command is all these transport planes that just go all over the world to different military bases. So military bases are all over the world. So you've got them in Thailand, you've got them everywhere, except in places like Vietnam where they've kicked the Americans out. Then what happens is you go to Thailand, you cross the border. But most people don't get hit assignments inside of nations that have kicked America out because, at that point, America no longer has invested interest in such places, so they've got no one they're interested in killing. So when it comes to...
What's the difference between MAC and MACV?
MACV-SOG is what you're thinking of. So MACV-SOG was a different acronym. The MAC in that case stood for like Military Activities Command or something. It was like some kind of study group. It had a very innocuous name. So people can look that acronym up. It was like they were just some kind of bureaucracy or something, but they were really very elite military command. It was MAC stood in that case for Military Assistance Command Vietnam, MACV, Military Assistance Command Vietnam, and SOG in that case stood for Studies and Observations Group. So they sounded like just a bunch of business consultants. But that was when they were involved with what's called forward. What do they call that? Forward control. It's called forward control. There's some other communications term.
Forward operating base, FOB.
No, forward controller is, I think, what it's called. Let me look up that term and see if I got it right, because it's an important term for people to know. Forward control is basically like a suicide job. It's so the MACV-SOG was essentially forward controllers, which made them kind of suicide units, and they had a extraordinarily high fatality rate. Forward air controllers, that's a term for it. Forward air controllers are FACs. So that could be a lot of times it could be pilots, but basically if you're in the ground and you're a forward controller, you're basically the quarterback of the battlefield. You're making all the calls as to where planes and artillery are going to strike, which means you have to be there on the front lines to do that, which means you're calling in strikes on yourself. So if you're calling in strikes on yourself constantly, you're going to die. And so the majority of MACV-SOG...
Danger close.
Yeah. The majority of those men died. It was like close to 100% fatality rate. But for every one of them that died, they killed like 10,000 Vietnamese. So it's like, they thought they were part of something that in terms of battlefield statistics, well, they're one of the most lethal units in history. So that's and so there you have that. That being specified, when it comes to MAC, Military Airlift Command, these are just transport planes, and they take people to bases. And, these are like veterans who oftentimes are vagrant, homeless. They live in hostels, military base to military base. So at the Presidio military base, you had any number of them sleeping there at any given time that were going to take off in MACV, MAC, the MAC transport, to go to some country to kill somebody. And in between, they had a layover in San Francisco where they could find boy butt to fuck at the local child daycare center. By this time, I had shut down the child daycare center. So they were just sleeping in the hostels and maybe finding boy butt on the streets. Chicken hawks, usually queer whores that I kind of grew up with in my neighborhood or something. We used to have what was called Chicken Hawk Lane. That's where I found the young lady who was going to become my son, because she was already basically, as far as she was concerned, gay. But a whole story behind that. Later. When it comes to the hostels, which I showed both Sammy Romero and Peter Moon, that's where I had to go first, because Robert Hunt, that was the naval commander's name. Robert Hunt. And so his name was Robert Hunt. So Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt. And that could have been a false name. But Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt said, hey, I need to get together a hit squad to kill Clinton. And so I understand you're the man to go to here on the Presidio military base to help me do that. Now I said, where on earth did you hear this? And then he says, oh, I heard it from Michael Aquino. And I says, well, of course, this sounds absurd. Where are your orders sourcing from? He said, my orders come from the President of the United States. This is an order in turn through me from your Commander-in-Chief. If you disobey me, you're disobeying the Executive Commander-in-Chief, which makes you a traitor. And I said, obviously, you understand, I need to consult some people about this. So I asked my operations manager at the library, hey, Andrew Mangeris, there's a guy here, he's in full uniform. He says he wants to kill the president, the man who's running for president. And he's got orders from the president to do it. And that's when he said, Well, don't talk to me, you stupid son of a bitch. Call the head of the CIA here in San Francisco. And I said, well, I needed your permission to do that. I had to go through the chain of command, so to speak. So then I called Bob Larson. I don't know why I remember his name. But yeah, that name's easy to remember. For some reason, it's not. It's really common, but it stays in my brain. Probably because he had the same name of this guy who considered himself a specialist on cults. And I was really into cultic studies because my sister had joined a cult, the Jehovah's Witnesses. But I called Bob Larson, who was running the head of the CIA in San Francisco. And Bob Larson said, yeah, he's legit. He said, now get those people together and kill that son of a bitch. I said, okay. So at this point, I had it from a man in full uniform, and I had it from the head of the local regional office in the CIA in San Francisco, Bob Larson, and Robert Hunt. So you've got both the names there. And they were joined by a lady, complete sex bomb, named Yozi Yamir. Again, I forget her real Israeli name. Well, maybe that's it that I remember, and I forget her stage name. Maybe it's more like that, because Yozi Yamir sounds pretty Israeli. But she claimed she was with Mossad. And they said Israel wants this man dead too. And so they were helping the Americans because, well, basically, for those of you who don't know, Mossad keeps its agents in practice. And just so you know, not all agents are assassins. In fact, very few agents are assassins. Some are professional thieves, believe it or not. All they do is steal information. Others are, different professions. But reconnaissance, surveillance. But some are assassins. And that's all they do. People specialize. You don't have a super spy who does everything. So they keep their assassins in practice by hiring them out. So you might ask, why didn't the United States just hire Israeli assassins? Well, because in this case, they figured that, I guess they had a veterans employment program going on or some shit. But she was there and she helped out because she was seducing and sleeping with people she needed to distract from the operation, like the guy who was working security. Well, basically all the security guards at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. So at that year, the year that Clinton was running for president, he was campaigning in San Francisco and he was staying at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. And at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Yozi Yamir's job was to sleep with all the security guards. And as a matter of fact, she seduced a number of them into killing Clinton. So here was the plan, was I was supposed to get the hit squad together and they were going to hit Clinton from the front when he walked out of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and the guards were going to hit him from the back. The security guards who worked at the Ritz-Carlton, who Yozi Yamir had slept with all of them, were going to hit him from the back, and they would, from both sides, plug him so full of holes that his shadow was going to look like the Eiffel Tower. So this guy had no hope of surviving. There was going to be no way he was going to survive. Now, for those of you who don't know, John F. Kennedy was killed by multiple assassins from multiple directions firing sniper rifles. And you can see it on the film. If you're trained in ballistics or sniper fire, anyone who's militarily trained or knows anything about guns will see the first time Kennedy's hit, he blows backward as his brains blow out, and he flips back onto his wife, basically bouncing off of her, and people assume that he's bouncing off of her, like she's made of rubber or something. But the reality is what's moving him forward is he's blasted in the back by another bullet, which pushes him forward. Anybody trained in combat sees this. You see this man is going forward and backward because of multiple bullets hitting him from different directions, which are tossing his body about like a rag doll. So when it came to that kind of assassination, they were going to combine it with how his brother, Robert F. Kennedy, was killed, because Robert F. Kennedy was not killed by Sirhan Sirhan. Just so anybody knows this, Sirhan Sirhan fired a gun. He came in to the room, fired a gun into the air. Every single shot he fired went wide and wild. Not a single round hit John F. Kennedy. We know this for a fact because the coroner said so. The coroner said every bullet that entered Robert Kennedy's body came from behind. They're all up and down his spine. They blew out his back from inches away. And the ballistics are not from the gun that Sirhan held. They're from a gun that was welded by his security guard, or rather the hotel security guard, who killed him from behind. Point blank range. And so people actually asked, where's the security guard? Well, they found him in the Philippines. And they interviewed him. And he said, yeah, I killed Robert F. Kennedy. And it all ended there. But it's on record. The security guard was interviewed and he said, yeah, I killed Robert F. Kennedy. I moved over here with all the money I made. And no one ever pursued him. He was left hanging. Instead, they took Sirhan, they put him in jail and said, hey, we got the man who killed Robert Kennedy. And because he wasn't president, nobody gave a shit, and it all ended there. Assassin got away. This is how all the security guards at the Ritz-Carlton were told, look, Robert F. Kennedy's security guard, the security guard at the hotel where Robert F. Kennedy was at, got away, scot-free, became a multimillionaire, retired in the Philippines. You're all going to do the same. Yossi Yamir told them all that. So they were all not just ready to kill Clinton. They were eager. And so they were all prepped and armed, ready to go. And when I got the assassins together, they were at the point where they were assembling and disassembling their rifles in the library. And they had all these photographs they had taken of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, alleyways of fire, what you'd call, what do we call that again? It's been so long. Fire control ranges, basically areas that they could fire in, free fire zones, etc. Areas that they had them trapped in. And they had areas, of course, mapped out for escape routes, etc. All of these photographs being put down in front of the tables where they were going over the Operation Mount Rushmore. And by the time it all came together, and by the way, there was another actor in this drama, some real estate guy whose name I'm never going to remember. Wang. It was like Chang Wang, something like that. Really stupid Chinese name, must have been false. But then again, Chinese have a lot of really stupid names that don't sound euphonic. So Chang Wang was supposed to be this real estate agent that was financing it all. This, of course, was a cover. This way, in case anyone investigated, it was going to be traced, instead of being traced to Bush Sr., it was going to be traced to Chang Wang, who's supposed to be this communist Chinese guy, so they could say, just like they said, the Soviets trained Lee Harvey Oswald, and they programmed him to kill, and it's the Russians killed Kennedy. And Lee Harvey Oswald went to Moscow, married a Russian wife. It all made sense. The cover story all fit. So with Douglas Dietrich, he's born in Taiwan. So a real estate agent named Chang Wang hired Douglas Dietrich for the communist Chinese to kill Clinton. Makes sense, right? Get the cover story? So, all of that being said, then they all turned to me, Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt, Yossi Yamir, and all the rest. And now all we need is a patsy. And it's you. And I'm like saying, whoa, wait a second. Oh, they said, well, you arranged the hit. You got all the assassination team together. You're responsible for all this. And you're going to go down in history. And the way they said it, they were convinced I was going to respond positively to this. Like I was going to be effusive. Like, oh my God, can I? So whoever put my dossier together, everything's fucked up in terms of how they psychoanalyzed me and how they ever profiled me. Nothing in it is right in terms of any psychological motivation or any evaluation. And all these fuck-ups decided they were going to, oh yeah, I'm gonna be, diving into this, making it happen. And then I was basically trapped at that point, wondering how I'm going to get out of this, dealing with the fact that there didn't seem to be any conceivable way I could ever get out of this, when everything fell apart. That was when one of the security guards sleeping with Yossi Yamir began bragging about sleeping with her. I'm sleeping with this hot Israeli bitch, and I'm gonna kill Clinton. And that's when Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt had to push him off in front of a BART train. He was waiting on the quay for his BART train to get to work when Robert Hunt appeared behind him, pushed him in front of the train, and he died horribly. And once that happened, then I called the police. When I called the police, I was able to get Robert Hunt arrested, and that was the end of his life. So he's still in jail as far as I know. If he's been released, who gives a shit? I mean, he could try to come after me at this point, but then he takes the risk of we're in totally different positions in life now, both of us. And that being said, Operation Mount Rushmore was aborted. Again, not through anything that I did on my own, other than take advantage of the fact that one of the security guards at the Ritz-Carlton fucked it all up for them. After that, Yossi Yamir had to vacate the country, and nothing ever happened. But that was Operation Mount Rushmore, an abortive assassination attempt on William Jefferson Clinton. Now, when Bush was done with that, then Bush said everything fell apart. Clinton became president. Bush had to vacate the office, Bush Sr., and then he felt, well, I'll get back at everyone by putting one of my sons in office. And, he felt he'd been president 3 times already, even though only one administration was acknowledged. And then he basically, the next time, Ross Perot was running for president. And I'm forgetting who the Republicans ran against him. And whether it was Bush again or what the fuck was going on with that. But I do know that the man who fucked it up for the Republicans was Ross Perot. And that's when Ross Perot was finally threatened in terms of his family. And that's when Ross Perot, and people can look this up, went on camera, because, the footage is still out there, and said, I'm not going to run for president anymore because President Bush the Sr. Has threatened the life of my daughter, saying that he's going to basically kill her at her wedding. She's scheduled to have a wedding, and he's threatened that he's going to take her out and everyone out at the wedding, including myself. But basically, he's threatening my family and myself, and I must withdraw from running for president. So he said that the second time. Now, by that time, he'd already done his damage. So why they bothered is beyond me. At this point, they were just pissed, and they just wanted him out of politics forever. And so they basically, both times, he made Clinton president. So if it weren't for Ross Perot running for president and bleeding off the more radicalized Republicans that would later on become Trump cultists, if it weren't for him doing that, William Jefferson Clinton would never have become president. But once William Jefferson Clinton was in president for 8 years of office, at that point, the world changed and the two-party system really solidified, really gelled into kind of a balanced system where they were throwing the ball back and forth to each other. One of the things that was symptomatic of that was the peace process between Israel and Palestine. And they were asking William Jefferson Clinton, why are you bringing your daughter to the peace process? I'm not talking about journalists asking him this. It wasn't fucking journalists asking him this. This was the fucking, what's his name in charge of Palestine at the time? That terrorist turned the hope for peace and shit. Yasser Arafat and Benjamin Netanyahu were both asking him. These are both the leaders at the summit. They're both asking Clinton, why the fuck is your daughter here? And that's when Clinton said, because someday she's going to be president. So he was thinking of his daughter become president after Hillary Rodham Clinton became president, so they'd have an ongoing family legacy. And he was so confident in this because that was the deal he had brokered with Bush Sr. And you know this for a fact because Bush Sr. and Clinton were seen riding together in the same golf cart, laughing, holding each other's hands, practically switch and spit. And they were very comfortable with each other. It wasn't affected. They really liked each other at that point because at that point, the fix was in. So the deal was that once Clinton was out of office, he agreed, along with Hillary, to sabotage Al Gore and sacrifice him so that one of the Bush sons could become president. They didn't care which one. But at that point, it was Bush Jr. because the senior one, who they thought was going to become president, that was the one who was governor of Miami. He had to become governor of Miami. He converted falsely, insincerely, and transitionally to Catholicism. He married a Latina who, I don't remember her name, but I know the Bush dynasty only referred to her as the Dark One. He sired a bunch of half-breed kids, half-brown. He called them coconuts. And he became governor of Miami, mayor of Miami, governor of Florida, eventually, because all the stupid Cubans bought into his bullshit. And they voted him in, and at that point, he thought he was going to become president, but his retarded brother from out of Texas, the family idiot, they felt, well, we'll stick him in first, since he's available, and I'm running Florida, and he needs me here to make him president, because he very much lost. Bush Jr. completely lost the presidency to Al Gore. But they had a judge in Florida basically judge him to be president. Just basically say, we're not going to count any of the votes, and we're going to make this man president by judgment call. And so that was the first time that, in a long time, you had a president basically brought in by a judge, appointed, a president-select as opposed to a president-elect, in the form of George Bush Jr. because of a judge that was put in place by his brother. I mean, it doesn't get more corrupt than that. And then when this man became president, everybody saw he was an idiot. Everybody saw he was retarded. Everybody saw this, and they were going to vote him out. So he said, okay, they're going to vote me out. What do I do? That's what he said to Dick Cheney and maybe even Bush Sr. And certainly Dick Cheney. Now, Bush Sr. may have had a part in this, or he may have been removed at that point in the sense of detached, just kind of not caring. And, but I'd be surprised if he didn't know about it. But Dick Cheney definitely said, don't worry, we'll take down the Twin Towers. And they're going to elect you again because you're going to go in there and you're going to tell them, we all stand together and we're at war. So they did just that. They took down the towers. And Bush Jr. was brought there in front of the cameras. And that's when, of course, he was so bad at speaking that they had to have a shill say, we can't hear you. And that's when I can hear you. And the people who did this to us are going to hear from all of us. And, all that bullshit. And then, of course, invaded Iraq and, had his 8 years as president. It was horrible. And after he pretty much set the world on the motion towards self-destruction, then what happened was you had Hillary Rodham Clinton run for president. Now, a little thing about Hillary Rodham Clinton. She was known as, she was part of the sorority. She went to school in London. I think it was Oxford. And she studied law there. As a matter of fact, she was one of the people who set up the legal movement to impeach Richard Nixon. Now, when she was at Oxford, she had two sorority sisters. The sorority was known as Hell's Harlots. One of her sisters, sorority sisters, was Benazir Bhutto, who was a spoiled Muslim princess who had inherited Pakistan. And Benazir Bhutto was one of the reasons why I lost all my natural blood. Her and Hillary Clinton are one of the reasons why I wound up with fake plasma coursing through my veins. And what had happened was that Benazir Bhutto, running Pakistan, basically wanted to make a lot of money at once. And she said, my country's so poor, and I really don't want to live here, and really want a lot of money, and this is a shithole. And Hillary Clinton told her, well, my husband, who at that time was governor of Arkansas, can help you out there. And basically, I can tell you with what we've been doing, I can tell you where you can make your money. And basically what Hillary Clinton, having pretty much made her man, understand, of course, William Jefferson Clinton was nothing but a dick. I mean, not just personality-wise. I mean, all he was a penis behind a zipper that was constantly open, and everything that was done of any consequence was done by Hillary. She was the brains. He was nothing but the prick. And he was just her battering ram to ultimately become presidentress. But what happened with his being governor of Arkansas, he was sourcing from what they used to call the Dixie Mafia. In fact, for anyone who wonders about the Dixie Mafia, pretty much the Clintonistas were the Dixie Mafia. And when he became governor of Arkansas, he began donating, to show what a great guy he was, what a great governor he was, lots of blood. He organized all these blood drives in prisons. The entire Arkansas state prison system became one of the biggest blood donors in the world. Every prisoner was donating blood because they'd all get cigarettes and $20, which they could spend on child porn magazines and shit. And believe it or not, when you're in prison, you can subscribe to child porn magazines and they are delivered to you, because these are considered cruel. If they're denied to you and you're a pedophile, you do get that service because they consider you as releasing your tensions and stress. And this is supposed to be prevent cruelty, like cruel and unnecessary punishment. So child predators get nonstop access to child porn in prisons. In fact, a lot of people don't know. So a lot of these people could buy their porn now with the $20 they got for each blood donation, and they were donating blood, almost weekly. And, of course, all these prisoners were all fucking each other, so they all had chlamydia and everything from gonorrhea to AIDS. And, of course, it wasn't just Arkansas, it was the entire system. The entire system would buy blood from homeless people, drug addicts. And so basically all these people donating their blood for money, all these homeless drug addicts and prostitutes and vagrants, they were filling the blood system with nothing but diseases and ultimately AIDS that had broken out at that time. So what Hillary knew was the blood market was going to crash. And she says, thanks to the efforts of my husband and so many others, the blood market's going to crash. So she told her sorority sister, Benazir Bhutto, here's what you do. You just get a bunch of blood and put it on the market, clean blood, and you'll make a killing, because soon people are going to be dying and their very life will depend on this. They'll pay anything. So Benazir Bhutto said, hey, she called her generals together. And Pakistan had just had a number of serious wars with India. For those of you who don't know, the largest tank battles in history after World War II took place on the Thar Desert, the killing field of the tanks between Pakistan and Asian India. And they had wars in which hundreds of thousands had died 5 times in a row. It was like this was going to be the 6th Pak-Indian War. And they were nuclear at this point, both nuclear powers. And so Benazir Bhutto called her generals together and said, we might be heading towards a 6th Indo-Pak war. And she said, we're gonna prepare for this. I want enough blood available so the troops will have blood as needed, on tap practically, every time they're injured. So she told her generals, I want every soldier in the Pakistani army ordered to give a pint of blood. Then she gave her corpsmen secret orders. And the corpsmen, when the troops walked in, instead of taking 1 pint of blood, the medics took 12. They strapped the troops down and drained them dry. She killed 20,000 of her own men. 20,000 of her own troops in a single day. And when the blood market crashed, she said, I've got clean blood. Every soldier who enters the Pakistani army is tested for AIDS and every sexually transmitted disease. And she said, I want billions. And at that point, people were dying by the thousands in hospitals, contracting AIDS through blood transfusions. Children, people of all ages. The world bent on their knees, and they gave her billions of dollars. And she escaped to England, where she lived in London for the next 20 years. What happened then was, when Hillary ran for president, she was so confident she was going to win. There were 2 people she called. One was Tansu Siller, her other sorority sister from Hell's Harlots in Oxford. Tansu Çiller was the prime ministress of Turkey. The nation of Turkey is Islamic. But Tansu Çiller was so butch, she made her husband take her last name in an Islamic nation, no less. So between Turkey and Pakistan is Iran. All three of these nations used to be part of what was called CENTO, the Central Treaty Organization, the Southwest Asian version of NATO. So you're talking about an alliance run by Islamic women, bent and bloodthirsty. This would have been Hillary Clinton's empire. And when Hillary called Benazir Bhutto, she said, you can go back to Pakistan now because I'm going to be president. She was so confident she was going to win because who was there to stand against her? And after that, because it had been Clinton and the Clintons had helped defeat Gore by giving the go-ahead and saying, we'll tell the people not to protest when Gore gets judged out. That's why the Democrats accepted sullenly Gore's theft, or the theft from Gore of the presidency by the Bushes, because the Clintons had arranged it and told the Democrats, don't protest. There will be no protests, and any protests that erupt, we'll tell people we disapprove of these protests, that we're going with this peacefully, because they wanted Gore to lose. That way, the Republicans could take over, fuck everything up the way they did, and then they'd come back in as heroes. And then the idea was after that, it would be Jeb Bush. And after Jeb Bush, it would be, well, first it'd be Bush Jr., then Hillary. Then after 8 years of Hillary, it'd be Jeb. And then after 8 years of Jeb, it was going to be, their daughter. I forget her name. But the one who was at all the summits with the Clintons when, and you can see that on footage when she shouldn't have been there. Chelsea Clinton was going to be the next presidentress after Hillary, would pave the way for her as the first woman president. The fix was in, and it was supposed to be a one-party system under two names that was going to switch back and forth, Republican and Democrat, forever. This was the way it was supposed to be forever. And that's why she was so confident she was going to win. She called Benazir Bhutto to return to Pakistan, where I told everybody, and I said this on public record, Benazir Bhutto is going to die. I said the moment she steps back in Pakistan, they're going to kill her. She killed 20,000 men. All their sons have sworn to take her out. Bigger and shit. Don't take my word for it. You can do your own research on this. The moment she stepped off the plane, hell, she hadn't even stepped off the plane. The moment they put the steps down so she could walk off the plane, a suicide bomber threw himself at her and killed about 20 people at least, blew up the steps, so they had to get a new bunch of steps to roll up the plane so she could walk down. She got into an armored car, and then when she got into the armored car, a guy with a suicide backpack threw himself under it, blew himself up, and she died the way thousands and thousands of troops do in Iraq of what's called a TBI, a traumatic brain injury. Because what kills troops in Iraq is IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, that are triggered by the car when it rolls over them, and then when the car has that IED blow up under it, what kills the troops is not that explosion, so to speak, not directly from the IED. It's the fact that they're thrown up by the concussion of the explosion against the metal ceiling of their Humvees, where their brains are smashed out by their own helmets. She died like that. The guy threw himself under her armored vehicle, which was extensively armored. And this guy was thinking ahead. So when he blew his backpack, all the force of the blast went upwards, killed him, of course. It sundered him into nothing. Blew upwards, and it was the sheer concussion without compromising the overall hull integrity of the vehicle that threw Benazir Bhutto up against the ceiling and smashed her brains out. And she wasn't even wearing a helmet. So that was how she died. And nobody ever noticed this. And nobody understood why she died. They all thought it was because, they hated her because she's wearing lipstick or something. Nobody knew the backstory. So that was Hillary's Bloodgate. And because of the crash of the blood market, when I suddenly had a bleeding duodenal ulcer, then I was at Letterman Army Medical Center And that's why they were able to tell my parents, quite truthfully, hey, we have no human blood. I'm sorry, it's all poisoned by AIDS and chlamydia, every STD imaginable, and we can't get the blood from Pakistan. That's going to the wealthy. I'm sorry, the only choice we have is your son needs this new experimental artificial plasma, nanoplasma. Everyone who's ever had it transferred into their body has died, but your son's young, very young, and the young are pliable. His body might be able to adapt, process it. Do you want to give him a chance, or would you rather he just bleed out now? Of course, my parents said, take a chance. Turned out, of course, I wasn't bleeding out. But I wasn't conscious to make anyone aware of this. I had stabilized, but they took all my natural blood out and pumped in nanoplasma. Thanks to Hillary Rodham Clinton and Benazir Bhutto, I lost all my natural blood. And this was the man whose life I saved later in life by helping to abort his assassination by his own president. Now, how's that for a story? It certainly has all the angles covered. It's too much for any one man to make up. So all of that being said, hopefully now that sounds a bit more believable. If anyone's willing to respond. At any rate, I like what Alex Herrera said in the chat room, because vampires have souls too. Thank you. Christopher Keaton says, hello everyone. Wonderful, thank you. And then Alex says, why does Marilyn Monroe give my deep intuition big red flags and links to military programs? Chelsea Clinton looks like yokai. Like, okay, that being said, Marilyn Monroe was very tragic, might have been an MK Ultra victim. Okay, all of that being said, let's see who's on the call, if anyone's left on it. If anyone's there, feel free to talk. Nobody's
Hello, Douglas.
Yes, oh, there we are. How are we?
Yeah, it's a very interesting story.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Real Tech. You're all right.
Hello, what's your name?
Yeah. And maybe she fell asleep. Maybe Brooke fell asleep. I mean, oh my God. Anyhow, that being said, go on from there. Obviously, I'm just so glad that you're employed while everyone else in Britain is having such a hard time. You're so fortunate. And so, Sarah, I mean, I hope everything's going well with her job. Is she still, she's still employed, right? Still working?
Yeah, no, she is, Douglas. Yeah, no, she's still working. She's got work later on this afternoon. She's actually, she's not going to be a nurse much longer either. She's actually got another job lined up for herself as well.
Oh my God, this is news to me. Is there anything you're willing to share with us about that?
I'll do it private if that's all right, Douglas. Yeah, thank you, because I'll ask her permission first, but thankfully, what's really good is she's happy for me to talk. She's very happy for me to talk to you.
Wonderful.
She, that worry is not there anymore, which is good. That is
wonderful. That's so important.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's monumental. That's monumental. Go on. Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm greatly appreciated, because that's what I need. I need the support from the most important women in my life, most important people in my life, and my wife. I would love, just the thought of her, supporting my passion and, supporting, what I do and what we do, Douglas. So, yeah, it's great to have that support behind me. And that's what, any man really needs, to know that they've got someone, to cleave to, and they're there to help and back you up and everything like that. So, no, I'm much appreciated. I'm just glad the way it's turned out. The way it's all panned out, it's just amazing.
Wonderful.
But we'll go on. Sorry, Douglas.
No, by all means, go on.
I was going to say, I will talk to you in private, and then hopefully, Sarah will talk to you as well.
Wonderful.
So when on the Skype call, so when we talk in private, then I'll get her to speak to you as well. Yeah, that'll be wonderful.
Yeah. But by the way, just so some people who are asking me some questions in the private messages, I'm getting some questions about this, and I do want people to understand that what set the whole balance system off between Republicans and Democrats was Barack Obama. When he became president at that point, and a puppet of the military so directly, it was at that point that you had a tremendous hatred develop in the white community that led to a white backlash. And that's how Trump got elected. And at that point, all balance went out the window. And we truly do have two parties now. They're separate parts of American culture that are directly antithetical to each other. The difference is now quite real. So any thought of two parties, it's both the same game, that's over now. Yeah, that ended with Barack Obama. And truly, Democrats and Republicans are completely different cultures. And so this truly is no longer, you can't any longer say they're the same party, that it's all the same thing. The game has changed. So that is the main point to make out of that. But such being said, I remember one time our man George Knight, and I do want to return to Real Tech as well, because I do want, he knows so much about China. For those of you who don't know, he's married to a Chinese lady. I mean, like, hardcore Chinese, someone actually from China, real Chinese, not just some, Chinese woman born in America. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you get my point. Someone who actually grew up speaking Chinese. Do want him to kind of bring us up to date on what impressions he might have through her as to what's going on over there, since our man, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, is about to become tyrant for life. What impression she might have about that he gets from her. But before that, I remember when our friend George Knight was asking me a little bit about tattoos. And I hope that neither yourself nor Sarah ever went through with any of that tattooing. Not that I would condemn either of you if you did, but was that just like a thought experiment that both of you or either one of you was considering? Or the time you were asking me about that, is that totally forgotten? Or what?
Yeah, no, that was a few years ago now. When did I miss? I'm glad you remembered that. Yeah, that was, going back a few years ago. But no, didn't get any tattoos in the end.
Oh, thank God.
I just wanted to know, because I knew you were so into your background with commercial illustration. I knew you're a great artist. So that was, I just wanted some, just some ideas, because at the time I was contemplating whether or not getting a tattoo. And I just wanted, just see what, if you were getting, I asked question, if you were going to have tattoos, or what do you recommend I have? Or I think that was what the question was. I do remember asking that. That was going back was it 2 or 3 years ago now?
Oh my God. So you were thinking about getting a tattoo yourself as opposed to Sarah or anybody else, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it was just for myself. That was just why I remember asking, like, I'm thinking about having a tattoo done like on a sleeve or something, on my forearm. But didn't go ahead. It's just
thank God you didn't.
So much money, like a waste.
Yes. My father, of course, had tattoos all over his arms because he was a sailor, and he always regretted them. And it's I would always try to tell him how silly that was, that all these people these days were getting more and more tattoos. He was basically just beginning to die around the time when everybody was really starting to get them. So he never really lived to see how common they became. But he probably would have felt infinitely more normal had he lived to have seen that, as opposed to always being, kind of self-conscious. But such being said, I'm glad you didn't get them anyway, because I kind of have that, my father's aversion towards them, in a sense. And besides, what I really hate is when I'm watching porn and you get these girls trying to portray themselves in role-playing, mind you, role-playing in porno films, just so people know, they always take pains to say these people are over 18. Now, in terms of these young ladies who are 18 and over that are in these porn films, they're trying to role-play as young girls. It just doesn't wash when they've got tattoos. So it really throws the fantasy off. So, it's just such a pain in the ass to see that in those role-playing scenarios. And, so that being said, I really wish most ladies would not get tattoos. Now, every once in a while, a discreet one, really, it's great. Discreet, a little Playboy bunny head, near the vag or something, that's something like that is tasteful, something on the ankle, something like that. But no, they all get these tramp stamps, which is that tattoo on the back right at the base of the spine. And, please, stop doing that. Stop getting any of them in general, except for, like a discreet one near the vag here and there. Maybe every once in a while, maybe something near the breast you can get away with, but very few, arm, maybe a little something, but ankle, but in general, just they turn their bodies into canvases is what they do. And it's really, you know, maybe if this is what you're doing as some kind of model for tattoos, you can get yourself tattooed all over and get away with it when you're young. But believe me, when you're older, it's all going to turn into a giant blue blur. And unless you're getting them in Japan.
The Suicide Girls.
Yes. Yeah, unless you're getting them in Japan. They use special inks and dyes there, and the type they use on the Yakuza that never fade. Okay, but this takes like unless you're seeing very specific Asian artists or something, most of the tattoos that they give you in the West are just trash tattoos that are gonna turn blue in 20 years. You know, it's just, please don't do this to yourself. Oh, by the way, the call is riding on Joe Tai, and Joe Tai is making a lot of noise. He might just be breathing in his sleep. Are you there, Joe? Just want to say thank you for allowing the call to ride on you. Are you with us?
That's him making a noise?
Yeah, he's been making that noise this whole time.
Somebody else.
You know, he never goes mute, and you know,
he should have put a mute.
We love him dearly, but what are you gonna do? Jesus.
There's always gonna be somebody like that.
Yeah,
George Bush.
Yeah. No, that's just mean. That's just mean. He's not that mean, okay? Well, but George Bush.
No,
Jr.,
he's a very nice person.
Yeah,
he's a very nice person.
Yeah. By the way, George Bush Jr., in all fairness, he's probably someone who is almost innocent in the sense that he's too stupid to really be guilty, but at the same time, you can't forgive him. So, you know, just everybody make certain he bleeds with every step he takes, because he's a piece of shit and he caused the deaths of millions of people with wars that he launched. Yes. So please don't forgive him. Yeah. So,
never.
So that being said, thank God George and Sarah didn't get tattooed. I mean, that would be, you can imagine the example that would provide to their daughters. Such being said, Realtek.
Yeah, I see all the taking pictures of people, and at New York Comic Con, there's some people with tattoos.
Well, dude, I would think that these days are so common. Weren't all the chicks? I mean, most of them are tattooed. Isn't that sad? Or are they?
I even took a picture. I even took a picture of a chick in a nightclub, and I didn't realize it was a random picture of a group of people. And this chick was basically wearing like some type of see-through bodysuit, and she had a piercing on her nipples. I couldn't see it in the dark, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go back home and I see it.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you know, that's not necessarily something I disapprove of. I mean, you know, chicks with nipple piercing, that's cool. I mean, you know, I don't mind that as much as the tats. And now, of course, I don't like anyone going overboard with piercing. I mean, that's just frightening. But there are people out there who are just addicted to the pain. They call themselves bionauts, like they're exploring the protein aspects of the human body and what they can do to warp and woof their body. And there's this one individual who had, world record for the most piercings on his body. It's just, you can't.
Or this other dude in Italy that wants to look like an alien.
Yeah, something like that. It's just awful to see people like that, really. I mean, and this person, of course, he's going to die of his piercings. He'll have to. I can't imagine the human body tolerating that. But
no, this dude is completely made himself look like an alien. All the surgeries.
Yeah.
He's got his lip taken off and piercings and.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh.
He looks like a
horns.
Alien, doesn't he?
Yeah. You seen this person, George?
Yeah, it's been published on Facebook so many times on all these different social platforms.
Okay.
Yeah, he actually is a model. So I mean, even with all those piercings and everything, you can see he's very talented with posing. but it's really something out of space. Actually, there's another person that did a lot of surgeries like that, and now his body is starting to reject it. And he's going through a lot of pain, a lot of issues.
Yeah, even his eyeballs are tattooed. Even his actual eyeballs. Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah, that's kind of more common than people might suspect, and believe it or not, in some cases it's not that bad. It's exotic in some cases, but definitely normally. I wouldn't advise most people to risk it.
Go blind.
Yeah.
It's when you get these men and women that have tattoos all over their body and they tell you, do not take vaccines, do not have the vaccine, don't like needles. And it's like, you're covered in tattoos.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, yeah, talk about that being strange. I mean,
conundrum.
Yeah. Oh my God. Admittedly, I haven't personally seen that, but I can well imagine that being out there. I mean, most of the time when I see the people who are anti-vaxxers, I mean, fuck, I see most of the women, until Brooke, it was most of the women who appeared on this show.
Yeah. I mean, they put Botox in their face, they get their lips enlarged, they put lip filler in, they're happy to put anything else in their body apart from vaccines.
Oh my God. I never really gave that a thought. That's pretty bad. Yeah, it's just talk about
hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these people, they're oh God, I'm left speechless. I mean, after you're not dealing with rationality at that point. And by the way, just so we specify to our listeners, okay, we're not talking about women who have been on this program that we know of, that when George is talking about Botox and all the rest of that, as far as we know, none of the ladies on the show have had butt implants so they can get the Kardashian ass or Botox lips or any of that. Now, but by the way, I'm not antithetical at all to some women. The Botox injection in the lips can be fine. I mean, and some of them, I don't usually approve of the butt implants or that, because I'm not a fan of the bubble butt phenomenon, and that came up with a kind of a romanticization of the basically the black butt that basically became popularized by the Kardashians, and it's certain people turn on to that, but it's just not my thing. And
there's so many of them on Instagram. It could be Korean or whites, and it's just so monotonous.
Well, it's unnatural looking. I mean, Koreans are they getting the butt implants?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Plenty of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and they want to say, oh, they're all natural.
No. Wait, just so people know this, I've gone into this before, and I'm not condemning these young Korean ladies. Just so people understand this.
No.
Just so people get it. South Korea, and we're not talking North Korea, and understand these are different worlds, but in South Korea, it's like everybody does plastic surgery in South Korea. Just so people know this, demographically, statistically, it's like a coming of age gift to a girl when she turns 16 or 17 or 18.
Yes.
Yeah, they basically are given a gift of plastic surgery, and they get things done. And at that point, it becomes to the point where it becomes a lifetime thing. And as they get older, they have more things done. And, that generally, I will be the first person to say, overall, from what I see in their media, things look pretty good. I mean, most of it's not that it necessarily looks natural, but it generally doesn't look unnatural. It may not be natural, but it doesn't really look like, hey, that's really bad. It doesn't look bad. The plastic surgeons in South Korea are good. They're really master craftsmen and women, and of course there's some really sad cases where some of these women get addicted, and get addicted to the plastic surgery and the pain of it, and sometimes this leads to horrible things that happen to them. One woman injected her face full of some kind of oil because no one would operate on her anymore. And just so sad, these things that can happen, but generally it seems to be fine.
Yeah.
And I don't mind the trip in South Korea. It's all plastic, but it does look good. I can't say that for a lot of the bubble butt bullshit I see in the West. Most of it just looks like that doesn't look natural. I mean, I like a natural butt, but there's some of these bubble butts just no, it's too much. It just doesn't look natural on a white woman. Just to have, some
or an Asian woman.
Thank you.
It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't even have in the body for too long.
I didn't
20
know
years
that.
max.
How many years?
Yeah. 20 years.
Okay. And then what? They
And
have
then
to remove
they have
it because it comes.
Yes.
Wow.
Because it will start to seep into the bloodstream.
Oh, right. So what they're doing is basically, holy shit. So George, you can join us in this conversation, but I do want to hear about our man Realtek's Chinese wife and what she thinks about what's going on in China. They've just sworn in a dictator for life. We already knew that, but they've kind of cemented it. Does she have any opinion on this, or is this like something she doesn't care about, or what?
She likes Xi Jinping. She believes in Taiwan. It's part of China.
Understood.
I've had many
She's
different
raised that way.
conversations about that.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand, I deal with, say, for instance, that woman who owns the salon that V used to work in and stuff. That woman is raised in China, and people raised in China, this is how they're raised. You can't expect them to be any different. They're going to be raised on this. They're going to believe that, Falun Gong are a murderous cult that is like abducted.
And Hong Kong is part of China too,
Yeah. I mean, granted, Hong Kong was... The reason I have my burr up my ass about Hong Kong is simply because the Hong Kong culture became very different during its colonization by the British, and the Hong Kong people at this point had come to appreciate their difference, and they wanted to maintain that difference. And then the communist Chinese came in and took it all away, and it's just wrong. It's just wrong. Now, I wouldn't argue with Realtek's wife, because there's no point. I would just nod my head and smile when if she were to go on about Hong Kong or Taiwan. There's no point in arguing with someone who's just been raised in that kind of culture or system. But what you say already explains a lot. Xi Jinping's cool. I mean, here's a guy who has just held on to power. And for those of you who don't know, communist China was not like this. After Mao and then, Deng Xiaoping, they were electing their leaders on a cycle that you were forced to give up.
Every 10 years.
Thank you. And then Xi said, fuck it, I'll just stop all that. And so
the worst part is this dude is sitting in an emperor's chair.
Mm-hmm.
A dragon chair. And the communist Chinese teach the public in school that the time of the emperor was a horrible time and a very selfish time.
Yeah.
It wasn't for the people.
Yeah. Is he literally sitting on a dragon throne?
Yes.
Okay. So it's like he doesn't even give
it for you.
Okay. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah. I'll find the picture for you.
Oh, thank you. I mean, so he's he just doesn't give a shit. Wow, he just doesn't give a shit. He's just oh my God. And
they blame him for the virus and stuff. I'm sorry. The people in the Politburo and the government, they really upset with him.
Okay. Well, hopefully they overthrow the son of a bitch. I mean, obviously,
yes.
Things are headed towards a cataclysm in China. I mean, we've explained why to a degree. I mean, there's so many more reasons that compound that.
The new one also. The new thing is the young people with the letter rot.
Mm-hmm.
That type of opinion. Just work a certain amount or just a certain type of working and don't move up the ladder. That's a new thing happening also.
Yeah.
Have you heard of it? I don't know how to say it in Chinese. I need to look it up. But have you heard of that before?
I'm so sorry. I got distracted for a moment. Could you say that again?
Okay. It's just like was people in America were doing the Great Resignation. Yes, people in China are doing the same thing too.
Okay. So this is part of course, the compounding economic phenomenon among so many others that are heading China towards a crisis point. So you're talking about basically a lot of these. I forget the term. I know what you're talking about. It's a kind of give up-itis, basically a resignation syndrome.
Let it rot. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And so these Chinese kids. How are they existing though? How is it when they say, what, fuck this, I'm just not going to work because it's just so hopeless because of all these seniors to take care of and shit? What do how are they supporting themselves? Are they just living off of what their parents still have, or what?
No, a lot of them are working, but they just won't push themselves to go up the corporate ladder or what.
I see. So there's no real sense of
just doing the minimum amount they're required.
Right. Yes. Oh God, you're right. Oh God, this son of a bitch
Because
is.
it's ridiculous with this stuff. The
Yeah.
66. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
996.
Yeah.
People don't have a life.
Yeah.
And the older generation are completely just baffled by this attitude.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you mean the older generation in China?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay. So by the way, I'm
Yeah.
looking at this photograph of Xi Jinping, and this is outrageous. He truly is at what is obviously a party meeting, and he's sitting in a dragon chair. Yes, this is outrageous. This is hypocrisy on a grand scale. The Communist Chinese Party will hopefully lose the mandate of heaven, but how long is it going to take when you've got people like we've just described, people like Realtek's wife, the lady I described, and her children, no doubt, are, they're raised in this environment, so they're still raised thinking, geez, cool. All this is normal. Yeah, this is not normal, even for communist China. So hopefully they wise up. And oh my God, I'm just I'm appalled. And so what you said about this, the kids don't have the ambition anymore. They're giving up on a lot of ambition. They just want to make do. Yeah, I can't even begin to imagine what kids
and eventually people just want to live their life anyway. It's just. Yeah. Everything's slowing down, and they see with the government, people. I'm sorry, I may interrupt you.
No, go on.
With Evergrande, with Evergrande, they won't even give you money back. But in 2018 or 17, I remember with the PPP loans, that collapsed, and the government didn't want to even help people give their money back. They just people want to organize to have a protest on WeChat. Of course, China is a surveillance state, so people that were organizing WeChat to have a protest were just, when they were going there, they were met there and thrown in jail. Yeah. Back to the Evergrande situation, with the protests with that, the government, I can't remember which city it was, but they abused the COVID policies, and with the app where it says if you're green or red or yellow, wherever it is, it made a lot of people turn yellow. And they were stuck in their hotel protesting with Evergrande, and then as soon as they went back home, the app turned green.
Wow! Oh wow! Oh, that sucks. Oh yeah, that's that's so sleazy. I mean, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, it sucks to live in China, even more than England. But if Chinese kids in China are losing ambition, I can't begin to imagine what the British kids are feeling like. I mean, hey, George, got any insights into that? I mean, in general, how British kids might be feeling at this point right now.
Oh, with the situation that's going on in Britain, Douglas.
Yeah.
Just the general. I have no idea. To be honest with you, just a generalization of everyone's situation is just totally different. But definitely morale and everything is very low I think with everyone, and yeah,
cynical. I would certainly assume everyone to be cynical at this point, and just kind of like, oh my God. Well, we'll hopefully we'll get the message through to the British. Yeah, go on.
And everyone's trying to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's. Oh. Yeah, it's just they're just worried about how they can afford to pay for everything.
Right.
So yeah, it's going to have a knock-on effect, and then the children are going to suffer from it. So.
Yeah, no, definitely. So thank you for that. And okay, so that being said, I'm trying to figure out how to change my fucking. How did I wind up trapped in the Skype? Maybe I'll have to close the. Oh shit! Hopefully this. Oh God, is that gonna hang up the call? I'm hoping not to hang up the call. I'm trying to get escape from the screen here. Okay, there we are. Now I can shrink the screen. Alex Herrera in the chat room says, Douglas, is it okay if I can take a peek at your natal chart? First he said I can barely breathe, maybe because of everything I was saying. Then he says, is it okay if I take a peek at your natal chart? Yes, of course, by all means. And he says, I remember a story you told about cow bones being ground up and linked to zombies. 'tis the season. Yes, that's cute. So yeah, the cow bones had to do with the mad cow disease in Britain, and they were getting a lot of basically bone meal from Asian India that had human bones ground up into the bone meal, because Asian India is recognized by the United Nations as the legal source for medical skeletons. And so because they're the legal source for medical skeletons worldwide, because they've got 1 billion people, and only with that number of people can you ever statistically get skeletons with perfect teeth, because almost nobody dies with a set of perfect teeth in their mouths. But in Asian India, a lot of people die young, or they kill them. I mean, people have at these medical facilities received skulls with bullet holes in the back of the head, but everything else is perfect teeth and everything else. So they keep the skeleton because it would be a waste to throw it away. Well, all the imperfect skeletons, what do they do with those? Well, they grind them into bone meal, and then they sell them to the British to feed their cows. So this is the source of mad cow disease. This is, sources essentially from cannibalism. This is why the people in New Guinea were developing it, because they were cannibalizing their dead relations. And this is actually portrayed. Oh God, what was the film that was made at the time of Night of the Living Dead? There was an Italian director who made an Italian zombie film that I used to roll out a link to, because my graphic modeler had uploaded it on YouTube for me. I had found in Australia an actual video cassette of that film that was uncut. And so they showed a lot of scenes of New Guinea in there, and they were portraying the New Guinea cannibalism, because that was how people originally became aware of cannibalism, linked to Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease, a prionic disease responsible for that ghastly smile and that tremulous, those tremors that are associated with cannibalism. They portray that in the movie Book of Eli. If you ever see the movie The Book of Eli, they're portraying a post-apocalyptic setting in which cannibals, you can identify them by their tremulousness, because that's affiliated with mad cow disease. So this is what developed in England, and that's why British beef became outlawed in the United States, was this connection. So I don't know if they've ever repealed that law, but I don't think they have. And so the British did their best to purge this, and hopefully there's been less and less, if any, manifestation of that phenomenon. But that's, what I was talking about with the so-called zombie illness. It's a prionic illness, but everyone who's infected by prions doesn't necessarily become a zombie. However, they are very frightening in their degeneracy, and of course, the horror is there's nothing you can do to help these people. These prions are indestructible unless perhaps a nuclear furnace disassembles them on the atomic level. You can't kill prions. They otherwise can't be destroyed by normal fire or bleach or anything that I know of. So they're off the scale in terms of infections. An infection that's almost impossible to isolate and contain. So that being said, our man George Knight is putting up an image for us, and this might be, I'm afraid to look at it. This is Japan may strike over the weekend. Okay, take it from there, George.
Oh, thank you, Dex. No, I just wanted to share with you, that was dated in November of, let's have a look, the actual number, what date is that? That was on, I believe that's the 10th. It says November the 10th, 1941, so long before Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, yes. Or it's either November 10th or it's either November 10th or November 30th. In either case, this is prior to Pearl Harbor, and it says Japan may strike over the weekend. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if we have this in the book. Maybe not. We should have it in the book if we don't. But you'll notice it says Tokyo desperate as talks collapse. So there we are. It's There you have it. I mean, it says it all right there. I mean, Tojo demands Asia purge, new charges at U.S. and Britain, premier levels new charges at U.S. and Britain. So there we have that. They were already pointing to Tojo as kind of a villain. And so we can see that even at that period, Hirohito was already successful in kind of really distancing himself from secular politics in terms of an image. And so that's interesting even in and of itself. And yeah, thank you for putting that up. And so with Realtek, when it comes to your wife, like you said, she's raised in this environment. She probably also has this. Does she have like this reflexive hatred of the Japanese, or is she more open-minded about the Japanese in particular?
Yeah, same thing. That's a hatred of the Japanese.
Just reflexive. Yeah, it's so sad. Oh my God, that's so sad. Okay, this is like a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, of course not.
A lot of Koreans do too. I mean, they did pretty messed up things like comfort women. So I mean. It's understandable.
Well, in terms of the South Koreans and the communist Chinese, or the Chinese on the mainland, this is like one of those things where, how do I express this? When it comes to the comfort woman, just so people understand this, this is something where I really take issue with this to a degree. Obviously, I brought this up before and said that these things need to be talked about, and I have nothing against the Japanese providing further reparations to many of these women, and or their relations, their descendants. But it's hard to express this, but the Chinese warlord era, where you had armies in the field, where the warlords were operational. They had field brothels. This is just something that the Chinese had their own quote-unquote comfort woman system. These are just during the Napoleonic Wars. George, help me out here. The British had people, I don't know how familiar George is with Napoleonic War history, but he is probably aware, I would presume, is this not the case, George, that most British are aware of the fact that there were field wives who traveled with the armies, and it was like if one guy got killed, the wife would be free to take another husband, and some woman went through multiple husbands as soldiers continued to die in the field. Yeah, these are effectively field brothels.
Thank you.
Yeah, take it.
No, thank you, Doug. I think, that was the case. They will move on from one to another. They'll stay with one husband until they pass away. He'll get killed.
Yeah.
And then...
Yeah.
And then Vlad is certainly a much more acquainted expert on the Napoleonic Wars than I am. He's very much into his Napoleonic period. So he's got all the action figures and everything that he used to collect. He loved it.
Wow.
So I have to talk to him about that, Douglas, and get back to you.
Yeah.
But he's given me the book of 1812, and I presented to him that that Napoleon lost 20,000 of his own men crossing the river. They passed.
Yeah,
that was.
Go on. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And he was, he told me about the scorched earth policy that they had in Moscow. That they burnt everything to the ground when he arrived, but then all the troops, they had no food or anything they could pillage or survive off, and so that's why Napoleon lost in the War of 1812. That's I've learnt that bit from him. He told me about the scorched earth policy, that was conducted, but I presented to him that it was the river the first river they crossed, they lost 20,000 of their own men.
Yeah.
The horses couldn't actually cross the river itself. So it was just so detrimental, and of course with the weather as well.
Yeah.
It was similar to what happened in World War II in Leningrad and Stalingrad. It was the similar outcome. But yeah, that was against. But no, that's all I have to share, Douglas. Thank you. I'll let you carry on.
Oh yeah. Just so no, I mean no, that's important. I do want people to know a few things about the Napoleonic conflict. What our man George Knight says about that river is quite true. It's appalling. Natural barriers are incredible. And this is why rivers are often boundaries between nations. I mean, these are they create boundaries in and of themselves. But when it comes to the Russian winter, quote unquote, do understand that a lot of people give far too much credit to quote unquote Russian winter, and you have this thing where the Russians will propagandize as well. We have General Mud and General Snow. It's the mud and the snow takes the invaders and all this stuff. I mean, it's of course these are factors that are taken into account. They're what are compounding factors. They're compounding factors. They're not really as decisive as they've been propagandized. When it comes to what you have are a certain impact on logistics, but really when it comes to it takes a combination of factors to really have an effect. So with Napoleon, as our man George has pointed out, you would think that losing all those men to the river, which was, believe it or not, it was something like the bulk of his army. Napoleon lost the bulk of his fucking army to that goddamn river. So you would have thought he would have just said, fuck it, we'll try this again later. But no, he pressed forward. And this was because he was convinced that with the small number of men that he had, he could take Moscow. And he wasn't necessarily wrong, but we never found out because the Russians, under their very mysterious Tsar at that period, a Tsar who was rumored to be a vampire, he later disappeared. No one really knows where his body went. But he vacated Moscow. And because he vacated Moscow, Napoleon found himself in an empty city. And then it was the winter combined with the lack of food, their scorched earth policy. At that point, it was devastating. And Napoleon effectively abandoned his armies and went back to Paris so that he could try and take care of things at home while, his troops were forced to make it on their own. It was just a monstrous situation. And yet this didn't cost him the loyalty of the army. They understood he, had to do what he had to do in Paris. But, as for the field wives, do understand that the British had their own version of comfort woman. And many of these were regional women. Many of them were British. Obviously, these weren't considered women of class. But they were women that were respected for what they did, and they weren't condemned. It wasn't like they went home and were judged to be whores. I mean, whoever they were married to last when the shots stopped being fired and therefore survived the war was basically the husband they went home with. But these were women who basically were a part of a field brothel system. So understand that the Japanese had this system that was installed. Granted, there were effectively some young women, statistically, demographically, I don't know what percentage. And we really, that would be very difficult to ascertain. There was a percentage that were effectively enslaved, brought in and basically put in the company of these other women. But honestly, you couldn't really say they were enslaved in the sense that they didn't have opportunities to escape. So let's get this straight. You're talking about women who are maintained generally in field brothel systems. It's like almost impossible to really keep them prisoner with any great deal of efficiency. So most of them had an opportunity to leave. And most of them just became pretty much set in the system. They just became used to taking the money that was given and being field prostitutes. Now, what really pisses me off is that you notice you don't hear too much about this from the Chinese. You don't really hear them bitching about it too much because they're Japanophobic in a different sense. There's this more universal reflexive propaganda to just give everybody something to concentrate on other than the fact of how fucked up China is. They'll just keep saying kill Japs. But when it comes to the Koreans, they are pathologically obsessed with this. And you might say, what the Japanese did was fucked up and all this other shit. But it's bear in mind that how do I say this? When it comes to the comfort woman, I think there's a pathological fixation on it with the Koreans. There's other things to complain about in terms of Japanese colonization, but the comfort woman give them a focal point to just again take their minds off things going on in Korea, and it's a national issue that it's overexploited. Now, obviously, I still think, like I said, reparations. Sure, maybe the Japanese can give a bunch, but I can understand why the Japanese feel they've given enough already. What happened was the Japanese gave millions of dollars in reparation, and the South Korean government never distributed it. So it's really South Korean corruption that they need to be taking an aim at instead of the Japanese. So what pisses me off is they're still blaming the Japanese. I mean, how fucking short-sighted can you be? I mean, blame your fucking government. Now, that being said, sure, I also think the South Koreans have ripped off the Japanese in a number of ways through Reverend Moon, who was going to Japan and seducing a bunch of Japanese widows into giving money to his church. And, I've gone into that before. I mean, but nobody's complaining about that. So anyhow, all that being said, back to where we were with this, understand that, in war, the field brothel system is not necessarily a bad thing, and many women, in a sense, took advantage of it, and not all of them were sex slaves, but a lot of these people are making it out that they all were. So that really, not that effectively didn't happen, but here's a real poignant situation in one Chinese film that was made about the war. Understand that the Japanese, once they settled in with Chiang Kai-shek, when Chiang Kai-shek switched sides, just to put this into perspective, because people are given no access to Asian history, when it comes to the West, you can't find anything. So you can try to look this up, and I, of course, encourage you to do so. But if you try to look up Chiang Kai-shek, the Japanese, all you can find is circumstantial evidence. But take a look at that circumstantial evidence. You can look up the facts that are easier to find at this point, thanks to my hemorrhaging a lot of these facts. You can look up the Operation Ichigo. Ichigo is the name of the operation where the Japanese wiped the Americans out of China. And we're talking about during 1945. And I think this is Reverend Moon and George Bush Sr. Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know, George Bush Sr. was a Moonie. He was a member of the Reverend Sun Myung Moon cult. And, everyone I tell that to says, oh, you would think that the Democrats would have made political hay of that. And no, they didn't make political hay of it because everyone was forbidden to talk about it. Basically, this is the kind of bullshit that you're dealing with when you're dealing with the phenomenon of powerful dynasties, powerful dynastic families. And but Bush was actually up there saying, hey, Reverend Moon is the man with vision and shit. And honestly, thank you for this photograph. I've downloaded all of the photographs provided to me by Real Tech and George Knight. And by the way, George Knight, when I sent you that letter, that email that had those graphic historical charts in it, were you able to download those and review those?
No, I'm allowed to review them, but I cannot download them because they're so massive, those files. So I cannot download them, but it was amazing to read.
So you were able to enlarge them to the point where you could actually read them. They were legible.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very legible. You could get, very, very detailed. Because the size of the file was so massive, I'm able to zoom in and it's like crystal clear. Okay. The actual text itself. Okay. So it was wonderful to read. Okay. It was brilliant. Yeah, and there's three of those, and they're all they're three massive images, aren't they? They're three different images, but they're comprised of many individual images, many smaller images, which you can download individually. But I was unable to do so. But I've got the email, so I can review them anytime.
Okay, so I'll try and find the site where you can find each of them and give you those links, and that way you can at least see if you can do something from that site where you could steal them somehow. And there's different sites. Yeah, basically, once you know the name of them, you can actually see the name of them. If you look up the name and research them online, you should be able to eventually find some copy you can download of each of those. Know that the one on evolution in particular is so controversial that that's the hardest to find. The one on faith is what I would call controversial but not outright condemned as the one on evolution is. The one on history is the most popular one because it's the most neutral. The beautiful thing about the one on history is that it ends in the World War II era, before World War II. It ends before World War II. So there's none of that Germanophobic propaganda in it. It's completely detached, very historically accurate, neutral. And the one on evolution, the beauty of that is that no one will do this anymore. But he actually shows the evolutionary roots of each modern ethno-nationality, each superculture, Americans, Anglos, Germanic peoples, and their impact evolutionarily. No one in this day and age would dare to do that. But like I brought up earlier, and by the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox says DDD with a black heart. Mwah! Love you, honey. Mwah! And so here we are. Alex Herrera says, thanks for the permission and history lessons. You are loved. You are loved in return, Alex. Thank you so much. So when it comes to our man Real Tech, if you can give me your email, I'll send you these charts as well. But one of the things that I definitely wanted to bring up with our man George Knight, because
I'm fucking alive here. You can send them to me too.
Oh, honey, but I gave them to you, and her case, in Brooke's case, she could not enlarge in those historical charts.
Well, see if they can, because I actually sent you that site where you can. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Give our man George that site, because he can enlarge in them, but he can't download them. In your case, you could download them, but you couldn't enlarge them, or could you download them? Or
I could. Well, I was doing it on my phone, so yeah, downloading, and you can download from that site. I'm pretty sure. He's saying he couldn't download it, right? Not because of memory, but because he just couldn't download it all. No, it would let me download it even to my phone. It was downloading it, but I just couldn't enlarge it. It was still blurry.
Okay, you mean after you had downloaded it? It was
after I downloaded it and went back and pulled, it was still full and blurry.
Okay.
Send me the website also.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll send you both the website.
See if I can do.
Yeah, she'll send you both the website, and you could stare at that website for a lifetime. I mean, that website. Yeah. Go on, honey.
You do have to search his name or search the actual name of the chart, but the website has got, like, he'll tell you. Yeah.
And by the way, so the man who produced these charts is one of the most brilliant mystery men that ever lived. Just a brilliant man, and they attack his character in this day and age. They hate what he accomplished. Everybody attacks his evolutionary chart in particular, and they say the stupidest things in the world about it. Just so people know, there is a fraud that is integrated into his evolutionary chart, the Piltdown Man. And at that time that he produced that chart, nobody knew the Piltdown Man was a fraud. But that was an anthropological phenomenon that at that time everyone accepted it was real. For those of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, the Piltdown Man was basically this false fossil, this anthropological fossil that basically they said was a man, and it was some kind of hoax that may have been, for a while, one of the people suspected was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, but it was supposed to be this ancient Briton like the first Briton who like basically had a cricket bat. A primitive cricket bat. I mean, really, at that point, everyone should have said this is a hoax. But no, everybody really believed it. Okay, so I've got Realtek's Gmail. I'll send him this stuff soon enough. Now, somebody just sent me a message. I'm going to check. And it's our lovely Brooke Gibson responding to that. That's fine. Oh, and so in terms of what I was going to say about some other things about these history charts, when it comes to that hoax. I mean, let me tell you all something. And this is what I tried to tell to Peter Moon, but then Peter Moon went on this, none of this really matters. But it does. It really does. Now, understand my stance is that there's no single birthplace for mankind. But according to the latest research, Europe was the birthplace of mankind, not Africa. So this new research was published in the journal, the Public Library of Science 1, PLOS 1, PLOS 1, to reiterate the history of human evolution has been rewritten after scientists discovered that Europe was the birthplace of mankind, not Africa. Now, of course, there's some experts that are more skeptical about these findings. I'll go in to a bit of this when I go monologuing, but just presenting that to you now, imagine if this had been known at the time that Mr. Sparks had created these evolutionary charts. Oh my God, what he's produced in those charts already is magnificent. But such being said, Douglas Marks says, "Hey everyone, check if you got my $50 donation." Thank you, Douglas Marks. He says, "Hugs to you and everyone on Team Dietrich." Hugs to you, my dear brother. I love you dearly. Let me check my inboxes. See if I'm getting any notifications of this happy news.
He said, "Hey everyone,
yeah.
Check to see if you got my $50 donation." So I know I didn't. I mean, that's the way you worded it. So
I know. I love you, Brooke.
Me too.
Yes, I love you. No, yeah, I got it. I got mine. So God bless you, Douglas Marks. Now understand, Douglas Marks, I believe, is in Australia. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So therefore, this was originally.
So that's like 50. Like what? Is that euro dollars?
Oh no, he's in. Oh, well, he's in the United States, so, okay, my apologies, Douglas Marks. But you know what? I could have sworn.
Douglas, see, I know that you're in the U.S., so I think I probably deserve 75. But my birthday's in January, so you've got a few months to save up. January 15th.
Oh, my God. I swear, Douglas
It's also the same as Peter Moon's, but if you want to give Peter Moon, I don't know, 750 and me 750. It's also even.
Oh shit! Yes, there we are. Yes.
I mean, because who's more knowledgeable and who's more entertaining?
Yeah. Hey, honey. So, did you hear everything I said about the Clinton assassination attempt? You fell asleep.
I fell asleep apparently because all I said, I was like, "What the fuck happened? I'm here," and did I fall asleep? Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, you can listen to it later.
I'll go back.
If I were a real psychotic, I'd start saying it all over again.
I'll go back. I love you, but
I do look forward to your opinion on that. But hey, now that you're here, you've looked over those charts. George Knight has looked over those charts. I want you two to talk about this. So George Knight, you may have noticed, he says, "Just need to say goodbye. Much love on to you, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, Douglas." We love you, George. George, say goodnight to everyone if you can.
Oh, George, I love you, George.
Thank you for having me on, and I love you all, big lots. You take care of yourselves.
George,
thank you, Douglas.
George, what month was your baby born? I'm going to have to call it like not Scorpio baby, but like I don't know, Aries baby maybe. It's a quiet baby, so maybe it'll be like a Capricorn baby.
His daughter's a little. Did he take off? Did he take off?
No, I'm still here, Douglas. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Much love on to you.
Do you want to answer Brooke about your child, or hold that for another episode?
Another time. Thank you, Brooke.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
Oh, he's scared of it being public.
Take care, Douglas. I'll speak to you soon.
I'm going to call it a Capricorn baby.
We love you. We love you. Okay.
I love you.
Yes.
Just like I made up made up George's. Made up.
Yeah, he is.
Sammy's.
Yeah, I know a bit more about his child, but I can't. Unless he's willing to talk about it, I won't.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Sammy did not. I totally made the Scorpio thing up because I'm part Scorpio. So since I'm part Capricorn, it's not like to put anybody down because I'm just saying.
Oh,
so
but
my
yeah,
Capricorn.
yeah.
See, Capricorn is
yeah.
the side of me that's quiet, and
Yeah.
so since and y'all don't ever hear that side. So since the quiet, intelligent side would be the Capricorn,
Yeah.
I would call his the Capricorn baby, the little Cappy. He's got a little baby. And then the side of me that actually you are both all hear is the Aries. So I haven't called anybody's baby an Aries yet. That will be the screaming nonstop child in the background. Yes, that will be the Aries baby.
Okay.
That occasionally falls asleep.
Cool.
I know y'all
That's
love my
cute.
astrology.
That's so cute. Okay, so yeah, so honey, what I'm gonna do is what I sent to you, the chronographics. Let me forward this.
Yeah, I'm looking right now for the link. I'm trying to find it where I sent it to you, but if not, I've got it saved on my website too.
Okay. Now, so do me a favor, our man, Realtek. Let me cut and paste his address here and tell me if you received this, because I'm interested to see if you get this at all, because I'm going to forward it, and what's going to happen is that maybe, fuck, I can't cut and paste his fucking thing. We need to, fuck this. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. I hate this. Okay.
Control C.
Yeah,
you highlight it and you press Control C on the keyboard.
Okay. Control C. No. I mean, I can't highlight it on Skype. Skype won't allow you to highlight it. That's the problem. Yeah, I know the Control C. Okay. I mean, yeah. But thank you anyway.
Oh my God.
All right.
Yeah. He was born after 1945.
Yeah. Okay. So
I know, baby boy. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't have said that.
No worries, honey. Okay, let's see if this works. I'm gonna. The funny thing is his emails.
Boomer.
Yeah.
George can't. I know, but not George. Doug can't tell my kidding sometimes. Like he called me one day and he was like Waffle House, and he was like, "Are you for real? It's just Waffle House."
Yeah, well, I thought. I thought. I don't know what.
I sounded like a Waffle House waitress. Oh my fucking God.
I mean, I thought maybe you actually. I didn't know what to think. I thought you.
And then here is another hilarious thing that happened that same week. I have a friend in Colorado. I've never met him. We work together, but we kid about stuff all the time. And he's always like, "Yeah, come out there and visit with you, stay with you," because he wants to come to South Carolina and visit. And he's like, "Yeah," he said, because he knows. It's all like girls, and he's like, what we'll do? He's like, we should go to a bar one night. He's like, we'll go out somewhere, and he's like, we'll get a waitress and we'll bring her home. I'm always kidding him. He's like this 6'5", 6'6" guy. I'm like, yeah, that might be a possibility. We're always joking around about it. The fucker says, and I swear it was the exact same day that you call it the Waffle House crap, or I'm kidding you about the Waffle House crap. He says this. He's like, yeah, so when I come, he's like, so we're going to go out to a restaurant, right? He's like, so we'll go get us, go to the restaurant and get us, the Waffle House waitress and bring her home. And I was like, did you just say Waffle House waitress? No offense to Waffle House waitresses, but no, dude, I was not picturing the Waffle House. And this is, again, no offense, because it's been beautiful Waffle House waitresses I've had wait on me. But there's also been a lot of them that are either 300 pounds and, missing 3 front teeth or whatever. There's also those. So I was like, no, I think we've got the wrong idea of what I would bring home. I was picturing the stripper bar, where they're paid to look good.
To look good, yeah. So, oh my God, no, I get it. I totally fucking get it. By the way, I don't think that the attachments went with the forward. I forwarded what I had sent to you, honey, to our man Realtek,
okay.
and I don't think the graphics went with it.
Well, can I see the forwards, or do I need just to forward this back to you? Because I had forwarded the website. Did I not forward the website, or did I just give that to you on the phone that day?
Okay. So when you say you got the email, did you mean my email, right?
Yes. Did the website? Did I give that to you on? I think I did just give it to you.
Oh
on
no
the
no
phone.
no! You gave me the website. It's no worries. In my case, I know of the website, but I appreciate you're sending that information. But it's not an issue. So I'm going to say chronographics attached with the second email that I'm giving to.
Yeah, I just don't think I sent you the website. I actually spelled that out on the phone.
Oh yeah. You spelled yeah, and I know of that website. I mean that website maybe was where I stole these from the graphics because I have the original graphics. In other words, I have the original posters. I did the original, graph charts.
Right.
But in order to send them electronically, as our man said, and as you can well imagine, these are enormous. There's no way that I can just scan them on a photograph on a cell phone. Yeah. So these have to be found on a website, and then
Well, that was the great.
You can always just upload them onto a Google Drive or Dropbox.
Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do is
I don't think I got the email. I mean the website. The website.
The website email. So did you send him a private message, honey, or what did you?
No, because I did not. Because I was looking for the website as we were talking because I can't do two things at once.
Oh, got it. No sweat. So let me look up. I'm gonna try and give him these graphics, and this is a royal pain in the ass. It's not that big a pain in the ass, but it's like Then I'm gonna start monologuing, but I want both of you to kind of like segue into the monologue.
Oh my god, I can't believe I fell asleep until your monologue time. I told you I was sleepy.
Yeah, that's so cute. I thought that was cute.
Did you know I was asleep? Did you say something to me, or you just were like, she's
yeah.
He
said yeah. Maybe she's asleep.
Yeah, you and Joe both. I said, and then I made the joke, of course, that, well, we all know now that Joe Ty and Brooke Gibson are sleeping together.
Oh my God. Well, I don't even have to go back and hear it because that's probably the best fucking thing I heard. Like, best joke you told.
Thank you. I come up with something.
That's sort of true. Huh?
Yeah.
I love your jokes when they're funny like that.
I like that. I love your jokes when they're actually funny. Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, when they're not like some World War II deep stuff that I'm like over my head, obviously. Not
honey.
that I'm not blind, but Well, it was back when Emperor Shishuta and Flabla were doing the Zimbaliying dance. Like, I'm supposed to know that Zimbaliying means fucking or what the fuck ever it would be. I don't know is what I'm saying. Some stupid shit that I wouldn't know.
Yeah, no worries, darling. No worries. You're fine. I'm just
I hate it when you say no worries. Can you ever? Hey, I'll tell you what. Every time you don't say no worries to me in a show, I will pay. Like I'm gonna donate to you no matter what. I'm going to. Well, when I have money, I always donate to you. But I will pay you an extra fucking $1 if you will say I'm gonna come with different words. No worries will be the first one to me.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna come up with other ones. That's what I'm saying. So we started with no worries. There's $1, and then maybe we'll make it $2. I don't know. We'll see how much money I have that week. But every time, no worries is one. There's several more, but no worries will be the first one that I've thought of.
Okay. And now let me see if I can find this. Okay, good. So I got the second one. So I've got 2 charts attached. I'm gonna find the last one for you, and then we'll have Real Tech up to date on.
Do I have all their emails in? Or just you want me to send it inside the chat box? I guess.
Wherever you want, honey.
I don't have their direct emails, what I'm saying, so I guess they're just one.
Give your direct email to Our Lady Brooke, if you would, dear Real Tech. If you trust her with that, I mean.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
it's just an email.
I remember what he said the other day to our man Ian West, and I can understand it. And Ian West took it quite well, but basically Real Tech said something to the effect of, I forgot what you said. Pretty much, I'm not going to let you send me anything or something like that, right? Yeah.
I ain't let him send me anything. I'll block him. I'm going to block him. That's what I said.
Yeah.
If I send me anything, I'm blocking you. So.
Yes.
That's a scary thought.
He took that well. I mean.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You gotta know how to give these people boundaries.
Yeah. I will admit, Ian West, has maybe he doesn't have the same boundaries that we do. Let's put it that way. Okay.
He's not a bad guy,
He has
but
more boundaries. He's like, don't touch a bag; it'll give me diseases. I don't know.
Yeah. In a sense, he has too many boundaries. Yes. Okay, I'm pressing the send button now. Our man Realtek is going to get this. I'm pretty sure of it. So it's sent. You should be getting this. It's going to have 4 attachments. You can consider the first email with the information that it has as a mini biography on John Sparks. And I couldn't get this out while George Knight was with us, but I do mention in his microbiography, that he worked for Nestle. So that people understand it, Nestle's at that time was headquartered in Switzerland. It probably still is, for all I know. So he was working for...
Yes, they still are.
Okay.
They're traded on the OTC over-the-counter market, which is they have a Y at the end.
Cool.
So,
cool.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean going all into.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that?
So what you said?
Oh, nothing.
I just thought it was interesting that they have a Y at the end.
Yeah.
Their ticker, instead of yeah.
Oh, not the
OTC,
word. You just mean their ticker. Okay, never mind.
The ticker symbol, yeah.
Yeah. So, Realtek, you must have gotten the email. Open, see if you can retrieve it. It might be in your spam. A lot of what I go gets sent to spam. So, if you can find it, let us know if you can open these things and actually render them legible. So
Nestle's headquarters
like to know
in
if he can
Bevy,
see it's legible before I send this. I mean, not because it's easier to send this, but I just want to know because I could not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll be curious. So, can you retrieve this? Pull it out?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just talking about Nestle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but are they legible? Can you open these and render them legible?
Yeah, I'm going to open it now.
Okay, so this will be interesting. We'll see if he can do it, because George Knight could, but he couldn't download them because the files were so massive, in which case it's actually impressive that Gmail was...
they were legible till I tried to zoom in and to actually read, obviously, everything.
Yeah, I can open them.
And can you read them?
Can you read detail?
Can you read them
like
crystal clear, like our man George could? Can you read them crystal clear like our man George could?
Yeah, let me download it.
Okay. He's going to download it and then he'll find out. Yeah. Oh, George couldn't download it, but he has the capability to download it. I guess he's got a supercomputer. And so that's cool. We'll find out soon.
Well, mine downloaded on my iPhone, but it was when I zoomed in to read all the tiny little details on there, I couldn't.
No, I get it. I totally get what you're saying. And I can understand why that happened. But at the same time, we'll find out if...
But no, it could have been that I was using my iPhone as well.
Could be that. And
although I think my iPhone actually is brand new, so it's probably better than my cheap-ass computer.
Okay. Wow, good point. I mean, that's easy to believe.
That is the conundrum today, yeah.
And when I started off, I had this old school computer that was given to me by Robert Lacey, and so this thing didn't even have the fucking ROM or RAM, random access memory, to hold the OBS, the online broadcasting studio program that I use to produce this show. So I would have to use that computer for, I forgot what I used it for, something, whereas I was producing on the laptop. It was awful. A 2-computer system, it was just a royal pain in the ass. And, so things have really improved for me in terms of that. Now I just want to get control of my website. I mean, God knows I'll go over. So, dude, are you able to read these things? Open them?
Yes, I just had some issues with downloading. I want to open it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is together mode on here?
Together mode on the Skype?
Uh-huh.
I have no idea.
I just hit starting
Just
together.
look it up on Google.
I didn't change together mode thing.
Okay. And oh my God, I'm just how do I say it? Oh yeah. So by the way, honey.
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see all
wow.
the words.
So you can
City States, Lydians, Assyrian Empire.
Yeah. You can zoom in. See these things crystal clear. That coughing, is that Joe Ty? Probably coughing in his sleep. Jesus Christ.
Is he back awake? Did he wake up when I did?
he didn't wake up when you did. I think when that guy checks out, he checks out. I mean, you know, I'm the same way.
That's what I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really sleep. I die and reanimate. So I think Joe Ty's the same way, and it's really disturbing. Like everything about Joe Ty is disturbing. Okay, it's like I love him dearly, but you know he doesn't go mute, and you can hear everything he does. And I swear to God, whatever he does with his cell phone is obscene. I swear to God, all I can think of is his priapistic dick, his priapistic prick, goes over the I guess the what do you call it on the cell phones? I guess it's a microphone they call it, or what do they call the mouthpiece which you talk into? Swear to God, he rubs his dick over that because all you hear is that sound, like it's like somebody's dragging a body across the room. But anyhow, all that being
Holy shit, you can put a call on hold on here. There are too many things I'm playing with now that I'm awake.
Oh wow, cool.
No, don't do that.
No, and I don't mean it that way. Like that'll be. No, I'm trying to get back to the screen where I chat. Like, where do I get back there?
By the way, Douglas Marks.
I got it. Never mind.
Cool. I have the same problem. Douglas Marks said he meant DDD, and he says Miami, Florida is where he's at. Laugh out loud, lots of love. Brooke sent it in the chat. She sent in the chat the link for.
Well, because I don't have George's email, I don't think either. So then I just said I might as well send it in the chat because I don't see
his email. So George, you can retrieve. I would advise you retrieve that link anyway because you'll be fascinated by that site. By the way, shout out to.
I thought George is already off the call.
Oh, I meant Realtek. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anthony McGuire says hi all. Shout out to Anthony McGuire. And with that,
wait a minute, Realtek, where did you put your email so I can see it to send it?
I sent a private message to you.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, so your friend's on
here?
Facebook.
I see him. No, I got his. Got it. Never mind. We already have a private message going. So
cool.
Me and him have a private message talking about you anyway all the time.
That's cute. That's adorable. Oh, wow. That's nice. Yeah, he was taking all these photographs of these chicks, and he was talking about, they had tattoos all over the place. He thought one girl had her shirt on, but it turned out she was topless. It's just she had so many tattoos, he thought she was wearing a blue shirt. Yeah. I'm kidding. That's not exactly what he said, but it was pretty much what he said. He had
a bunch of nipple rings.
Yeah, nipple rings. There we are. Oh, my God. So,
all right, I sent it to Sammy, and then I sent it to George.
Cool. Wonderful.
Yeah, looking at her reminds me of the time when every time I go to the steampunk or vampire convention.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dark side of the con or something.
Right.
These people, it's literally a lifestyle for them, so it can get a little weird sometimes asking them to take pictures.
Okay, yeah. I mean, seemed like you took a lot of pictures and you were doing all right by that, and
did I miss that part?
Well, he goes to comic conventions. He sent me a bunch of photographs that were, hot chicks that he
in diapers.
No, I'm not doing that.
Thank God.
Oh, I just got Sammy Romero. Somebody sent me a photograph here of staircase. What's this? Who? What?
What?
There's this. I've got a photograph of a staircase. I mean, I could go on screen share and show you what I'm seeing. So here we are. Start sharing screen. I got this. So this is on my call. So whatever Brooke did when she was playing with everything gave me this.
No. That's when I put a mutual thing. You're talking about it looks like a parking lot with trees?
Parking lot? Well, these are steps of some sort. Like some kind of concretized staircase. Yeah.
It looks like... Do you see trees in the background?
Yeah, trees. Yeah, trees too. Yeah.
Yeah,
like something from
maybe it is a staircase.
Yeah,
it's something you can do. When I was playing with shit, it says you can make everybody see the same shit. So I did that. I just picked that.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I like it. It's all right.
They didn't have any naked asses or anything.
That would just be distracting. I mean, I get distracted by porn.
I mean, are any books of relevance that you would prefer to read? It's what I meant to say. I don't know why it's something horrible like asses. I apologize.
No.
I mean, but I figure this is the 4 or 5 a.m. crowd that can handle it.
My mind always goes to the gutter. I mean, fuck. I mean, believe me, honey, don't ever apologize for what you say. We had an asshole named Jambo the Reese Monkey, who used to sit here screaming he wanted everybody dead.
Jameson Reese.
Yeah, that's right, Jambo the Reese Monkey. Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't really listen to him much. I don't know. I didn't like him.
I don't
nobody
feel like
did.
me just talking sexually with you men. Like, I feel like when a woman talks sexual, it's like so much a bigger deal. But then if a man does the same thing, it's like, whatever.
Oh, we tolerate so much from men, and it's honestly
like that foolishness with him talking about he having sex with this chick that he wasn't with. That he was with her for a long time. Just like, come on.
Thank you. It was all bullshit. It was all a lie, and I mean, he copped to it. There was various times he was saying, I'm a 40-year-old virgin and shit. He said that multiple times, and then at other times he'd come up with these sex fantasies that were just, everything about him was just shit. It's just disgusting.
I know, but it just amazes me that you'll say to me, like, oh, don't worry about what you say, like, or this or that to me. And then I'll hear you say the most randomest sexual things in your stories and just outlandish, and other people as well. But I'm like, is it because I'm a female that it is so much more like, it's so like it is. I don't even think, I think it's subconscious to men, but it is very like, unless I'm saying something really off the wall, like, and trust me, I can say some off the wall shit, but I'm pretty sure I haven't said most of it on here.
Right. I mean, honey, don't worry about what you say. Like I said, there's nothing you say that would be comparable to how repulsive that fucker was. And,
So, so number $2 would be, don't compare me to someone negative. Instead, compare me to someone positive. Be like, you are better than someone, and then a positive person. See, because being better than the most repulsive person does not make you feel that great.
Oh, no, I get that, but this is like it's kind of like a different subject. I mean, we're talking about like how far you can go, and what I'm saying is your envelope is wide. There's no way you're going to break the envelope the way that asshole did. I get what you're saying, but at the same time, what we're discussing is something that's, I kind of think a negative kind of person comparison is okay here. By the way, I notice now, here I'm doing screen share. Yes, Brooke really did something to impact the call, which is fine. She said, it says together mode.
Change that?
Yeah, it says together mode has been enabled for this call. I am fine with this image. I mean,
I know I don't like the image. I didn't even know. I was just testing it, and now I don't know how the fuck to get it off.
It's who cares? It'll be there the rest of the call, but who cares? It's fine. It's fine. I think it's fine. I like it. I mean, not the image in particular. It's not what I would want on my wall, but it's kind of like staring at a wall. But
Right.
It's better than the shit I was seeing before, which was just these 4 images writ large. So it is what it is. Here's a picture of George Bush Sr.
I'm
with
pretty
Beverly.
sure there was at least a better image to put. I just didn't know what the fuck it was gonna do.
No, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, and that's fine. So I'm gonna now that we've all ascertained that Brooke really did something, that's cool, and I think it's fascinating what she did. My
God. Okay. So there's another $1 right there. When you don't bring your acting skills in, for me, when I can't say actor, that would be an actor. To say, what I think Brooke did was just fascinating. That's not fascinating. And that was so fascinating.
It's kind of, well, maybe it's not fascinating, but it's interesting. It's interesting.
What Brooke did was Yeah, whatever she did was blah. But anyway, let's keep the subject going. That would be the way I keep that going. She obviously changed it up. Amazing she can. She's
Brooke is
I mean,
Brooke
anything
is
that
a
you
great
think was
pleasure.
real.
Yeah. Say it again, Real Tech, so she can hear you. Yeah.
I was saying that Brooke is a great pleasure compared to the garbage Sound and Shake and Jameson Reese.
Yeah, so there you go. Compared to other people in the past, and so there.
I don't know who that is. The guard.
It's just a couple of jerks that were a couple of slime buckets that were here in the past.
I don't know how to take that yet.
We mean it in the best possible sense. It's not coming out right because it's kind of like it's like you said, right? You know, I mean, these guys that we're talking about were so negative. Comparing you to them at all is almost an insult. So I understand what you're saying.
It'd be like if you were talking about Jews and you made like one little thing, and then I was like, "Well, you don't worry, honey. You sound better than Hitler."
That's pretty funny. That's funny. That's very funny. That's clever. That's clever. You're right. You're right. She's right. What do we do? We're left with I don't know how to say this. I don't know how to say it. I mean, you're good.
Conundrum.
Yeah, you're wonderful, honey. You're wonderful. How's that? I don't know who
to compare you all in a conundrum.
I mean, so many people
just you know.
Yeah. Yeah. So many people who have worked with me in the past are just so bad. I'm not quite sure what to compare. I mean,
Japanese guy. I remember the Japanese guy used an interview years ago.
Daryl Hamamoto. Oh my God.
Yeah. He
that
was
piece
terrible.
of shit. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But
Nisei.
For what it's worth, a good person would be like Viviana Sanchez. You know, I mean, there you go. That was a good person we worked with. You know,
Peter Moon is great.
Yeah. Who?
Peter Moon is great, I said.
Oh, Peter Moon. Yeah, but he's I guess we could call him a co-host. He's more like what you'd call a permanent guest.
Yes.
But when it comes to it's 9 p.m. I mean, or rather, we've been on for 9 hours. We got how many hours left? 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3 hours left. I should start doing monologue to earn my pay. Do want to remind everyone that we are fundraising. I want to thank Douglas Marks so much for $50 United States dollars. God bless you, sir. I want to thank Rosie Sanchez for the 120 United States dollars that she contributed.
Did you put the link again in for your birthday stuff? Exactly. You want to go through PayPal with the friends, correct?
How? I mean, are you trying to put this up in the chat room for me?
Well, I think that's what you should give me or whoever's going to be your person that you're going to pay.
Oh, let me give this to you now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to pay me $1,000 a show, that's fine. Whoever you're paying the $1,000 a show to.
Yeah. You know, I'm afraid I'm pulling out my pockets now, honey.
You know what? It's fine. You can pay. I'll just put it on your tab. So, but I think that should be a thing that should be put in the chat of every show. So you need to send me that link.
Let me give this to you right here on private messages. I'll give it to you on private messages in Facebook. How's that?
Yeah, that would be good.
And then you can.
And then that way I can put it in every chat because whether new people come on or whatever, that's the fastest way to find it.
I want you to write it on bathroom walls.
Oh, well, the thing is, they follow me in bathrooms now because I used to write my number up in them so much that if I take a pen in the bathroom, yeah.
So here we are, honey. There it goes. It's in your chat, and she changed the theme to shadow. She had it gender neutral, and she had it on like coral, I think.
I know. I didn't like that yellow shit though. It's driving me crazy. I was just trying to do it really so I could tell the difference between who I was talking to.
Understood. And she's got a really dark purple. This is really dark purple. I mean, this is like almost depressant purple.
But no, it shows white background. Does yours not show a white background?
White background, yeah. White background, but it's a really dark purple print, you know.
Yeah.
Text bubbles. Okay. So
I still have not, though. Just the last thing I'll say is I've been playing the entire time we've been talking on how to get those fucking steps off. I'm scared they'll be out there permanently.
Steps.
I'm like, I've got everything else. I cannot get that shit changed.
Yeah, probably. I'll reset the next call. It doesn't matter.
Oh, enable background blur? Nope, that's not it.
Oh yeah, it's like our man Real Tech said. It's all going to change back to normal with the next call, honey. Don't.
Oh, it will. Okay.
Oh yeah,
good.
of course. Oh my God, please. Oh my God.
Oh, together mode. I think I found it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it together mode?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're all
I love
together.
how you said, and you have no idea.
No, I do. Yeah, it is. It's together mode. Yeah, I saw it. It was together mode. Now.
Okay, you just start doing your thing. I can still play with it.
Okay, well, our lady's playing.
And then I'm gonna be muted either way while I play. Okay, don't.
So
worry.
I'm gonna start monologuing. I'd like the both of you to say good.
Would you like me to unmute while I play?
That's cute. Sure. Let me change to my warmer clothes here. I'm gonna put on, because it's getting cold at night, and so what I'm gonna do is change to my long underwear.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, my shirt here.
Let's find some scenes you would like.
While I do that, some sexy torso flash for everyone. Camera's not on, but you can imagine. And while I do this, you both of you do me a favor and say good day to our listeners, so I can go monologue. And
so we can both hang out.
No, that'll end the call. Actually, I don't need to ride on a call. I mean, both of you can theoretically hang up.
I know. Who are you writing on this, so I just know.
I'm writing on the dead guy, Joe Tai, the guy who died on us.
Oh, you're writing on the guy that's asleep, so as long as he doesn't hang out.
Yeah, he won't hang up. He's dead. Yeah.
I'm alive.
Dead man tell no tales.
Oh shit, that's scary. Did you hear that? The dead do speak.
Man, what the hell?
Did he just wake up?
Yeah, of course he just woke up. Yes. Okay.
Good morning.
So, I've been yelling at you for hours.
Yeah, we've been.
Oh my God, I missed that.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yes, we've been.
Yeah, I can fucking hear you fucking snoring
so
and
hot.
fucking making noises.
Yes, and
It sounded like you were doing a little more
Like a
making
fucking mummy
noises,
and
like
shit.
orgasmic noises, Joe.
Yes.
Ow.
Yes, he was having one of those dreams. That's why he's got the
Fucking
priapism.
wet dream.
Yes, that's it. Yes. Oh my God.
Archivism.
I think you gave me morning wood.
Yes. There we are. Oh, thank you. That was a delightful image. Okay, I'm going to change my shirt. All of you keep talking. All of you say good morning to our listeners. And Joe has just rejoined us, and I'll start monologuing soon. But Joe, let it all out. Tell people about your dreams. Maybe.
Oh, my dreams. Oh.
I'm going to regret this, right?
My dream is
what you were dreaming, not your dreams in life, but I guess maybe it's kind of blurred, but okay, go on. Yes. Joe.
It's hard because I can't find a partner right now.
Can't find a partner right now. No, I'm not talking about those dreams. I mean, like, what were you dreaming? Do you remember any of it?
Oh, okay.
He's telling us he can't find a partner even in his fucking dreams? That's bad. That's bad. No, tell us what you were dreaming about, Joe. Yes.
Oh, my dream is I don't really have a dream. I mean, I just woke up from a cough, so it's pretty hard to breathe.
Gee, you poor bastard.
My dream is that
You got asthma or something?
Douglas,
Yeah.
you have the same birthday as Professor Zid.
Professor Zid. Who's
Who the
Professor
fuck is Professor Sid? I've heard that name.
Yeah,
Howard Zinn, the bombardier.
Oh, Howard Zinn. Yes, his birthday was October 20th. Wow, cool.
21st.
21st. Well, mine is the 20th.
Oh, 20th. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. No worries. And our lady's gonna call $1 or something for that. Yes, she puts that on my tab every time I use it.
No, it's only to me. You can do it to anybody else, but to me, it's when I'm calling the dollar.
Okay, there we are. So I'm going to change my shirt. All three of you. Say
I'm
goodnight.
gonna let you work up, and then we'll work out to everybody. So I'm gonna work out first to me, because I've got to start you slow or I'll be broke shit. So.
Understood. All three of you, go ahead and say good day to our listeners. I mean, talk about whatever you want for a few minutes. I'm here, but I'll be, maybe I shouldn't be here. I mean, I might refresh myself. Tell you what, I'll make a quick trip to the lavatory when I come back. I'm hoping that, we'll all still be here.
I'm gonna do a fake monologue you like 1 year, like a year from today. Like if I'm still here, I'm gonna do a fake monologue. It'll just be like, come on air, do your monologue, and then I'm just gonna do a monologue, and I'm gonna try to sound like you, which I'm not, and I'm gonna try to talk about shit you talk about.
Oh, that's so
No, you sound a lot better.
Yeah, but it's gonna be complete bullshit. Like I'll be like, so back in twas, the day was. I'll get it better. I'll get it down pat. Don't worry.
Hey, I think that'll be charming. We could do that on April Fool's Day.
Yes, we do April fucking Fool's Day, and I will come up with some fucking monologue shit and see who can tell the. And I'll have some half truths in there and half total fake shit and see who can tell the fucking difference.
Yes. One of the few pleasant memories I have of that idiot Daniel Arola was that he actually participated in an April Fool's joke that was very funny. We had a guy named Michael Basham with us at the time who was a semi-regular, and Michael Basham was a former member of the COG, the COG, the Children of God cult, which is infamous for just child predation. The leader of that cult was someone who preached free love and that children show their love to, honor thy father, as in like, hey kids, pointing at his crotch, honor thy father and shit.
Oh my God.
And so he grew up in that cult. And he was like someone who came out of it pretty unscathed. I mean, he was a boy. So he apparently was never preyed upon in any way, shape, or form. And he had his quirks. He was an English teacher in Taiwan. And, I got a lot of calls from these guys who were English teachers in Japan or English teachers in Taiwan. And the first thing that Judith Agert said that was quite true, that held, it was, she was made a very astute observation. They have no qualifications whatsoever in Japan or Taiwan, obviously, for these people. It's like these people were like street people. and it's just you could go get a job in Japan or Taiwan as an English teacher. If you ever have nothing to do in life and you're totally at the bottom of the barrel and you're homeless, go to Japan or Taiwan and become an English teacher. It's just basically there's no qualifications whatsoever. They just hire anybody who's native speaker fluency English, and so that's the first thing you notice is that. And but anyhow, so with Michael Basham, aside from that, what is that noise? Joe, is that he's entering his iron lung now. I have no idea. It sounds odd, but it's like something going on.
I muted mine to be sure. I knew there wasn't anything around me, but I muted mine so you would know what I mean.
Yeah. Let me see if there's some like indicator. It must be Joe. Yeah, it's coming from Joe. It's that like, have you got an air conditioner or something? But anyhow, so with Michael Basham, the April Fool's joke was that we announced that he and I were getting married, and that we were going to have who was that Hillsborough Baptist Church guy? Do you remember that guy, honey? Anyhow, Reverend.
You're talking to me. Sorry, I thought you were talking to somebody that was around there during April Fool's. Like that's what I was like. You remember, like we had that Hillsborough guy. You're talking about that freaking Pat preacher or whatever his name is.
Yeah. Do you remember his name?
God, I do know his name, but I don't like it. It's on the tip of my tongue. The crazy man.
Yeah. The crazy man.
What was his name?
Westboro Baptist Church. The church slogan: God hates.
He's the one that put the signs out and shit. You're talking about. Got accused of
Phelps. Was it Phelps?
Didn't he get accused of sexual shit?
It wouldn't surprise me. Fred Phelps, Topeka, Kansas. Yeah, it was Fred Phelps. So basically, Fred Phelps had recently died. And because he had recently died that year, the April Fool's joke we played was that Michael Basham and I announced we were going to get married, and we were going to use the Ouija board to call up Fred Phelps.
To make him marry you?
Yeah, to marry us. To marry us.
Yes,
Yeah.
Fred Phelps was the one that had the signs out there that were like anti-gay everything. Like
Yeah, God hates fags. That was his.
Yes.
That was his slogan. So what happened was Daniel Arola played the role of Fred Phelps, and so he did that well. He did that frighteningly well. So well now that I realize why, when he went over to the enemy, I mean, he that he probably wasn't even acting when he was doing what he was doing. But, he came out as Fred Phelps, that we had summoned through the Ouija board to marry us. And of course, the guy who was participating in this joke was also Gary States, the federale with the Veterans Administration, who had proven that all of these gang stalkers were forging documents when they were trying to character assassinate myself. And anyhow, so he, Gary States just kind of introduced the scenario like, Douglas Dietrich and Michael Basham are have an announcement to make, and, and then we were saying, yes, we're happy to announce that we've been in love with each other for a long time and we're getting married. And then Gary States, I brought the Ouija board. We're going to summon the pastor who will marry them. And then we tried...
Oh my God, is this online? Can I go back and listen to it?
Oh God, yeah, it's online somewhere. It's an April Fool's Day episode, and it's, must be on Odyssey.com, John Warrington. And so if you go to John Warrington's Maggot channel, look up Odyssey.com and then look up Douglas Dietrich, John Warrington, or just Douglas Dietrich, you're going to find it. I mean, not the episode in particular, but you can always ask John Warrington for it. But look up for the April Fool's episode. If you can't find it, I'll ask John Warrington, and he should be able to dig it up. But in terms of that, it was, then what Daniel Arola did, of course, when we summoned him up from the Ouija board, he came out, and he, like I said, he did this real well. It was just that you had we tried to make some sound effects, and it came out really weirdly convincing, and big boom sound effects and shit. And then he came on, God hates fags and shit. He did much better than I'm doing it now. And then we said, oh, we'd like you to marry us, and it just went on from there. It was really funny. The funny part was until the part where we went to the inevitable, where we asked if he was proud of us. Aren't you proud of us for our coming out? And hell no. And then he was saying something about where we got to the point where Daniel Arola said, bend over, and was getting to the point where, of course, he was revealing Fred Phelps is gay. Then it got really funny, and then that was pretty much where the joke ended. There was only so far we could go before, they started making grunting sounds like they were fucking and shit. And then we pretty much had to shut the joke down because, where do you go from there? But, after that, we got to that point. Everybody was writing me in various messages saying, oh, I thought you guys were serious. Oh, wow, I thought you guys... And this always astonishes me, is that when it's April Fool's Day, how is it that anybody falls for anything? I mean, they always do.
I know. I don't know, but I love April Fools, and we have to come up with something. If I'm still around, if y'all don't have me around, you, God, I'm gonna expect you to fucking do something.
Oh, well, hopefully you'll be around. I mean,
I'm saying I'm probably about the only one that's gonna fucking come up with something really fucking good.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Yes.
I'm not the only one. Yeah. But I'm gonna push you to the limit. You're gonna be like, okay, we can't go that far, bro. We can't go that
far. Oh, you'd be surprised. I mean, oh my God, look at how far I've gone so far. I mean, Jesus Christ, I've gotten so
I'm
far.
gonna be like, Peter Moon's gonna have to come on and admit the reason he really used the name Peter Moon was because it was a nickname he gave him as, when y'all first became lovers. And that y'all decided to have a baby, and then I am going to be the carrier of the baby.
Yes, that's right. And we wanted a gay baby.
Yes, you wanted a baby to start to be gay, so that's why you waited till you found out a gay lady.
Hey, what happened to Joe Ty? Did Joe Ty fucking disappear, or what? What the fuck happened to
him? No, you can't.
No, I'm here. I mean, I heard about how two gay guys, one of my coworkers' son, has a ice cream shop in Cape May and Maine over there, and I was laughing my ass off because his son is gay, and they're trying to conceive a kid with one of his
Kitten? They're trying to conceive a kitten?
yeah, and I was, how are they going to do that, right? I asked them, how are they going to do that? They said they're going to both shoot into a cup and turkey base it.
That's cute.
So whoever is in that, it didn't matter because it's being inseminated.
Isn't that a kitten?
No, he said kid. He said kid. He slurs his words.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Joe.
What do you mean they're trying to? You mean they want to have a child? I just want to make sure we're talking about.
Found a schoolmate of theirs that they're paying them like 60.
No, but this sounds like I mean, this doesn't sound like them just conceiving. This sounds like to me. I mean, how old is she? I guess my age is the age range I'm asking you for her.
Oh, probably in their early 30s.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I guess I got that wrong. With school, you found a school person.
No.
So you're saying how can they conceive her? I mean, it's pretty logical.
No, I was just laughing. Who are you gonna choose to see the classmate that that they have?
Usually they choose one. Usually a gay couple chooses one to carry, and then they'll choose the other for the second. That's usually how that works. And technically,
they said they're gonna do it into a cup and turkey based it. I was laughing my ass off. It said no matter who inseminates the egg, both of them have the equal chance to.
They'll see who the fastest swimmer is. I guess that's another way to do it. That's technically that is the cheap way to do it. You know, doctors do it another way, but that is the cheap way to try to artificially inseminate using a turkey. I knew 2 women that did that with a guy that did that. Yeah.
But
I hope they inseminate Douglas's sperm somehow.
I don't know how they're gonna get that. No, that might be a second problem.
Okay, so I'm going to refresh myself. I'll go mute, and I'll be back in a few minutes, and then I'll start monologuing. I'm sorry, what, honey?
I said no, thank you. Go relieve yourself.
Yes, I'll do that, honey.
Just don't do it in a turkey baster, okay?
Yeah. So I'll go mute for a few minutes. Everybody, I'll be back. I'm gonna start monologuing, but I would like Real Tech, Joe Ty, and Our Lady Brooke Gibson to say good day to everybody over the next few minutes.
Although, Doug, we will need to start talking about the time frame for the turkey baster, because I know Peter was wanting the baby. But that I know that's off the air. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, of course, honey. Of course. Yes, our little bit of phone sex there. Okay, going mute. All of you, please take the stage, say your good days, and when I come back, I'll take over. And Joe will kind of go back into his slumber or hibernation while I go monologue. There we are. So, that being said, I'm going mute now. Thank you.
Okay, who's on the phone?
Yep, I'm on the phone.
Is somebody else or just me and you?
Oh, we can.
Yeah, I'm
it's
here.
a Real Tech Geek is here.
Real Tech Geek is here. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I thought he said somebody else had been here. Anybody got anything to talk to that I missed while I was sleeping?
So what would you be doing with the monologue, Brooke?
Oh, with my monologue, I was totally bullshitting. I told you I would come out with some bullshit. Like, you know, to talk about what he does, but totally bullshit.
Oh, I like your bullshit.
Yeah, like the time when Alex Jones said that the Russians were launching nukes.
She what?
The year 2000, Alex Jones went on a rant saying, what you said?
Well, you know how Putin's acting, so
yeah.
The only reason why people use nukes is that they feel like they're losing. And that proves the U.S. lost World War II, because that's basically what FDR did.
I think for my monologue, you know what I'd do? I'd give some predictions. You know, like let's say it's next April Fool's. I'd be like, so since we just found out, you know, recently that Putin has entered Ukraine, you know, and we're wondering how that's going to go. Hopefully we know how that is by then. You just give random stupid things from the past, like they're brand fucking new. I don't know. I would have to figure it out. Something fucking hilariously stupid.
Oh, so you want to do like a seance that asks the spirits about the future?
Who the fuck knows? Any ideas y'all got, I'll fucking come up with them. But we should come. I'll have a great April Fool's. We'll do something. I'll ask my fucking dogs barking. Be like, bark. Bark for who's gonna win. Bark for the next nuclear power. If we're all still here. Maybe this is all a dream. Are we all living in a dream? Has Putin already nuked us all with his nuclear arsenal that he can't keep up anyway? Who the fuck knows?
Well, I was talking to this homeless colonel lieutenant. He was telling me how the nukes are all controlled by the U.S. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess they could be, but that would be a question for Douglas. From what I understand, talking to George and Douglas, that most of the nuclear capabilities that Russia has, like, it costs so much to keep a nuclear weapon up, like, per month and per year, right, Real Tech, that, like, Russia probably hasn't even invested, looking at their tanks, the amount of money it would have taken to keep up the majority of their nuclear weapons. So they'd probably go to
they have a ship that's it's called Admiral Kunitz. Kunitz. I can't pronounce it right. And it's it has to constantly go around Vladivostok or something like that, or it's never docked because it's like the USS Enterprise. I was talking to somebody about that during Comic-Con. He was on there for 90 days. And it's a rust bucket, and it's had plenty of accidents, and it's a lot of these things, especially with nuclear powers, they're not meant to really last as long as they've been told. Like 50 years.
Yeah.
So, but I do believe in nuclear energy. I mean, China, for example, talking about nuclear, China wants to build nuclear reactors.
Well, that's
in the next 15 to 20 years, like over 100 of them. So
we're talking about thorium. It's less reactive.
Thorium, you mean?
Yeah. The byproduct.
Yeah, then in the 1960s, a lot of Japanese lens manufacturers, they put thorium in their lenses. And in the 70s too. So I have some of those. I have some of them.
But we have nuclear reactors here. Are you referring to the nuclear energy we have here in the U.S.?
All nuclear. I mean, basically, I think.
I mean, we have a nuclear reactor from us on Lake Joe Cassie. It's like 2 hours, an hour and a half away, 2 hours away.
Yeah,
right.
Like,
so I mean, I don't know how many of those there are in the U.S. I know if it goes off, I'm probably fucked.
Well,
like 3 Mile Island.
Hmm?
3 Mile
Three
Island.
Mile Island. He was talking about the Pennsylvania nuclear meltdown.
Oh. Yeah, I've never known. Is it 3 miles? Is that how far out the range is usually? I mean the energy stations.
No, that's just what the island was called. Over there in PA.
Well, see, ours is not an island. Ours is attached. Like, I just drive up to the lake, an hour and a half drive, and that's where it's sitting.
Oh, that's too close. Are you sure you don't? You should get yourself checked up for radiation or something. But
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like, do you know the most expensive houses on all 3 lakes we have around here are on that lake? You're only allowed to build on that lake. Like, they're not even allowed to build anymore. And they were still building when they were building that. So,
Hmm.
I mean, you're talking about billions of dollars houses on that lake. So apparently they're not worried about it.
Well, I knew a coworker that lived right on the shore of New Jersey, where they had the nuclear power plant there. But his youngest son has a bunch of health issues, and I see him. He has some health issues. He has breakouts.
Hell, well, maybe I can come up with. I mean, I have, don't feel the best all the time. Maybe I can start blaming the fucking reactor.
Yeah. They all leak something. They all leak something. I mean, we had a problem up here in New York with some leaks with the nuclear power plants into the Hudson.
What I had was great. Even more than that, like, because obviously the nuclear reactor, we just went up for the summer. And there was never any leaks, but I grew up under one of those big power, the transformers. The transformer was in our yard, like the big transformer. And it was in our yard from the time I was born until we moved when we built another house at 16. So when I looked those up later, I realized that was probably not the best thing to grow up under as a child.
Well, at least you were able to reproduce. I mean, that means that you're not really affected as much. Most of these guys that get radioactive get radioactively neutered, like Douglas's father, because of the testing at the nuclear, when they try to see the effects of nuclear.
His dad was not radioactively neutered.
Well, he was neutered.
That's how I met Douglas, because basically, so technically we're half brother and half sister. Douglas? Even though it's not his biological father, he says, but it's my biological father. So yeah, we're both Dietrichs. I was just adopted out.
Oh, you're adopted too? What? Mm-hmm. You're Dietrich?
Originally, yeah.
Really?
I'm surprised Douglas hasn't told you the Toy Story yet. That's how we met.
Okay, I just got back and I heard something that is funny. I take it she's preparing for April Fool's Day, but if I heard right, what I caught at the few minutes. By the way, is Realtek?
You told him your father was not. You told them your father, stepdad, that he was not able to reproduce because of nuclear.
Oh, okay. So you're speaking seriously. Okay, yeah. If you're speaking about my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy. He was a man who was exposed to a lot of radiation due to participating in a series of nuclear tests.
Right. And so George Joseph, I just want you to understand that my children each have 3 names, and I have 3 names, including to my last name. Mm-hmm. And we took that all after my technical biological father.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And so, this is a serious story you're relating, right? Okay.
Well, I guess if George James, what's his name? Henry.
Oh, my father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. Yeah.
Yeah, George Joseph Henry Dietrich is my father. Then that's why we took those names.
Okay. You're so cute.
So he did biologically reproduce. I just feel that. Yeah, I'm just going with April Fool's. Now I'm going to shut up. I'm not awake enough to make that any funnier than it was, and it wasn't that funny to begin with. So
it's cute. It's cute. It's a nice attempt. Good attempt.
Yes, it was a decent attempt. I won't even say nice. Mm-hmm. But I was trying to go with it while you weren't around to see it. I was trying to see if he would buy it. Did you buy it at all?
He bought it. Yeah. He yeah. So what happened to Realtek? Did he disappear? Yeah, I guess. What?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay, there you are. Oh, okay. So, everyone, have you all said your good days to our gentle listeners before I take over? Because once I take over, like Judith Eggert said, I suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies.
Well, that's not a nice way to say it.
Terrible way of saying it.
Just be grateful you're not in the same room right now.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Yeah, she was
Well,
pretty.
good day, everyone. I've enjoyed discussing everything that I got to discuss and listening to each of you. And I'm sorry I fell asleep.
That's so cute. It was
I
the
know.
cutest thing in the world. Yes.
I don't ever fall asleep on, but you did wake me up in my defense.
Yes, that's right. But I thought that was that. What do you remember? What part you fell asleep at while I was talking?
No, I don't. That's the problem.
That's
but
cute.
You told me I missed the
everything. You missed everything. I spoke for quite a long while in great detail on.
Well, the only reason I knew, and I didn't even believe I'd fallen asleep until I woke up, like, I guess, because it was like a mild waking, and you're in my ear still, and I'm like realizing y'all are talking, so I'm listening, and I'm realizing I'm not being addressed at all ever. Like I'm. Maybe I really was asleep. Like I thought maybe you had done one of those done one of those like 30-second drift offs, and I was like, oh shit, maybe I've been asleep for a while.
Yes. That was adorable. It was adorable.
And I wasn't snoring. I hope I was on mute or something.
You were
I
on
don't
mute.
snore.
No, our man Joe Ty was not on mute, and we could hear every time he passed gas. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, I don't snore typically unless I'm sick, but I would have hated just to have been like, if the phone had fallen against my mouth and been like.
That would have been sexy. That would have been sexy. Yeah.
Well, I can totally pull. If the vibrator was dead, like if you were ever in like a monologue, like need a break, just go. I wish there was a vibrating something to take over.
Oh, you can vibrate your phone.
Huh? No. I'm saying I need my vibrator to make the noises that you're going to want to hear.
I got it. Yeah.
No, he didn't get it. I don't think he said I could just use the phone.
Joe's naive. Joe Ty is naive. But Joe, you weren't passing.
Joe, you need to familiar yourself with some toys for real for a woman.
Well, toys.
Yeah, man. Ever the song called "Ring My Bell"?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Toys.
There's
what
nothing.
do you suggest, Brooke?
No, she means for the ladies, so you can. Yeah, so you can play with the ladies. Even Ian West was talking about that stuff, but.
That'd be fun.
We're getting to his actual monologue that people want to hear. I love you guys, and thank you so much for having me. Y'all are all wonderful, and everyone on the call that puts up with my southern voice that sometimes is too fast.
That's so sexy, man. That's it.
It is. One of these days I'll go into a story about that. I really adore Southern woman quite a bit, and our lovely Southern
Now
belle.
you're letting me in. I know you. I can't. I didn't think Peter would let me too, but I think I'm glad you both picked me. So anyway, we'll go into that later. Very cool.
Love you dearly.
I'm going to be honored to be the mom of your babies.
Yes, we'll see about that. All right, honey. Love you dearly. You have a blessed night.
He's scared to say okay. He's scared Peter might be mad about that night.
You're adorable. Okay.
All right. Okay, you just said dearly. Okay, that's another word. I'm going to write them down. Dearly.
I'll tell you a story about what you were suggesting at some point soon, just for your morbid entertainment. In the meantime, I take it both of you gentlemen.
All right, love you. Okay, letting you go. Love you all. Good night.
Good night. Good day.
Good night, Brooke.
Yeah, good day. And have you gentlemen said your good days to our listeners? You've done so? Yes?
Good days.
Good. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
It was a great time to be on Douglas Dietrich show.
Thank you. And bless you. So, Joe, I do expect you to leave the phone on just as a tether And go mute if you can. Thank you. And actually, you were remarkably silent while you were asleep. As I said, it was more like you died. But I'm glad you reanimated. And so that being said, everybody let me know how my quality is when it comes to sound. And I want to thank KP for 30 United States dollars. Good man. So there was 3 people who made contributions today. We'll up the drive for funding as I progress towards my birthday and after to help me get through the month, because obviously I will overextend myself inevitably on my birthday, and I'll need help from all of you so that I don't bury myself in a hole. That being said, on to what I was discussing a bit earlier with some further details anthropologically. A 6,000-year-old skull was found in Taiwan that confirmed local legends, and this study solved the several hundred-year-old mystery of little dark people legends in Formosan Austronesian tribes, and it brings insights into the broader prehistory of Southeast Asia. An archaeological research team found a 6,000-year-old skull, femur bones, in a cave in a mountainous part of my Taiwan that proved the existence of an ancient indigenous tribe told of in local legends by the Taiwanese Aborigines. So, Taiwan has its own Aborigines. Very, very different looking from the Aborigines of Australia. And New Zealand doesn't really count because, for those of you who don't know, New Zealand, or Aotearoa, was not conquered by the Maori until fairly recently in history. Now, they are certainly the original peoples of New Zealand, but they are, as well, fairly new to Aotearoa, the island of New Zealand, or in their own Maori language, the island of the long white cloud. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, people outside of Australia and New Zealand, almost anywhere else in Oceania, the islands stretching from that arc of Indonesia through much of the Pacific Islands, are all the way through the Indian Ocean to the Isle of Malaysia, or Madagascar. They're all Taiwanese in descended from the Taiwanese Aborigines. Now, this research paper, published in the journal World Archaeology, was conducted by a team of researchers with members from Australia, the Empire of Japan, Taiwan, and Vietnam. The researchers found the skull and leg bones in a cave that have been dated back to approximately 6,000 years, a time before the ancestors of people currently inhabiting Taiwan arrived. By the way, I'm cutting and pasting at the moment the PayPal link to give to our dear Brooke so that she can share this on bathroom walls. And so there we go. Let me provide this to her and give her a upvote as well and a check. And with that, we turn back to our lovely listeners. Brooke Gibson says, again, forward the messenger. So let me see if I can reach her here. Okay, good. And again, send this to her and give her the responses. Hopefully she's seeing this. He may not be sending it to her right away, but hopefully it gets to her, and that puts things into perspective for her. All right. I like how I told that whole story and asked her, oh, is this does that put everything into perspective for you? And then there was no answer. It was really cute. Now, in Taiwan, there have been stories passed down through the generations about an ancient tribe of short, dark-skinned people that once lived in mountainous parts of the island China, but until now, there was no physical evidence of such. Okay, she got it. Thank God. Okay, love you dearly, honey. But per the research team, the cranial morphometric study of human skeletal remains unearthed from the Xiaoma caves in eastern Taiwan for the first time validates the prior existence of small stature hunter-gatherers 6,000 years ago in the pre-ceramic phase, prior people making pottery. The cranial morphometric study of human skeletal remains unearthed, well, I mean, it's just, shall we say, astonishing. These legends have been possibly referring to this group who had descended from this even older population, predating the Austronesian context, who somehow continued to dwell in isolated and mountainous areas until about 1 or 2 centuries ago. So historically, they died off around the time of the foundation of the United States, or around the time of the American Civil War. I mean, this is profound. A tribe of hobbits in island China until that period of time is astonishing. And this is why people were talking about these ghostly fairies, black fairies, if you will. Now, the researchers also note that the mention of small dark-skinned people was made in documents from the Qin dynasty, the first emperor of China. And all but one of the 16 Austronesian groups living in Taiwan today have stories that describe small dark-skinned people who once lived in the mountains. Now, such tales differ between groups, however, with some believing that the earlier peoples were ancestors of theirs. Others see them as former enemies. One group claims to have killed off the last of the ancient people 1,000 years ago. Obviously, some survived for long thereafter, and that in itself is astonishing. In studying DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, from the skull, researchers found it genetically related to African samples from around the same time period. But they also found that its size and shape resemble that of a people who lived in parts of what is now South Africa and the Philippines. The study of bones left behind in those areas showed them to be quite short, with small body size, similarly to the remains of the woman found in Taiwan, which was 1.3 meters tall. That, of course, is just, hobbit size. Now, the researchers suggest their findings confirm the existence of the ancient people in Taiwan, but they do not explain what might have happened to them. They were apparently gone by the time other early Austronesian groups of people began arriving. The research paper concludes, the observations of the Xiaoma burial remains, together with 258 traditional Austronesian legends, indicate that little dark people at one time had lived in Taiwan, resembling the Negrito groups in Southeast Asia. The new findings bring attention to the period of coexisting overlap of the older hunter-gatherer communities with the new immigrant Austronesian-speaking farmers in Taiwan. Now, as I said, my own stance is that there is no single birthplace of mankind, that we began to develop in different continents fairly simultaneously, and thus producing the races, which are quite distinct. And what is being argued by the people who turned in the latest or published the latest journal at PLAS, Public Library of Science, was that Europe was the birthplace of mankind, not Africa. Now, the retired anthropologist and author Dr. Peter Andrews, formerly at the Natural History Museum in London, has attested that it is possible that the human lineage originated in Europe, but very substantial fossil evidence places the origin in Africa, including several partial skeletons and skulls. I would be hesitant about using a single character from an isolated fossil to set against the evidence from Africa. So these are some of the skeptics who are, well, experts who are skeptical about the findings, or at least more skeptical than most. But because currently most experts believe that our human lineage split from apes around 7 million years ago in Central Africa, where hominids remained for the next 5 million years before venturing further afield, well, these trois fossils of an ape-like creature which had human-like teeth have been found in Bulgaria and Ellenica, Bulgaria and Greece, dating back to 7.2 million years ago. The lower jaw has additional dental root features suggesting that the species was a hominid. The discovery of this creature, named Greco-Pithecus freibergi and nicknamed El Greco by scientists, proves our ancestors were already starting to evolve in Europe 200,000 years before the earliest African hominid. Indeed, the species could be the first hominid ever to exist. An international team of researchers concludes the findings entirely change the beginning of human history and place the last common ancestor of both chimpanzees and humans, the so-called missing link, in the Mediterranean region. At that time, climate change had turned Eastern Europe into an open savanna, which forced apes to find new food sources, sparking a shift towards bipedalism. To quote Professor Nikolai Spazov from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences at length and verbatim, this study changes the ideas related to the knowledge about the time and the place of the first steps of the humankind. Greco-Pithecus is not an ape. He is a member of the tribe of hominins and the direct ancestor of Homo, meaning Homo sapiens. The food of the Greco-Pithecus was related to the rather dry and hard savanna vegetation, unlike that of the recent great apes, which are living in forests. Therefore, like humans, he has wide molars and thick enamel. To some extent, this is a newly discovered missing link, but missing links will always exist, because evolution is an infinite chain of subsequent forms. Probably El Greco's face will resemble a great ape with shorter canines. Now, the team analyzed the 12 known specimens of Greco-Pithecus freibergi, a lower jaw from Greece and an upper premolar tooth from Bulgaria. The species, well, using computer tomography, they were able to visualize the internal structures of these fossils and prove that the roots of premolars are widely fused. So the species was also found to be several 100,000 years older than the oldest African hominid, Sahelanthropus, as in the anthropus, man, like the man of Sahel man. Sahelanthropus chadensis, if I remember correctly, which was found in Chad. Now, the doctoral student, Yokun Fus, a Tübingen PhD student who conducted this part of the study, has been quoted as saying, "We were surprised by our results, as prehumans were previously known only from sub-Saharan Africa." The Sahel, by the way, is the borderline, the shatter belt region, the disambiguation zone that differentiates lower North Africa, where you get into the tropical jungles, from the Sahara Desert. So between the Great Sahara Desert, the biggest desert in the world outside of the polar regions, and the jungles of Africa is the Sahel. Now, Professor David Begun, a University of Toronto paleoanthropologist and co-author of this study, has gone on record to say, "This dating allows us to move the human-chimpanzee split into the Mediterranean area." During the period, the Mediterranean Sea went through frequent periods of drying up completely, forming a land bridge between Europa and Africa, and allowing apes and early hominids to pass between the continents. The team believes that evolution of hominids may have been driven by dramatic environmental changes, which sparked the formation of the North African Sahara more than 7 million years ago and pushed species further north. They found large amounts of Saharan sand in layers dating from the period, suggesting that it lay much further north than today. Per the lead researcher, Professores Madeleine Bohm of the University of Tübingen. While, I'm going to quote a she at length here and verbatim, while great apes typically have 2 or 3 separate and diverging roots, the roots of Dreiopithecus converge and are partially fused, a feature that is characteristic of modern humans, early humans, and several pre-humans. Our findings may eventually change our ideas about the origin of humanity. I personally don't think that the descendants of Dreiopithecus died out. They may have spread to Africa later, meaning that Europe populated Africa, not the other way around, if all of this proves to be true, which so far it has. Now, the split of chimps and humans was a single event. I'm going back to quoting Professores Madeleine Bohm of the University of Tübingen now. She says the split of chimps and humans was a single event. Our data support the view that this split was happening in the Eastern Mediterranean, not in Africa. If accepted, this theory will indeed alter the very beginning of human history. Now, as I said, I'm certain that humans were evolving in Africa at the same time they were evolving in China and Siberia and North America. So altogether, humans have been evolving, well, the different races on different continents, and this is polygyny, the original anthropological concept of the races that are portrayed evolving into ethno-nationalist identities and cultures via the evolutionary chart developed by Mr. Sparks, which I have just sent to our friend, the Real Tech Geek. So this is something that I want to, I've talked about this man, Mr. Sparks, and how brilliant he was. All of this, of course, is something that I hope more people, John Sparks, I hope more people become acquainted with him, and hopefully someday someone will write a biography about him, if such is possible, based upon so much that he's contributed to mankind, all of it being denied at this present moment in history, but someday people will recognize his incredible contributions, and at that point, he will be the foundation for much of what is taught in the world, as he always should have been. Now, all of that having been said, I will turn towards geopolitics, my passion in the last few hours of transmission, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We have 2 hours left. And I will say, of course, we'll start with the question, is Britain in decline? After all, we started off fairly well for a transition. Britain's royal family, no matter what your opinion of monarchies may be, did show last month how to manage secession smoothly. In contrast, look at the dismal soap opera that is British politics. Liz Truss took over as Prime Ministress barely 6 weeks ago and is already facing the prospect of losing office. On Friday, into this weekend, she was forced to sack Kwasi Kwarteng, her chancellor and close ally, as she reversed course on a core part of her economic policy. His sin was unfurling an ill-considered budget, one Miss Truss had fully backed, that triggered market turmoil and soaring borrowing costs. His ignominious tenure was one of the shortest in modern British history. It's hard to imagine Ms. Truss herself holding on for long. A minority of her own Conservative MPs, ministers of Parliament, wanted her in Downing Street in the first place. They dread the increasingly likely prospect of a bloodbath at the next general election. Even some party members who elected her now regret it. Some have likened her political life expectancy to the shelf life of a lettuce. All that turmoil, combined with dire prospects for the economy and weakening respect for institutions, suggests that Great Britain is in steady decline. For the moment. For the present. But consider the challenges of organizing secession in some other places. What, for example, would happen in the Russian Empire if, or perhaps when, Vladimir Putin is at last confronted with the costs of his disastrous war in Ukraine? It's almost impossible to know if powerful figures in the Kremlin, or perhaps the armed forces or security services, might turn on the autocrat, or perhaps each other. Russia's economy is proving more resilient than expected, but military setbacks, deaths of conscripts, and public dismay over mobilization leave Mr. Putin more isolated than ever. Autocrats everywhere struggle to maintain peaceful transfers of power. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping opened the 20th Party Congress today, yesterday by now, where he is poised to break with tradition and take on a third term as party chief, paving the way for potential lifelong rule. Certainly his intent. Xi Jinping addressed the opening session of the Communist Party Congress in Beijing on Sunday, and I listened to his lengthy speech so you don't have to. Yet Mr. Xi's dominance raises the question of what happens to Red China when power becometh ever more personalized. He probably expects to stay in office for a long time yet, but I would say simply by having broken the norm of standing down after 2 terms, he makes things somewhat less stable. One economic point to flag for this week: the Communist Chinese Empire reports GDP, gross domestic product figures for the third quarter. Last, consider the difficulties of another chief, Mark Zuckerberg, presiding over a troubled Meta, formerly Facebook. There too, a secession question looms. Meta's share price has slumped in the past year as daily users of Facebook fall off, and Mr. Zuckerberg's bet on the unproven metaverse starts to look rash. One day, perhaps soon, it will be time for Meta to replace its founder boss. There's plenty more to keep journalists busy this week. Consider the American midterms, where the Republicans are gaining in the polls. Paris will host a motor show. In Brazil, as the October 30th presidential runoff looms, the 2 candidates hold a television debate. European Union leaders will discuss how to cope with the energy crunch and the ongoing war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, NATO members will conduct a drill to get better prepared for nuclear escalation. Now, but 2 years ago, you had the Sino-Slavic-Indic synaxis on top of the world. Today, the world is finally biting back. There was NATO-China tension over Ukraine, that flared at the conference in Iceland. A senior NATO official confronted a Commu-Chinese diplomat over Red China's failure to condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine, injecting tension over the war into an international conference about the Arctic. Now, the unusually frank exchange between Admiral Rob Bauer, chief of the Atlantic Alliance's Military Committee, and He Rulong, Red China's ambassador to Iceland, followed a speech by Bauer on NATO's role in the region at the annual Arctic Circle Assembly. Bauer, a Dutch Navy officer, said Red China, in his words, doesn't share our values and undermines the rules-based international order. And the communist Chinese envoy spracketh up from the audience to challenge Bauer, saying, Admiral, with due respect, your speech and remarks is filled with arrogance. That prompted pushback by the NATO official, and drawing applause, Bauer retorted, I have a question for you, because you underline the principle of sovereignty and the importance of the internationally recognized borders in the world. I am correct. Isn't that true? Yeah. So why is it possible then that Red China still is not condemning Russia's attack in Ukraine? Now prompting scattered laughter when he called China the peacemaker in the world, Bauer added, Red China's view of the Ukrainian crises includes a historic perspective, and the world needs to understand the root cause. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire has resisted all American calls to condemn Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, although Beijing said earlier this week it was concerned about Moscow's recent missile strikes on civilian targets. The United Nations General Assembly condemned Russia's annexation of parts of eastern Ukraine in a symbolic vote on Wednesday, midweek last, voting 143-5, with 35 nations, including India and China, abstaining to approve the Western-backed resolution. The Arctic Circle Assembly is an annual international gathering on the Arctic, including governments, indigenous organizations, and academics. It's separate from the Arctic Council, an 8-country intergovernmental group that includes the United States and the current chair, Russia. Its meetings have been suspended since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Gao Feng, Red China's special representative for Arctic affairs, told the meeting that his country wouldn't support excluding Russia, which is chairing the group until 2023, to punish it for the war in Ukraine and hand the chairmanship to Norway. Gao concluded, There is no procedure to get anybody out of the council, so I really doubt whether the presidency could be passed on to anybody, or Norway could take over. Now, all of this is about Pax Russica Sinica, making the world safe for authoritarians. In fact, properly, in the new triax, it's Pax Russica Sinica Indica. Now, on the 3rd of July, about 12 years ago, or was it the year before that? Something like 2019 instead of 2020. 12 of the planet's 3 most powerful leaders at that time met in Moscow. It was their 20th encounter, and this was, as I said, 2 to 3 years ago by now. At least since March of 2013 to 2018, 18, 19. We're talking about 20 times these dictators met. That's a lot. And so that was at that time the latest in a long Sino-Slavic discourse that really began historically circa 1618. Now, the Russians and the Communist Chinese don't leak transcripts. But Xi and Putin presumably welcomed at that time a 37% increase in two-way trade in the first quarter of 2017, especially as the value of trade for 2016, the year that Trump was running for president, 66 billion United States dollars had fallen from 88 billion United States dollars in 2012. They doubtless passed over the reality that in preceding years, most recently before that 21st meeting between them, Commu-Chinese investment in Russia, as opposed to credits, had been under 2 billion United States dollars. That's less than in countries in Africa and Latin America and in Kazakhstan, according to Andrei Klepach, the chief economist at Veneshik-Kelnam Bank. The reason given by Xinjiang of Gerjiaoba Corporation was the very specific Russian business culture to which the Commu-Chinese hope to grow accustomed in 10 to 15 years. Now, Russia's 2016 gross domestic product was 1/10 of Communist China's. The figure was 15% when measured in purchasing power parity, and Red China then accounted for 14% of Russia's trade. So commerce, though growing at the time, was not the mainstay of the contemporary propinquity. The relationship even then carried a heavy sediment of history, heady in its own right, with a tangle of unresolved tensions. Back then, again, 2017, Trump's first year in office, it rested firmly on converging perceptions of national interest. Both dictators presented as tough men who dealt ruthlessly with any threat to their preeminence. Putin had always used military force externally, 4 times by then, with at least 10,000 deaths in Ukraine alone since his invasion of 2014. And remember, I'm describing up to the point of 2017 by the time these men met for the 21st time in their sordid careers. Xi had, at that point, in effect, changed Red China's maritime borders and was trying something similar on the Sino-Indian border. To that point, without bloodshed. That was before the bloody clashes that took place soon enough. Both depicted their rule as the only alternative to anarchy and foreign depredation. Both controlled massive domestic paramilitary forces, suggesting that both, even then, however oddly, already felt insecure. Under a constitutional amendment he had overseen in 2008, the year of the crash of the world economy, Putin could already rule until 2024, and could even then have been president for life. Xi showed every intent to emulate him. Both have built a cult of personality. A Russian poll at that time nominated Putin as the second greatest figure in world history after Stalin. The Communist Chinese media was referring to Xi as Uncle Xi until it was decided that that sounded undignified. As the ANU's China in the World Center had noted that Xi had become COE rather than CEO. No longer Chief Executive Officer of China Incorporated, but COE, Chairman of everything. There has always been an important ideological dimension. Under the guise of defending traditional values, both dictators promoted a cultural relativist challenge to the notion of universal human rights, and opposed, even then, humanitarian intervention and democratic revolutions or reforms anywhere, stigmatizing them as a Western conspiracy. Both would have been gratified by the swelling ranks of the Dictators' Club. Their shared neighbor, the buffer state between them, Mongolia, the only country to have defeated them both, looks like, back then, the newest candidate member. And both shared a view of how the world should look that recalls Orwell's 1984, where the planet is divided into 3 spheres of influence. Putin had already been repeatedly calling for NATO to be disbanded, and his foreign minister Lavrov for the building of a post-America world. For Putin, the United States has no legitimate interests anywhere on the Eurasian continent. Xi, too, obviously wishes the United States to leave East Asia, though presumably in an orderly way, even given both men's innate caution. When they met in Moscow, the first year Trump was in office here, they may have shared a wink of schadenfreude over the most acute American crisis in these United States since the Civil War, even then. For both Putin and Xi, former students of Marxism-Leninism, Trump was proof that the contradictions of American capitalism were shunting it into the dustbin of history. That prospect gave his Putin an inner glow. But Xi's attitude must have been ambivalent. He sent his daughter to study at Harvard, and in 2015, the United States took 18% of the Communist Chinese Empire's exports. And both dictators would have presumably much preferred a competent foe to the wrecking ball they now face. Names matter, which is why Beijing and Moscow have always insisted they are partners, not allies. In their view, alliances are hostile to someone, but apart from their critics, they'd say they aren't hostile to anyone other than terrorists and separatists, as they define them. So they cannot be in an alliance. But content matters too. They surely shared intelligence on terrorists and splitists, and experience in bridling the internet. Russia has much to offer on cyber warfare, email hacking, and fake news. But even the Russians must have already been impressed by the capacity for social control that Red China's 12 million web police demonstrated in erasing the death of Liu Xiaobo. In less than a second, Communist Chinese face recognition technology can check hundreds of thousands of images from ubiquitous video cameras against databases of all suspect people nationwide. This is how They took the Chinese writer, literary critic, human rights activist, philosopher, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate who called for political reforms and was involved in campaigns to end communist one-party rule in China. Well, they killed him, erased his legacy. Today, no one in China knows the name of Liu Xiaobo. Only people outside communist China knows that he ever existed. You can find out more about him at nobelprize.org. Now, at the Hamburg G20 meeting, that first year Trump was president, for the first time then, Xi and Putin collaborated against the European Union, rejecting a proposal by Donald Tusk to ease refugee pressure on the European Union by imposing United Nations-level travel bans and asset freezes on people smugglers. Similarly, the unprecedented joint naval maneuvers in the Baltic Sea looked like reciprocation for Russia's partnering with the Communist Chinese Navy in the South China Sea and around the Senkaku Islands. In Vasily Kashin's view, the actual level of defense cooperation and policy coordination is that of an alliance. But as Bobo Lowe then argued, crucial in determining the essence of Sino-Slavic Indic ties is that they remain less important to each other than each's relations with these United States. And despite their confidence that their interests then converged, crucial too was the legacy of 4 centuries of dealings, a complete lack of illusions about each other. Both would endorse the Leninist principle of Kato Kogo. All that matters is who will dominate whom. Today, well, even then, the dominant party looked set to be the Communist Chinese Empire. And in their war against the world, we have a clash of two systems. The war in Ukraine is a confrontation between two systems. One modern, legalistic, decentralized, and multicephalous. Multicephalous meaning multi-headed. The other archaic, nationalistic, centralized, and monocephalous. A single head, like a prick, with a single slotted eye, monofocally fixated on fucking the world over, fucking us all. Oh, our lovely Brooke Gibson entered into chat. Douglas's birthday in 3 days. Let's all gift what extra we can over this week. He deserves it. Surely needs it now. And let's face it, some may have a little less to gift during holidays. Then she said, PayPal.me, Douglas Dietrich. Let's see if this works. Link in here, and takes you there. Fuck, yeah, love it. Just a big send button. All right, let me see if I can respond to what she's done. Lovely lady. Give her some little emojis here to show my appreciation. And everybody else do participate in the chat. How much time we have left? An hour and a half. Okay. What we are seeing is offensive versus defensive nationalism. This conflict shows a harmful confusion among the Russians and their supporters between the state as a nation in the ethnic sense and the state as an administrative entity. A state that wants to base its legitimacy on cultural unity must be small. It is otherwise doomed to meet the hostility of others. A francophonic, a French-speaking Swiss citizen, although culturally linked to his or her language, does not aspire in any way, shape, or form to belong to France. And France does not try to invade French-speaking Switzerland under this pretext. Further, national identities can change quickly. Francophonic Belgians have a different identity from French people. France itself went through an operation of internal colonialism to destroy Provençal, Languedoc, Picard, Savoyard, Breton, and other cultures, and eradicate their languages under a centralized identity. Nationality is never defined and never fixed. Administration is. Cultural unity can make sense, but only in the form of something reduced, such as a city-state. I would even go so far as to say that a state only works well in this way. In this case, nationalism is defensive. Catalan, Basque, or Christian Lebanese. But in the case of a large state like Russia, nationalism becomes offensive. Notice that under the Pax Romana, or the Pax Ottomana, the Turkica Empire, there were no large states, but city-states gathered in an empire whose role was distant. But there is loose empire and rigid nation-state-like empire, the latter being represented by Russia. You have there coordination for mafia don-like protection. There are now two imperial models, either a heavy model like that of Russia, or a coordination of states on the model of NATO. We will see which one will emerge victorious from this current conflict. This war not only pits Ukraine and Russia against it, it is a confrontation between two systems, one modern, decentralized, and multicephalous, the other archaic, centralized, and autocephalous. Ukraine wants to belong to the liberal system. While being Slavic-speaking, like Poland, it wants to be part of the West. What is it that we call the West? Think of Adam Smith versus Napoleon Bonaparte. What we call the West is not a spiritual entity, but an administrative system first and last. It is not an ethno-geographical ensemble, but a legal and institutional system. It includes the Empire of Japan, the Republic of South Korea, and my island China on my native Taiwan. It synthesizes Phoenicianism, the multicultural thalassocratic, meaning maritime imperial, and non-colonial Phoenician world of network-based trade, and that of Adam Smith, based on individual rights and freedom to transact, under the constraint of social progress. In these United States, the difference between Democrats and Republicans is minor when seen from a different century. Both sides want social progress, but at different rates of growth. On the other hand, as I said, that's a view from a different century. It's no longer like that. The Russians are now, the Republicans are the Russians now. And on the other hand from that, nationalism requires the almighty centralized, worse, Hegelian state, and one that curates cultural life to weed out individual variations. Nationalism is often linked to a spiritual dimension, represented in the Patriarch of Moscow via the Russian Slavo-Orthodox model, which horrifies me as an Orthodox Christian myself. Moreover, this alleged proximity between Ukraine and the Russian Empire is questionable. The Crimea has been Russian since Catherine II, and Stalin had Russified it by displacing the Tatars. It is easy to say that Ukraine is the soul of Russia, because it comes from the Rus of Kiev, but it can just as well be said that it is the golden horde of the sons of Genghis Khan. And even if, spiritually, Ukraine were part of Russia, it would not mean that Ukrainians would not have the right to join the Western system. They could be emotionally Slavic, but administratively organized in a Western system and militarily protected through an alliance between Westerners, which even includes, I remindest ye, Turkey, which it should not. Putin cannot understand this, nor can some specialists in international relations who are sometimes called realists. I am thinking, for example, of one John Mearsheimer. Now, this is also all about states versus individuals. These sloppy thinkers, such as Mearsheimer and similar hand-wavers, conflate states with individual interests. They believe that there is only a balance of power between powers. For Mearsheimer, Putin is only reacting to undue progress by the West on its ground. But the reality is quite different. What Ukrainians want is to be part of what I would call an international benign order, which works well because it is self-correcting, and where the balance of power can exist but remain harmless. Putin and the realists are the wrong century. They do not think in terms of systems or in terms of individuals. They suffer from what I call the Westphalia syndrome, the reification of states as natural and fixed Platonic entities, archetypes from another dimension, a higher realm of idealism. Solzhenitsyn clearly saw the diabolical aspect of communist society, but believed that Western society was just as harmful. But being naturally multicentric, the West aims to be like Switzerland. It's bottom-top oriented in spite of occasional concentration. Furthermore, the West is evolving. It does not have fixed centers of authority. Certainly, there be disproportionate influences in the West, as today's Google and yesterday's General Motors. But Google or General Motors are not the center of it. These multinationals do not even control themselves. Multinationals tend to go bust. In fact, they are more likely to fold than your family-run business. This model tends to anti-fragility, a concept present in, well, what I've articulated in past transmissions that refers to a property of systems that strengthen when exposed to stressors, shocks, or volatility. Russia cannot be what I call anti-fragile. What we're talking about is an error correction mechanism. A stable system requires a decentralized and multicephalous organization, which makes it possible to correct errors and avoid the deleterious effects of certain risks by confining them to a local level. After the 1918 war, World War I, the French destroyed Syria by centralizing it. Conversely, when the new Germany was formed, the French insisted that it be federal under the illusion that it would weaken it. Deprived of a center of gravity, Germany no longer thought of waging war, but of making money. Butter, it turns out, works better than guns. Germany became an economic power, a superpower thanks to federalism, and it appears to be natural as it spent its history fragmented states before the Prussian takeover. As I've said, once there were hundreds of Germanys. And under federalism, these Germanys can then unite with Netherlands, Denmark, Slovakia, Poland, Austria, a super Switzerland, a super state. For Russia, such a decentralized organization would be impossible. If let go of ballast, it would immediately find itself facing the secession of 20 small states, Chechnya, Ingushetia, Bashkiria. It therefore tightens the screw in the other direction. The interest of the Western world is that it is a multicephalous model, made of contracts that allowest regional autonomy under global coordination. Russia is an autocephalous system, which thinks only in a balance of power. Look at the West. Is there a center? No. If there were one, moreover, Putin would be in Kiev today. And if you want to destroy the West, how many bombs do you need? If you destroy Washington, London and Paris will remain. But if you destroy the palace where Putin is, it's something else. The stability of a decentralized system is much better than that of a centralized system. As such, I am pleasantly surprised by the reaction of the Western world, which was done so organically. I myself thought the West could not face Putin because a fight between an autocrat and employees seemed lost to me in advance. But it seems that the aggregation of our actions is beginning to bear fruit. Alas, the European Union is centralized a bit too much. Subsidiarity was not respected, hence the departure of the United Kingdom. But the appropriate model is that of NATO, which exists in the area where organized joint action is necessary, military reaction, while letting countries do what they want under constraint, not to attack each other. And I am grateful to the European Union for having succeeded in starting the concept of a nation to think more in terms of regional coordination. So, how can Russia enter the modern world? Only if it fragments into separate states. Some Russian groups have always been irredentist. The Cossacks, the kulaks, the localist farmers, and the Siberians. There are also minorities. More broadly, because of this Westphalia complex, it is forgotten that the Russians do not necessarily have the same interests as Russia. National interests are abstract things, and people end up believing in them when they conflict with those of those populations they encompass. This brings us to the situation of orthodoxy and minor patriarchs. By this, I'm referring to the Eastern Byzantine Church that follows the Slavonic liturgy. I myself am a member of Serbian Orthodoxy, the Serbian Orthodox Church, having been baptized, consecrated into that faith by the dynasty of Karađorđević, the kings of Yugoslavia, the first Yugoslavia, ardently anti-communist and multinationalist, being originally the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, inclusive of many other minorities, Macedonians included. Now, when it comes to having been baptized into Serbian Orthodoxy, this was because the Karađorđević dynasty, which employed myself, could not abide a non-Christian in their service, so I was rendered an Orthodox Christian. I would consider myself quite lapsed, but nevertheless, I'm hardly ignorant of my faith, adopted faith, my true faith being, if any, Confucianism, Shintoism, in syncretization. The Patriarch of Moscow was also the Patriarch of Ukraine. But in the Orthodox world, whenever an ethnic or language division occurs, a minor patriarch is appointed in the country that has become independent. This is the case in Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania. This is why the Patriarch of Constantinople, the most important, the closest to a pope we have, assented to the request that the Metropolitan of Kiev becomest a minor patriarch in 2019. Because of this separation, the Russian Orthodox Church felt amputated. The Patriarch of Moscow, Cyril, supports Putin. The Patriarch of Antioch, close to Bashar al-Assad, of the Syrian Orthodox Church, does the same. This also confirms, if it were still needed, the absurdity of Samuel Huntington's ideas in The Clash of Civilizations. Not only is his book full of pseudo-mathematical reasoning, causing Serge Lang to blackball him at the Academy of Sciences, but like other realists, his obstinacy to think in geopolitical and identity centers leads him to conclude that Ukraine belongs to the Russian domain. But one can be orthodox in New York. Multicephaly did not help in 2014. It takes a while for a collective and distributed system to react. It takes a lot of sheep to fight a wolf. And in 2014, we were too few sheep. People want to be able to trade together in Adam Smith's world. This false debate reminds me of the opposition between Napoleon Bonaparte and the English. Think of Napoleon versus the English shopkeeper. All the English initially wanted was for their products to arrive safely. Napoleon's views did not interest them. While Napoleon thought in terms of the glory of France, they thought of the wallet of the English shop owner. But the English grocer won, and with the Phoenician trader, it was he who made the modern world, the Anglo-Phoenician world of mercantile cosmopolitanism. This is what means, for example, that today Germans are more interested in exporting cars than in Germany's geographic expansion. Moreover, it amuses me to hear some people talk about American cultural imperialism. I mean, do you honestly think that in the morning, when they wake up, Americans think about exporting their music and food. It's simply that on the other side of the planet, young people prefer to eat hamburgers. I myself am not against modernity. I am for its improvement. The modern liberal system makes mistakes, yes. But when I criticize it, I don't aim at destroying it, but at improving it. And it is a good system because it is self-correcting. I criticize naive Western interventions because I think about their consequences. I was against the war in Iraq, and experience justified my fears. I was against intervention in Syria, because if we had gotten rid of Bashar al-Assad, we did not know what would replace him. Now, I, at this point now, have nothing against Brexit, because if the British think they can manage to be part of our system without depending on the Brussels bureaucratic machinery, it be their right. The problem posed by a benign system like ours is its transparency, which causes perceptual distortions. De Tocqueville, the great historian, understood that equality seems all the stronger when it is reduced. Similarly, a system seems all the more dysfunctional when it is transparent. Hence, my own attacks on someone like Edward Snowden and his acolytes, who exploit this paradox to attack the West for the benefit of Russian plotters. This is pseudo-libertarianism inviting tyranny. I have trouble with many people, often naive libertarians, who think I'm like them because they like my transmissions. But some of these want to destroy our system rather than improve it. Many are full of resentment. They do not realize that the alternative to our messy system is tyranny, a mafia don-like state. Libya today, Lebanon during the Civil War, or an autocracy. And these idiots call themselves libertarian. This is the case of Snowden and his followers. He is an imposter. If I told you about an organization in Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, that defends women in France against male oppression, you would laugh at me. Well, Snowden claims to defend the Americans against Google's tyranny while operating from Moscow. On Twitter, I ended up noticing that in this naive libertarian, or rather pseudo-libertarian ecosystem, which includes Bitcoin enthusiasts, people who, like Snowden, see COVID-19 as a pretext for some dark entity to exert control over the population. This even includes anti-vaccine activists. We are at the very heart of disinformatia, Russian disinformation. The goal of the Russian disinformation program here is to create mistrust between citizens and authorities, and to exploit everything that can bring dissension. Disinformation proceeds according to Joseph Stalin's assumed quote, "The death of a man is a tragedy. The death of 1,000,000 men is a statistic." These activists, for example, magnify tiny dysfunctions of the COVID-19 vaccines. Of course, I've been an expert on propaganda all of my life. And yet, even I found out something new about disinformatia. I began to spot Twitter accounts called Linda, pro-Trump, who, in protesting against inflation, used the sign of the ruble instead of the dollar. When the same people support both Canadian truck drivers and Vladimir Putin, there is a problem. In a way, I came as to defend Ukraine because the same fools who attacked me on COVID also defended Putin. It is still disturbing that libertarians come as to defend an autocrat. Libertarians are controlled by Russia because, in general, they be naive people who only have first-order thoughts. They do not know how to consider the consequences of certain actions. This is what distinguishes them from classic liberals. They do not realize that destroying the current system invites tyranny. Let's talk about the long peace. We didn't wait for this war to realize that Pinker, the famous author, was wrong about the decline of violence. There is no such thing as long peace, largely because the past was not as violent as Pinker claims. I myself refuted Pinker's calculations in his research. His errors came as, well, they come as in particular from the fact that some data he uses overestimates the number of deaths in past conflicts. I've also pointed out just how deaths are completely understated so very, very often. I'm disambiguating what I say from what this man claims. Pinker wants to play the guardian of modern liberal thought, but it is the American BHL. He knows nothing about his subject. So, for those of you unfamiliar with that acronym, I'll explain it another day. I don't want to go off into too much of a tangent in what little time we have left. Little over an hour. By the way, Scorpio baby's Aunt B, dear Brooke, says, agreed, but they don't fold. Unless fold is leaving CEOs and majority of board members with several hundreds of millions and billions of dollars, then they fold and leave workers looking for jobs. Oh yes, I'm talking about, she's responding to what I've said about multinationals folding, in a sense, more often than family-held businesses. Sure, thank you, honey. Now, to extend on what I was saying, even if this conflict ends well, it will have shown that it is enough for a state to have nuclear weapons to cause a disaster. However, in today's world, it is not acceptable for a leader to conquer another territory simply because he owns the atomic bomb. This principle must be destroyed. Which brings us to the next risk, the Communist Chinese Empire. Certainly, it has not escaped the modern world as much as Russia, and it is closely linked commercially to the West. But it also has imperial tendencies. The best thing would, therefore, be for it too to decentralize, to escape the yoke of Beijing. My Taiwan and Hong Kong outperform Red China, so consider more of those. And in terms of ending the Ukrainian war, if you givest Vlad Putin even one finger, he will have won the war. Russia's dictatorship must therefore be humiliated, and the only way is for it to retreat. We need a repetition of the 1905 Russo-Japanese War. In this case, Putin will be overthrown from the inside. Because, historically, people who accept autocracies do not like the weak. A weak Putin is no longer Putin. Just as a nice, tactful, and thoughtful Donald Trump would no longer be Donald Trump. For this to continue, it takes a lot of suckers to keep feeding the narrative. And if the suckers begin to doubt the story, it will be the beginning of the end. That being said, the war in Ukraine has already remade Europa. For Europa, Ukraine is the good war. A moment when brave Ukrainian patriots have partially rolled back a brutal Russian invasion and, in the process, reignited belief in the values of democracy and common defense. As Ukrainian troops surged forward on the ground this week, European leaders who gathered at a conference in Iceland, I believe, were heady with what many described as an impending Ukrainian triumph over Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the lawless autocratic system he represents. The victory celebration is stirring, but wildly premature. Many months of bloody fighting probably lie ahead, with the danger growing that the Russian Empire might deploy tactical nuclear weapons in an effort to stave off defeat. But politicians from across Europa seemed so galvanized by Ukraine's recent battlefield success that many dismissed the dangers of Russian escalation and what could be a cold winter for an energy-short Europe. Now, Our Lady Brooke says, "You have me awake now. So in terms of not thinking about what changes are not possible or thought through, then are you saying we should just settle for 3% of the population owning all the wealth?" She says owing all the wealth, but I will presume that that's a misspelling. Well, presuming that 3% doesn't owe all the wealth, I'd feel like I was part of that 3%, but instead owns it. Of course that shouldn't be the case. Please, don't take what I say and run with it to some god-awful conclusion. I've gone into this before. I'm for wealth redistribution, that there's more effective ways of doing this than through revolution. So I do want to say that she has she validates, or how do I say this? She confirms that I was presuming correctly into where she was going with her question. So that being said, no, I'm not saying that. I'll go into that sort of thing, as time goes on, and next time she's on with me, we'll discuss it happily if she brings it up. Now, rather, I've been analyzing the war in Ukraine in military terms, but it also marks an extraordinary cultural shift for Europe. It was nearly 2 decades ago, amid bitter disagreements over the Iraq War, that Robert Kagan wrote that the differences over use of force had become so acute, Americans seemed to be from Mars and Europeans from Venus. Just 3 years ago, French President Emmanuel Macron pronounced that NATO was suffering brain death. With President Donald Trump fulminating about NATO as well, the transatlantic alliance seemed to be collapsing on both sides of the ocean. The war in Ukraine has largely reversed Europe's phobia about the utility of military power and the value of a strong alliance with the American empire. To be sure, Europeans are wrapping themselves more in Ukraine's blue and yellow flag than the red, white, and blue, but it marks an enormous shift not least because it's shared by younger Europeans who have little memory of the Cold War, but are repelled by the brutality of Putin's authoritarian regime. Expressing a view shared by many of the other speakers. This week at the Warsaw Security Forum, a conference co-sponsored by the German Marshall Fund, the Deutschen, or German Foreign Ministress, Annalena Baerbock, has said, Europe and the United States are closer than ever before. We were a bit late at the beginning of the war, but we shifted our course by 180 degrees when it comes to supporting Ukraine. Just a year ago, United Germany seemed to be betting that its economic security required good relations with Moscow and a steady flow of Russian energy. That benevolent attitude toward Russia has been shattered. Norbert Röttgen, a prominent German center-right politician who until yesteryear chaired the Foreign Affairs Committee of the German Parliament, said, "What we have seen now is the return of America as the essential factor in European security." The Warsaw gathering symbolized another reality of the new Europa. NATO's center of gravity has moved east toward Poland and the Baltic states, which are historic enemies of Russian power. Polish President Andrzej Duda told a small gathering at the Belvedere Palace on Tuesday night that Ukraine's defiant stand reminded him of how the Polish army stopped the Russian Bolshevik army's expansion west in 1919, the year the man who raised and guided me, my legal father, was born, and in his words, changed the history of Europe. Outside the palace where he spracketh stands an iconic statue of the general who commanded that Polish army, Marshal Józef Piłsudski. These deep historical passions have been reignited by the war in Ukraine, and there's a danger in seeing Russia exclusively through Polish or the Baltics' eyes. But it's clear that, as Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky told the conference, Central and Eastern Europe have a kind of leadership in the war against Putin. But at the same time, NATO's gravitational center has also moved north, as well, toward Finland and Sweden, two traditionally neutral nations that were so shocked by Putin's invasion that they applied to join the alliance. As Anna Wieslander, who heads the Stockholm Atlantic Consul Office, reminded said group, the last time Sweden joined a European alliance was in Napoleon's time, more than 200 years ago. The most surprising theme of this gathering was the dismissal of Putin's nuclear threats. Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki said the saber-rattling was just an attempt to frighten us. Lithuania's former Foreign and Defense Minister Linas Linkevičius agreed that tactical nuclear weapons will gain nothing militarily. Admiral Rob Bauer, the Norwegian who chairs the NATO Military Committee that I cited earlier in his justified outburst against the Communist Chinese, said that despite Russian nuclear threats, strategically, they have lost the war already. When triumphal talk is in the air, it pays to be skeptical. Wars never end easily or neatly. But the changes that the Ukraine conflict brought to the European mood seem real, and they could last for decades. This side of the Atlantic, we're dealing with the Alex Jones trap. how owning the libs can turn into a cell phone for conservatives. You know, conservatives are accustomed to their viewpoints being described as disinformation, hate, even literal violence, because it's not a new phenomenon. Economic conservatism has been compared to anti-government extremism since at least the days of Barry Goldwater, who, if I had the time, would go into extensively tonight, but likely will go into this Wednesday. Consider this a preface. Social conservatism is likened to the Ayatollahs, the Taliban, or the Handmaid's Tale, whatever is in fashion at the time. All more or less successful forms of conservatism, dating back to the 1960s, that decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, have been described as a form of racist backlash, with Theodore Adorno's work going further back than that. But it is a situation that has gotten worse with the advent of social media and the woke left. President Joe Biden sounds like Adorno himself, or at least a graduate student who has glanced at the Cliff Notes, musing that a substantial wing of the Republican Party is at least semi-fascist. Now, I've explained before why such comparisons are stupid as shit. If they were fascist, first off, they'd look good. Fascism is stylish, no matter what you say. And things would be working. They would make things work. That's why people elected fascists. So the temptation is there when, in a defamation case, Alex Jones is held liable to the tune of nearly $1 billion United States dollars. To think of how the left could do this to ordinary conservatives next, bankrupting those who are outspoken and shuttering publications or organizations. Conservative influencer Charlie Kirk tweeted, "This isn't about calculating real damages from Alex Jones. This is about sending a message. If you upset the regime, they will destroy you, completely and utterly, forever." Now, a non-trivial number of progressives in academia, the media, activist circles, and even in the government, essentially views anyone a millimeter to the right of Ana Navarro as Alex Jones, or at least a latent Alex Jones waiting to burst out. It's nevertheless a bad temptation for conservatives to indulge in, both morally and strategically. First, as conservatives themselves have often been quick to point out, defamation is not constitutionally protected speech any more than theft or fraud are lawful acts of commerce and valid functions of the free market. Jones told lies about the parents of children who were murdered, lies he did not attempt to defend as true. Some people believed those lies and harassed the grieving parents. We can quibble about whether the dollar figure is appropriate, or whether reviled and polarizing figures are at an unfair disadvantage in the legal system, or whether Jones is more akin to a toxic version of professional wrestling and Stephen Colbert's old shtick aping Bill O'Reilly than something making statements that are meant to be taken at face value in the first. But conservatives should be the last people to draw any kind of inference from the judgment against Jones to their own arguments about Second Amendment rights, Hunter Biden, COVID-19 protocols and origins, Ukraine, or anything else. That some do in this case, but not in judgments against Amber Heard, who went to jail, or Gawker, suggests not hard-headed realism or a new willingness to fight liberals on their own terms, but a wholly counterproductive internalization of the left's critiques. The media gatekeepers have come as crashing down under the weight of their own political biases. As recently as the past couple of years, they have attempted to declare questions closed that were in fact quite open. For conservatives, who seldom got to function as such gatekeepers, it is a real opportunity, but it is one that will be squandered if the old climate of 3 networks and a larger number of newspapers singing off the same song sheet is replaced by a retreat into fantasy land. There are, of course, cases where defending free speech requires standing up for the right to say noxious things, and any viewpoint discrimination sets harmful precedents, especially for whomever is in the political outgroup. The American Civil Liberties Union and other liberals used to understand this. But that means defending freedom of speech, not defending the indefensible. Evelyn Beatrice Hall's oft-quoted paraphrase of Voltaire, "I disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it," is a rather different sentiment from, "You know, that's a good point." And it's a distinction that can be grasped without resorting to government disinformation boards, flagging posts for potentially harmful content, or making liberal fact-checkers the final arbiter of the truth. There is a growing movement among conservatives to be willing to defend their own interests against an increasingly hostile left by any means necessary, even shedding abstract principles to exercise political power without fear of liberal rebuke. But sometimes, owning the libs can turn into a cell phone. Now, how did we get here? Into the shithole. It all started really with America losing the Vietnam War and denying the fact that they lost. Denying the fact that ultimately, once the military suffered a great deal of domestic setbacks, truly, militarily, operationally, lost the Vietnam War. Oh my God, Brooke Gibson sent 111 United States dollars with the message, "Happy birthday." Oh my God, Brooke Gibson. Mwah. Mwah. I kiss each and every one of your 10 toes. Oh, you magnificent lady. My adoration. Oh my God. I am just so profoundly moved. And of course, my thanks to everyone who has contributed as well. And this is a sizable amount, and with other sizable amounts will enable me to survive the month. My prayers for all of you. Now, let me try and earn my pay. America didn't just lose the war in Vietnam and the lives of 58,000 young men and women that we be willing to admit to. Vietnam changed us as a country. In many ways, for the worse. It made us cynical and distrustful of our institutions, especially of government. For many people, it eroded the notion, once nearly universal, that part of being an American was serving your country. And even as Vietnam continues to shape our country, its place in our national consciousness is slipping. Some 65% of Americans under, Some 65% of Americans are under the age of 45, and so unable to even remember the war. Meanwhile, our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, our involvement in Syria, our struggle with terrorism, these conflicts are pushing Vietnam further into the background. All the more reason, then, for us to revisit that war and its consequences for today. If all we do is debate why we lost, or why we were there at all, we will miss the truly important question: what did the war do to us as Americans? Basically, it brought about American cynicism. The concept of "in nobody we trust." Vietnam changed the way we looked at politics. We became as inured to our leaders lying in the war. The fabricated Gulf of Tonkin incident, the number of pacified provinces, and what did pacified mean anyway? The inflated body counts. The war undermined the country's faith in its most respected institutions, particularly the military and the presidency. The military eventually recovered. The presidency never has. People talked about Johnson's credibility gap. This was a genteel way of saying that the president was lying. Then, however, a credibility gap was considered unusual and bad. By the end of the war, it was still considered bad, but it was no longer unusual. It did not happen all at once, this radical diminution of trust. Over more than a decade, the accumulated weight of critical reporting about the war, the publication of the Pentagon Papers in 1971, and the declassification of military and intelligence reports tarnished the office, the Oval Office. Nor did the process stop when that last chopper took off from the roof of the American Embassy in Saigon. New evidence of hypocrisy has continued to appear. An acidic drip, drip, drip on the image of the presidency. The three men who are most responsible for that war, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and Richard Mulhouse Nixon, each made the fateful decision to record their deliberations about it. The tapes they left behind, some of them still newly public, others long obscured by the sheer volume of material, are extraordinary. They expose the president's secret motives and fears, at once humanizing the men and deepening the disillusionment with the office that they held. For most of American history, that office conveyed authority, dignity, and some measure of majesty upon its occupant. The great presidents, as we propagandize them, Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, the Roosevelts, both the Republican and the Democrat, who were really both a couple of white trash pieces of shit, but that's another discussion, came as to be viewed not merely as capable executives, but as figures of myth. They were heroic, selfless, noble, godlike. Time has a way of burnishing reputations, but as late as the middle of the last century, Americans were inclined to view even incumbent presidents with reverence. Faith in the presidency may have reached its apogee soon after the Second World War. The public generally trusted Harry Truman and Dwight David Eisenhower to be honest and well-intentioned and to put the interests of the nation above their own. It is no coincidence that the last president to inspire such trust was also the last president elected before the Vietnam War began in earnest. Kennedy's charisma and his military bona fides encouraged Americans to believe in their young president as he confronted a complicated and dangerous world. His promise in his inaugural address that the United States would pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the survival and the success of liberty, reinforced Americans' vision of our country as a muscular force for good around the globe. Of Vietnam in 1964, Lyndon Johnson said, "I don't think it's worth fighting for, and I don't think we can get out." Now, as president, Kennedy immediately faced the challenge of how to use that power. He refused to send American troops to secure a pro-Western government in Laos. But after the Bay of Pigs fiasco, and having been bullied by Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev at a summit in Vienna, he made a different calculation when it came as to the continuing crisis in Vietnam, one influenced by domestic political concerns. Kennedy confided to an aide, "There are just so many concessions that one can make to the communists in 1 year and survive politically." With the Viet Cong gathering strength in South Vietnam, he felt he had to act. If not for his untimely death, Kennedy's legacy may have been sullied while he was in office. Instead, not until the Pentagon Papers were published did Americans discover that he and his administration had harbored misgivings about the political and military progress in Vietnam, but never shared their reservations with the public, even as they steadily increased America's commitment of special forces and military advisors, like the MACV Advisory Group. That we discussed earlier in transmission. Ngo Dinh Diem was born in Vietnam in 1901. His ancestors had been converted to Christianity by Roman Catholic missionaries in the 17th century. Diem, like previous generations of his family, was educated in French Catholic schools. After he graduated, he was trained as an administrator for the French authorities in Vietnam. At the age of 25, he became a provincial governor. During the French Indochina War, Diem left Vietnam for the United States. While there, he met influential Roman Catholics like John Fitzgerald Kennedy. He told them that he opposed both communism and French colonialism, and argued that he would make a good leader of Vietnam if the French decided to withdraw. When the Geneva Conference took place in 1954, the United States delegation proposed Diem's name as the new ruler of South Vietnam. The French argued against this, claiming that Diem was not only incapable but mad. However, eventually, it was decided that Diem presented the best opportunity to keep South Vietnam from falling under the control of communism. Once in power, the Americans discovered that Diem was unwilling to be a puppet ruler. He constantly rejected their advice and made decisions that upset the South Vietnamese people. Several attempts were made to overthrow Diem, but although the Americans were unhappy with his performance as president, they felt they had no choice but to support him. In October 1955, the South Vietnamese people were asked to choose between Bo Dai,
the former emperor of Vietnam who had allied with the Japanese during World War II as a member of the Axis, and Diem for the leadership of the country. Colonel Edward Lansdale suggested that Diem should provide 2 ballot papers, red for Diem and green for Bao Dai. Lansdale hoped that the Vietnamese belief that red signified good luck, whilst green indicated bad fortune, would help influence the result. When the voters arrived at the polling stations, they found Diem's supporters in attendance. One voter complained afterwards that they told us to put the red ballot into envelopes and to throw the green ones into the wastebasket. A few people, faithful to our emperor, Bao Dai, disobeyed. As soon as they left, the agents went after them and roughed them up. They beat one of my relatives to a pulp. After the election, obviously fixed, the people of Vietnam universally wanted the emperor, who had allied with Japan, to return. Diem informed his American advisors that he had achieved 98.2% of the vote. They warned him that these figures would not be believed, and suggested that he publish a figure of around 70%. Diem refused, and as the Americans predicted, the election undermined his authority. The North Vietnamese government reminded Diem that a general election for the whole of the country was due in July 1956. Diem refused to accept this, and instead began arresting his opponents. In a short period of time, approximately 100,000 people were put in prison camps. Communists and socialists were his main targets, but journalists, trade unionists, and leaders of religious groups were also arrested. Even children found writing anti-Diem messages on walls were put in prison as adults. When it became clear that Diem had no intention of holding elections for a united Vietnam, his political opponents began to consider alternative ways of obtaining their objectives. Some came to the conclusion that violence was the only way to persuade Diem to agree to the terms of the 1954 Geneva Conference. The year following the canceled elections saw a large increase in the number of people leaving their homes to form armed groups in the forests of Vietnam. At first, they were not in any position to take on the South Vietnamese army, and instead concentrated on what became known as soft targets. In 1959, an estimated 1,200 of Diem's government officials were murdered. The creation of the Buddhist crisis followed in the year of the hare, the year of the rabbit, the same year, many cycles later, that the child of my mind, the Dietrich Art-elect, was born. Out of my head, as Athena was born out of the god Zeus's. Allowest myself to contextualize the Diem coup d'etat as an American construction. The main religion in Vietnam was Buddhism. Surveys carried out in the 1960s, that decade into which I was born, into this vale of tears, suggest that around 70% of the population were followers of the Buddha. The French, aware of the potential threat of Buddhism to their authority, passed laws to discourage its growth. Roman Catholics made up only just over 10% of the population in South Vietnam. As a reward for adopting the religion of their French masters, Catholics had always held a privileged position in Vietnam. The Roman Catholic Church was the largest landowner in the country, and most of the officials who helped administer the country for the French were Catholics. After the French left Vietnam, the Catholics managed to hold on to their power in the country. Diem was a devout Catholic and tended to appoint people to positions of authority who shared his religious beliefs. This angered cultural Buddhists, especially when the new government refused to repeal the anti-Buddhist laws passed by the French. Now, in the spring of 1963, the year my own late sister was born, South Vietnamese forces suppressed Buddhist religious leaders and followers, which led to a political crisis for the government of President Ngo Dinh Diem. On the 8th day of May in that year, Buddhists assembled in Hue to celebrate the 2,527th birthday of the Buddha. Attempts were made by the police to disperse the crowds by opening fire on Buddhists who had protested the ban on flying the Buddhist flag. The South Vietnamese Civil Guard killed 1 woman and 8 children were killed in their attempts to flee from the police. The Buddhists were furious and began a series of demonstrations against the Diem government. Events such as this ignited a political confrontation between the popular majority of cultural Buddhists and the South Vietnamese government. In an attempt to let the world know how strongly they felt about the South Vietnamese government, it was decided to ask for volunteers to commit suicide. Although devoutly practicing Buddhists did not make up a majority of the population, by cultural Buddhists, when I use that term, I'm expressing the fact that these are people who grow up culturally identifying as Buddhists but don't necessarily pray and honor Buddhist ritual. These devout Buddhists, on the other hand, who did ritualize, effectively inflamed the Vietnamese people against Ngo Dinh Diem and captured the attention of the American news media by staging sacrificial suicides, hunger strikes, and street protests. It was the Buddhists to the barricades. The United States tried to convince Diem to make some concessions to the Buddhists, but their powers of persuasion proved ineffective. The suppression of Buddhists in South Vietnam became as known as the Buddhist crisis. President Ngo Dinh Diem did little to ease the tensions, though he later promised reforms. Many people suspected that his brother and closest advisor, Ngo Dinh Nhu, was the actual decision-maker in the Saigon government and the person behind the Buddhist suppression. The Buddhist demonstrations continued throughout spring and summer and culminated on the 11th day in June of 1963, when my sister was fresh out of the womb, when Thich Quang Day, actually Thich Quang Duy, a 66-year-old monk, sat down in the middle of a busy Saigon road. He was then surrounded by a group of Buddhist monks and nuns who poured petrol over his head and then set fire to him. One eyewitness commented, "Oh God, what did they say?" If I remember correctly, he said, as he burned, he never moved a muscle, never uttered a sound, his outward composure in sharp contrast to the wailing people around him. While Thich Quang Duy was burning to death, The monks and nuns gave out leaflets calling for Diem's government to show charity and compassion to all religions. The photograph of the event made news around the world. The government's response to this suicide was to arrest thousands of Buddhist monks. Many disappeared and were never seen again. By August, another 5 monks had committed suicide by setting fire to themselves. One member of the South Vietnamese government responded to these self-immolations by telling the newspaper reporter, in fact, this was Ngo Dinh Diem's wife. She said, "Let them burn, and we shall clap our hands. I want to see Buddhist barbecues as our national repast." That means our national meal. Another offered to supply Buddhists who wanted to commit suicide with the necessary petrol. These events convinced President John Fitzgerald Kennedy that Diem would never be able to unite the South Vietnamese against communism. Without seriously considering an alternative to the Diem government, the Kennedy administration ultimately backed a coup d'etat led by Diem's disgruntled generals. This brings us to the fall of Diem himself. President Kennedy tried to impress upon President Diem the need for major governmental reforms in Saigon, but Diem ignored those warnings. In August, Diem declared martial law, and his forces raided the pagodas of the Buddhist group behind the protests. Soon after, South Vietnamese military officers contacted United States government representatives and inquired about what an American response would be to a military coup d'etat in Saigon. Several attempts had already been made to overthrow Diem, but Kennedy had always instructed the CIA and the U.S. military forces in Vietnam to protect him. In August of 1963, when my late sister was but a few months old, disturbed by the authoritarian South Vietnamese president Ngo Dinh Diem's failure to win over the populace or thwart the communist insurgency, Kennedy himself personally approved a plan to encourage a cabal of dissident generals to overthrow Diem's regime. In order to obtain a more popular leader of South Vietnam, Kennedy agreed that the role of the CIA should change. Lucien Conan, a CIA operative, provided a group of South Vietnamese generals with 40,000 United States dollars to carry out the coup d'etat with the promise that American forces would make no attempt to protect Diem. That August, and then October of 1963, President Kennedy and his advisors had met several times to discuss the potential consequences of a coup d'etat in Vietnam and how the United States should react. The tapes that I've already cited reveal President Kennedy's reservations about American support for a military coup d'etat in South Vietnam. They document meetings the president held with the State Department, the White House, the military and intelligence advisors during the week after Cable 243 was sent. That cable, which dispatched on August 24th, 1963, was when President Kennedy and 3 of his top officials were away from Washington, set a course for the eventual coup d'etat in Vietnam on November 1st, 1963, leading to the overthrow of President Ngo Dinh Diem and his assassination the following day on November 2nd, 1963. Cable 243 has been described by historian John W. Newman as the single most controversial cable of the Vietnam War. In November, rebel troops seized key installations in Saigon and promised Diem and his ruthless brother Ngo Dinh Nhu safe passage out of the country. But as soon as the brothers surrendered, they were murdered by rebel leaders. The officers not only assassinated Diem, but overthrew his government. He was replaced by Nguyen Van Thieu, the chief of staff of the armed forces of South Vietnam. However, the coup d'etat did not provide the stability that the administration sought. South Vietnam plunged into chaos, and a bad situation got worse. Indeed, the post-coup d'etat government became more dysfunctional than its predecessor, and would only survive for 2.5 months. The military coup d'etat of that second day in November back in 1963, what overthrew the Diem government in South Vietnam, would not have happened the way it did if the American administration had not overreacted to the Buddhist crisis, and the nation would not have experienced a messy aftermath had the White House planned for a post-Diem South Vietnam. On November 4th, 1963, shortly after the coup d'etat, Kennedy recorded his thoughts about what he had allowed to happen. The Kennedy who speaks on this rarely heard tape is not the bold young man of the inaugural address, but a president consumed by doubt, even remorse. He rues having made such a crucial decision, sans adequate consideration. On the November 4th tape, JFK placed blame for the episode on the divided counsel he was getting from his experts. He lists those backing the coup d'etat: Averell Harriman, Roger Hilsman, and George Ball of the State Department and National Security Aide, Michael Forrestal, and those opposed: Military Aide General Maxwell Taylor, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, and CIA Chief John McCone. Yet he takes the final heat himself. To quote his T from the tape I reviewed, "Over the weekend, the coup in Saigon took place. It culminated 3 months of conversation, which divided the government here and in Saigon. I feel that we must bear a good deal of responsibility for it, beginning with our cable of August, in which we suggested the coup. I should not have given my consent to it without a roundtable conference. I was shocked by the death of Jim and Nu. The question now is whether the generals can stay together and build a stable government, or whether public opinion in Saigon will turn on this government as repressive and undemocratic in the not-too-distant future." John Kennedy did not live to see Kennedy didn't live to learn the answer to his question. He was murdered in Dallas 18 days later. This brings us to our age of Edomic extremism. Vietnam transformed white supremacy. There's a book titled The Ultimate Evil: The Search for the Sons of Sam by the late Maury Terry. There's a republisher for it, Quirk Books. Its re-release date was April 20th, Adolf Hitler's birthday. Why they chose the day of my biological father and his entry into this world to republish it in 2021 is beyond my ken. But it was released in paperback, a Kindle edition, and an audio book. Now, in the quarter hour remaining, understand that the publishers themselves comprised a summation. I'll read that to you at length. The true crime cult classic, that inspired the Netflix docuseries The Sons of Sam, subtitled The Descent into Darkness, and a companion podcast, The Ultimate Evil, follows journalist Maury Terry's decades-long investigation into the terrifying truth behind the Son of Sam murders. On August 10th, 1977, the NYPD arrested David Berkowitz for the Son of Sam murders that had terrorized New York City for over a year. Berkowitz confessed to shooting 16 people and killing 6 with a .44 caliber Bulldog revolver, and the case was officially closed. Journalist Maury Terry was suspicious of Berkowitz's confession, spurred by conflicting witness descriptions of the killer and clues overlooked in the investigation. Terry was convinced Berkowitz didn't act alone. Meticulously gathering evidence for a decade, he released his findings in the first edition of The Ultimate Evil. Based upon the evidence he had uncovered, Terry confirmed that the Son of Sam attacks were masterminded by a Yonkers-based cult that was responsible for other ritual murders across the country. After Terry's death in 2015, documentary filmmaker Josh Zeman, who released Cropsey, The Killing Season, and Murder Mountain, was given access to Terry's files, which formed the basis of his docuseries with Netflix and a companion podcast. Taken together with The Ultimate Evil, which includes a new introduction by Zeman himself, these works reveal the stunning intersections of power, wealth, privilege, and evil in America, from the Summer of Sam until today. Now, in her 2018 book entitled Bring the War Home, subtitled The White Power Movement and Paramilitary America, the University of Chicago historianist Kathleen Bellew summarily describes the ideology of the white power movement in America in a single sentence. They believe in a racial nation that would be transnational in scope, based on the idea that white people are the chosen people. Now, meticulously researched and powerfully evidenced, Bellew's book isn't only a definitive history of white racist violence in late 20th century America, but also a rigorous meditation on the relationship between American militarism abroad and extremism at home, with apocalyptic implications for these United States in, well, the fucking year she published it, 2018 and beyond. Now, trois fundamental insights underpin her book. First, that there exists a profound relationship between America's military violence and domestic right-wing paramilitary organizations. And second, that the character of that relationship underwent a decisive change in the late 1970s and early 80s. The white power movement in America wants a revolution. Its soldiers are not lone wolves, but highly organized cadres, motivated by a coherent and deeply disturbed Weltanschauung, as my biological sire Adolf Hitler would say, a worldview, made up of white supremacy, virulent anti-liberalism, and apocalyptic faith. Now, I myself am ever very careful about terminology. Whenever I employ the phrase white power movement, I use white power to name the movement that, in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, united neo-Nazis, Klansmen, skinheads, white separatists, tax protesters, and militiamen in common cause, and eventually in a war against our federal government. Some people have referred to this as white nationalism. I think that's misleading, because when you say the word nationalism, people assume you mean an excess of patriotism But that's not what these people believe. They believe in a racial notion of a racial nation that would be transnational in scope and would involve a violent ending to these United States and remove all people of color and establish a new society based on the idea that white people are the chosen people. My thanks to T-Tank Berry, by the way, who says, support Douglas Twain. Dietrich, bless you, sir. Now, this is a revolutionary movement in the sense that these groups don't want to redeem or transform America because they conclude it's beyond redemption. They want to blow it all up and start anew. Most of them would prefer Jim Crow America or slavery America, but I don't think that's achievable politically, and neither do they. So they believe, or rather conclude, revolution is the only answer. So, Bring the War Home is a grim and sobering read, and for all too many, it would arrive as a much-needed and troubling revelation. The sheer size of white power extremism since Vietnam effectively renders it the majority of white America. You see, by design, it's intentionally misrepresented as a fringe movement at every point until we include all the various groups that it's composed of. And so we must, if we ever even hope to confront the reality of this danger in disambiguation from mere threat, because then it's quite a lot in terms of numbers. It helps to think of it in terms of concentric circles. In the center, there's a group of approximately 25,000 people who are hardcore members. They attend events, they buy literature, they make their whole lives about the movement. Those are the people who are willing to commit violence and sacrifice themselves. Outside that, there's another 150,000 or so who aren't quite that involved, but who attend rallies, read the literature, and circulate the message. Outside of that, there's another larger circle that's roughly 450,000. Those are the people that don't attend the rallies or purchase the literature but are interested enough to read it online. So they're flirting with real involvement, but not quite there yet. The entire movement consolidated in the 1970s and 1980s around a potent sense of betrayal in the Vietnam War and made tragic headlines in Waco and Ruby Ridge, and with the Oklahoma City bombing, and becamest resurgent under President Trump. Returning to an America ripped apart by a war they felt they were not allowed to win, a small group of veterans and active duty military personnel and their civilian supporters concluded that waging war on their own home country was justified. Belo's own book, Bring the War Home, documents a litany of racist incidents, including murders and Klan actions on military bases in these United States and in Southeast Asia. They unified people from a variety of militant groups